This is a world of crappy dungeons, home to darklings, and heroes are responsible for defeating them and clearing the dungeons. In this world, an old man walks out to the camp and calls out our pathetic protagonist, who is busy digging into his ramen. The old man warns him not to goof around when they are inside, and tells him there are 2 other cleaning teams, and if he slacks off he will not have any scrap metal. It seems he is not some cool protagonist but a dumb and trash cleaner who cleans up the trash after heroes clear the dungeon. With ramen still in his mouth, he turns around and curiously asks why there are more cleaners for a mere C-rank cave. Dudes, does he not look like Ray from Promised Neverland? Anyway, the old man replies to his query that it is a horrible time they live in, and more people are showing up as cleaners without having any other choice. Another person shouts at them, saying the heroes are coming out of the dungeon and they need to get ready. So our protagonist named Tsuyoshi digs into the ramen to finish it off quickly, and then heads out. All the dudes gather up and walk towards the portal of the cave, where one man feels terrified just by getting close to the C-rank cave, and cannot imagine how scared he would be if he had to approach an A-rank or S-class cave. Just then, heroes step out of the dungeon with their amazing aura. Unlike the disgusting cleaners, our guy looks at them with mesmerized eyes because he also wanted to be one of them, but failed due to his physical constitution. The heroes subdue the darklings residing in the cave, and then cleaners like him, commonly known as trash collectors, come to collect the leftovers. They are the complete opposite of the heroes. Anyways, they enter the portal of the cave, which is not that big since it is only C-ranked. A guy announces that they need to start working fast without wasting time, because the cave will close in 4 hours, and everyone gathers up. Tsuyoshi is a pathetic cleaner, but his luck is actually hitting today when he manages to find a shield fragment, and his senior jokes that his parents in heaven might be watching over him. Our boy actually starts to believe it, and decides to search a little deeper inside. His senior allows him and reminds him to meet up in 3.5 hours. After that he keeps digging for the whole 3.5 hours, but he does not find anything unique, which really disappoints him, because this fragment will not cover his sister Karina's medical expenses, even for 1 day. Oh my god, he has this sister as a power source. Staying stubborn, he decides to keep looking, and his gaze lands on a random well which is obviously suspicious. Like, what idiot would build a well inside a cave, and what bigger idiot would walk up to it? But hella, this guy is that idiot, thinking he might find something valuable there, even some undamaged equipment that could cover Karina's medical bills. He looks inside, plunges down, and finds the hand of a corpse wearing a glittery ring that instantly grabs his attention. He jumps closer and pulls the ring off the dead guy's finger. After that, there are no words to describe how hyped he is to get his hands on this lottery ticket, because it is a rare item with a small boosting effect that still sells for a good price. He slips the ring on for now and plans to get its level checked by his senior Nakasato later. However, as soon as he wears it, the ring pinches his finger, and he starts to feel excruciating pain. Suddenly a screen pops up saying the ring, called the Boundless Ring, has recognized him as its owner. It cannot be removed, its ownership cannot be changed, and in a few minutes the boundless passage will open. Out of nowhere, a portal appears from the ring, acting like a black hole, and he starts getting dragged in. He shouts for help, but it is already too late, and he gets sucked in. His peers hear his shout, but they just ignore it, and assume he is getting way too into searching in another area, so they decide to wait for him to come back in the meantime. After he is pulled into the portal, he loses consciousness, and when he finally comes to his senses, he finds himself captured by beastfolk, standing in front of an altar as one of the criminals set to receive divine punishment. Apparently, this punishment is a terrifying lightning bolt that strikes the altar, and this place seems to be a sacred spot for the beastfolk. In front of the altar sits the ugly Beast King, striking the same useless pose as the King of Eldians, and he casually orders them to begin the punishment. There are 3 criminals lined up to be punished. The first one is one of their own kin, who betrayed them by selling important information to the elves and humans. Bound by ropes, he is thrown onto the altar where a lightning bolt slams into him and basically turns his flesh into kebab. A beast then announces the second criminal is a human, who intruded on their sacred land, which has been completely isolated from the outside world for thousands of years, and he calls it a declaration of war for breaking their covenant. This human criminal is none other than our pathetic protagonist, who cannot even break free from simple ropes and desperately begs them to spare him, saying he is not one of the humans here, and that his sister is waiting for him. One of the beasts, with a hand as huge as a dinosaur's, smashes him in the gut so hard it almost tears his body apart. He does not have enough strength left to say anything, and cannot believe the world is ending for him like this, when his sister is still waiting for him, and his dream of becoming a hero is still unfinished. The disgusting beasts shout for divine punishment and boo at him loudly. When the lightning bolt strikes the altar, he quickly pulls his legs upward and avoids the attack, leaving the beasts with their ugly mouths hanging open in shock, because this has never happened before. Tsuyoshi gets back on his feet and arrogantly claims that he refuses to die here, but in the very next moment the bolt hits him and turns him into a crunchy kebab. However, he still does not intend to die, and the divine selection system of his boundless ring activates, starting to repair his body and construct his ultimate physique. When his body begins to shine, the king finally takes notice. Another lightning bolt strikes Tsuyoshi, but he does not die, and meanwhile his body reconstruction continues with each strike as many skills are added to his body. He hears someone calling him, so he walks toward the voice with his half-cooked body and eventually reaches it. The beasts are left stunned because it is the hammer of the Divine King he has approached, and no one other than the Divine King himself has ever gotten this close to the hammer. He grabs the great sword with his bare hands and manages to pull it out without any effort, unleashing powerful lightning and proving he is not some pathetic protagonist anymore. He holds the hammer in his hands and decides to make use of its divine power, since the divine hammer literally called him itself. A screen shows up, telling him that he has acquired the divine hammer and reached level 3. However, the true power of the hammer is still locked, and its special effects are unknown. He went from zero to hero, typical isekai niche story. The demi-human girl, who is not any less thick than the girls you see these days, and was also sentenced to death, is shocked to see that a human has lifted the hammer. The beastmen cannot process this with their 2 GB RAM brains, because a mere human has lifted the divine hammer that even the Demon King could not lift, and they absolutely cannot allow this. It is said that whoever lifts the divine hammer shall become the leader of the beastmen, so they are convinced there must be some kind of mistake. Tsuyoshi can feel immense power rushing inside him and looks at the system screen that shows his status and level, when a jealous giant suddenly jumps down behind him, introduced as their great general Ruga, who will not allow a mere human to act so presumptuously. Ruga says he does not know what kind of trick Tsuyoshi used to escape divine punishment and lift the divine hammer, but he cannot allow this and demands that Tsuyoshi return the hammer quietly and accept his punishment. A screen appears in front of Tsuyoshi and tells him that his skill Divine Eye has been activated, and by using it he can check detailed information about any item just by focusing on it. Tsuyoshi learns that Ruga is a warrior whose level is 84, which is totally out of our guy's league. He keeps staring at him to read more information, but the monster misunderstands his gaze and thinks he is challenging him for the hammer. Ruga quickly pulls out his huge sword and points it at him. The majestic aura Tsuyoshi had a moment ago disappears instantly, and he panics and says it is just a misunderstanding because obviously he cannot defeat a level 84 monster. But the brainless monster does not believe his words and rushes forward to land a strong strike. The demi-human girl is shocked and thinks our pathetic guy will be cut in half with a single hit, because Rijuga is one of the 3 generals under the Beastmen. The attack kicks up a cloud of dust, and when it clears, they see our useless guy has somehow managed to block it with the hammer, even though his hands have gone completely numb. Ryuga also opens his eyes in shock, seeing that not only has Tsuyoshi blocked his attack, he has actually withstood it. Ryuga clicks his tongue and says he was just lucky that the hammer saved his life, but there will not be a second time. Tsuyoshi tries again to clear up the misunderstanding, but Ryuga rushes forward, grabs his tiny body, and plans to toss him into the sky and finish him off with the Earth Shaker. Just as he takes him into the air, a screen appears in front of Tsuyoshi and tells him that his absolute replication skill is activated. After activating this skill, he has to sense the opponent's heart with his hand and choose one skill to replicate from the available ones. However, he can copy only one skill at a time, and whenever he picks a new one, it replaces the previous one. So when Ryuga throws him into the air, Tsuyoshi plunges forward to touch his chest and sense his heart, but it ends up feeling like an arrow straight to it. Ryuga becomes a maiden in love, wearing a cute miniskirt, but only for 2 seconds. Tsuyoshi free falls through the air and different skill options appear behind him that he does not recognize. However, one skill named Heaven Shaker seems compatible with his hammer, so he chooses that. Ryuga moves in again to finish him with the Heaven Shaker, but is stunned when he sees Tsuyoshi activating the same skill. Tsuyoshi plunges downward with a heavy strike, not giving Ryuga any chance to react. As the smoke from the collision clears, we see Dumbo Ryuga stuck in a dramatic pose like he is ready for hellfire to fall on him. But nothing happens, to his shock, and the whole pose goes to waste. He looks at his hand and wonders why it did not hurt at all. A notification appears in front of Tsuyoshi, telling him that he is still level 3 without a profession, and unable to properly use a weapon, and for that reason no damage was inflicted on the opponent. Absolute cinema. Ryuga cannot accept such humiliation and tries his dumb luck again. However, this time the Beast King himself jumps onto the stage with an overwhelming aura. More importantly, he lowers his head in front of Tsuyoshi. He grabs Tsuyoshi by the shoulders and declares that he truly believes Tsuyoshi was chosen by the divine hammer. He says it must be a sign from the gods, since this has not happened in hundreds or even thousands of years. Then he addresses the beast folk, saying this human managed to pull the hammer out on his own, and if he is really the future of the beastmen, they should let him grow instead of clipping him here. The beasts fall into a confused state. According to the prophecy, Tsuyoshi is destined to become the leader of the beastmen, yet he is clearly just a human. Ryuga raises the same doubt, and the Beast King shoots him a furious glare. He asks if the prophecy ever said the leader had to be a beastman, and if Ryuga is really suggesting they ignore the one who embodies hope for their people. Hearing his boss, Ryuga instantly turns into a cute puppy and just mutters random gibberish. The Beast King then turns to our boy and asks his name. Tsuyoshi answers that he is Tsuyoshi Tsukijo. The king continues and says that if Tsuyoshi is willing to carry their future on his shoulders, he will let him go free. However, right now Tsuyoshi is way too weak. He must get stronger and come back here, and only then will they decide if he is worthy of being their leader. Out of nowhere, the king points his sharp claw at Tsuyoshi's forehead and activates a spell. He warns him that if he does not return within 1 year, he will personally hunt him down through this spell and take his life wherever he is. This way the beast folk will be satisfied as well. Everything happens so fast that Tsuyoshi barely has time to process what just went down. Then the demi-human girl calls out from the crowd and tells him to accept the deal. She says it is better to stay alive and not waste a miracle from the gods, and that he should grab his freedom and become stronger. He turns toward her and remembers she was next in line to be punished after him. He activates his divine eye on her and sees that she is nameless and already at level 72. He is shocked to realize she is actually a strong warrior, and still wonders how someone like her ended up as a criminal. He raises his hand and thanks her for giving that suggestion, because it really is a miracle in his eyes. Without hesitation, he decides he needs to survive first, and then figure out a way to return to his original world, so he accepts the deal with one condition: that the hot demi-human girl is allowed to go with him, since she might be useful. Later, under the bright moon, he remembers that everything started when he put on the ring. It does not come off no matter what he does, but he did get all these powers thanks to it. The demi-human girl appears behind him and calls him her master while telling him that the preparations are complete. He turns around confused why she is calling him master, and then sees her standing there like a proper maiden, saying she has decided to serve him. Even though he is supposed to be a hero, he is still pathetic like other men who cannot resist temptation after seeing a hottie, and in his head he makes a disgusting face. However, he holds himself back, blushes, and tells her that her words back then truly saved him, and that they will support each other from now on. She also answers while blushing that his words mean a lot to her, and that he has given her a second life. No one has ever stood by her or thanked her except him, so she shyly asks if he will let her call him master. And bro, it honestly looks like they are standing at the aisle promising to live a blessed married life. The innocent soul walks up to him and grabs his hand, saying his appearance is nothing but a miracle for her, and she wants to dedicate everything to him. Tsuyoshi turns his eyes away, but he is nosebleeding harder than Sanji, and agrees to let her call him master. She turns around to lead the way and warns him to watch his step, because it is getting darker out there. Soaking in these pleasant feelings, he forgets his purpose for a moment and quietly whispers, "What an amazing world." But then he snaps out of his delulus and remembers that Karina is waiting for him. A notification appears in front of him and tells him that the boundless passage has been activated. It reminds him that he was pulled into this world through the same passage, so he plans to go back by following the same route. Bro was just drooling over a girl but simply commands the system to open it, getting sucked into the portal the same way he came in and leaving Pookie behind. He returns to his own world and finds himself in the exact same position as when he left. He opens the system and gets hyped when he sees that all the skills he gained are still there, although the hammer is now placed inside an inventory slot. His system explains that personal stats are shared across both worlds, but items are not, and to use them in either world they have to be stored in the Divine Consciousness inventory beforehand. He figures this is not a big problem, since his levels are shared and he might have brought the hammer along, only because it was already in the inventory. He has basically hit a jackpot while being a dumb. Who knows when our turn will come to hit a jackpot and a thick hottie. His seniors pop up from above the ground and ask what all the commotion is about, saying he needs to get out before the gates close. Tsuyoshi asks why those old dudes are still here when he has been gone for 5 hours. The old man tells him he has been here the whole time, and only came down to pick him up for real. So Tsuyoshi climbs up, convinced that time was frozen while he was in that other world that feels straight out of a manga. Dude is a weeb, and he knows it. He wonders if time is frozen over there too, and who the original owner of the boundless ring was. Just as he reaches the surface, he suddenly remembers that it is the awakening test tomorrow, and he gets excited for it. We see our useless guy soaked in blood walking through heavy rain while carrying his little sister Karina in his arms. It feels like the whole world is ending, and everyone is running in panic because a monster, also known as darkness, is lurking around the town. Karina weakly mumbles that she cannot feel her legs at all. Tsuyoshi stumbles toward their home, but then he sees his entire world crumble in front of him. The monster storms into his lovely house where his parents are still inside. Guys, if anyone is having deja vu, you are not alone. He bursts into tears and tries to rush forward to look for his parents. Before he can move any further, a budget version of Hannes, Uncle Nakazato, jumps in and stops him, warning that if he keeps going, both he and Karina will be wiped out. While the Titanic monster is destroying his home, Nakazato yells at him to turn back and get Karina to the hospital for treatment. Back in the present, Tsuyoshi visits Karina, who is cute by her looks and still hospitalized. She asks if he is really going to take the activation test, since he just came back from work today. Her nurse interrupts and says Karina is thoughtful as always, but she also needs to rest properly, then calmly prepares an injection and walks over to give her the medicine. Tsuyoshi tries to calm Karina down and gently asks if her legs still hurt. She trembles a little and says that even though she cannot stand anymore, the pain is still there, but she has gotten used to it. He looks at her with soft, pained eyes and activates Divine Eye to check her condition. It shows that both her legs were crushed under a collapsed building, with 98% of her nerve cells necrotized and no realistic chance of recovery, leaving only a 1% chance that she might walk again without support. While he heads home, he keeps thinking about Karina, that she is just a girl with hopes and dreams like any other teenager who should be out making friends and living her best life. Instead, she is stuck struggling just to get through each day. She is the only family he has left, so he swears he will make sure she can stand on her own feet again, even if the chances are slim. That 1% chance is still enough to flip her whole life from rock bottom to something meaningful. If he can become a hero, he will be able to access information and eventually find a real solution for her. He does not just want to heal Karina, he wants to live with pride as the strongest hero out there. He goes to the awakening test site at a firm called Brave Test Group, where some dude with glasses is supervising everything like he owns the place. Before Tsuyoshi, another ugly-ass candidate steps up for the physical measurement test, and his results show he is level 3 with a combat power of 540. With a bright corporate smile, the supervisor congratulates him for becoming a new hero and hands over a hero emblem that is customized based on his stats. When it is our boy's turn, the supervisor's mood turns sour the second he sees him, and his whole attitude shifts from friendly to annoyed. He tells Tsuyoshi that when he is ready, he should step inside and place his hand on the measurement device. The supervisor is already convinced that nothing is going to be different from last time, and if Tsuyoshi failed once, he is probably going to get the same result again. After all, this device measures scientifically from all angles, so the supervisor fully trusts it. But Tsuyoshi just ignores his blabbering and walks toward the machine, thinking the last guy became a hero at level 3, and he now has the same level, so he should qualify too, and he only wonders what his combat power will be. He places his hand on the device and activates Ultimate Physique, and his veins look like they are about to burst like some hot guy pumping for a gym selfie. The device starts shaking from the sudden surge of power and shows that his combat power is 5,400. The staff panel starts beeping and flashing, announcing that the 30-year-old level 3 hero combat power record has been broken, and he is now ranked number 1 for level 3 combat power, while second place is only 930. Tsuyoshi gets insanely hyped when he realizes he did not just get a sturdy body but crazy power that is 10 times higher than the last guy. By the way, he gets curious about the power of the divine hammer. He summons the hammer and a notification appears, telling him that its true potential cannot be unleashed yet because his level and other conditions are still not enough. If it is forced open, it will drain an enormous amount of power, and the release duration will only be 1 second. He still gives it a shot and unleashes the true power of the hammer, which immediately starts drawing energy from his body, while electric power flows through it, and even lightning from the sky crashes into the building, making everything tremble. The device cannot measure the output because of the overload, burns out on the spot, and a blackout hits the whole building due to a short circuit. The supervisor rushes into the room ready for a blackout emergency, and sees a dried branch of a human standing there instead of the pumped hero candidate from a minute ago. Anyway, Tsuyoshi leaves the room after turning into dry seaweed and thinking he never expected his entire strength to get drained in just 1 second, so he decides to avoid using the hammer like that until he gains proper power. Even so, he is so happy about becoming a hero that his face twists up and he ends up looking like one of those ugly villains from any story. In the hero training grounds, a hero named Gia introduces himself as the one responsible for their training and tells them his instructions will be tough, so they better keep up. Tsuyoshi stands among the other heroes and checks his stats, seeing that Gia is a warrior at level 9 with a combat power of only 1200, so he instantly turns snobbish and wonders how busted his own combat power will be when he reaches level 9. Gia has an ugly face, and his personality is rotten too. He is clearly annoyed about being put in charge of rookie training and would rather be exploring a dungeon than doing this boring side job. He announces that they will be heading into a D-ranked dungeon tomorrow, and says that after getting some field experience, they will figure out which occupation suits them best, and there is even a chance for low-level drops. The students panic as soon as they hear they are going straight into a dungeon from the very start. With shaky voices, they suggest doing physical training first, or at least deciding their occupations before entering the dungeon. Their wicked teacher throws their suggestions away and tells them they do not have time for that, and that real heroes should be sharpening their skills through real combat. He clearly warns them that his training will be harsh, and that if they cannot keep up, they should just quit now. With no other choice, the students reluctantly agree to follow his absurd teaching. Tsuyoshi understands his mood and realizes the guy is just venting his frustration, because at the end of the day, a hero is still just a human. Tsuyoshi is even worse, and makes a creepy face, thinking he has a hottie waiting for him in the other world, and he is dying to go back there as soon as the passage cooldown is over. In his apartment, he is hyped to go back to the other world because there he can grow stronger, choose his occupation, and farm all the equipment he needs. Since the passage cooldown is over, he opens the portal and gets pulled back into that world. He opens his filthy eyes and sees the scenery is the same as before, and his clothes have reverted to what he was wearing the first time. He almost forgets that something big and bouncy is already waiting for him, which is of course the demi-human girl. She asks him if something is wrong and he quickly turns his gutter face away, trying not to lose to his own temptation, and says everything is fine. He changes the topic fast and asks her to lead the way so he can start leveling up. She explains that there is a level 3 nest nearby, and even though goblins are only level 3, they are very cunning, lecherous, and numerous, so he will need to stay sharp. Tsuyoshi's dirty mind thinks she is the one who needs to be careful if those goblins are lecherous, but she is way too innocent for this world. On top of that, he is excited to experience it, because everything about goblins sounds like fantasy to him, and he wants to see what kind of effect the divine selection system will have. They arrive near the Goblin Valley, and the girl warns him to be careful not to wake up the goblin sentries. He checks her stats and sees that she has a combat power of 6,030,000, which matches her level of 72. He comments that with a level like hers, she could wipe out those goblins easily. She asks in surprise how he knows her level, and he just says he is her master for a reason. Anyway, he shifts the topic and asks if she can show him how high-level heroes fight in real combat. She explains that if she fights beside him, he will not get any experience points because the level gap is too big. Tsuyoshi is damn disappointed since he really wanted to see her in action. She gets flustered by his words, because at the end of the day she is still a girl who cannot stand seeing him pull a long face. She pulls herself together, rushes forward with her sword in hand, and instantly slices through the goblins in her path like some god-tier Urza Scarlet. Tsuyoshi gets excited watching a powerful hero in action, like he is seeing a real-life Power Ranger right in front of him, and he cannot help but praise her. She tells him she gives her best even against low-level monsters, and hopes this one shot is helpful for him. He asks if she can teach him the skill she just used, but she explains that the skill called Instant Slash is meant for high-level heroes, and reminds him he still has not chosen an occupation. With a goofy face decorated by big ears and a big nose, he confidently says he will become a warrior if she stays by his side, because then it will be easy to replicate her skills without worrying about occupational compatibility. He does note that he needs a replacement weapon, since he still cannot use the divine hammer. A screen appears in front of him and tells him that his occupation has been switched to warrior. With a red face, the innocent girl grabs his hand again, and says she will be useful to him and do her best to help him level up, since he chose this occupation because of her. First, they need to find proper weapons for a warrior. Who knows if she deliberately excites him or she is actually innocent. While she is busy making plans for his future, he is busy staring at some fluffy heavens instead of listening. Suddenly they hear more goblins approaching to change shifts, and the goblins start shouting the moment they see intruders. Tsuyoshi decides to handle them himself and borrows a dagger from his partner. She warns him that it is dangerous to fight enemies of the same level, but he ignores her and thinks about testing his skill, Heaven Shaker, on those guinea pig goblins. He takes a deep breath, rushes forward, and lands a strong strike. His partner is shocked to see him defeat goblins of the same level, since even a party of 6 would normally struggle against them. He feels confident and believes he can wipe out the remaining goblins and reach level 4 by night, all thanks to the divine selection system. He picks up a worn-out wooden stick dropped by a defeated goblin, and the system instantly recognizes it as his weapon. The girl tells him they should hurry and gather better equipment, because his current gear basically gives him 0 defense. He agrees that he is still way too fragile, and realizes he needs not only a proper weapon but some actual armor as well. He also did some research on the divine inventory, and learned that it is a space that exists only in one's consciousness, and can be used in both worlds. He opens the system to check his status, and sees that he has 2 inventory slots, and one of them is already occupied by the hammer, which means he only has 1 slot left. The system also tells him that as they train and grow stronger, their level increases and their inventory will gradually expand as well. He starts wondering how he is supposed to grow more slots when he cannot even get rid of the hammer in the first place. In both worlds, a full equipment set is divided into 5 parts. He turns around and stares at his girl while thinking about those 5 important parts. But of course his mind goes straight into the gutter. He thinks beast-eared girls are absolutely irresistible and wonders what kind of other races exist in this world. The poor girl asks if there is something on her face, and he quickly makes an excuse that he was just checking if she was still following him. While he is still lost in his dirty Delula's, she notices more goblins coming up and almost smacking into him. Dudes, they should have at least cracked his dirty head once. Anyway, she rushes forward and protects her master, telling him that the goblins get stronger the deeper they go. Tsuyoshi just decides that means more experience points for him, so he charges ahead and asks her not to interfere so he can farm the experience alone. He swings his worn-out stick and defeats the goblin without any effort, but his fragile stick cannot handle it anymore and breaks on the spot. Even so, he gains experience points in a nice steady flow. His girl keeps admiring him in her thoughts, thinking his potential has incredible explosive power and that the strength he showed with just a stick to defeat 3 enemies in an instant is honestly unbelievable. While they keep going deeper, Tsuyoshi keeps wiping out high-level goblins like they are pieces of cake, and his girl keeps cheering him on. However, every trash stick he uses breaks again and again. He did not expect the experience bonuses to be this crazy in this world, and he is getting stronger way faster than he imagined. When he worked as a cleaner, the heroes always complained that experience from level 3 and 4 kobolds barely added up to 10, and if they did not repeatedly dive into dungeons, leveling up would stay a distant dream. In his world, the Hero Alliance forces them to form a party before entering dungeons, and then splits the experience evenly, but compared to that, he is living the dream here. He can hog all the experience for himself, and the monsters in this world give a solid amount of points. With this pace, he feels like he will sprint straight to the boss, but when the boss actually appears, he hides behind a wall and does not stop sweating pathetically. The boss oozes an ominous aura and does not even look like a normal goblin anymore except for its color. The girl tells him they are unlucky this time because the goblin boss is possessed by darkness. So Chrissy is stunned to hear that darkness exists in this world too, and starts wondering if the darkness lurking in the caves of his world is the same entity, especially since this goblin boss looks a lot like the darkness that destroyed his home and took out his parents. His girl explains that the boss is usually level 6, but since it is possessed by darkness, its strength has shot up insanely. Not only do beings like that have enormous power, their very existence is wrapped in mystery, so she suggests she should take it down by herself. Tsuyoshi, however, is completely blinded by rage and rushes forward, determined to defeat it with his own hands, whether now or in the future. He does not know what kind of connection darkness has between these two worlds, but he swears he will crush every darkness that ruined Karina's life. Consumed by anger, he tries to strike with Heaven Shaker, but the boss smacks him away with its sturdy arms and sends him flying. Then the boss stretches out its ugly, slimy tongue to launch another attack at him, but the girl steps in with her sword and blocks it. Tsuyoshi forces himself back onto his feet and activates ultimate physique like he is turning on Conqueror's Haki with his eyes. His body swells into a bloody, giant muscular frame like Whitebeard, and he gathers all his strength into one arm and charges in. He slams down a powerful and clean strike that wipes out all the boss's strength and defeats it in an instant. With that last kill, his level rises to 4, and he quietly vows that he will wipe out every trace of darkness. A notification pops up saying his right hand has been severely injured, and if it is not treated immediately, he will face necrosis. He cannot even balance his body and just collapses, but luckily there is already a soft pillow waiting for him that saves him from smashing into the ground. She places his head on her thick thighs and pulls out some medicine from her backpack. The medicine takes about an hour to kick in, but once it does, his arm recovers completely, and he feels refreshed and full of energy again. After all, he got the medicine of thick thighs. He thinks the recovery speed is slow, but the effect is insane, so this world's pharmacology probably has some ancient cracked history behind it. He looks over his ugly body and feels much stronger than before. But anyway, his girl reminds him to go collect the rewards for clearing the dungeon, which he almost forgot about. A notification appears in front of him and tells him that the rewards have been added, and that he has set a new record for clearing the dungeon in the shortest time. Because of that, his classification has been upgraded from partial reward to set reward. They stand in front of the treasure chests, and his girl gets hyped when she sees they have both a normal treasure chest and a dark treasure chest. Darkness type equipment is rare, and usually only shows up at auctions. Tsuyoshi straight up smooches the dark treasure chest, since it is the result of all his hard work, then opens it and finds that he has received a dark goblin set. He quickly shuts the lid in confusion and looks at the system screen, which is asking if he wants to save the set in his inventory. He wonders if the whole outfit counts as a single set, then chooses yes to store it in the inventory. Thankfully, it only takes up one slot and he can pull it out whenever he wants. He lets out a creepy smile, and his girl immediately notices and asks what that look is about. He just says he was checking the set reward, and then asks if she can sew anything, and she tells him she has been sewing her own clothes since she was a little girl, and always carries a sewing kit with her. The couple sits under the bright moon in a calm breeze, clearly enjoying a moment that could get saucy any time. The girl sews him a black shirt and he quickly puts it on in excitement. Now that he has leveled up and got some gear, he decides to head back to his own world. He moves around the town to find a good place for her to stay and waits for her to fall asleep so he can sneak out. Surprisingly, he does not use this chance to throw himself on her. Anyway, he finally returns to his world and lies on his comfy bed to rest his exhausted body, even though he already rested earlier on those thick thighs. The next day, he puts on the goblin set from his inventory, which looks damn cool and has amazing features. It has a skill called Roaring Tentacles, and when it is activated, one scream makes low-level enemies within earshot stiffen on the spot, while his hand turns into a giant tentacle that deals lethal damage. He starts worrying that he will get into trouble if he goes out in that equipment and other heroes see him in this outfit, because he has heard of a lot of heroes murdering each other to steal gear. If he walks around in this set, he will stand out and probably become their next victim. Another notification appears and tells him the equipment has an effect that lets him conceal it and make it look like regular clothes. That is cherry on top, so he quickly accepts the condition and his gear is completely hidden. He gets up to go buy some bread before the meeting starts, but then his phone begins to ring. It turns out to be a call from the chief nurse at the hospital where Karina is being treated, and she quickly tells him that some dangerous-looking guys have intruded into the hospital and want to take Karina away, saying she owes them money. Tsuyoshi opens his eyes in shock, He had no choice but to take a loan to admit her into the hospital, and he has been paying them as agreed, so he cannot understand why they are suddenly going after her now. The nurse adds that they took Karina's phone as well and tells him to just hurry and come. Tsuyoshi crushes his mobile in his hand as his eyes bulge with anger, then storms out. Meanwhile, some ugly and unethical men crowd around a little girl, forcing themselves into her space while she begs them to wait for her brother and asks what they want from her. A horrible man pulls out some papers and claims he has every reason to take her away. He says her brother borrowed money from him and did not pay it back on the agreed date, so he is only taking her as per contract. In his head, he thinks the only reason he loaned Tsuyoshi money was because his young boss liked this girl, and a pretty young girl like her would fetch a lot of money on the market. On top of that, the fact that she cannot walk is cherry on top for certain rich freaks, since it fits their tastes. He slipped in tricks when he drafted the deal that idiot Tsuyoshi never noticed, so now he wants to squeeze full advantage out of the girl. Karina talks back and says her brother would never agree to something like this, and that he clearly cheated him. The disgusting man argues that her brother's weekly payments barely cover the interest, so when is he supposed to pay the principal amount? He threatens that if she goes with them quietly they will go easy on her, but if she resists, he will do something every girl fears. Right then, our hero Tsuyoshi smashes through the wall instead of calmly walking into the room and stands there ready to beat that man into the floor. This ugly man is in a chill mood, and asks why Tsuyoshi is angry when they agreed to this, and he also does not like his crippled sister anyway. Tsuyoshi cannot stand him for another second. He strengthens his legs and speeds up to throw a powerful punch right into that flat, ugly face, breaking his teeth and sending him spinning away like a fidget spinner. Then a baldy bodyguard charges forward to teach him a lesson. Instead, he ends up learning not to mess with Tsuyoshi, when Tsuyoshi counters with his arm and twists the guy's whole arm until it fractures. The ugly leader flips into rage and shouts that no one has ever defied him and his crew, the Blue Snake. He pulls out a gun and fires, but Tsuyoshi calmly dodges and catches the gun with his bare hand, shocking everyone watching. Tsuyoshi proudly announces that he is a hero now and walks toward them, while they all shrink back like tiny kittens threatened by a bulldog. Outside, the chief nurse calls some guards and tells them that loan sharks are threatening a patient and her brother. When the guards rush in, they find those sharks already beaten half to death. The ugly leader suddenly switches tone and politely says Tsuyoshi should pay them back in one lump sum as soon as possible, and if he delays, the young boss of Blue Snake, who is also a hero, might take action. After that, he makes an excuse and leaves with his weakling guards. On the way out, he plans to tell his young boss that the brother became a hero too, and their plan to snatch Karina will not go smoothly. Even so, he is confident they can still crush Tsuyoshi later, since Tsuyoshi looks like a rookie, and the boss is a level 100 hero with real battle experience. Tsuyoshi apologizes to Karina for not visiting her as much as he wants, and admits that if they do not pay soon, the Blue Snakes will definitely come back. He tells her he is a hero now, so he will figure something out. Karina looks completely stunned and asks if he is really a hero. Tsuyoshi nods and explains that he is just an intern for now, and will be officially recognized once he goes to the cave today. He borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snake gang for Karina's treatment, but even as a hero, it would take a long time to pay that back. So the only solution he comes up with is to sell all of his hero equipment. The cooldown of the Boundless Passage will end tonight, and by then he will already be a hero. All the heroes gather at the dungeon, and Gaia leads them, telling everyone that their skills will be tested today to see if they can become official heroes. He explains there are many rules, and one of them is that they have to hand over all hero equipment they find in the dungeon to him. Tsuyoshi has heard rumors about scams like this, and it seems the hero union is turning a blind eye, but he does not care right now because he thinks he will not gain much in this low-level cave anyway. Gaia reassures them that they will have no problem passing the exam as long as they follow him and obey his instructions. In exchange, he says they will pay him 20,000 yen afterward as a token of gratitude for turning them into real heroes. All the students agree with disappointed faces, but our guy raises his hand and asks why they have to pay extra money when Gaia is already taking all the hero equipment, which means they will barely have any money left for themselves. A nerdy guy quickly warns him not to go against Gaia since Gaia belongs to a guild called Crazy Wolf. Tsuyoshi connects the dots and realizes Gaia has guild backing, which is why he is asking for money so shamelessly, but Tsuyoshi refuses to pay just to help the strong stomp on the weak. Gaia gets annoyed and says those are the rules, and if Tsuyoshi is too poor to pay, he can just sign up for the solo test. The students whisper that he is an idiot for angering Gaia over a bit of yen and say they have never heard of any intern passing the solo test. However, Tsuyoshi is not just some random intern, he is the protagonist of this story, and they are the side characters. He loudly accepts and says he will take the solo test, so he ends up standing in front of the same supervisor guy who handled his first test, and the man cannot believe Tsuyoshi is signing up for this one. He tells him no one has ever passed this test before, and that it is basically a suicide mission for a trainee, even if this Class C cave is officially a Hero Union exam site. But our hero is not scared at all. He just bows his head, thanks the supervisor for the warning, and for letting him try, then gets ready to go. The supervisor nervously checks his data and sees that the recommended number of party members is 5 or more, yet Tsuyoshi is going in solo. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi calmly walks toward the portal. He stands at the entrance of the cave and realizes this is what a real cave looks like before heroes wipe out the darkness inside. Suddenly, a goblin pops up behind him and tries to smack him with a trash stick. Nothing happens to Tsuyoshi, but the goblin's stick shatters into pieces while he stands there completely unfazed. He just turns around, gathers power into one arm, and slams the goblin with a punch that takes it out instantly. He casually remarks that the goblin is strong, but compared to his fighting power, it is nothing but dust. He already knew that the experience gained in this world is not even half of what monsters in the other world give, which is why heroes here level up painfully slow. He senses more enemies hiding nearby and calls them out, so they all rush him at once. He pulls out his goblin gear and activates roaring tentacles, freezing them in place with a scream, then crushes them using his tentacle arm. Outside, his instructor waits and notices that almost half an hour has passed. He thinks that if Tsuyoshi has lasted this long alone, then he has already done more than enough. No sane person would even apply for the solo test, and the union was already thinking about scrapping it. The instructor assumes they will be writing the new guy's obituary next, but to his shock, the system suddenly reports that Tsuyoshi has successfully passed the test. Tsuyoshi walks safely out of the cave, and like it was just another workout, asks if there is a place nearby where he can wash up. On the other side, the other students and their beloved scammer Gaia manage to clear the dungeon. Gaia is, as always, arrogant and greedy, bragging that if it were not for him, they would have been dead a long time ago, and that they became heroes without even doing much in the fights. For that, he says, 20,000 is dirt cheap. Some guys are clearly distressed about paying that amount, and start complaining. Gaia reminds them that with their level they should really be charged 40,000, and he is already giving them a discount out of the goodness of his rotten heart. He then gets a call from the Hero Exam Center, and hears that the guy he mocked earlier has actually passed the solo test. The look on his face is so priceless it should be printed and slapped on a scarecrow to frighten crows and thieves at the same time. He rushes over to the other side and demands to know how Tsuyoshi managed to pass. He asks if Tsuyoshi used some high-grade equipment because according to his check, Tsuyoshi is only level 4 at best, and no one has ever cleared this test before. Tsuyoshi calmly washes his ugly face at the faucet, not even bothering to look at him, and says that just because no one has done something before does not mean it is impossible. He adds a little jab, saying maybe desperate people find a way when they are almost charged 20,000 for nothing. That taunt hits Gaia right in the ego and pisses him off. He grabs Tsuyoshi by the collar and tells him to answer properly before he regrets it, since he is a member of Lazy Wolf. Our guy does not stop roasting and says that from the way Gaia is still stuck at level 9 with a combat power of 1200, that guild does not look very impressive. Gaia cannot take any more of that attitude and swings at him with a charged fist, but Tsuyoshi casually blocks it by grabbing his hand and asks if he really plans to beat him to death with level 9 punches. Gaia jerks his arm back in shock, unable to believe Tsuyoshi is only a level 4 hero. Even then, he is annoyingly persistent. He whips out a hidden dagger in anger and tries to stab him in an instant, demanding to know what he is hiding, but the blade snaps the moment it hits Tsuyoshi. Gaia's suspicion shoots through the roof, since the broken knife makes it obvious that Tsuyoshi is wearing some kind of high-grade gear. Tsuyoshi knows he messed up, because he just exposed his gear by accident, and it will be annoying if people in this world start sniffing around his secret. With a spooky face, Gaia asks what he is hiding, and whether he found that gear in the cave or stole it from someone. Tsuyoshi quickly drops the tough guy act and switches to innocent mode, saying he was scared, and that if the shabby dagger had been sharper, things could have gotten dangerous. Right then, his instructor shows up and drags him off for identity verification, which is the final step for graduating from hero engineering. He is saved this time by plot armor, even though his combat power is way higher than a normal level 4 thanks to the system. Fighting strong enemies is still a huge headache. Gaia watches him leave with an expression so creepy he looks scarier than Brook from One Piece. Back in his apartment, Tsuyoshi actually misses his beast ear girl, and not just for his dirty thoughts. He knows he has drawn Gaia's attention, and he cannot level up efficiently without his hottie, so he decides it is better to avoid attracting any more attention. But the dude is already too late. Some members of the Lazy Wolf Guild, including Gaia, are already outside his place, planning to immobilize him with magic after breaking down the door, knock him out and drag him away. Gaia shows up again with his knife, already dreaming about splitting whatever treasure Tsuyoshi is hiding. His greed really has no ceiling. One of his allies holding a staff tells him to shut up and uses flame magic to melt through the chains. However, they still have no idea they are messing with a prodigy. Tsuyoshi smashes his own door apart from the inside. He steps out furious, holding the divine hammer, and throws it at the robed guy while activating Heavenbreaker. He quickly checks the guy's status, and sees he is level 10 with a combat power of 3500. Fighting someone with that kind of level gap is a bad matchup for him. His own combat power is 6400, which is much higher, but he is still only level 4, while his opponents can make up for low combat power with their combined levels. He compares it to an RPG where a low-level warrior tries to fight a high-level boss and gets deleted in one hit. He wonders if he should just run and rely on his skills and equipment, but if that plan fails, it will be an instant loss. The guy in the robe does not turn out to be a handsome villain but a baldy. He gets pissed and fires a magic blast at our boy, and this time it actually hurts because his gear only defends well against physical attacks and not magic. Tsuyoshi realizes he is in a pinch and sprints backward to escape, since if he fights them head-on right now he will just end up losing. He smashes through the window and focuses his body enhancement on his legs so he can at least withstand the impact when he lands. However, his opponents are one step ahead. Another guy who is level 12 jumps up and drives a knee straight into his gut, then follows with a heavy punch that sends him crashing downward. Thankfully, Tsuyoshi reinforces his whole body again before he hits the ground. He still takes the knee strike full on since he removed his abdominal protection, but thanks to the goblin gear he manages to reduce the damage. The new guy walks up to him in shock, surprised that Tsuyoshi is still alive after that combo. The robe guy also comes down and asks what technique he used earlier to attack him, since a rookie should not be able to pull off a move like that. Tsubai can tell from their eyes that they are ready to kill him, so he braces himself and reveals his goblin set, ready to roar and trigger his tentacle skill. His luck is cursed today. The skill suddenly fails, and a notification appears, telling him that it only works on opponents whose level is lower than his. Seeing this weird skill, all three of them rush him at once, convinced that if he has this kind of ability at his level, he must be carrying something valuable. Their plan is simple: kill him and split the loot. Right at that moment, Tsuyoshi gets a notification that the cooldown of the Boundless Passage is finally over. Hope comes back instantly, and he opens the passage in a hurry, telling them he will return after becoming stronger, and that the real fight will start then. He jumps to the other world and reality hits him hard. He realizes he got carried away just because he had new equipment, when he actually needs more skills to back up that gear. He turns around to ask his girl about skills, but the maiden is sleeping peacefully, and he nearly dies from a nosebleed on the spot. The scent of cherry blossoms fills the room and her perfect body is basically calling him over. But he forces himself to calm down and remembers he just came back from hell. He needs to focus on planning how to get new skills and level up. The next morning, the maiden wakes up in a fresh mood and says she slept well for the first time in a long while. Meanwhile, our pathetic guy sits in a chair like a zombie, since he did not sleep a single wink because his brain would not shut up. He asks her if she can sew him another shirt so they can head out and do some real work. Later, the hottie explains that he needs a skill scroll if he wants to learn new skills, and that the best way is to study at the combat academy. They end up standing in front of the academy, where the security guard recognizes him as the human the Beast King took interest in, and explains the enrollment conditions that he must reach level 6 first, and then pass an exam. He is still only level 4, so it is way too early for him to enroll. Tsuyoshi gets annoyed at this rule while rocking a shirt with a small heart mark that basically screams his girl cares about him. It honestly feels like they are in that stage where people want to yell "just get married already." Anyways, she apologizes for not knowing the rule earlier since she has been training out in the caves for so long that she did not expect these conditions to exist. He does not blame her at all, and says he has to level up anyway. In that case, she suggests he can train in a nearby low-level cave, and as they turn around to leave, the Beast Guard starts running his mouth that the Beastmen do not acknowledge him, and that if not for the Beast King, Tsuyoshi would have been chopped up. He says that even if Tsuyoshi reaches level 6, he will not pass the exam, and adds that Tsuyoshi makes a perfect match with the mutt he brought along. The hottie starts blaming herself, thinking she forgot her place and dragged him all the way here, and she plans to explain everything to him and then quietly say goodbye, but she has already carved out a spot in his heart. He snaps in anger, rushes over, grabs the guard by the collar and demands that he apologize to her. The guard refuses and doubles down, saying she is a hybrid between human and beast, a disgrace to beastmen, and that she does not even have a proper name. A notification pops up on Tsuyoshi's screen and tells him that half-beasts are despised everywhere, no matter how high their rank or level is. Tsuyoshi finally understands why her name never appeared on the status screen when he used Divine Eye on her. Several other beastmen climb onto the rooftop of the library with bows already in their hands. The guard gives Tsuyoshi a hard reality check and says he should not get cocky just because the Beast King likes him, and if he disrespects beastmen he will be punished like anyone else. Even so, the guard says he will let Tsuyoshi make him apologize to the mutt, only if Tsuyoshi passes the exam, although he is confident Tsuyoshi will never pull it off. The girl also begs him not to get involved any further because of her, but he ignores that and gives her a name, Sakura, then tells the Beast Guard to remember his promise. After that, he leaves together with Sakura. She still has not really done anything special yet, so her name kind of feels like it belongs to someone way more famous, right chat? They head near a waterfall where fox beastmen live, and Tsuyoshi plans to fight them to level up. Sakura is still in her Daedalus, and asks why he chose the name Sakura for her. He asks if she does not like it and says he honestly just came up with it on a whim. She obviously loves the name but still wants to know why he thought of it for her. This ugly boy openly admits he has been smelling her body and blushing, says she always has a faint scent of cherry blossoms, so he felt the name fit her perfectly. The way they both blush makes it look like they are about to confess any second. Hearing that, she hugs him from behind and thanks him for giving her that name. He just answers with a simple welcome, acting all casual while his heart is clearly going crazy. When they enter the cave, Tsuyoshi flexes his new dagger that Sakura bought for him and notes that it is not top tier, but it is still way better than that trash goblin club. Right then, the fox beastmen show up, and the system tells him that fox beastmen are smarter than normal beastmen, and that adventurers always regret it when they underestimate them. He asks Sakura to stay back and coach him like usual. The system hits him with a party mode restriction, that if the level gap between the highest and lowest in the party is more than 5, they will not get any items or experience from battles. Tsuyoshi charges forward to test his new dagger, while Sakura warns him that foxes are nimble and he needs to chill with the wide swings. He swings his dagger and the fox dodges with full speed, then comes right back at him with its weapon. Tsuyoshi focuses strength into several points of his body, including his arm, and shatters the fox's weapon into pieces. Seeing that power, all the foxes get wary of him. Sakura observes that his combat power is exactly what you would expect from someone chosen by the Iron Hammer, and that low-level monsters are no match for him. He keeps swinging his dagger and wipes all of them out, saying he has learned that speed matters more than raw power. He thinks to himself that those 3 opponents in his world have a maximum combat power of 3900, but their highest level is 12, and with that huge level gap he is basically nothing. He is at a disadvantage, and with their skills added in he will absolutely lose, so he needs to close that gap and learn at least 4 skills. He decides he will push his level straight to 6 and then make that arrogant beastman bow his head. They end up finding the boss of the fox beastmen, a rowdy and horrible beast stomping around the cave with a huge sword on his shoulder. Our duo hides behind a wall, and Tsuyoshi low-key drools over the sword, thinking the length and power look perfect for him if it drops. Sakura tells him that most items do drop, but the drop rate depends on how rare they are, so the best way is to keep fighting until he gets what he wants. She explains that drop rate is the chance of getting an item after defeating an enemy, and that the higher the quality, the lower the drop rate. Tsuyoshi compares it to a game in his head, since that makes everything easier to understand for him. He uses Divine Eye on the boss, and sees it is level 7 with combat power of 1500, and the drop rate for the Black Cold Light Sword is only 6%. He feels disappointed when he realizes it will be hard to get that sword through normal drops even though it looks made for him. Just then a new screen appears and explains the exchange system, where he can trade for items once certain conditions are fulfilled, and the options will upgrade as his level and abilities rise. He realizes there is still a lot about this system he does not know, and checks what is available right now. The only thing he can exchange for is a high probability drop scroll that increases drop rate by 30% if the conditions are met. The condition is defeating a total of 30 monsters, and he already has 3 scrolls and more than 100 defeats, so he qualifies easily. He thinks that if he uses all 3 at once, the drop rate will jump to 96%, and the boss should basically be forced to drop the sword. So he exchanges for 3 high probability drop scrolls, after meeting the requirements, and gets ready to fight the boss. He asks Sakura to coach him as usual, and steps out to confront the fox. As soon as the boss spots him, it rushes forward and swings its cool sword that clearly has a chilling effect on it. Sakura tells him the fox boss is not only nimble, but also fairly strong, and that the weapon is imbued with ice attributes which will slow him down and drain his stamina if it hits. She says he needs to go for its weak points, and finish the battle quickly if he does not want to get worn down. She also reminds him that fox-type enemies are weak to fire, and that coating his weapon with flame oil will work great against it, since he is basically his wife's slave at this point. He does exactly what she says, and charges in with a burning sword while wondering which will win, his fire or the fox's ice. Sakura calls out that the fox beastman's weak spots are its armpits and its neck and tells him to focus on those. The fox is huge like a 9-tailed monster, but it is slow and kind of brainless for a boss. As the fox swings its sword in slow motion, Tsuyoshi slips in close and manages to stab it right in the armpit. Fox starts to writhe in pain. A notification pops up and says that when an enemy's weak point is hit, their status changes to cowardice, which lets him deal double damage while their aggression and morale drop hard, making them way easier to bully. He gets hyped and rushes in to press the advantage while Sakura tells him that enemies in this state have even more fragile weak points, and he needs to dodge properly while looking for openings. As he gets closer, the fox flails around in pain, and he barely pulls back in time thanks to her warning. After a short while, the fox finally stops moving, so he strengthens his arms and aims for its neck, which deals triple damage and changes its status to debilitation for a few seconds. Sakura cheers for him but still warns him not to drop his guard yet. She thinks to herself that it is technically a low-level fight, but that fighting alongside her master makes it strangely exciting. Tsuyoshi finishes it by smashing the empty head of the fox with Heaven Shaker and finally takes the boss down. He then pulls out his high-probability scrolls and uses them to push the drop rate all the way up to 96%. By actually using his brain for once, he manages to grab a fat chunk of experience points and the Black Cold Light Sword. Sakura gets excited when she sees the loot and says nobody manages to pull that sword on their first try. He thinks that even with ultimate physique he can still get hurt badly if he gets careless, but if he finds a weapon that truly suits him, he will be able to unleash much stronger attacks. This sword looks insanely powerful to him, His confidence shoots through the roof again, and he starts thinking things will get real interesting if he challenges those guys from Crazy Wolf with this weapon. He has not even reached level 5 yet and is already dreaming about hitting level 6 soon for Sakura's sake, and for his own. Tsuyoshi asks Sakura if there is any other place where he can grind levels, since he needs to power up as soon as possible. She tells him to use a reset scroll, which shortens the respawn time for monsters in caves or dungeons, although its effect gets weaker in higher level or special areas. She mentions that the Fox Beastman cave is a low-level area, so monsters respawn quickly here anyway. Even so, she suggests he takes a break first, and says she will give him some healing potions in the meantime. After some rest, they use the reset scroll to respawn the enemies, and Tsuyoshi walks back into the cave with his usual main character energy. He jumps into a fight with the foxes, and notices how this sword really slows them down with its cold effect, which impresses him a lot. Sakura encourages him and says weapons all have different special effects and strengths, and she is sure he will find even better weapons in the future. He thinks about how he now has the divine hammer and this ice sword in his inventory, and that if he could use ultimate physique without a 1-second limit, he would basically be untouchable. After he wipes out the smaller foxes, the cave boss appears again and literally trembles when it sees this busted human coming back. He defeats the boss and still does not stop there, since his grind mentality is fully on. He keeps using the reset scroll until the 6th time, and finally manages to reach level 6. From morning till night, he has restored his stamina 6 times, and by now has probably collected a full set of Fox Beastman gear. At the entrance of the academy, the guard and another Beastman gossip about Tsuyoshi, saying a puny human does not know his place, and plans to train in the Beastman's Holy Land. They say there is no way he even reaches level 6, let alone actually taking the exam in the academy. Right then, Tsuyoshi pulls up in his damn cool gear like it is a fashion show. He proudly announces that he has already hit level 6, and tells them to wake the examiner up right now, instead of waiting for tomorrow, and they need to get ready to apologize to Sakura for running their mouths. The exam supervisor gets dragged out right when he was about to go to sleep, and he warns Tsuyoshi that if this is a waste of his time, there will be consequences. Tsuyoshi stays calm and says he meets the requirement for the trial, and also wants to choose a skill from the skill vault. Every combat facility has a skill vault where skill scrolls are stored, and those who pass the trial can pick one skill from there. The supervisor is convinced Tsuyoshi will fail, but the guard quietly tells him that Tsuyoshi reached level 6 in just one day, which makes the supervisor's eyes almost pop out. The supervisor finds it interesting and says the idea of a mere human passing their trial is hilarious. The priest commander of the academy steps in and says that if Tsuyoshi really reached level 6, then the trial will begin, since beastmen are a race of strength and raw strength is the main criteria for passing. If Tsuyoshi wins, he will earn the right to use the academy's skill vault. The trial sounds simple enough on paper since there is a stone slab on the platform and he just has to crack it with a single punch. Tsuyoshi is surprised that this is all he has to do for such an important exam. The guard, on the other hand, is shocked because he realizes the commander plans to test a human using the outer stone, which even a level 10 warrior struggles to crack. Normally they use a regular stone for the trial, but the commander clearly wants to crush this human's confidence on the spot. The outer stone is a stone that fell from the sky, and the beastmen use it to measure strength, and at first it was seen as a bad omen, but people now say distant spirits use it to forge weapons. For the demonstration, the supervisor swings a punch with his gorilla-like arm, and only manages to crack the slab at a tiny point, which is apparently the best result even stronger warriors usually get. He still acts confident, and claims this is the kind of power they possess. Tsuyoshi steps forward to give it a try and thinks he can go beyond what is expected at his level, thanks to ultimate physique, but just in case he will fine-tune the enhancement and maximize the impact of his fist. He gathers strength into his right hand using 50% of ultimate physique and slams a punch into the slab that completely destroys it into pieces. All those gorillas who were clowning him a minute ago can only stare at him in shock. Tsuyoshi is also stunned, since he realizes he went way harder than he planned. He asks if that counts as a pass, but the commander starts sweating and shaking and says no, because he did not see Tsuyoshi hit the slab, and claims the crack must have come from his own earlier demonstration, so Tsuyoshi must have borrowed his power. Tsuyoshi asks what kind of trial he plans to pull next. The commander decides to make him start over with an iron bar bending test, which is another strength measuring trial, where participants must bend an extremely tough iron bar with brute force. He thinks to himself that the bar is made from real steel, and that even warriors need explosive strength to bend it. Two idiots step up to demonstrate, straining their muscle-loaded arms as they bend the bar in front of him. Tsuyoshi takes the iron bar without even breaking a sweat, and casually twists it, instead of just bending it. The commander fails him again and claims that bar was not meant for testing. He then switches to arm wrestling, calling it their main way of measuring strength, and says if Tsuyoshi can last 10 seconds against their strongest warrior, he will pass. To completely ruin his expectations, Tsuyoshi flips their strongest warrior over with one arm, which sends a mental lightning bolt straight through the commander. With rage in his eyes, Tsuyoshi says he has already cleared 3 trials, so he passes this time, right? The terrified warriors cave in and admit he has passed the trial. Toyoshi then brings Sakura forward and tells the guard to apologize to her, so the guard actually bends down and apologizes, since warriors do not go back on their word. Sakura is beyond shocked, since she always thought this kind of harsh treatment was just normal for her. Toyoshi tells her she does not need to be reserved, and that it is only right he apologizes, so she should accept it with pride. She lifts her head and confidently accepts his apology like a queen. While they walk toward the academy, the commander tells Tsuyoshi that he can take one scroll each time he enters. Once inside, he will have 3 minutes to find a skill scroll he likes, and if he breaks the seal on that scroll, it will become his skill. If he runs out of time, he will be kicked out according to their rules, and not allowed to enter again for a while. Tsuyoshi wonders why the process needs so many rules and restrictions. The commander explains that the Combat Academy is an important place that represents the whole region, and high-level sorcerers and mages are invited to protect the vault. The seal on each scroll is magical and cannot be broken unless the magic itself is released. There is also a rule barrier that can only be unlocked by a powerful sorcerer or mage, and it enforces the conditions based on those rules, allowing or denying entry to living beings. It feels more complicated than Tsuyoshi expected, and Sakura comments that she has heard the rules are even stricter in higher-level combat academies. A massive gate opens in front of them and the commander reminds him of the rules one more time before he steps in. After looking around the shelves loaded with skills, Tsuyoshi finally understands why they need magic to protect this place. With so many scrolls lined up like diamond jewelry, even he feels tempted to rob the place blind. It is Sakura's first time inside the skill vault, and she cannot see any skills because of the seals. She honestly feels like she could just smash the seals open with brute force. Tsuyoshi thinks about using absolute duplication, but it is hard to even find one truly good skill in this sea of scrolls. On top of that, absolute duplication is awkward to use because he has to sense the opponent's heart with his hand, and he knows Sakura would never be able to pull that off. He knows exactly how timid she is, and his cringe side starts acting up again. Anyway, he grabs one scroll and pours strength into his arms until the seal finally breaks. The skill he gets is Shield Slam, and the system explains he can fiercely strike a target with a shield, dealing physical damage and sometimes causing dizziness. It is clearly made for defense-oriented warriors. He just stares at it and complains that he does not even own a shield. Sakura has also broken a seal and unlocked a skill called Gale Step, which lets her move swiftly to a chosen spot to dodge attacks and boost her attack speed. That skill is tailored for speed-oriented archers. Sadly, it is completely useless for Tsuyoshi. She then finds another scroll with a skill called War Cry, which is meant for command-type warriors. They keep browsing the shelves while the clock keeps ticking. After around 2 minutes of searching, they finally dig up a skill called Counterattack. With this skill, he can retaliate against an enemy's physical attacks with a chance to reflect status effects, and it is made for counterattack type warriors. He finds that one at least somewhat useful, and decides to keep it as a candidate. Then they dive back into the shelves and open several more skills, only to keep finding nothing that really fits him. With only 1 minute left, Tsuyoshi starts sweating, and decides to use brute force on the situation. He quickly asks Sakura to confirm she has enough stamina and healing potions, then tells her to fall back and hide behind something sturdy. Once she hides, he starts focusing energy into one hand and electric sparks begin crackling throughout the whole building, which shocks the beastmen outside. He is getting ready to summon his hammer and smash every seal in one go. A notification warns him that he cannot unleash the full power of the divine hammer, because his level and other conditions are still not enough. It also says a forced release will burn a huge amount of energy and only last for 1 second. He just smirks and says that 1 second is more than enough for his plan. Now he is about to turn the entire vault into his personal gacha machine. Commander cannot believe that kind of broken power belongs to a human, and Sakura wears the exact same shocked expression. With insane force, Tsuyoshi slams the hammer into the ground, and the seals on every scroll in the vault shatter at once. With around 50 seconds left, information from all the scrolls starts floating into the air and flooding straight into his brain. Sakura realizes that if his head takes in too much data, it might literally fry his brain, so all she can do is cheer him on from the side. Tsuyoshi feels like his skull is splitting open, but he still keeps scanning everything, and wants to lock in the strongest skill that actually suits him. His eyes land on a scroll crackling with lightning, and that is enough for him to decide he wants that one. He tells Sakura to grab the scroll from where it is placed, and when she gets there, she realizes it is a fragmented scroll. Fragmented scrolls are incomplete pieces, where you have to collect the missing fragments to finish them, and their power drops a lot in that state, so most people never bother learning them. She brings the scroll back and asks if he is really sure he wants this one, since it is clearly a fragmented skill. He does not care at all, and just grabs her in his arms, even though she technically has not done much, then charges his legs and jumps out of the building with her princess style. Outside, the commander and the other beastmen wait for his downfall and start counting down, fully expecting to see him kicked out with empty hands. Right on cue, the main gate opens, and he walks out of the academy, carrying his waifu like Kaneki carrying Hyde, completely ruining their little fantasy. The commander is confused that he showed all that ridiculous strength just to pick a fragmented scroll with a skill called Thunder Chain Fall. The skill lets the user summon a powerful electric current to cast lightning magic, strike a main target through a staff or weapon, then call lightning from the sky that chains to the next target and leaves them paralyzed after taking damage. The skill can be leveled up by collecting the rest of its fragments, which sounds great at first. The commander explains he heard from his predecessors that no one has ever successfully learned this fragmented skill, and there are two brutal reasons for that. First, the scroll is split into 6 volumes and only 3 have been found so far, so trying to collect the rest in such a huge world with 0 clues is basically unrealistic. Second, every beastman who tried to learn this skill in the past died from the backlash when they leveled it up and their bodies literally exploded in gruesome ways because they could not handle its power. Tsuyoshi gets disappointed when he hears that you go through all that trouble to get this skill just to explode in the end, so no one has ever mastered it before. Then an old beastman cuts in and says there was one powerful guy known as the Divine King, the owner of the Divine Hammer, and this was the only skill he left behind. Tsuyoshi does not take any of it seriously, and tries to act like a wannabe Luffy by poking his nose and asking why a skill left by the wielder of the king's hammer is dumped with the trash. The old man yells at him and asks if he thinks this is some kind of joke, then explains that no matter how strong a skill is, it is useless if no one can learn it, just like the Divine Hammer is useless in the hands of someone who cannot wield it. He says that even though it is a skill left by the Divine King, only a few people still believe it exists, since nobody has mastered it for 1,000 years, just like the lost glory of the Beastmen that will never return. It still does not matter to Tsuyoshi, who happily moves on, ready to keep adventuring together with Sakura. As he walks away, the old man mutters that this fragment is only the beginning, and whether Tsuyoshi manages to master the skill will depend on his strength and his luck. He stops Sakura behind Tsuyoshi and asks if she is the half-beast who is going to be executed, and how she can walk around with the beastmen like this. He guesses Tsuyoshi probably does not know her true identity yet, and asks if she plans to sacrifice him as well. For the first time, she turns back with a different, colder face instead of her usual cute one, and says it is none of his business before walking away. At the inn, Tsuyoshi drinks a healing potion that completely restores his arm. He still complains that even though it works really well, it tastes absolutely awful. He looks over at Sakura and says she has been acting strange since they came back, then asks if everything is really okay with her. She gives him a fake smile and says she is just a little tired. He is too curious to drop it and bluntly asks if she was going to be executed because of her background, since she was standing right next to him in the execution line. This is the one question she never expected from him, and it leaves her completely stunned. She quickly changes the subject and says they should not talk about unpleasant things, then asks if he has studied the remaining scroll. He tells her he has already memorized it, and that even though the old man said a bunch of weird stuff, the skill looks perfect for him. He stays as cocky as ever, and thinks Thunder Chain Fall probably needs a stronger body, which makes it more than suitable for him, since he believes he has the strongest body around, and he cannot wait to see what the skill becomes once he gathers the remaining scrolls. She stands up and says they should go level up, since it feels like a beautiful day. She is right, but before that he wants to do something urgent. He looks at the notification that says the cooldown of the Boundless Passage is over, and thinks that as soon as he got this skill, he figured out how to handle those 3 idiots, and this time he is absolutely going to beat them. He uses the passage and teleports back to his world, where his opponents are already this close to finishing him off. As he steps through, he instantly summons his freezing flash sword, and puts all his hopes of winning on that blade. Baldy is stunned when Tsuyoshi pulls a sword straight out of thin air, and starts wondering if he has a dimensional ring. Gaia also suspects he is hiding something big and can tell this sword is the real deal, while the third guy just wants to shove Tsuyoshi back to the other world and split the loot. As all 3 surround him, Tsuyoshi activates his newly learned skill Thunder Chain Fall, and unleashes a massive aura while swinging his sword in one clean arc that drags down powerful lightning and slams it into the trio. Those clowns get paralyzed on the spot, and cannot believe a brat like him is out here casting high-level magic while Tsuyoshi stands alone looking stupidly strong. Baldy realizes this is not the same punching bag from before, and immediately regrets underestimating him, so he thinks it is better to run. The third guy raises his hand and tries to surrender, but Tsuyoshi smacks his face and asks if he really thinks he will forgive people who just tried to kill him. Gaia still clings to his pride as a member of Crazy Wolf, and tries to flex that name at him. Tsuyoshi does not care at all, and simply swings his sword, cleanly beheading him in a single motion. Baldy notices Tsuyoshi is not showing any mercy, and understands he is dead if he lets this monster walk away. He tries to pull something out of his kangaroo-style pouch, and Tsuyoshi rushes in, but Baldy throws an adhesive blast fruit that sticks to its target, and then explodes. Unfortunately for him, the fruits latch onto Tsuyoshi's beloved sword and then boom. After the blast, Baldy smugly claims he bought those fruits with a life's worth of money, and that even a level 12 hero would take serious damage, so if Tsuyoshi is only level 10, his body should be in pieces by now. When the flames die down, his eyes almost pop out of his skull as he sees Tsuyoshi still standing after all that, kept alive by the Dark Goblin set and his peak physique activation. Tsuyoshi rushes in without giving them another chance and grinds their bodies into chunks, finishing the 3 of them right there. After the fight, his eyes fall on the bag Baldy was carrying, and he loots it to find another gem, a dimensional ring that gives its user a personal storage space whose size scales with their level. He gets hyped on the spot, slips it onto his finger, and immediately checks with his system. The system tells him he needs to infuse mana into the ring to use it, and that the same method applies whenever he wants to store items. A normal hero would probably never touch something this rare, and on top of the insane price, it is almost impossible to find on the market. He decides to test it, and focuses on pouring his mana into the ring, and to his surprise, it actually reacts to him. In the end, he successfully activates the dimensional ring, and it syncs perfectly with his mana. Later, the hero's security force arrives at the crime scene. It is an organization under the Heroes Alliance, made up entirely of heroes. Thankfully, Tsuyoshi erased all his traces, grabbed everything that looked even slightly valuable, and dipped before the squad showed up. At the very least, he is safe for now. He also snatched Gaia's smartphone, and once he bound his own info code to the device, it officially became his. Basically, this world is advanced in everything except common sense and mobile tracking. Suddenly the phone starts ringing and he picks up to hear it is his Lily-sensei, which makes him wonder why she is calling when he already submitted his withdrawal notice. He calmly asks her what the matter is. She quietly points out that he has not come back to school even though winter break is almost over. She says she understands he wanted to drop out for his sister's sake because of money problems, but she does not want him to quit studying for that reason. He thanks her for worrying about him and admits the issue is not just money but the bullying too. She understands that part as well, yet she still believes he might be able to change his whole life if he keeps studying. She tells him she will figure something out about the tuition fees, so he just needs to be brave and come to school without stressing over it. In her words, he cannot stay a cleaner forever for his sister's sake or his own. Tsuyoshi then realizes he never even told her that he has become a hero now, and that she is literally the only person who kept worrying about him. She keeps encouraging him, and says she will be his strength for both his sake and Karina's. Like that one super soft teacher only lucky kids get. Though low-key he wonders why she sounds like she is about to cry. Anyway, Tsuyoshi originally thought he had zero good memories at that school, so there was no point in going back. After talking to his sensei, he realizes he is no longer that weak loser from before, but a damn hero now, and he plans to pay back every single bully. After thinking it through, he thanks his sensei properly, and tells her he will come to school tomorrow. On the other side of town, the boss of Crazy Wolf is fuming at the thief, who not only wiped out his men, but also stole the dimensional ring he lent them. Even so, he is confident he will catch him because there is tracking magic on the ring, and he has already locked onto Tsuyoshi's location. The boss is a level 21 warrior, and he grits his teeth while ordering his underlings to hunt the boy down and bring him in. The next morning, Tsuyoshi comes back to school to continue his studies, and he brings Karina with him as she slowly walks in braces and on crutches. When she heard he was going to school again, she insisted on coming along because she does not want to be a burden to him. Going to school in a wheelchair would be a hassle, so he is genuinely relieved he bought these newly developed braces. With a body like hers, even though she cannot stand properly, she can barely walk with the help of the cane, and she burst into tears when she saw the braces for the first time. After all, she is the girl full of hopes and dreams. The price was ridiculous, and he managed to buy them only because of the loot he got from those three, which left him completely broke, but he is sure he will get many more chances as a hero, and seeing her this happy is the best reward he could ask for. Before leaving her, he reminds Karina not to wander around too much after school, and promises he will come and escort her downstairs. A black-haired bully asks her blondie friend who the girl is that walks with a cane and support tools, and her friend explains that it is Karina who was attacked by the darkness and lost both her parents and her legs. That incident was on TV, and even the teachers were talking about it back then. The black-haired ugly woman, being herself, spits out some nasty comment that it is better for poor people in the slums to just die and that it is a waste of resources for the news to even cover them. She has been really annoyed lately by Karina acting all kind and pure like that is some kind of crime. Blondie calls her Mina and asks if she seriously plans to bully a disabled girl, and warns her that if anyone finds out it will be really bad for them. Mina does not care about anything and proudly says she has been bullying Karina for a while, and nobody dared to stand up for her, so nothing is going to change now either. Anyway, she goes back to her boyfriend, who is probably already tired of her drama too, right chat? In the office, Lily and Tsuyoshi stand in front of the vice headmaster, who gives all the credit to Miss Lily and says he would never have let Tsuyoshi come back if she had not asked. He scolds Tsuyoshi for treating his studies so lightly. He adds that the tuition fees are already paid and that he will make sure Tsuyoshi earns the credits he needs to finish his coursework. Tsuyoshi puts on a humble face instead of his usual cocky attitude and thanks both of them for what they have done. The old man has a brain full of trash, and the moment they leave, he admits he does not care about the boy at all, but he is very interested in Miss Lily because she has a lily-like body, and he actually believes she needs a lover like him. This disgusting old man really needs to get his eyes and his entire soul checked, how he is suitable for the pretty hot lady. Lily tells him not to worry and says she will cover his sister's fees as well, so he should just focus on school. Tsuyoshi apologizes for making her stress over him and swears he will pay her back someday, but she cuts him off and tells him to prepare for exams, since he is already in 3rd year and looks a lot brighter these days, which makes her genuinely happy. He admits he has been doing better lately, and promises he will definitely live up to her expectations. He still has not told her he became a hero, because the whole situation with Crazy Wolf is not settled yet, so he decides to stay low-key for now, although he at least wants to prove to her that he is no longer the same weak loser from before. In the classroom, an ugly potato-faced guy named Rayleigh stares at him and says he thought Tsuyoshi was expelled, but somehow he crawled back. His bully friend asks if they should drag him to the bathroom after class, and Rayleigh says obviously, since his pocket money from the so-called protection fee dried up while Tsuyoshi was gone. Rayleigh throws a paper ball straight at his back and mocks him, asking if he expects sympathy just because of his family situation, then says it should be Tsuyoshi who sympathizes with him for not having enough cash to hang out at karaoke. Tsuyoshi casually snatches the paper ball out of the air like he has eyes on the back of his head, turns around and calmly tells Rayleigh to come to the toilet later. Rayleigh clicks his tongue in rage and decides he will make Tsuyoshi feel some real pain this time. Rayleigh takes over a bathroom like it is his personal throne room and says he heard Tsuyoshi became a cleaner, who picks up garbage after school. He demands the protection fee again, but Tsuyoshi keeps a cool nerdy face and straight up says no. That one-word reply makes the bully's blood boil. They step in ready to beat him half to death, but he casually grabs their arms and even he is shocked at how strong he has become in such a short time. He remembers how he used to be spineless and unable to protect himself, yet today it feels completely different. He quietly uses his divine eye and sees they have no level, no skills, no nothing. That gives him even more confidence, and he launches a powerful kick that sends them flying across the bathroom. Rayleigh barely keeps his balance, but inside he is completely confused about how this useless pest suddenly got so strong that he looks like a completely different person. Before things get worse for them, a guy bursts into the bathroom and tells Rayleigh that the boss is here, so they need to run. They grab their fallen buddies and rush out while Rayleigh throws one last hateful look at Tsuyoshi, which makes him think that simple kicking probably was not enough. Even so, he is glad he held back and did not use peak physique, because if he had gone all out, those guys would probably be dead by now. He can finally fight for himself, but then he thinks about his sister and how she is supposed to survive around monsters like these. Karina struggles to update her notebook and quietly takes notes from her friend. That is when Mina and her little sidekick rush over to Karina like stray dogs smelling weakness. Her friend steps in and says Karina is disabled now, and this is not the time to pick on her. Mina does not care at all, and coldly threatens her too, saying if she says anything else, she will smack her face right away. While Mummy Mina sits on a chair like a fake queen, she complains that she has not had any slaves to order around since Karina stopped moving properly, and asks how Karina is going to make up for that. Karina trembles in fear and says she does not have any money. Mommy Mina looks her up and down and says if she has no cash, then the things she is wearing should be good enough to sell. Karina hesitantly refuses and says her brother did his best to buy those braces for her, so they are really important to her. Mina instantly latches onto that, repeating her words in a mocking tone that they are important, and she cannot even walk without them. Without breaking a sweat, Mina slaps Karina across her pretty face and snaps, so what if they are important to you? While she keeps bullying her, nobody in the class has the guts to step in or say anything. Luckily, the teacher walks into the classroom to start her lecture, which unintentionally saves Karina for now. It is already 6th period, so as Mina heads back to her seat, she leans in and tells Karina not to run away after school because they will be continuing their talk later. The teacher starts the lesson, but Karina is somewhere else in her head and just keeps sinking into her thoughts. She decides she will run away as soon as class ends without waiting for her brother, and plans to take a detour through the back gate so he does not run into Mina and her crew. On the other side, Miss Lily finishes her lecture for the day and dismisses everyone except Tsuyoshi. He stays behind and asks her what is wrong, so she gently checks if he is getting used to school again after being absent for a while, and asks if there is anything she can do to help him. She tells him he should come to her whenever he is being bullied, instead of being scared like before. He reassures her that he is fine now, and sincerely thanks her for worrying about him. After repeating her same concerned teacher lines one more time, Miss Lily finally lets him go and quietly takes her leave. One of the bullies walks up to Tsuyoshi and nervously apologizes for everything that happened. Then, while sweating buckets, asks him to come to the toilet because he has something to talk about. Tsuyoshi follows him down the hallway, but the moment they pass a certain corner, Rayleigh and the fat guy jump out with wooden sticks, and he calmly activates ultimate physique at 30% and blocks all their swings like they are nothing. He comments that he already knew this guy was planning something, but he did not expect them to be this pathetic. Then he starts kicking them one by one and sends them flying like trash mobs, leaving only Rayleigh still conscious. Rayleigh charges in, trying to save his ego and teach him a lesson, but Tsuyoshi turns around with cold dead eyes, and if this were not inside a school, Rayleigh would be a corpse. Rayleigh's whole body starts shaking, and he cannot even move as he realizes he is actually scared of Tsuyoshi now. Tsuyoshi casually slaps him so hard he goes flying and tells him the only reason he is still alive is because of the hero's law that says heroes are not allowed to finish off civilians. At the back gate hallway, poor Karina is struggling to walk alone and plans to slip away from Mina by using the back gate, then circle around to the main gate. She sees a flight of stairs and freezes in fear but takes a deep breath and tries to move forward anyway. Right then witch Mina shows up behind her and shoves her down the stairs, sending Karina crashing down and cracking her head open. Mina stands there with her friend and says they knew Karina would come this way, and tells her to take off those things. Even while bleeding and shaking, Karina clings to her braces and refuses, saying her brother worked so hard to get them for her. Mina repeats her sassy line that she will not let Karina escape that easily, and starts trying to yank the braces off her legs. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi waits at the main gate for Karina, but she never shows up, so he checks her classroom and the others tell him she already left. Her friend Haru comes over and worryingly asks if he is Karina's brother, and when he says yes and asks where Karina is, she tells him Karina went out through the back gate, and suggests he go there and see for himself. Walking through the hallway, he keeps wondering why Karina went through the back gate instead of waiting like always. Haru was acting weird and terrified too, so he already knows something is off. While searching, his eyes finally land on Karina and his whole world cracks. She is beaten to a pulp on the floor, covered in bruises. She forces a smile and asks why he is there, then lies that she just fell down the stairs and it is all her fault. The excuse is so flat that no sane person would buy it, but she keeps insisting anyway. He quietly activates Divine Eye and sees the truth, that the injuries came from fists, pinches, multiple slaps and kicks layered all over her body. He can imagine exactly what she went through, but for now he plays along with her story about falling down the stairs. Karina apologizes for breaking the walking stick and says she is causing trouble again since she cannot stand and he will have to help her. Holding back the crack in his voice, Tsuyoshi packs her things back into her backpack and tells her they are family, so there is no such thing as a burden. She nervously asks if the braces are still okay, and he answers yes without hesitation, which finally makes her relax a little. Poor Karina is more worried about the braces he bought for her than about her own body, and she really deserves justice. He carries her on his back like a piggyback ride and slowly walks home, and the feeling brings back all kinds of nostalgia. He reminds her that he carried her like this a long time ago, and he can tell she has grown since then. To her it feels like that day was just yesterday, and from that moment on they have always been together. He tells her she is the only family he has, and ever since that day he has wanted to protect her with everything he has. He says he was useless back then, but now he is a hero and he will never let her go through the same thing again. After reaching home, he gently sets her down and casually says he forgot something back at school. In reality, he is already planning to head straight back. This time, he is going to teach her bullies exactly what happens when someone lays a hand on his little sister. Mina hangs out with her friend and her boyfriend and starts bragging that it felt amazing beating Karina up, and since the girl was desperate to protect her legs, she was wide open for kicks. She is annoyed they could not steal the braces, but since those things look like they would sell for good money, she orders her dog of a boyfriend to grab them for her next time. Her boyfriend Billy is an ugly little brat, and nobody knows how he managed to bag that mommy of a girlfriend. He reassures her he will snatch the braces tomorrow if they really can be sold for cash. Her friend nervously mentions that Karina's brother came back to school and says she is worried if this will cause trouble, especially since she heard he dropped out and was working as a cleaner. Mina instantly finds a fresh angle to mock them and laughs that a garbage man and a disabled sister really make a perfect trash family, and she says it is embarrassing. They even go to the same school as her. Her friend slips up and admits Karina used to be pretty popular before her legs got wrecked, and a lot of boys liked her because she was cute and stylish. Hearing that, Billy suddenly says he wants to see what Karina looks like now, which makes his girlfriend see red. He quickly pulls her close and makes excuses that he did not mean anything by it, and that guys are just guys, always looking when a cute girl walks by. Mina, blind in love, cools down and suggests they play together tomorrow after Billy steals Karina's braces, and they sell them off for extra money. Too bad for them, Tsuyoshi is already standing outside the door and hears every single word. He barges into the room and says they are the ones who hurt Karina, even though she lied that she fell down the stairs. They realize this is Karina's brother and Mina asks if he is here to get revenge, then laughs that he picked the wrong time to show up. Billy cracks his knuckles and steps forward, bragging that Tsuyoshi is in third year yet has never heard of Billy the Great, and claims Mina was just playing around with Karina. He walks right up to Tsuyoshi like a budget Burj Khalifa and looks down on him, casually asking if he has a problem with that. In the next second, Tsuyoshi grabs one of his fingers and squeezes with ultimate physique, snapping it like a twig and shocking everyone in the room. Billy staggers back screaming while clutching his hand. Tsuyoshi steps toward the door and shuts it behind him, calmly saying that no one is running away, not him and not anyone else in that room. Mina finally loses her cool and snaps at him, asking what he thinks he is doing. Tsuyoshi uses his divine eye, sees they are all literal NPC garbage with 0 level and 0 skills, and says he actually thought she was a hero, but it turns out she just bullies people for fun. While Billy writhes on the floor clutching his hand, he still tries to act tough, and asks if Tsuyoshi knows who his father is. Their friend Vivian steps up, says she has to give him credit for walking in here alone, and warns him that even if they are not heroes, they are not people he should be messing with. Tsuyoshi does not care about her warning at all, and fires a clean punch straight into her, sending her flying like a football punted across the field. He is clearly not like Sanji, because he has no problem folding a foul-mouthed woman if she acts like a villain. Billy starts sweating hard when he realizes that kind of speed and power is unreal and not something normal athletes could pull off. Mina glances at Vivian in panic while Billy keeps shouting and tries the same weak line again, asking if Tsuyoshi has any idea who his father is. Tsuyoshi answers with his fist and slams Billy in the face, breaking teeth and pride in a single hit. Then he walks straight toward Mina and tells her he does not see her as a woman at all, while his hand wraps around her neck. He says he heard she was the one who started everything, so as Karina's brother he will never forgive her for what she did. He powers up his arm and squeezes just enough that she cannot breathe properly, and she starts shaking and sweating as he growls that she better stay away from Karina or he will really twist her head next time. Mina quickly agrees to anything as long as he lets go, so he releases her and turns his attention back to Billy while picking up a ruler like he is about to take the trash out. Just remembering what Billy said about Karina makes him feel sick, and he thinks that if this clown were actually a hero, he would have already finished him on the spot. Billy starts yelling in panic and spits out the truth that he is the son of the leader of the Black Snake Gang, and that his father is a level 10 hero. Tsuyoshi pauses for a moment, remembering that this is the same gang whose men tried to drag Karina out of the hospital, and they used almost the same lines back then. Without wasting another second, he activates Thunder Chain and sends an electric shock straight into Billy. Even without using a proper weapon, the system calmly tells him the damage is reduced by 90%, yet that remaining 10% is still more than enough to make Billy scream and crumple in agony. Tsuyoshi picks up his bag like nothing happened and walks to the door while everyone else shakes in fear. Before leaving, he reminds them this is their first and last warning and tells them to clean up the mess in this room by themselves. As Tsuyoshi leaves, Mina finally drags herself over to Billy and asks if he is okay and if they should head to the hospital. Billy refuses like a stubborn clown and says he is fine and just needs a little rest. She still has not learned anything from getting folded and keeps running her mouth that this fight is not over yet, and he needs to make Tsuyoshi pay for the scar on her neck. Instead of comforting her, Billy grabs her shoulders and yells that she does not need to tell him what to do, and swears he will tell his father and wipe Tsuyoshi and his sister off the map. Meanwhile, Karina waits for her brother and keeps hoping he is alright, thinking that if she could take care of herself, he would not have to worry about her on top of his new hero status. Tsuyoshi suddenly pops up and calls her name, almost scaring her soul out of her body, then apologizes for being late and gives her another piggyback ride home. While carrying her, he keeps thinking that Billy will definitely run crying to his father and bring retaliation down on them. He realizes Karina will be in danger if he lets his guard down, so he decides he has to stay alert from now on. After dropping her off at home and making sure she is safe, Tsuyoshi jumps back through the passage to the other world and arrives in the northern region with Sakura. She explains that once they enter the nearby town, he can finally take official quests. After registering at the Adventurer Guild, and the place is packed with taverns, blacksmiths, and all the usual spots you see in games like Genshin Impact, which gets him hyped to experience some real fantasy warfare. As they step into the northern city, Tsubai gets hyped seeing a bunch of different beastmen tribes walking around. Then his eyes lock onto a group of human adventurers, and Sakura asks if they look like people from his world, while explaining that many different tribes live together here, with an adventurer guild, and a rule to avoid life or death fights outside the arena. She adds that the north is still a beastmen city at its core, so you barely see the high-pride elves or noble beastmen around here. Tsubai finds it interesting, and says it is rare to see human comrades in this world, so he already feels a weird bond with them, and instantly switches from cool mode to goofy mode. The first thing he does is walk straight up to the random humans and greet them like they are best friends already. They immediately pull back on guard and ask who he is, and he just makes a dumb poker face while wondering out loud if saying hello is against the rules here. So Sakura quickly steps in with a fighting stance and explains it is just a misunderstanding. They feel something off her aura and slowly back away while Sakura drags him aside and warns him not to rush up to adventurers, especially humans who stay very wary of their surroundings. Tsuyoshi then notices people around them whispering, and Sakura quietly admits that she is a half-beastman and hybrids are not exactly welcome, so she tells him they should hurry and get him registered at the guild. He walks beside her and reaches out a hand with a soft smile, saying discrimination exists everywhere, and she does not need to overthink it because he is staying by her side regardless. When they arrive at the guild, he looks around with sparkling eyes since the place feels exactly like an anime or game, and he stares at the quest board hanging outside, until Sakura reminds him that he cannot accept any quest until he officially registers. They go straight to the reception and meet a straight-up baddie at the counter who seems more curious than shocked about a party made of a half-beast and a human, so she calmly asks which one of them wants to register. Tsuyoshi says it is him, and is low-key amazed that she does not act like the clowns outside who were staring at them. She explains that she has seen all kinds of adventurer parties already, so this combo is nothing special, then hands him a document and tells him to fill in his details because that info will be shared with every branch, so he can take quests anywhere. Tsuyoshi gets hyped, seeing such an official-looking form, while Sakura proudly says the real flex is getting his registration done, since without that he will not receive an adventurer badge at all. The receptionist keeps going and says the badge works as their ID, and the starting rank is Iron at the very bottom. The higher his rank gets, the better the rewards and reputation, and the ranks climb from Iron up to Gold, with only a few Gold-ranked monsters in the guild, who only accept quests from rich clients. She adds that once he receives his badge, his level will be tied to it, and he can even hide his status just by thinking about it, as long as he remembers the method since the badge and his status get linked. Everyone still quietly underestimates him as some newbie, but he closes his eyes and easily drags his shown level down on the first try thanks to the divine selection system. The receptionist just stares at him in shock when she sees it worked instantly. New adventurers normally struggle hard with that trick, and need several attempts to get it right, so this guy already feels like trouble. Just then, two heavy beastmen rush straight to the reception and dump something huge on the counter, saying they want to report their quest completion. They also ask if there are any new quests or requests, and if not, they boldly invite her out for a drink. She politely turns them down, saying she is too busy to drink, and instead tells them there is an emergency request with both high reward and high difficulty that was originally filed for at least a level 15 adventurer. A large number of carnivorous darkness monsters are causing trouble for nearby farmers, and a party of 3 with higher levels than these two already tried the job, ended up badly injured, and still has one missing member. Hearing this, the two guys get terrified and back away from the quest, while Tsuyoshi stands on cloud 9 just because he picked up a strong new skill and immediately accepts it. He turns around and casually tosses out a line like, "You are in the way, trash," which is more than enough to light a fuse in one of the beastmen. The angry beastman is about to draw his sword, yet his partner grabs his arm and reminds him he already knows what happens if he pulls a weapon inside the guild. He also warns Tsuyoshi not to take the request if he cares about his life since he only just registered, but because they still will not shut up, Tsuyoshi challenges them to meet him in the arena and see his combat power for themselves. Fully convinced he can beat a level 9 beastman with the divine selection system backing him, even though he is clearly drunk on protagonist confidence. The beastman sneers and tells him to remember his place, since even if they wear the same badges, he and his partner have piled up real quest experience while Tsuyoshi will just become a joke if the client rejects him at the starting line. The pretty receptionist praises his courage in a polite voice, yet still admits she shares the same concern, which pricks his ego even more. Sakura steps in and calmly declares that they will accept the request, speaking up as if she has decided this for both of them. The beastmen are stunned to realize she is a half-beast, and demand to know what she has to back up such a big statement. Then she flashes her badge, which turns out to be gold rank and shocks everyone, including Tsuyoshi. Seeing that, the receptionist immediately entrusts the emergency request to them, and says the client will probably be relieved, while the two beastmen slink out of the guild in pure embarrassment. On the way out, Sakura quietly tells him this quest will be perfect for his progression, so Tsuyoshi just nods and agrees to take it on. The receptionist hears her calling him master, does a double take, and wonders why a gold badge adventurer is talking like that to some newbie human. As they head toward the farm, Tsuyoshi brings it up and admits he had no idea she was carrying a gold badge this whole time. She explains that she joined the Adventurers Guild when she was a kid, and kept doing quests with different parties non-stop. Eventually, she noticed she had already met the requirements for a gold badge, so she went to the counter one day, exchanged her rank, and upgraded it without making a big deal out of it. Tsuyoshi realizes she has been grinding since she was small, and must have worked insanely hard, so he tells her she is genuinely amazing. She blushes at her crush, finally recognizing her, and shyly thanks him. And as they talk, the farm comes into view in front of them, and already looks creepy from the very first glance. They take a look inside, and Tsuyoshi wonders how many people are even crammed into that building, because this darkness looks straight up disgusting. Sakura explains that the darkness will corrupt any human it touches, make them go berserk, and crank up their strength, while low-level beings even lose their sanity. She adds that they are actually slimes, but the darkness corrupted them into dark slimes, and only thunder element attacks will really work on them. Tsuyoshi finally understands why they look so mushy and gross, and suggests that his thunder chain fall might work against them. He pulls out his weapon, thinking he just brought it by chance to level up, but Sakura grabs his shirt and stops him, which seems like a romantic and emotional scene is going to happen, but she tells him not to charge into this kind of fight alone anymore. This is the kind of battle that could cost him his life, and it is on a completely different level compared to the beginner's areas. She says maybe he would be fine if it were 1 versus 1, but what if a whole flock of those things swarms him at once? Sakura reminds him of the faces those beastmen made when they heard the quest details, since they knew exactly how dangerous it was, and she does not want him risking his life just to grind levels. She tells him he should at least let her fight beside him in battles like this, instead of trying to solo everything like a shonen protagonist. He realizes she is right and admits to himself that he is leveling up to deal with whatever happens in his own world, but he also has the trial promised by the Beastman King waiting for him after a year. so he asks his first question and says he does not even know how strong the Beastman King actually is, so he has no idea how strong he needs to be in a year to prove his strength and abilities. Sakura's expression changes, and she tells him straight up that it is basically impossible for him to pass that trial in just 1 year. Starting from his current level, he immediately asks why she thinks it is impossible. She explains that surviving for a year is already an achievement, and at minimum he has to avoid getting erased by the Beastman's divine judgment. Sakura then asks if he even knows the actual rules behind the level system. He tells her to explain it, thinking all this time that both worlds share the same level system, and that the higher his level as an adventurer here, the stronger he becomes as a hero over there, and beyond that he does not know anything. She finally tells him that adventurers have a hard level cap of 100, and the current Beastman King is sitting comfortably at level 92 because of his insane combat ability and crazy high level. The Beastman King, Human King, and Elven King all basically stand as the walking power scaling chart of their races. Sakura explains that the reason she said it is impossible for Tsuyoshi to pass the trial is because there is a hard limit on how much a person can grow. An adventurer cannot just keep leveling forever, and the higher his level gets, the harder it becomes to level up. She tells him to use her as an example. She has been an adventurer for more than 20 years, yet she is still stuck at level 72. She knows that level is not low at all, but no matter how much she tried to level up, she kept failing, and that is how she learned everyone has their own ceiling. To even have a chance at passing the trial, he has to reach at least level 50, and from her point of view there is no way he can climb that high in just 1 year. At the very least, she says she will stay by his side and help him do his best for that year, even if he cannot fulfill his promise with the Beastman King. Tsuyoshi just smiles and says he gets why she is worried. But he is not a normal human. He flexes that he stood right back up after taking divine judgment, and even lifted the hammer, and as long as he hits level 50, he will be fine. In his head he thinks he only came to this world because of that weird ring, and now has this divine selection system, which means he has pretty much said goodbye to any normal lifestyle or basic fate. Sakura tells him that if he pulls this off he will be a legend like he said, and she believes in him. After that, he pulls out his sword and asks his next question. If he has to deal with a level 10 warrior backed up by a dozen minions, what level should he at least aim for? She has no idea why he is asking that, but based on the situation she says he should be at least level 12 to have the advantage. Tsuyoshi casually decides he will hit level 12 in a week, and walks toward one blob of darkness that is bigger than a normal titan, even though there are countless more just like it. He uses Divine Eye on the slime, and sees that besides Thunder Element, its main weakness is the core inside its body. Once the main body takes damage, the core will shine while it regenerates the body, and during that window its location can be pinpointed. He decides to blast it with Thunder Chain Fall right in the core and rushes forward. Sakura warns him that if its attack lands on him, it might corrupt whatever body part it touches. He jumps up, blocks an incoming hit with ultimate physique like it is nothing, and slices the slime in two, but he does not see any core in its chest. As he steps back, the thing regenerates faster than his brain can process it. With a leech-like mouth full of needle teeth, it lunges to swallow him whole, but this time it has picked the worst possible opponent. Tsuyoshi channels all his strength into his arms and literally rips it apart without even breaking a sweat. Sakura's eyes almost pop out of her skull as she realizes his raw power is insane, and that he might really be the kind of man who turns impossible into doable. While the darkness tries to regenerate again, its core starts glowing like a gemstone and exposes its weak spot under its tongue. He charges his sword with thunder and slams a lightning strike straight into the core, shattering it instantly. As cocky as ever, he looks at the mess and says this request seems pretty easy. He defeats almost all the darkness within the next half hour. Instead of getting excited, he notices the experience requirement to level up has also increased, just like Sakura said. What he gets from these monsters is low compared to an average monster, so he decides to rethink his plan for leveling up. Since he cannot level up through requests alone, he has to reach level 12 in a week, and level 20 in a year, and he has to grind hard to make it happen. He asks Sakura if she has any thunder ointment, since it is a solid option. Thunder ointment is made by mixing tree oil and thunder flower, and it is used to imbue a weapon with the thunder attribute. She looks through her bag and sees she has 4 left. She prepared it for both of them, so he can use it however he wants. He expects that and asks her to confirm if she bought it from the item vendor before they came here. He plans to stock up on oil-based items next time, and the oil they used for the first fire was pretty clutch. Sakura apologizes and panics, saying these things are not free and she used all their money to buy them. He tells her she does not need to apologize, and he asks her to explain everything more simply, like how much these will cost them and what kind of rewards they can expect from quests. He regrets it because he has been so focused on leveling up that he has ignored how important money is in this world. Sakura would spend all her savings and never say a word. Sakura turns into a full-on English teacher and explains that the price depends on the item. Since thunder oil is rare, it costs around 30 silver coins each. As for low-level quests or requests, the reward also depends on the value of whatever item he is looking for. But based on her experience, the reward for a low-level request from the guild is not even 1 gold coin. That is why it is normal for people to personally hire adventurers when they lose something valuable. If it is a basic mob cleaning request, then the reward is usually around 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins depending on the difficulty. The current request is about wiping out the carnivorous darkness, and she expects they will get around 3 gold coins depending on the client. Once they finish the request, the Adventurers Guild will do the calculations and grant them the rewards afterward. While she analyzes how their money will be split, his eyes sparkle because she looks like a dependable wife. He finally accepts she is wife material, and he is not even trying to deny it anymore. Now it is just the boss left to defeat, and it should be hiding inside the food warehouse. They get ready to beat it fast and keep it moving. But then the owner of the farm and a whole group of people suddenly show up. The client, a beast man, asks who they are to enter his farm without permission, and what a human and a half is doing inside his farm. One goat man senses the leftover residue of thunder element magic and wonders if Tsuyoshi defeated that carnivorous darkness outside. The tiger man cannot believe a human and a half pulled off something like that, since wiping out the darkness alone is already tough. He wonders if they have come looking for that thing, and he is clearly trying to keep it low-key. But the others say it out loud anyway, believing Tsuyoshi and Sakura came looking for Cardiolus. They claim they have taken the request and the Cardiolus will be theirs. Tsuyoshi does not know what Cardiolus is, and he tells them he took this request from the guild, and that it is just a misunderstanding. However, Sakura looks shocked when she hears Cardiolus drops from the boss, and she asks if that is true. The client Beastman agrees and realizes he did make a request to the guild, but he did not expect them to show up this fast without knowing Cardiolus drops here. The Tigerman cuts in and says if they did not know that, then they need to leave this quest to his group. He adds that if they try to interfere when it comes to this Cardiolus, his party will not be merciful. Tsuyoshi and Sakura also shift into attack mode, but Tsuyoshi is still clueless about what Cardiolus even is. Sakura explains that he should not give up on this item because it is a drop that once purified, can be used to connect to a dark area. The drop rate and the experience inside a dark area are 10 times higher than in a normal area outside. Any adventurer trying to level up would not let that chance slip. If it were sold at auction, it would cost around 100 gold coins before being purified, and after purification it would be at least 150 gold coins. Realizing how expensive it is, Tsuyoshi decides he is getting it by any means necessary. The Beastman steps in and tries to stop the fight, asking them to chill and clear up the misunderstanding. He says one party is coming from the guild while the other is coming through him, meaning they need to prove their strength against the boss. Whoever manages to defeat it will get the reward. Sakura wants to go first, thinking she has to get it for her master's sake. The opposing beastmen argue back and say both parties only get one chance, and it should be their party going in first, since the requester himself brought them. In the end, the client beastman allows them to go in first, and they all move forward, flexing their ugly bodies and trying to prove their strength. Sakura analyzes the opposing party and sees they are well formed, and if they work together perfectly, they will definitely beat the boss. Tsuyoshi comes up with a suggestion and says what if they let him go in alone? He says he is a level 6 adventurer, and if he loses, his party will give up on the request and the reward. But if he defeats the boss, the reward will belong to him. His opponents get stunned for a second, and then they burst out laughing at him for daring to challenge a boss with his ant-like level. They do not object to his suggestion and let him go first. Sakura, worried about him, asks if he is sure he can defeat the boss, because the boss is not only a level 12 monster but also possessed by darkness. She says he cannot defeat it easily with thunder or anything else. He gives her a wink that straight up steals her heart and she quickly agrees, basically surrounded by flowers. The other beastmen cannot help but keep laughing at him like he is a walking joke. However, Tsuyoshi puts on a serious face, giving off a different aura and walks toward the boss. It is level 14, more like an octopus with a one-eyed SpongeBob character vibe. The beastmen get stunned by how high level the boss is, and they assume Tsuyoshi would need at least level 24 to beat it. Sakura looks even more worried now. The Tigerman warns her that she needs to prepare herself for a corpse, since her boyfriend will not be able to withstand it for even 1 second. But she shoots them a fierce look, showing she is perfect wife material for him, and tells them to shut up. Inside, Tsuyoshi believes the boss should have the same weakness as those minions, at least in theory, but he can sense this one is way stronger, and he cannot use the same technique against it. He resorts to summoning the divine hammer, and at the same time a notification appears saying he cannot utilize its full power when his HP is low. It also says a huge amount of energy will be drained if he forcefully activates it. He plans to enhance his arms with ultimate physique, then amplify the output of the thunder chain fall with the heaven shaker, and activate the hammer at the last moment. It will be useless if he misses his shot, but he is determined to get that rare item. He steps forward with his hammer and throws a strike right at the creepy mouth of the boss. The attack makes electric sparks leak out of the building like it is about to short circuit. Sakura starts worrying even more, thinking if he has used that skill, then he will be weakened after this. The latest attack crumbles the whole building, and Sakura runs toward her crush, while the beastmen just stand there confused, wondering what even happened. As Sakura looks for him, he pulls out his dried stick-like arm and crawls out from the rubble in a state that looks like a vampire sucked him dry. He shows her the item and asks if it is the Cardiolus they were talking about. It is a bright blue crystal, with a black aura lurking around it. They go straight to the guild, where a pretty woman guides them to contact the shamans because Cardiolus must be purified and infused with magic to be usable. The shaman guild is in the east of the city, and she decides to write them a referral letter. She knows there is supposed to be a shaman exam in a few days, so they might refuse them, but her letter might still help. Tsuyoshi is stunned to learn that shamans also have ranks. Sakura explains that shaman is an honorary title, and they have exams that divide them into 6 ranks, just like pharmacists and elven awakeners. High-level shamans can make medicines and items that are more effective, and because of that, their prices are higher. They are not regular adventurers, but a noble existence, and they do not participate in combat, just like pharmacists and awakeners. Not only can they make medicines, but some of them can even influence the cap of adventurers. Like us viewers, Tsuyoshi has no idea what the cap of adventurers even means. Sakura explains it with a saying from the adventurer world: fear a high-level shaman more than 10 high-level adventurers. The medicines prepared by capable shamans can influence the outcome of a battle, and some high-quality ones can even help with leveling up. That is why adventurers naturally seek them out. There is also a story about an 80-level adventurer who angered a silver shaman. The shaman summoned dozens of adventurers with levels over 80 to chase him down, and you can already imagine how brutally that adventurer got treated. Since then, the world learned just how terrifyingly influential shamans are. Hearing all this, Tsuyoshi finds them kinda fascinating. Just then, the pretty lady returns with the referral letter, hoping they will be able to enter the shaman guild to purify Cardiolus. As they get close to the shaman guild, they see a lot of adventurers gathered and lined up for the exam. Sakura tells him many adventurers from prestigious families, schools, and specialized organizations gather here, and she has heard it is hard to get in. She grabs his arm and walks up to the white shaman, asking if they can be allowed in for the purification of Cardiolus. Here comes another drama. The man gives them a judgmental look, since they are a human and a half, and he refuses their request, saying the exam is going on and only shamans can enter. Sakura apologizes and tries to say they have a referral letter from the guild, but the shaman pushes her away and yells that he does not care who the letter is from, because the exam matters most right now. Tsuyoshi steps forward, backing up his girl, and refuses to leave until he lets them in. The shaman's veins almost pop out in anger when he sees Tsuyoshi showing what he thinks is useless courage, and he makes it clear that they do not have any power here. He says they both cannot get in until the exam is over. Tsuyoshi cannot stand his nonsense either, and he gets ready to throw hands. Just then a shaman named Doug shows up with the blue rank, and he is also the president of the Northern Shaman Association. What makes it hilarious is that this big shot has the face of a literal goat, maybe because he is the goat in this world, like Messi. The white shaman apologizes and tells him these rude guys came on exam day to request the purification of a Cardiolus. Even though he already refused them, they keep persisting. Tsuyoshi ignores this duffer and turns to the president shaman, asking why they are not being let in when they have a guild referral. The goat is surprisingly gentle and says he can purify it for him, but he does not have spare time because of the exams, so they should come back after the exam. Tsuyoshi is short on time too and asks if there is no other way. Doug thinks for a moment and tells Tsuyoshi to take the shaman exam and earn the highest score, and then the president himself will make the arrangements. However, as a warrior, Tsuyoshi does not meet the qualifications to take the shaman exam. He asks what the requirements are, and other candidates burst out laughing, acting like he is some kind of disgrace for not knowing. The president explains that he must have an aptitude for magic, since the essence of a shaman is magic. The most basic requirements are passing 2 tests, potion creation and item crafting, and then he becomes a white shaman. Tsuyoshi takes it lightly and asks the president to lend him the staff. The white shaman cuts in and warns that if he keeps insisting, he will call the guards. He says that even if Tsuyoshi borrows the staff, he will not be able to do anything since he is not a magician. But Tsuyoshi does not budge and asks for the staff again, saying he will prove he meets the requirements. The president looks impressed and hands over his staff, telling him it has no level restrictions. Sakura whispers, asking what he is trying to do, and he just tells her to trust him. She calms down, thinking he always manages to pull it off whenever he says something like that. The grumpy shaman tells Tsuyoshi to prove himself now that he has the staff, but Tsuyoshi counters with a love shot. He presses his palm to the shaman's chest and it hits like an arrow straight to his heart, making a rush of extreme pleasure flood his body. Tsuyoshi actually uses absolute duplication to copy the skills of a magician and use the staff as the medium to cast magic. He is not limited to one class, at least theoretically, and choosing warrior first was basically just personal preference. Several skills appear in front of him and he chooses Shining skill. The staff activates magic, creating a strong light that dazzles enemies for 3 seconds. A yellow light starts pouring out of his body, and he asks if deploying magic means he qualifies for the shaman exam. Now, the president notices these are magical waves created when a talented magician deploys magic. He tells Sakura to close her eyes, and then Tsuyoshi releases a wave of magic that spreads everywhere. The president protects himself with a shield and sees that this basic magic is enough for a standard adventurer. However, he is confident his shield will not be broken by magic at this level, but Tsuyoshi has a different plan. A screen appears in front of him, asking if he wants to enhance magical energy using ultimate physique. He allows it, and a huge surge of energy floods out. The president notices Tsuyoshi intensity of light has increased, and his shield cannot resist it, breaking into pieces. Giving off a crazy aura, Tsuyoshi asks if he qualifies for the shaman exam now. The president quickly acknowledges him, because at this point he does not really have another choice. They enter the exam hall, where everyone is whispering and gossiping about Tsuyoshi, and they cannot believe a human is participating in the shaman exam. Tsuyoshi can feel their eyes on him like he is an intruder, and Sakura tells him he is the first human to ever take this exam, so people naturally assume he is plotting something. He is honestly stunned to learn he is the first human here. Sakura explains that humans have a class called pharmacist, which is similar to beastmen, shamans, and elven awakeners, and even though there are no rules banning humans from entering, this tradition has been followed until now. These three classes already have their own factions, and stepping into that territory will naturally be taken as a provocation. For the first time, he actually freaks out a little, and whispers that he only wanted to get their cardiolus purified, not start beef with an entire faction, and Sakura quickly reassures him. Another pig shows up who is the vice president of the Northern Shaman Association, also blue rank. He says he does not oppose the president's decision, but if they set this precedent, it will damage the pride of the Beastmen Shaman faction, and he doubts a human can brew a potion since he does not even have a basic staff. The president replies that the whole point of today's test is to see if Tsuyoshi can make potions, and he is simply curious about his talent. For a brief moment, he sensed powerful waves coming from him, and he has only seen potential like that in the genius shaman Kevin. The pig laughs and says he should not compare that human to a genius, because Tsuyoshi would not even qualify to be the servant who carries Kevin's newest disciple's sandals. The president wonders if Kevin's new disciple Fulin is also here, and the pig says she is aiming for first place, which sounds exactly like her. He adds that Kevin publicly praises her, saying she is a genius beyond what he was in his younger days. She stands calmly among the sturdy beastmen, while they stare at the little girl and believe she is a prodigy who could make potions on her own a year ago. Back then, she was too young and got disqualified due to age restrictions, but this time she is gunning for first place. She is a cute cat girl, and can hear their muttering, and it irritates her like crazy. The pig and the president make their entrance. The pig announces the exam is about to begin, and everyone needs to take their spot based on the numbers they were given. Since Tsuyoshi is given number 15, he says goodbye to his girlfriend, and walks to the place with 15 written on the floor. With his luck, good or bad, he ends up standing right next to Fulin. She looks surprised to see a human here. Tsuyoshi, being a total menace, introduces himself while thinking she is cute and different from Sakura. Like bro is already daydreaming about a whole roster. She does not like him at all, and says it looks like someone is trying to grab attention. It hits him right in the chest because he realizes she has a razor-sharp tongue. Bro learns the hard way that even sweet girls can be savage with strangers. Just wait until she turns her hate to love. After all, our hero is check magnet, right? The president takes charge and says they will test the candidates' basic shaman skills, where they will be required to make potions on their own. Suddenly the ground starts shaking and a slab rises up, startling Tsuyoshi, but everyone else stays weirdly calm. Fulin taunts him, asking if he does not even know the shaman refining station. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi drops his handsome face and makes a twisted expression, basically thinking she should just leave him alone. At the same time, he realizes the way potions are made here is still pretty old school, whereas in his world, everything runs on automation, and people just make capsules. The pig slams his staff on the ground, and a circle appears around him. Right after that, small chips pop up with the test details written on them. Tsuyoshi reads that they have to make 3 energy potions within 1 hour. Bro does not even know how to make one, so he looks around trying to pull off some low-key cheating. The president announces that the first hurdle is selecting materials, and there are various ingredients on the refining table that require a certain amount of knowledge. Most newbies do not know there are 9 types of materials for basic energy potions, and if even one material is wrong, the correct potion cannot be made, and this is where most of them will get eliminated. Hearing that, the other candidates start panicking because they do not know what to choose. He hears Fulin saying that when a magician makes a potion, the materials are already prepared in advance, so it is pathetic they cannot remember such basic ingredients for something this simple. He turns around and sees she has already finished selecting her materials, which amazes him and the other beastmen. The elders expect this test will be a piece of cake for her. She raises her staff and spins it around the materials to start refining the potion, and she looks insanely cool doing it. Tsuyoshi realizes her mouth is ruthless, but she is also cracked and he activates Divine Eye to copy her movements. Using magic, she mixes the materials with high precision and fills the tube without any spillage. The president says the next step is the most important and final procedure, which is refining. Refining involves merging the materials with magic, and it tests one's magical power. He believes that if things keep going like this, Fulin will take first place. At the same time, President Shaman looks at Tsuyoshi and wonders what he is doing, and why he has not started anything yet. While flexing her crazy beauty, Fulin performs the refining procedure and makes 3 potions easily. The president praises her and tells her to wait until the end of the test for her work to be checked. Being a cocky girl, she clicks her tongue, knowing she has to wait for everyone else. She turns around and sees a guy staring at her with his meek eyes, and she yells at him for looking at her like that. He might have drooled over her before, but now he is staring for his own reasons. He finishes analyzing her actions with his divine eye and turns back to his materials, quietly thanking her. A screen appears before him asking if he would like to optimize the analyzed actions, and he allows the system. It automatically selects the materials, starts crushing them, and moves straight into refining without wasting time. Seeing the materials and the pretty colors, the others cannot believe their eyes. He is selecting and crushing the materials at the same time, and he is also refining them along the way. Fulin refuses to believe he has that kind of power. The pig says it is the same technique Kevin showed during his shaman exam when he was younger, and he called it simplifying the process. He adds that it cannot be done without insane magical power. It makes him wonder if Tsuyoshi is on par with Kevin. With just one glance, Tsuyoshi feels oddly comfortable, like he has done this a bunch of times already. Now he realizes there is more to potion making and refinement, so being a shaman starts looking pretty interesting to him. He carefully channels his magic into the materials and turns them into a potion. Fulin's eyes bulge in shock, and she cannot stand losing to a worthless human. She wonders if he is copying the technique Kevin used to stun everyone during the shaman exam, called swift completion. The president has the same thought, because Kevin used that technique and created a C-grade potion that did not look like something a white shaman could make at all. The president was a judge back then too, and even he struggled to make a C-grade potion at that time. Potions are graded from D to S, and the grade depends on the creator's skill, strongly affecting the potion's effects and value. The pig praises him, saying a mere human making a C-grade potion is a huge accomplishment, and he must have done it by handling everything carefully. But Tsuyoshi thinks he cannot make a C-grade potion in such a distracting environment, and he would be lucky if he makes a D-grade potion. Wind starts swirling around him and a notification appears in front of him about predicting the potion's grade. The prediction shows the energy potions he made are grade D. At first, Tsuyoshi thinks that should be enough for the exam, but then he changes his mind when he realizes if Fulin makes C-grade potions he will lose the top spot. Dude does not even fully understand what C rank means, but just in case he decides to make one. The old man's info about potion quality clicks in his mind, that the grade is affected by the strength and attributes of the magic. He plans to increase his magical strength using ultimate physique, but he is stuck on how to change the attributes. President Doug notices Tsuyoshi hesitating while maintaining his magic, which is bad because a shaman's confidence directly affects potion refinement. If he cannot keep his magic stable, he might fail the refinement. The pig says in a mocking tone that it is happening exactly like he expected, and Tsuyoshi must have burned all his energy extracting the materials. Fulldom, now actually worried, wonders why he is hesitating, and if he finishes refining, the solidification will be done. A beastman reaches out and tries to approach him, saying if he takes any more time his magic will not last much longer. Fulldom steps in and shoves him back, saying he is distracting him, and asking if he has no basic shaman sense. Tsuyoshi is in a pinch, thinking he only has regular magic with no attributes. How is he supposed to change the attributes? Then he recalls that when he used the Divine King's hammer, the lightning attribute had to be imbued into it, and if he borrows the power of the Divine King's hammer, he should be able to switch his attribute. He summons the hammer, and a lightning attribute starts running through his body, shifting his magical attribute to lightning. It only lasts a few seconds, but it is enough. He quickly releases the energy and brings the potion-making process to an end. The elders are shocked to see he succeeds at both refining and solidifying, which makes the president wonder what even happened. Even if Tsuyoshi's magic was unstable, the president clearly felt a different elemental wave in there. What did he just do? After that, everyone finishes their own potions, and the elders start checking them to decide the grades. Most of them pass the exam and some of them end up failing. The pig finally walks up to Fulin's station and inspects her potion. A rich, long-lasting fragrance overflows from it, proving it is a pure potion, not some sloppy mess. He grades it as a C-grade basic energy potion. Everyone is surprised and assumes she will take first place, which is exactly what you would expect from Kevin's disciple, and Fulin does not deny it either. She is basically standing there like, yeah, obviously. The president goes to Tsuyoshi's station and asks how he feels about his result, and Tsuyoshi says he did what he could. The ugly pig says if Tsuyoshi is not confident, then it is probably just a C-grade potion. But the president low-key believes in Tsuyoshi, and the moment he inspects the potion, a fragrance swirls around the room like a tornado with lightning woven into it. The pig cannot believe his eyes, and says a potion that causes a supernatural phenomenon is without a doubt a B-grade potion. Fulin cannot believe it either, thinking only someone with power on Kevin's level could make a B-grade potion. The president says they were wrong about this human, and his existence is more terrifying than genius Kevin himself. Without a doubt, Tsuyoshi gets first place in the exam, and that shuts everybody up real quick. Meanwhile, Sakura is getting more restless by the second, worrying about her beloved crush since everyone has come out except Tsuyoshi. Just then he pops out calling her name and apologizes for making her worry during the exam. She asks how it went, and he proudly tells her he took first place and came to get her. She gets hyped and praises him for doing an amazing job, while the others cannot even lift their faces because the embarrassment is hitting them like a truck. They look pathetic, honestly. Later, the president takes Cardiolus in his hands and says Tsuyoshi came here to purify it, despite having such crazy power. Since he took first place, the president agrees to fulfill his wish and purify it. The pig asks who his potion-making master is, and Tsuyoshi arrogantly says he tried it on his own and did not have anyone teaching him. Well, he is half right. The elders feel miserable that he had to learn all this solo. The president takes him away, saying he will grant him the white robe after purifying the Cardiolus. They pass by a depressed Fulin, who trembles and whispers an apology to Kevin, saying she lost to a mere human. For some reason, Sakura overhears her and makes a fiery face. Realizing Fulin is Kevin's disciple, Tsuyoshi asks her what is wrong and she quickly switches her expression, saying she was just spacing out, nothing more. He buys the lie and tells her to follow him, since they have another goal after the purification, and she quietly walks behind them. They go to the ritual room, which is embellished with natural plants and dead birds, and the president starts muttering the purification ritual. The pig tells Tsuyoshi that Cardiolus is filled with darkness, and he is lucky the president is performing a specialized ritual to purify it. Tsuyoshi is amazed and wonders if this is the kind of spell a shaman uses. Sakura explains that shamans are also a kind of magician, and for certain magic spells, the more powerful the spell is, the longer the incantation becomes. While chanting the ritual, the president thrashes his staff into the ground and lifts Cardiolus into the air with his remarkable magic. He hands it over to Tsuyoshi, asking him to infuse his magic into it, because only then will he be able to use Cardiolus. As Tsuyoshi takes Cardiolus in his hands, the president explains that Cardiolus is divided into classes. Even low-class ones get adventurers killed in the dark area, and this Cardiolus is a medium-class item. Tsuyoshi gets excited hearing it is medium class, because it means he will gain higher experience in the dark area. Based on his experience, the president says Tsuyoshi will need a party with at least 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 offensive magicians, and 1 pharmacist. He asks if Tsuyoshi has decided on the party members, the number of people, and the composition, but Tsuyoshi says it will be just him, and Sakura says she will not join the party because the experience points will be divided. Hearing this, both elders open their eyes in surprise. Anyways, they open the portal to the dark area and explain that he will be able to reset it twice after entering, and each time a new darkness will appear. In other words, he can fight the darkness 3 times, and after that he will be expelled, and Cardiolus will turn into ash and disappear. Once he enters, he will not be able to escape until he wipes out all the monsters or time runs out. If he happens to die, his body will be removed from that area, which is also a way to get out. Like typical housewives who give something to their husbands going to the wars, Sakura hands over a bag filled with potions she bought using their latest quest rewards, and he will need them inside. He praises her, saying she is always thoughtful of him. Just as he is about to enter, the president stops him and reminds him that he returned his staff, so how will he be using magic? But our boy proudly says he does not need it since he is a warrior, and he pulls out his sword. Obviously, it leaves the other 2 amazed. The president wonders how much further our guy will grow, having such magical talent while being a warrior. Just as he enters the dark forest, a 12-hour time limit appears, and if he resets the quest, it will take another 12 hours until the entrance reopens. Moving forward, he sees a pack of wolves tearing something apart, and he reminds himself to be careful and not underestimate their speed. He rushes in, enhances his attack with ultimate physique, and thrashes downward with the thunder chain, which paralyzes every wolf and then shocks them, cutting their life force in half. He gets hyped when he sees he is earning 50 experience points, which is what he normally gets from defeating a minor boss in his world. He plans to head out after completing 3 rounds, thinking he might level up twice. But the paralyzing effect wears off fast, as expected from the darkness, and a wolf with a mouth as big as a titan's lunges forward to gobble him. He blocks it with his sword, and if he had been even a little slower, his throat would have been ripped apart. Another wolf raises its arm to attack, but it suddenly pulls back, and our guy realizes they are working together to mess with his vision and keep him blind. In that case, he activates ultimate strength in his arms to 60% and swings his sword, taking down every wolf with 1 slash. The experience he gains gets him excited, making him think he will hit level 7 in just 1 run. Outside, Sakura waits for him, and the president asks if she is worried, because he has never heard of anyone entering a dark area alone unless they have exceptional power. The pig adds that he has seen many talented young ones, but a lot of them drown in their own confidence and die, and this is the first time he has seen someone challenge the boss of a dark area solo. He says he hopes the human's body comes back to its senses. Sakura gets annoyed at him for talking like that, but she cannot really say anything. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi has been fighting non-stop, and his stamina and willpower are drained even after using ultimate physique. However, he has Sakura's healing and stamina potions, and he drinks them immediately, even though the bitter taste almost takes him out. Anyways, he downs the potions and recovers his health and stamina. Outside, Sakura asks President Doug why he is not returning, and he replies that he is worried the human will make it out alive or not. Then he hears sounds coming from inside, and Sakura tells him it is her boyfriend's thunder, and as long as they can hear it, it means he is still safe in there. Back in the dark forest, Tsuyoshi keeps slashing every wolf that comes at him, and reaches the deepest part, where the boss is inside a cave with a creepily designed entrance. Before going in, he decides to rest. He takes the medicinal potions again, complaining about their nasty taste. After he replenishes his energy, he heads into the boss cave and sees the boss with the same level as the carnivorous darkness, but the intimidation feels different, and it makes sense once he sees how jacked its body is. However, our guy's overconfident aura wears off fast when the boss disappears from his sight and instantly rushes him with a heavy attack. Tsuyoshi blocks it, but he can still feel the pressure coming off the boss, and then it releases shockwaves that send shivers through his body and straight up terrify him. He cannot move an inch no matter how hard he fights it, and the boss comes in for another attack. Right at the moment of crisis, his boundless ring starts shining, removes the tremble slow effect, and helps him block the strike thanks to the power surging from the ring. He ends up looking like a copy version of a Super Saiyan. The boss notices it too and pulls back, saying he has a huge presence, and it did not expect its tremble slow skill to get broken like that. Tsuyoshi is amazed that the boss can talk, because he thought darkness was just a bunch of beasts that could not speak. The boss replies that darkness is a higher existence than anything else, and then it vanishes again to set up the next attack. Our guy tracks the movement and low-key wishes he still had the Dark Goblin set, because then he could use roaring tentacles, but he left it in the original world. As expected, the boss throws an attack that releases red blood too, blocking his vision like a cheap trick. Tsuyoshi blocks the attack, but the boss keeps forcing its weapon forward, striking him and pushing him back. He manages to hold his ground, but it is not a good sign. He gets hit once and already starts bleeding, and he does not have any medicine for bleeding, which means he could bleed out and die if this keeps up. He wonders if he should discard his 2 remaining chances and leave this area to heal, because if he stays here, he will bleed to death either way. Anyways, he rushes forward with the Thunderfall and strikes down successfully, which makes him wonder why it did not dodge the attack. Turns out the boss struck down the lightning with its sword, and it did not deal any damage. Tsuyoshi for the first time breaks into a sweat and senses trouble in the next few minutes. The boss rushes forward to attack with its big sword, saying it will take him down and does not need a sacrifice either. It manages to directly hit our guy with a powerful strike and claims the adventurer has lost his weapon and is useless, and the next time it will finish him off. But he can see our guy is still moving, giving off the same red aura the boss just showed, which makes the boss wonder who he is. Tsuyoshi ignores the question and asks what sacrifice is. The boss replies that it is darkness's exclusive skill. Thanks to the boss coming closer to him, Tsuyoshi is able to replicate the skill using his duplication skill. He walks forward in his new monstrous form with the same sacrifice skill, whose name comes from sacrificing half of his body's blood, removing all other buffs, and temporarily gaining immense power. Now he will use his bare hands to grind the boss and make meatballs. With a damn cool body, he stomps forward, and the boss asks in shock how he can use its skill. Our boy proudly says it is a piece of cake for him. Using the same quick step, he vanishes from his spot and quickly appears before the monster, and he starts punching it. However, the boss protects itself with its weapon, which is eventually destroyed, and after that the boss praises that he is strong, but he can only contain this skill by brute force. Tsuyoshi says he does not care what ways he needs to use as long as he can defeat the boss in the remaining time. Besides, while sacrifice is active, his HP does not heal, and he has only 1 shot. The boss tosses away its broken sword, asking him if he has forgotten it. Can also use the sacrifice skill. It activates its original skill, which is more like a transformation skill from ugly to super ugly monster. Tsuyoshi does not get scared or anything like that. He summons his electric element, transforming into a blue color, and switches his position, saying how could he forget that the boss is able to make his Raiden attack miss the ground with just its weapon. So he makes the boss use its weapon as a shield, and break it down in the process. He charges forward with his spiky arm, strengthens it with ultimate physique, and then pierces through its chest to bleed it to death. While the boss has 1 leg in the grave, it wonders why this human is so formidable and strong. As it dies, a notification appears that he has defeated the boss and conquered the dark area. His sacrifice effect wears down, and his whole body hurts like it is being torn apart. He also obtains the boss's weapon called Bloody Mist Saw, which has a saw-like blade, and any wounds caused by this weapon will not heal. A notification appears, telling him that if he resets the quest, he will consume 1 challenge, and he can challenge the dark area again, or leave the area. However, if he continues to challenge, he will get 50% experience bonus points. He immediately agrees to the reset, which increases his level, but he notices sacrifice is a bad skill because the damage done to him does not disappear. He thought it would improve his physical condition, but it turned out to be a hassle, and the damage is still the same. He wonders if he should get out and rest, but if he goes for a 2nd round in a row, he will definitely have to use sacrifice again against the boss. Moreover, Sakura told him that it would be dangerous if he does not go outside and replenish supplies after the 1st round. But his plan was to level up in a week and return to the world, and that is why he cannot ignore this bonus. After all, there is a price to pay to get stronger. That is why he resorts to choosing challenge at the end. Outside, Sakura is waiting for him, thinking he should have come out by now. The president reassures her that he probably chose challenge since it gives experience bonuses, and even though he is trying to calm her down, he is still low-key worried. Tsuyoshi cannot keep pushing without replenishing supplies, and adventurers are always at risk of dying in the dark area when they get greedy. Sakura says he promised he would come out after the first round, but she can still hear thunder. The ugly pig pops up again after taking a nap and sees that no corpse has been pushed out, which means Tsuyoshi is hiding somewhere and shivering, at least in his mind. He starts running his mouth and says even the president was spewing nonsense, and then he asks if they really think Tsuyoshi can break through the dark area of a medium cardiolus on his own. He keeps insulting our guy, saying if he already cleared the round he should have come out, and if he is trying again then he will eventually die, since he does not have enough potions to last him until the end. After hearing all that gibberish, Sakura stays firm and believes Tsuyoshi will return safely, and she tells him to stop saying that pathetic stuff. The fact that she can still hear thunder is proof he is alive, so she is not buying the pig's doom talk. The pig does not take her seriously though, and he claims that if her boyfriend dies, she will be responsible more than anyone else, and she does not need to hype herself up with false confidence. This time Sakura loses her patience and turns around with fiery eyes, and her bloodlust starts leaking out. The president quickly notices it and thrashes his staff to the ground, telling them to shut it until Tsuyoshi comes out, and then he orders the pig to go inside. The pig tries to mutter something ugly again, but the president rudely tells him to scram, thinking the pig has gone so rusty and dull that he cannot even sense the bloodlust coming from Sakura. Just then, Sakura stops hearing thunder from inside, which gives the pig another reason to taunt her. Out of nowhere they hear a familiar sound and see the seal on the entrance crack apart, and someone starts coming out, which looks like darkness at first. The elders immediately get ready to deal with it, but it turns out it is our boy in his sacrifice form, and it dissolves the moment he leaves the dark area. He apologizes to Sakura and tells her he did it 3 times and leveled up 3 times to level 9 thanks to the experience bonuses. He is beaten to a pulp and falls onto Sakura's soft pillows. The elders cannot believe he cleared it 3 times in one go, and they start wondering how much power he is still hiding. The president quickly orders the pig to treat Tsuyoshi. Both elders start treating his injuries with their staffs, and they notice his nerves and muscles are severely damaged, so it is honestly crazy that he even survives. Our guy thanks them for treating him, and he already feels way better than before. Sakura pouts on the side, showing her cute silly side, and says he always breaks his promises and keeps doing reckless things. He apologizes and explains that he could not resist the temptation of the experience bonuses, and she knows he needs experience points more than anything else, but she says his safety matters to her more than anything. The president interrupts and says he would not believe it if he had not seen it with his own eyes, that Tsuyoshi challenged the dark forest 3 times. Moreover, he says that when Tsuyoshi came out he emitted a dark aura even stronger than darkness's aura, and for a second the president almost thought darkness itself came out. If Kevin was a genius, then this human is beyond a genius. The pig finally drops his arrogance and respectfully apologizes for what he said earlier, saying he should not underestimate the power of humans. Tsuyoshi says treating him earlier is enough, so he does not need to worry, but Sakura turns her face to the other side. The pig continues that they used the reflect skill to heal his wounds as much as they could, but they cannot fix his deep wounds, and his body is still in critical condition. Reflect skill is an intermediate skill that can repair all kinds of physical damage to a certain extent. He says Tsuyoshi was covered in wounds when he came out, and if they had delayed his treatment, he would have died. The president says it seems Tsuyoshi used some kind of secret technique or magic, but he forbids him from using it again because the danger still left in his body might hinder his leveling up. Tsuyoshi panics, thinking the sacrifice skill is messing with his mind, and the idea of taking other lives is starting to creep in way too easily. He wonders what he should do, and then a creature with 2 huge eyes pops up in his mind, terrifying him so much he almost has a mini heart attack. Seeing him panting, Sakura gets worried and asks what happened. He makes an excuse that he is just exhausted and needs rest, while thinking he should not use this sacrifice skill anymore. President Doug hands him the medicine potions and tells him to take them once a day, and he says meditating after taking them will help him absorb them better. This is Kevin's favorite medicine, so it will be a big help in healing his body, but Doug still believes it is better to visit Kevin in person. If our guy has real talent, then Kevin will take him as an apprentice and teach him even more about medicine, because he is one of the few people on the continent who possesses the legendary Law of Ruin. That takes Sakura by surprise, so she asks which number of the legendary Law of Ruin Kevin has discovered, but Tsuyoshi has no idea what she is even saying. The pig explains that there are laws covering the magic of heaven and earth, and magic used according to these laws has crazy immeasurable power, which is called the forbidden spell of ruin. There are 12 laws, and all of them are hidden in unexplored areas. The monument of the laws of ruin has been updated and passed down by outstanding magicians of every era, and the first laws were written in ancient times, and they all have the power to destroy the world. The reason Kevin is called a genius is because he mastered the 12th law of great winds 12 years ago, and his magic improved massively, which is useful for refining medicines as a shaman. This not only increases the effectiveness and quality of his medicines, but it also combines with the power of the law, so if it is Kevin, he can low-key heal our guy's body for real. That gets both Sakura and Tsuyoshi excited. The president hands him a letter of introduction to give Kevin so he can meet them, and the pig also suggests they take rare items and medicines to trade with Kevin. After this, both our guys finally depart from the Shaman Guild. The pig asks the president if that human piqued his interest, since he casually gave him a B-grade forbidden blood potion like it was nothing. The president replies that he is just curious how far our guy can climb, and giving him a hand now is basically an investment for the future. The pig agrees that not many people have managed to clear a dark area alone, but the president corrects him and says a great being gave birth to their Beastman clan 1,000 years ago, and it was the ancient god king called Graces. On the way, our protagonist asks Sakura if she knows where Kevin lives, and she says yes, but it is far away from here, so they can level up along the way. It is the closer path anyway, and it lines up with their goals, which works out perfectly. Suddenly they see people gathered in one spot and talking about forming a party. Sakura tells him it is a so-called quest point where quests appear randomly during a certain period of time, and many adventurers gather there, but after a while they disappear or move to another place. She says she heard about it and brought him here, so Tsuyoshi finds it interesting and decides to test his level 9 skills. A guy with spiky hair announces that they need a level 15 warrior whose combat power is over 6,000, and he says they are being generous with bonuses, so the team is leaving soon. The Beastmen gossip that it is already the second day that party has been trying to recruit someone for the quest, and even though the bonus is good, it sounds low-key deadly, and there is barely anyone at level 15 with that kind of combat power, especially with that stubborn spiky-haired captain leading it. One party member pulls the captain aside and suggests they take a different quest, because they have already wasted 2 days, and if anyone was going to show up, they would have come by now. The captain snaps like Bakugo and yells back, asking if he forgot the expensive information they bought at the tavern, and he says it is a level 12 quest where they can only get Blood Rose, which costs 500 silver coins, so there is no way he is settling for some mid-quest. Blood Rose is a rare material that boosts recovery effects, and it is popular among shamans and medicine makers, so the captain is not trying to let that slip. While they are still arguing, our guy steps in and asks to join their team, and he introduces himself as a warrior with a slightly low level, and the member's eyes sparkle like he just got delivered from heaven. The captain gets excited and asks his level, saying if he is level 12 they would gladly take him, but Tsuyoshi says he is level 12 and that they can leave the vanguard to him. The captain instantly gets heated and his members grab him before he goes fully berserk, while he yells at Tsuyoshi for showing up with that level, but they calm him down by saying if they lose this chance, they will waste another whole day, and it will still work as long as they have enough bodies. The captain finally accepts their logic, and agrees to give Tsuyoshi a chance, but he warns him not to do anything on his own once they are inside. Tsuyoshi stays in a good mood, puts a hand on the captain's shoulder, and says he is happy to join a party for the first time, and then he starts walking forward like he is the captain now. As soon as they enter the quest area, a notification pops up saying it is a level 15 quest, not level 12, and they realize they got played by the informant. The first opponent they see is the forest rhino, and they crouch down like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy because they are scared they will not even handle the rhino, and the boss will probably be even more brutal. The captain tries to hype them up, saying they are level 15, and they have been taking down enemies by working together, and if things go sideways, they will use the return horn. It is an expensive item, but blowing it will let them exit the quest, so at least they have a safety net. The captain then notices Tsuyoshi is missing from the group and starts wondering where he went. Suddenly lightning strikes nearby, and they see Tsuyoshi slashing through a whole group of rhinos like it is nothing, saying they are a piece of cake compared to the ones in the dark area, and the guys just stand there staring with their mouths wide open. His first step boosts everyone's morale, and they start fighting the monsters while following our guy's lead. They keep talking about how he is crazy strong, because he keeps charging forward while taking down small fries, and he even looks like he already knows the enemy's weaknesses. A thief asks the captain if he knows who this guy is, because with skills like that, he should be famous. But the captain does not know who this freak is, and he keeps his cool, saying he just knows too many people to remember everyone, even though this guy low-key feels like an elite warrior from a major guild. While Tsuyoshi is grinding, he thinks regular quests are nothing compared to the dark area, because the level 16 monsters here feel weaker than level 11 monsters in the dark area. He He runs into a monster that looks like a talking tree, and he uses Divine Eye to see it has poisonous thorns and is weak to the fire attribute, which is honestly obvious. He thinks to himself that this quest is about collecting blood roses, so he wonders if he should bring some to Kevin as a souvenir. He takes down one tree in front of him, and then he warns the others that as they get closer to the boss, these minions will keep increasing, and they are weak against fire, but they also need to watch out for the vines with poisonous thorns. The tree monsters surround the party, and the captain starts wondering how this guy knows their weaknesses so easily, and he guesses Tsuyoshi must be hiding some secret technique. Then he uses his staff to flame up the tree monster and burn it to ashes. While they take a rest after dealing with the minions, the captain introduces himself as Victor, and Tsuyoshi introduces his name too. Victor says he really wants to know his identity, because there is no way someone this skilled is just random. Our protagonist casually says he is just a newbie, but Victor does not believe it. Anyways, Victor asks if he knows the quest rankings for each region, but our guy is completely clueless about that stuff. Victor explains that these quest points are different from the ones that disappear after some time, because each region has fixed quest points. Quest rankings record the completion data of parties, and they also track first clears and top performances for each quest. In other words, they do not just offer bonuses, they also bring fame, and the rankings get shared across regional guild branches, so clearing a quest can make your guild look legit. There was a similar system in our protagonist's world, so he asks Victor what the point is and why he is bringing it up. Victor says this group formed randomly, but he is actually part of Q's guild, under an elite party of 15 pioneers known as the Big Goat Party. He adds that his captain is one of the guild's founders, a shield warrior famous by the nickname Big Goat Harvey, but our guy still looks unimpressed, and asks what his point is. Victor continues that a new level 18 quest has appeared, and it involves small dark area monsters hidden in a swamp, and they are hard to deal with because there is not enough information. However, Tsuyoshi seems knowledgeable about monsters, so he might be a clutch asset for clearing it, and our boy is always down when bonuses are involved. So he says if dark monsters are part of it, then the reward is probably worth it. Victor adds that if they clear it first, then the first completion and top performance get recorded at the same time, and Tsuyoshi would get a solid bonus, which is exactly why competitive parties fight over being the first to clear fixed quests. If he is interested, Victor suggests he should meet Captain Harvey, and our boy believes him, thinking this could be a good alternative until he gets more items to help him level up. After a while, they leave the quest portal while talking about how Victor took down the boss with his fire magic. Everyone still gives credit to our protagonist, and Victor says if Tsuyoshi was not there, he would not have been able to land that attack. But with Tsuyoshi's guidance, it only took him about 10 seconds to line up the shot with the target's weakness. Our boy hands them the blood roses, saying he already got his share, so they divide the rest among themselves. Victor disbands the party and says he will distribute the rewards and bonuses later, and then he asks Tsuyoshi if he has time, because he wants to introduce him to Captain Harvey. Tsuyoshi keeps it respectful and says he wants to inform his partner first. He goes to his girlfriend, and while she wipes off his smelly sweat, she says it is amazing he got an invitation to a party this early, because it took her until level 30 to get invited. She lets him take the quest Victor mentioned, since it will be valuable experience, and she also tells him she will gather information in the nearby town, then report back once he returns. Tsuyoshi says if she cannot find him anywhere, then they should meet at the Adventurers Guild in this area. After she gives him potions and money to take care of himself, he sees her off and goes with Victor. Sakura also thinks this is a perfect chance to investigate more about the genius Kevin, because if he has already mastered the Earth-Wind fusion law, then her plan to take him down might need adjustment, and honestly, who even knows what her real identity is or what she is planning? Victor goes to Captain Harvey and talks about bringing Tsuyoshi in for their next mission, and even letting him lead the party, but Harvey is against it, because how is a level 9 warrior supposed to lead his elite party? Victor tries to explain that they got the blood roses without any issues thanks to our guy, but another guy named Luke mocks him and says he has lost his mind after staying with those idiots outside. Victor suggests they meet Tsuyoshi themselves since he already brought him here, but Luke calls him crazy for bringing someone like that inside. Victor gets pissed at him and gets desperate to prove Luke wrong, so even though Harvey is still not fully convinced, he finally agrees to let Victor bring Tsuyoshi in. Victor brings our boy in front of them, and Tsuyoshi introduces his name and level. Luke mocks him again, saying he looks like a weakling at first glance, but Victor tells Tsuyoshi to just ignore him, because Luke is always running his mouth. Harvey asks Tsuyoshi how confident he is about clearing the quest, and Tsuyoshi says he is 100% confident, but only on one condition, and that is that they let him be the captain and lead the charge. Luke freezes and tells Tsuyoshi that the big man standing there is Big Goat Captain Harvey, and their party is stacked with well-known members. Victor also starts sweating, because Tsuyoshi is basically asking to take the wheel, and he asks what this captain thing is even supposed to mean. Tsuyoshi says it is only for this quest, nothing more. Harvey explains that other parties have tried this quest too, but they keep failing at one specific spot, and his party has already failed 6 times. Each attempt eats up potions and items, and they have already burned 2 gold coins on this mess. Tsuyoshi says if they make him captain, then he will guarantee the quest gets cleared. Luke cannot hold his bitter tongue and tells Harvey to beat him for running his mouth. However, Harvey accepts Tryoshi's condition and warns him that if he fails and turns out to be all talk, then he will show zero mercy to him. Luke argues with his captain and says this level 9 guy is obviously a scam and Victor got tricked, so they should kick Tryoshi out and throw Victor out too. Harvey shuts him down, asks if he even understands how much the guild has been clowning them, because they keep achieving nothing while other parties keep outdoing them. He says if they secure the first clear and best performance on this new quest, then the reputation finally becomes theirs. Even if the chance is small, it is still a chance, and if Tsuyoshi is a fraud, Harvey says he will handle it himself. At the quest point, other parties are already gathered, and they notice the big goat party arriving. Then they get confused, because the one leading them is not Harvey, but a slim guy in a weird outfit. A dogman laughs at them and says they act mighty without any strength to back it up, and if they keep it up they will not even be able to afford a decent meal. Victor whispers to Tyoshi that the dogman captain always treats them like rivals, and even though he is annoying, he is not wrong this time because losing over and over has left them earning nothing. That is why Harvey and the others are under heavy pressure. Tyoshi gets it, they are going through a lot, and steps forward, bumping into the dogman. Then he himself apologizes for getting in his way. The dogman shouts at Harvey that his new captain looks full of himself, and asks if he will keep that same attitude when they retreat again with the return horn. Tyoshi calmly accepts the quest anyway, thinking it will be easy with Divine Eye, and he plans to hit them with a stronger than expected first-class performance. As soon as they enter the quest area, Harvey asks what the plan is. Tsuyoshi asks him to confirm that he is getting all the initial experience points, and Harvey says yes, explaining that the party's honor matters most this time, and making him the captain also puts a huge responsibility on Harvey. Tsuyoshi checks his screen and sees that all the experience points will be allocated to him. Meanwhile, Luke turns red with jealousy because he cannot believe our protagonist is taking all the experience, so he starts looking like he is low-key planning something. Tsuyoshi moves to the next step, which is switching the quest to hard mode, where his experience points and rewards will be tripled, and since he is straight up starving for experience points, it feels like a perfect opportunity for him. The moment he activates hard mode, the sky turns bloody red and shocks everyone, because now it feels like a suicide run, and Victor starts trembling in fear, and says Tsuyoshi messed them up, right? Because Victor told him not to activate it unless he first got familiar with the quest. Luke uses that opening to clap back, saying no one has been able to clear normal mode yet, and Tsuyoshi is really trying to lead them in hard mode, so he did not just waste their time, but if they retreat again, they will become a complete laughingstock. Luke grips the return horn and says he brought their last horn just in case, and now they will have to waste it to return, thanks to this scammer. But Tsuyoshi ignores all that noise, rushes forward, and says if he brought them here, then he also has a plan to get them out, because with Divine Eye and enough people, they can clear this quest without injuries. As soon as he reaches the damp area, the small fries pop up, and he activates his Divine Eye on them and sees these crocs have weak individual attacks, but when they act in groups, they can pull off powerful coordinated biting attacks, which is where it gets dangerous, but they are weak against lightning-based attacks or fire attacks, because the water conductivity around them can be exploited. Seeing those crocs, Luke scares the others and says they are done for now, and even Harvey starts to believe our guy has deceived them. But our guy tells everyone to follow him so they can clear hard mode, and he calls for the fire magicians. Victor decides to trust him and charges forward with the other fire magicians, and the rest rush in too because they do not really have a choice. While Tsuyoshi is showing off, the crocs start coordinating with each other for a heavy attack, and Harvey warns him about it. However, he calmly slices down the crocs in front of him, and tells the fire magicians to throw fire exactly 1 meter ahead of him. Their fire attacks combine with our guy's thunder, which basically doubles the damage, and all 6 crocs get taken out at the same time, leaving Victor wondering what just happened. Tsuyoshi explains that his Thunderfall inflicts status weakening on these enemies, and once they are weakened, any attack hits for double damage. He looks damn cool, like Sung Jinwoo with those blue eyes, and the others start gaining confidence in his strategy, believing they might actually clear the quest because he keeps assessing weaknesses and planning around them. Harvey's eyes widen too, and he wonders who Tsuyoshi really is to pull this off at only level 9. Luke falls back in disbelief and says it was just luck, because there is no way someone can analyze a situation that thoroughly under pressure, which gives Victor the chance to clap back and tell him to shut up, because dragging them down like that is embarrassing. Our protagonist says they do not have time to argue, and orders everyone to follow him so they can conquer the quest. Since our boy already earned everyone's trust, they all charge forward behind him and leave pathetic Luke trailing behind. After they defeat the monsters in the damp area, they crouch down, and Tsuyoshi begins Divine Eye analysis of the area ahead. Victor tells our boy that many parties have been defeated in the swamp area in front of them, and he asks what they should do now. Luke cuts in and says the monsters here are darkness type, and this is nothing they have not dealt with before, so if they fail here, the big goat party will not let it slide. Victor fires back, saying it is all thanks to Tsuyoshi that they have come this far without taking any damage, and that is something they have never experienced before. So he asks why Luke is being so pessimistic. Luke yells at him and reminds him of his position, saying Tsuyoshi is only the temporary captain, but Luke is still the vice captain. So as a vice captain, he is just looking out for the party. Harvey shuts them up, telling them not to distract Captain Tsuyoshi, because he is under the impression that our protagonist is always deep in thought. In reality, Tsuyoshi is just working his skill, and once the analysis completes, the results tell him the swamp cannot be bypassed, and the path to the next area is beyond it. It also recommends that one person distract the monsters while the rest of the party moves ahead, and it maps out the optimal route that is swarmed by 15 darkness monsters, which our boy quickly notes down. He finally speaks and says Luke was right about one thing, and that is that he is only a temporary captain, so anyone who is frustrated with him can leave anytime, but since he is the captain right now, they still need to follow his orders. Luke is about to mutter something again, but Harvey shuts him down, which only makes Luke more annoyed. Luke's ugly behavior reminds our boy of his past self, when his spirit could have been crushed easily by people like him. No matter what world it is, hostile people exist everywhere, and they love to belittle and threaten the weakest ones, so the only option is to become stronger. He stands up and says they have to cross the swamp to reach the next area. Harvey agrees, saying he once made it halfway through and saw the entrance to the path leading to the new area. But to get there, they cannot avoid attacks from darkness monsters, hiding inside that strike unpredictably. He adds that if things go wrong, they might have to use the return horn, and in the worst case they might die. But our guy says it is a restrictive and unfamiliar area, so it is definitely dangerous, and still, they do not need to worry. He shares his plan that he will stay behind and lure the monsters, while Harvey leads everyone to the next area, and then he will catch up later. Victor says it is way too dangerous, and even though Harvey respects his strength, he still does not like a plan that risky. Luke, being the usual buzzkill, laughs at our boy for coming up with a reckless plan that anyone could think of, and he tells him not to expect them to care if he dies. Tsuyoshi hands Victor a note with the optimal route drawn on it, telling them to stay out of the most dangerous parts. He says luring the monsters away is the first step, and he will wipe them out and catch up in no time. He also asks them if he has done anything carelessly up to this point. That question leaves everyone quiet for a second. Meanwhile, he moves forward and telling them to get in formation and wait for his signal. He steps into the swamp, which is nastier than he expected, but it is also perfect for lightning attacks. Back there, Luke asks Harvey if he really trusts a level 9 guy against darkness monsters. Harvey says it is hard to believe, but Tsuyoshi has real determination, and Victor cuts in to say he trusts our guy completely, because rank does not matter to him, and Tsuyoshi just gave them the exact route to the next area. A few minutes later, a darkness monster called a darkness soul eater pops out of the swamp, and it is immune to fire attacks, but lightning works against it. The moment it lunges to gobble him, Tsuyoshi swings his sword and chops it into pieces, and then he sends lightning through the water to lure out the remaining monsters. He boosts his leg strength with ultimate physique to keep stable footing on the swamp, like Naro pulling off that jutsu, and then he runs in the opposite direction to drag the monsters away. He calls out to Harvey, and tells him to lead everyone through the route he showed them, and the others get shocked that he really pulled it off, and they start thinking that with Tsuyoshi on their team, they could clear almost any quest. Victor puffs out his chest with pride, and even Luke, who was totally against this, starts realizing he underestimated our protagonist. Harvey leads them along the route while their captain keeps luring the monsters away. Tsuyoshi keeps running toward the combat area where he plans to handle the monsters. He notices that piercing attacks work best against them, so he decides to add lightning to those strikes to make them hit even harder. On the other hand, the others manage to escape the swamp safely, and they get hyped because they have never made it through before, and even other parties always failed to pass it. Victor patrols the area ahead and comes back with good news, saying they have reached the boss area, and it does not look like a particularly tough boss. Now they are basically one step away, and some of them want to rush in and deal with it, while others want to wait for Tsuyoshi. Luke, however, completely switches up and says they should wait for Captain Tsuyoshi, which makes everyone stare because they cannot believe those words just came out of his mouth. A little embarrassed, Luke admits he doubted Tsuyoshi at first, but thanks to him they have gotten this far, and that is honestly impressive. So since they are already at the boss area, it is smarter to wait for Tsuyoshi and go in together. Harvey bursts out laughing at the sudden attitude change, but he decides to wait for their captain too. Just then, our guy shows up in a beat-up state and sees they are waiting for him, and he casually says he already handled those monsters, so now they should team up and take down the boss. Luke is stunned that he really beat all those enemies, and he cannot believe he is still just a level 9 rookie. Harvey's eyes widen too, and he decides that once this quest is over, he will recommend Tsuyoshi to the guildmaster. Using Divine Eye, our boy sees the boss is called Swamp Watcher, nothing less than a mythical creature, and he also notices there is no boss gate, even though this is supposed to be hard mode. Luke stands beside him and explains that hard mode does not automatically mean there will be a boss gate, because the presence of trigger points or a boss gate depends on the boss's strength, not just the quest itself. Even if a quest is not that challenging, a strong boss may still have a gate. And Tsuyoshi realizes the boss's strength is the real key. He also figures the one-eyed gate he saw in the dark area must be unique to dark types, and for some reason that eye still gives him an icy chill. Luke gets ready to run to the trigger point and fight the boss head-on, but our guy stops this dude, because he already has a plan based on his analysis. He tells Harvey and Luke to lead the warriors and fight like they normally do, while the magicians form pairs, prep their highest impact spells and cast them only on his signal. He also tells them to gather the party's debuff items, like bleeding or poison-inducing ones, and distribute them evenly to the agile members. This boss has unusually high HP, and in hard mode it is doubled, so the fight gets way easier if they keep stacking debuffs non-stop. The agile members need to surround the boss and keep applying those debuffs, while Tsuyoshi divides its attention and helps manage its HP the whole time. Everyone locks in and moves exactly the way he calls it, because at this point they know he is not guessing. He is reading the whole fight. Outside, the Dogman and his crew see the portal has turned red, and the Dogman assumes a human warrior leading the Big Goat party must have tricked them inside. He expects they will blow the return horn and run again, and he is already ready to clown them in front of everyone. He has a grudge against Big Goat because it is the party of humans under the Beastmen-led Q's Guild, and in his mind they have been stealing glory for too long. He is basically waiting for their walk of shame, so he can roast them like it is a festival. Inside the quest, the agile members struggle against the nasty boss, and Victor nervously asks our boy if they should provide magic support already. Tsuyoshi shuts it down and says he knows its attack pattern, so they need to hold and wait for his orders. A few minutes later he notices a shift in the boss's movement, and immediately commands Magician Group 2 to fire. Their spell lands clean on the boss's back, while it is busy dealing with decoys, and the whole fight starts tipping their way. 15 minutes later, they actually defeat the terrifying boss that has been giving parties trouble for ages. Harvey and Luke cannot believe they pulled it off, and they both decide they have to recommend Tsuyoshi to the guildmaster, because with him around, they feel like they could low-key conquer any quest or mission. Tsuyoshi takes all the experience points for himself, and his level jumps up to level 10. He also unlocks a black armor disguise set. Excited, he equips it right away, and black armor forms around him, making him look even more handsome than he already was. Luke comments that if Tsuyoshi had shown up like this earlier, he would not have thought he was some weak guy. Harvey cuts him off and says he has a favor to ask Tsuyoshi. Outside, the Dogman and the others hear footsteps coming out of the portal, and the Dogman starts mocking that the overconfident Big Goat party is finally going to show up with long faces. But as they move closer, a notification appears saying the Big Goat party has cleared the quest for the first time, and the Dogman's eyes practically pop out of his head. The whole Big Goat party steps out, led by a human in black armor, and it looks like Tsuyoshi walked in as a pathetic nobody and walked out like a straight-up hero, handsome like Jinwoo. While other teams talk about Big Goat's win and praise their leader, Harvey and Luke feel proud because it has been a long time since anyone looked at them like this, and they give all the credit to Tsuyoshi. Harvey also promises to take him to the guild and recommend him to the leader. Victor notices the Dogman is still there and brags that Big Goat just got the first clear and the record. The Dogman says it is only because they brought a strong person, and Tsuyoshi claps back by reminding him what he said earlier about him. The Dogman starts sweating, apologizes for being wrong, and then has the audacity to invite Tsuyoshi to his own guild because he thinks this guy is a big deal and would be a huge asset. As he says that, other teams also swarm in and try to recruit Tsuyoshi for their guild. Our protagonist has seen scenes like this around top heroes in his old world, because talented people are always in demand, and if you are strong, someone will always want you wherever you go. Harvey announces that Tsuyoshi is joining Q's guild, and he makes a path through the crowd for him. In the Beastmen city, Northen, Beastmen lock their eyes on the Big Goat party as they pass through, and people start wondering if this hot human guy is their new leader, because if he is, then he should be higher than Harvey's level 18. But our poor boy is only stuck at level 10. Before they enter Q's guild, Tsuyoshi remembers his waifu, since they promised to meet at the Adventurers Guild. He is not sure if she is already there, but he thinks it would be nice to go together. At the Adventurers Guild, two ugly beastmen are teasing the beauty and keep pushing her to go for drinks with them. Our guy shows up and walks straight in, and he ends up bumping into them. The bearded beastman gets annoyed at him, and the other one looks like he has seen Tsuyoshi somewhere before. The beauty recognizes him right away and says he has changed a bit. Those beastmen turn out to be the same ones from before, back when Tsuyoshi came with Sakura and took the hard test they were too scared to take. He asks the beauty if Sakura has come here yet, since they were supposed to meet here. The beauty says she has not seen Sakura today, and besides those two noisy dudes, no one has stayed here long. The beastmen get heated after she calls them noisy, and they start yelling at her for mocking them. Tsuyoshi strengthens his arm, grabs one guy's arm and pulls it back, asking if he cannot see she is clearly uncomfortable. The beastman gets furious and is about to swing back. The other guy stops him and says there are guards here, so fighting inside is not smart. They back off and start leaving. Tsuyoshi apologizes to the beauty for interrupting and starts to step outside. She tries to stop him and tells him to stay inside where it is safe, because those guys will beat him to a pulp. Tsuyoshi stays calm and says he will be fine. The two guys challenge him to fight outside, but the second they step out, they see a whole sturdy team waiting for their captain and asking what is going on. The two beastmen hear them calling Tsuyoshi captain, freeze on the spot, and then run with their tails between their legs, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Tsuyoshi tells Victor that his companion is not here, and he decides to head to Q's guild. The guild master, who is a bulldog with the name Q's, congratulates Harvey for clearing the quest. Just then, Harvey brings up our guy right away and says Tsuyoshi is an exceptional talent, and thanks to him they managed to clear it. Harvey says that is why he wants to invite Tsuyoshi into their guild and take on tougher quests with him, because even if the rewards are high, it will be worth it. Then a cat named Redum cuts in and says Big Goat is the party of humans while their guildmaster is a beastman, so it makes no sense for a beastman guild to be led by a human. Redum also says Harvey just met Tsuyoshi, so what if he is a spy from another guild? Like, what the hell? Every time there is a leader in this story, there is always some sub-leader acting salty, and now Redum is doing the same thing Pig and Luke always did. Luke seems to agree with Redum's opinion because he is one of the founders besides Harvey and Q's, so his words carry weight. Victor gets pissed at Redum and says he has always treated them like trash just because Captain Harvey is human while President Q's is a beastman. Q stays quiet and turns a blind eye, probably because he is in the same tribe as Redum. Luke shuts Victor down before he says something that will start a bigger mess. Harvey vouches for Tsuyoshi and says his observation and analytical skills are insane, and the guild's efficiency will improve a lot by having him. Redum cuts him off and says if they need a new leader, he does not want it to be a human, because humans would naturally trust humans and understand each other. Harvey gets heated and asks if Redum is questioning his loyalty to the party and the guild. He argues back that his party has worked hard for the guild for a long time, and even if their efficiency is not as high as Redum's party, they have still been grinding for the guild. Redum says the guild has already been a target of controversy because of Harvey's human party, and if other guilds find out they took a human as a leader, they will be ridiculed and the guild will collapse. He calls out the guildmaster and tells him to think about the future. Guildmaster is low-key pathetic and goes along with what Redum says, claiming that Harvey's feelings are appreciated, but they need to handle their own issues first. He adds that they will still send off their human friend with hospitality, like that is supposed to make it better. With no real choice, Harvey gives in and stops pushing the idea any further. Tsuyoshi hears all this drama and decides to leave too, because he only came here at Harvey's request in the first place. Before he goes, he reassures Harvey that he already has reliable companions, so he does not need to worry about anything. Ritum also says goodbye to the human guy, acting like he did not just block him 5 seconds ago. Harvey warns Ritum one last time that Tsuyoshi has the potential to change the future of the guild, and he is throwing away a huge opportunity. Ritum stays in denial and asks what a human can even do, claiming that the quest clearance was just luck. With no hope left, the whole team finally takes their leave. Tsuyoshi walks out of the guild and wonders if he should focus on leveling up or go search for Sakura, but another opportunity is already waiting for him. That dogman shows up, making a full Scooby-Doo face, and asks Tsuyoshi to help him clear the toughest quest in his guild. He says his guildmaster told him to find someone stronger, and he could not find anyone stronger than Tsuyoshi. He promises his guild will welcome him with open arms, and the rewards and terms will be whatever Tsuyoshi wants. That grabs our guy's attention, so he asks what the request is, and the dogman quickly tells him it is a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. That is how Tsuyoshi ends up heading to another guild. Tsuyoshi asks if the guild really takes rescue quests like this, and the dogman tells him they need money too, not just honor. He explains that requests are part of their revenue stream, and usually the Adventurers Guild competes with them for the high-paying jobs. But in this city, the Pace Guild is well known, and they barely manage to secure this one. Hearing it is about competition for requests, Tsuyoshi assumes the reward must be around 5 gold coins. The dogman says it is not a simple job, because the kidnapper is from a famous wealthy family, and the reward is 100 times a normal urgent request, making it around 500 gold coins, which would cover the guild's expenses for the whole year. He adds that if Tsuyoshi helps, they will give him half of it, and Tsuyoshi freezes because that is a ridiculous amount of money. He immediately thinks his wife will be over the moon if he shows up with that kind of bag. At the Pace Guild, the guildmaster meets a wealthy merchant named Wenton, who is an ox, but he has the audacity to threaten them anyway. He says it has been 2 days and tomorrow is the last day, according to the kidnapper's demands, and if they fail, they will pay him 10 times more as compensation, otherwise he will make sure they can never stay in Northern again. Guildmaster Rove makes an excuse, saying they are drafting a plan, and they will definitely secure his daughter tomorrow. Winton gets heated, saying Rogue has been repeating that line since day one, and he also heard the guild has already failed multiple times. Just then, the dogman shows up with our guy, and Tsuyoshi can instantly tell why this beefy dude is rich. He asks the dogman if they already sent a rescue team, and the dogman says they did, but the location is in the mountains, so they could not make any obvious moves. They first sent a 15-member team with an average level of 20, including the Vice Guildmaster, but they did not even reach the enemy base, let alone rescue anyone. They got hit with traps and ambushes in unfamiliar terrain, and the enemy group has about 20 people with an average level of 19, while their leader is a level 25 berserker. In a straight fight they would have felt confident, but the whole thing turned into a flop. After that they sent 3 more rescue teams, and those failed too, and only then did they realize they need to stop relying on brute force and start using their brains, but by then they had already wasted too much time. That is why the guildmaster urgently called Tsuyoshi, and the dogman grabs his arm and starts crying, snot and all, saying they only have one chance left, or the girl dies. Their guild's reputation gets cooked, and they get buried under massive compensation fees. Tsuyoshi has no idea how to comfort people, so he just pats his head like there. He checks his status, sees his duplicated skill is still sacrifice, and decides he needs to switch it out for something else before this turns into another nearly dying moment. Wenton warns him again that if they fail, the guild will pay 10 times the reward as compensation, which is 5,000 gold coins. Tsuyoshi notices Winton keeps obsessing over the money and pressuring the guildmaster, which is kinda suspicious. Tsuyoshi speaks up and says his daughter will be saved and they will bring her back safely. Winton turns back and asks the guildmaster who this human guy is and why he is talking such a big game right in front of him. The dogman leans in and whispers to the guildmaster that Tsuyoshi is the person he mentioned, and it looks like he agreed to take the job. Winton is surprised that a Beastman guild even has a human around, and he says they will see what happens tomorrow, while reminding them that if they fail, the compensation is 5,000 gold coins. Tsuyoshi does not just go with the flow, so he tells Winton to make a wager. He says if he saves Winton's daughter, Winton doubles the reward to 1,000 gold coins, but if he fails, Tsuyoshi will pay 50,000 gold coins. The guildmaster and his people almost catch a heart attack hearing that, but Winton accepts and makes the shaking guildmaster sign the contract before he leaves. One beastman snaps at Tsuyoshi, saying he just pushed their guild to the edge, because this request is not something you handle casually. He asks how Tsuyoshi can have this much confidence when the job is clearly dangerous. Right then another beastman runs in and announces the president of the Shaman Guild has arrived, so the guildmaster quickly lets him in. It is Doug from the Shaman Guild, and the guildmaster welcomes him like a VIP. The guildmaster called Doug to heal Vice Guildmaster, who seems to be an emo guy. Doug already seems to know they took on a certain job, and while Doug heals him, he asks if this is the request connected to the wealthy Winton, whose daughter got abducted. The guild member confirms it and says the guild is basically in crisis because of this mess. Tsuyoshi steps in and confidently says they are going to succeed. Doug looks at him and asks, surprised, what he is doing here. So Tsuyoshi explains everything. Doug comments that if Tsuyoshi is handling the request, then they will definitely pull it off. The guildmaster is stunned because Doug is casually talking with the human guy, even though the guildmaster had to use influence just to get Doug to come here in the first place, so it makes the guildmaster wonder who Tsuyoshi even is. The dogman also realizes our guy is way more powerful than they first assumed. The beastman with the emo hairstyle gets his arm healed and says he is going too, because as the vice guildmaster, it is his responsibility to keep an eye on Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi does not care and gets up to head out for the quest. As they move, the guildmaster quietly asks Doug if he knows Tsuyoshi, since they honestly know nothing about him, and they only brought him in because they were desperate. Doug calmly says he knows Tsuyoshi because he just passed the White Shaman exam and became the youngest White Shaman in the North. Doug adds that he is also an exceptional warrior who managed to clear a Cardiolus by himself. The dogman and the guildmaster both freeze, shocked that our guy is actually a White Shaman. Outside, the emo guy asks Tsuyoshi what kind of plan he has, because raising the stakes to 50,000 without consulting anyone has been rubbing him the wrong way. Tsuyoshi says he gets why he is mad, but for now he needs to make some preparations first. The emo guy assumes Tsuyoshi wants to restock supplies, so he says they already have 2 sets of medicines and normal items, and there is no point buying more since the guild will not reimburse them. Tsuyoshi looks like he has a different plan though, and says he wants to go to the arena. The emo guy gets hit with mental whiplash, and assumes Tsuyoshi wants to watch matches. With no other choice, he drags him to the arena and asks the guard what matches are happening today, but Tsuyoshi corrects him and says he is here to fight, not watch. The guard lets him in and tells him to go inside, fill out the form and pay the entry fee if he is serious. Tsuyoshi walks in confident, thinking this rescue quest needs an assassin who can blend in and take down targets without pulling too much attention. So he wants to use divine selection to switch his attributes to assassin, and through combat he plans to pick the most compatible assassin skills and duplicate them. As they enter the arena, they see a fight going on between a roar warrior and one-armed assassin named Naruto, who is a pitch-black kitty. The warrior is already beaten up and realizes Naruto is a seriously annoying opponent, even with one arm. With his eyes closed, Naruto signals him to come forward, and the warrior charges in while using heroic roar, which boosts the user's spirit and combat power. Naruto opens one red eye, slips past the attack, then darts behind the warrior and lands an ambush. It is all thanks to his skill called ambush attack. where the user turns into a shadow, sneaks behind the opponent, and delivers a finishing blow. With that strike, the warrior bites the dust, and Naruto wins again. Tsuyoshi finds the skill low-key impressive, and the emo guy warns him that Naruto is an Eastern assassin who became famous recently. He says Naruto's arena record is 21 wins, 6 losses, and 3 straight months in first place in the light class, so a lot of guilds are here trying to recruit him. Tsuyoshi asks if the Eastern assassin is really that powerful, and the emo guy explains there are mysterious, dangerous guilds across the continent, and the Eastern Guild is one of them. Naruto comes from that assassin guild, and the rumor is he got exiled and lost his arm because of it. Tsuyoshi guesses the assassin guild is some secretive underground organization, and the emo guy agrees, saying you cannot learn about it unless you are a member. Then it is their turn, and the referee introduces Tsuyoshi as someone with no prior arena experience. The audience immediately starts talking trash because humans are usually seen as weak here, except our boy. Like some cocky teen, Tsuyoshi steps forward anyway, while the emo guy warns him to forfeit unless he wants serious consequences. Tsuyoshi stays chill and says they cannot predict the outcome just because he has no experience, and the emo guy can tell he is low-key flexing, so he asks again where all this confidence is coming from. As our guy stands in front of him, Naruto advises him to forfeit, otherwise he will not go easy on him. But our boy tells him to come forward, and Naruto, who hates cocky newbies, instantly uses his shadow skill and closes the distance fast. Tsuyoshi notices the kitty's speed is crazy, but he answers by activating ultimate physique across his whole body while also turning on Divine Eye to analyze him. The kitty suddenly pulls back, which shocks the audience that was hyping him up a second ago. Naruto starts sweating and wonders who this guy is, because the aura around him is insane compared to how weak he looked earlier, and he definitely does not feel like some random nobody. Tsuyoshi decides to test him back, and right before he rushes in, a notification pops up saying his absolute duplication skill has evolved, and now he can duplicate an opponent's skill through combat. Before, he had to touch an opponent's chest, which had people low-key falling in love for no reason, but now it looks like the system does not want to give anyone the wrong idea. Either way, he charges forward with his sword, and that alone makes the kitty start moving more carefully. When Tsuyoshi swings, Naruto dodges with an assassin skill called Z-Step, which boosts agility and lets the user slip attacks with quick steps. Then Naruto goes for his usual ambush attack, and slips behind him. But Tsuyoshi is already one step ahead and focuses strength into his neck because Divine Eye predicts it. So when Naruto strikes, it does nothing, and the kitty freezes for a second like, wait, what? He starts wondering if Tsuyoshi is actually the strongest guy in here. Right after that, several of Naruto's skills appear in front of Tsuyoshi, and he picks ambush attack. He duplicates it, and the skill can even upgrade into a thunder-charged ambush attack, depending on the weapon and attributes. Naruto asks how he did not get injured, but Tsuyoshi does not explain and just goes in again. He uses ambush attack boosted by thunder and drops the kitty in one clean hit. Tsuyoshi gets announced as the winner and walks out of the arena with confidence overflowing, like he just embarrassed the whole building. Outside, he adjusts his attributes to be more assassin-like, and with that switch, his body becomes way more agile, with divine boosted speed. His armor and gear also update into a cooler setup, and the emo guy cannot stop staring at the drip. It is getting late though, so the emo guy asks if he really wants to do the rescue at night, because it will be harder to see in the dark. Taikyushi does not care, since Divine Eye lets him see fine at night anyway, and he is low-key more Jinwoo than Jinwoo. Under the full moon, the emo guy takes Taikyushi to the enemy hideout, which sits inside a fortress-like terrain, and he explains they have tried countless times and still keep failing. The place is basically built for defense, plus the enemy has traps everywhere, so the entrance route is straight up a nightmare, and no local guild really stands a chance. He says he saw Tsuyoshi's arena skills, and they were low-key insane, but this request is still a heavy burden for their guild. He questions how Tsuyoshi plans to attack with just the two of them, but when he turns back, Tsuyoshi is already gone. Inside, 3 dudes clown the Pace Guild, saying they keep trying to rescue the girl and keep getting folded, and they are sure the guild will show up again tomorrow. They are 1000% confident nobody can break into their fortress, but they have no idea our guy already slips in and perches on top of a tree. From there, he uses Divine Eye to analyze the traps in the area, and the scan tells him there are 9 large trigger-type traps and 6 automated traps on the way to the main entrance. The switches for the automated traps sit inside the entrance behind the 3 guards, and the system even suggests the best course of action once he gets close. Tsuyoshi is impressed because Divine Eye has clearly evolved, and now he can even see the trigger points like it is a map. He climbs down and the cape on his armor transforms into a mask, turning him into a rogue ninja like Itachi, and he even hits a moonlit pose for the vibes. He sneaks through the fortress path and slips past the traps without setting anything off, but then he accidentally lets out a small burp, and that tiny sound pulls the guard's attention. One beastman comes down to check, assuming it is just an animal triggering traps, because last time a deer wandered in and set off 3, he decides he is not letting that happen again tonight. So he goes hunting, but he does not realize he is the one getting hunted. The moment he moves a little farther, Tsuyoshi grabs him, kidnaps him into the shadows and drives a kunai into his chest, dropping him on the spot. After a while, when the beastman does not return, the priest starts worrying and says he still has not come back. Another guard assumes he is just slacking off somewhere, so he heads down to look for him too. The priest notices something in his peripheral vision, but when he looks over he finds nobody there, even though Tsuyoshi is actually right there after already taking down another beastman. The silence in the darkness starts freaking the priest out, and he asks his fellows if they are trying to scare him, demanding an answer or else he will activate the traps. Just then Tsuyoshi pops up beside him and gives him a straight jump scare, and then our guy ends his life with an ambush attack stacked with lightning. Because of that, the automated traps stay untouched and safe from triggering. The emo guy is beyond amazed to see how cracked his teammate is, and Tsuyoshi tells him to wait while he comes back for him, warning him to be careful around the remaining traps. After they regroup, the emo guy tries to destroy the other traps, but Tsuyoshi stops him and says they will need them later. They keep moving forward, run into several different traps, and still manage to survive them, and eventually they reach the innermost chamber. Armored beastmen around level 24 are guarding it, and they look strong enough to be a real problem. The emo guy says if they get caught they will not stand a chance against them, and honestly without Tsuyoshi, he would have died a bunch of times already. Tsuyoshi does not take the credit and tells him to distract those beastmen for a moment, but the emo guy misunderstands and turns back like he is done fighting. Tsuyoshi clears it up right away, saying he is not asking him to be a pawn, he is asking him to use the traps they did not destroy earlier. The emo guy is shocked when he realizes Tsuyoshi left those traps on purpose and even marked them, just to handle these guards. Tsuyoshi uses Divine Eye again to count how many opponents are waiting ahead, and then he tells his teammate to lure those guys into the marked traps so they take serious damage, while he handles the boss himself. The emo guy gets the plan right away and thanks him, because low-key, Tsuyoshi is actually thinking about the guild's survival instead of just flexing. With the courage of a tiny mouse, the emo guy starts firing arrows at the brute beastmen, yelling that he is going to destroy the fortress, and daring those cowardly chickens to come catch him. The beastmen get heated, buff up their bodies, and charge at him just for calling them cowardly chickens, and he keeps running backward while roasting them as spineless fools, even though he knows he is dead meat if they actually grab him. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi pushes deeper to confirm the girl is inside, and he spots a cute little girl calmly listening to the story. Leopard tells her he is surprised because this is way less brutal than he expected, but the leopard notices him. He throws a blanket over the girl and says they are going to play a game. In the next moment, he rushes forward towards Tsuyoshi with a heavy kick that sends him flying back. This leopard is different from the brute warriors, and he can tell Tsuyoshi is not from the Pace Guild, so he demands to know who he is. Tsuyoshi ignores that question and fires back, asking why he is reading fairy tales to the girl, because now it looks like this might not be a simple kidnapping like everyone claims. Tsuyoshi feels low-key confused by the whole vibe, and he wonders why the leopard is acting so soft around the girl. The leopard lets his deadly aura spill out, and figures Tsuyoshi is the assassin, who quietly slipped past the traps and dropped the guards without anyone noticing. Tsuyoshi tries to talk it out, and says he comes on behalf of the Pace Guild to rescue Wenton's daughter who got kidnapped by the leopard's group, and he is only here for the job, so he wants to keep it strictly business. The leopard is not having it and rushes him again with a hockey-wrapped kick, which Tsuyoshi dodges, and he can tell this guy fights like a berserker, who stays reckless and gets more savage the longer the fight goes. There is no real chatter once they start swinging, because the leopard keeps pressing him and throws another kick before Tsuyoshi can even breathe. Tsuyoshi tries to activate Divine Eye to read his movements, but the leopard does not give him time, so Tsuyoshi stays in assassin mode and uses ambush attack to blink behind him and slash with his sword. The leopard blocks it in time, but the impact still throws him off balance and shoves him back. Tsuyoshi is impressed by his instincts, while the leopard is also shocked that a relentless strike from behind slices his hand open, and he starts thinking this human is a legit assassin with clean timing and power, even if the broadsword choice is kinda weird. Tsuyoshi powers up his arms with ultimate physique to finish it, and the leopard braces himself to blow him away, but then the little girl rushes out and asks what they are doing. The leopard's expression flips immediately, and he hides his injured arm behind his back while telling her he said not to come out. And Tsuyoshi gets even more confused, because the leopard is treating her like she is important, not like a hostage. As the girl checks his hand, she panics about his injury, and then turns to Tsuyoshi crying, and saying that Uncle Leopard is the good guy, so he should stop bullying him. Tsuyoshi lifts his hands and says he is not the bad guy either, and her angry face hits him right in the feelings because it reminds him of his sister Karine when she gets mad at him. The girl yells that she does not want to be rescued because this place is fun and Uncle is nice, so the leopard pats her head and promises he will not make her leave. Tsuyoshi demands an explanation because if the leopard kidnapped her, there has to be a reason. The leopard finally agrees to talk, but first he takes the girl back inside to put her to bed, since she gets scared if he does not read her a story before she sleeps. After she finally falls asleep, Tsuyoshi comments that this does not feel like a normal kidnapping. The leopard spills the beans, telling him that he works for Wenton, as a secret gang, and they kidnapped Wenton's daughter to extort money from other guilds. Tsuyoshi gets stunned and realizes why everything felt so weird, because it is basically a setup. The leopard explains they got hired by Wenton as low-level thugs to run the scheme, where they kidnap the little girl, and Wenton posts the request, knowing most adventurers will be too scared to take on a mission involving a whole squad of fighters. He adds that the traps and mechanisms were set up by Wenton himself, which makes Tsuyoshi understand Wenton fortified the place so hard that no local guild could clear it. That way Wenton buys time until the compensation money gets locked in, and it is honestly low-key evil. Tsuyoshi asks a real question though, because once the compensation gets collected, would it not be risky to let the girl return home safely and be seen by her parents? The leopard says Wenton stole a newborn baby and raised her as his own just for this scheme, which is beyond scummy and straight up rotten. To Wenton, the child has no value once she is used, so there is no reason to keep her alive, and Tsuyoshi calls it worse than scum behavior. He asks why she is so attached to the leopard, and the leopard admits he is the one who stole her from Wenton and secretly took care of her. The more she grows, the more his guilt builds up, and Tsuyoshi asks what future she even has. If Wenton already got what he wanted, he suggests it would be better to escape with her, because staying here is basically signing her death certificate. The leopard says he cannot betray Wenton because he used to be homeless and had nobody, and Wenton took him in and turned him into a capable warrior. Tsuyoshi tries to knock some sense into him and says Wenton is heartless and does not care about the girl at all, while the leopard is basically the closest thing she has to a real parent. He tells him he has already repaid Wenton's so-called kindness over the years, so now he needs to cut ties, escape, and give her a new life. At the same time, Tsuyoshi says the leopard deserves a new chance too, because staying loyal to a monster like Wenton is just pathetic. The leopard hesitates and says that if he goes against Wenton, Wenton will never forgive them, and he will hire a whole army of assassins to hunt them down. Tsuyoshi tells him not to stress, because he gets it. Surviving while protecting each other is tough, but he still does not need to lose hope. He says if the leopard cannot do it alone, then he will back him up, and he will not let a scumbag like Wenton touch him or the girl. Tsuyoshi comes outside and meets the emo guy, who manages to get away from the raging beastmen and says they could not even handle their own traps. He adds that he dodges everything only because Tsuyoshi marked the traps for him, which is honestly clutch. However, he almost has a panic attack when he sees Tsuyoshi coming alone and thinks the little girl is still not rescued after all that chaos. Tsuyoshi calms him down and says they already succeed, and he sends the girl back safely. He tells him to report it to the guild right now, and he says he will link up with them later, after he collects the reward from Wenton. The emo guy gets hyped and runs off, thinking the guildmaster is about to be over the moon, so Tsuyoshi heads straight to Wenton to settle the score. Wenton is chilling in his huge mansion, talking to himself about how his earnings are dropping, so he needs to ramp up these rescue schemes even more. Out of nowhere, Tsuyoshi shows up, almost jump-scaring him, and says Wenton is not getting that chance anymore. Wenton asks who he is, and Tsuyoshi replies, with this cold aura, that he is the one coming to take his life. Wenton screams for help, but Tsuyoshi tells him that while he is busy counting coins, he already handled all his underlings, so nobody is coming to save him. Wenton's voice shakes as he says he cannot believe it, because he posted bodyguards who are strong warriors above level 15, yet Tsuyoshi still takes them all down alone. Tsuyoshi says the mansion stays peaceful for so long that the guards get rusty, and when he sneaks in quietly they cannot even react before he slides their throats. Wenton tries to bargain and asks if he wants money, then he should name his price, and Wenton promises he will not chase this down later. Tsuyoshi reminds him about the contract they sign, and he tells him to send the 5,000 coins they agree on, because the request is fulfilled and his so-called daughter is now in a way safer place. Tsuyoshi presses the dagger to his neck and says he hears Wenton raises kids just to turn them into cash, and Wenton finally spills everything like a clown. He says if the plan works it brings in crazy profit, and if Tsuyoshi helps him, he will make those kids even more useful, whether that means staged kidnappings or selling organs on the black market. Tsuyoshi is stunned and asks if he is really talking about harvesting children's organs, and Wenton says yes, acting like it is normal, because it is faster and less risky than fake kidnappings. When Tsuyoshi still does not back off, Wenton switches up again and says he will give him everything, so Tsuyoshi can live comfortable for life, but Tsuyoshi is not buying any of that. He ends it right there by using thunderous ambush attack, and assassinates Wenton on the spot. The deal talk is dead, and Wenton is dead too. The next morning, people crowd around Wenton's mansion and find the bodyguards dead with no signs of a struggle, which makes it look like a clean surprise hit. Wenton is found in his bedroom, and the only wound is a single strike that pierces his heart from behind, so everyone assumes somebody had serious beef with him. A confession letter is found next to the body, which exposes his crimes like fake kidnappings and other illegal schemes, so the story spreads fast. Naruto is in the crowd too, and he recognizes the wounds instantly, because every fatal hit screams ambush, especially the one on Wenton's back. Ambush is a signature skill from the Assassin Guild, but after some checking, it turns out the guild does not target Wenton, which makes Naruto's stomach drop. He remembers the human warrior from the arena, who copies his skill mid-fight, and now he starts thinking that guy might be the one behind this, unless he somehow steals the skill for real. Naruto decides this is his chance, because if he reports it to the branch leader, he might earn his way back into the Assassin Guild. The guild never forgives traitors or skill thieves, so he leaves immediately to report what he sees. At the Pace Guild, Tsuyoshi returns with the treasure of 5,000 gold coins, which shocks Guildmaster in disbelief. Doggy makes a pride face and says he could tell the moment he saw him that he would pull it off. The Guildmaster says he just hears Wenton gets assassinated right after Tsuyoshi leaves, and if he did not recover the gold, they would not have gotten the reward at all. Tsuyoshi does not really care, because the request is already cleared, and on top of that he levels up too. After dealing with Wenton and his crew, the system gave him a bonus, which confirmed that finishing off enemies pays more experience and boost up the chance of leveling up. So thanks to that assassination, he leveled up to level 11. The Guildmaster congratulates him and praises him, saying he not only saves the guild's honor but also brings them a crazy fortune. Because of that he decides to split the 5,000 coins in half. Tsuyoshi refuses the half though, and says he is only supposed to get 250 coins, so he wants the rest donated to homeless kids or struggling families who need it way more. Hearing that, the three goofs pull stunned faces and say he is not only cracked in skills but also insanely generous. So as he takes his share and leaves, the Guildmaster decides to donate the remaining money to people who actually need it. Now he at level 11, he needs only one more level to hit his goal. Without hiding his cool gear, he roams around and wonders where Sakura is, because she is going to be shocked when she sees him. He looks totally different thanks to the black armor disguise set. And dude, the person who named it a disguise set is an idiot, because everyone still turns their heads to stare at him. Anyway, he heads to the Adventurers Guild to wait for her, but the second he gets there, he sees a crowd watching some messy drama. The wife of the president of the Beastmen Trading Company is beefing with Sakura, and blames her for bumping into her kid. Sakura corrects her, saying her son is the one who bumped into her like she already explained, and she is just waiting for someone. That ugly loud madam starts yelling at Sakura and calls her a liar, and she even says she does not want to be near some half-beast. The little brat piles on too, saying he would never hit someone like her, and that she is lying. A city guard steps in and tells Sakura to apologize if she bumped the kid, because it is for her own good. Sakura stands her ground and refuses, saying she will not tolerate being insulted, and if they doubt her, there is a witness who saw what really happened. But the crowd turns fake blind, and nobody backs her up. The ugly auntie loses it, slaps Sakura, and threatens to get her arrested unless she apologizes, acting like she can make sure Sakura does not see the sun tomorrow. Sakura grabs her sword's hilt in self-defense, but the guard notices and warns her to drop it. Even if she is a high-level adventurer, she forces herself to hold back and tries to endure the bullying for her master's sake. Then Tsuyoshi steps in and kicks the ugly woman right in her big buffalo face, and he shoves the kid back, sending him rolling away. He says they insult Sakura and dare to put hands on her, so they are going to face consequences, no matter who they are. Naruto visits the Assassin's Guild, which is still dark and freezing, even though it is broad daylight outside. All of a sudden, someone sneaks up behind him and presses a knife to his neck, asking what he wants. Naruto panics and raises his hands, introducing himself, and saying he used to be part of the Assassin's Guild, and he is here to bring information. The attacker steps into view, who is a human assassin with one injured eye, and tells him he is not one of them anymore. So if it is not a job, he should not even be here. Then another creepy assassin shows up and recognizes him right away, realizing he is the one who embezzled a target's money, got caught, had his arm cut off, and got kicked out. He tells Naruto he is not welcome if he is here for some pathetic reunion. Naruto says he found a warrior who stole a skill from the Assassin's Guild, so he figured they would want to know who that guy is. Both assassins instantly lock in and ask if he is sure, and they demand the details. Naruto says he is sure at least about the ambush skill, because he fought the guy himself. However, he adds one condition, and he says if his info is legit and helps them eliminate the skill thief, then he wants his way back into the guild. The one-eyed assassin accepts that and says that he will pass the request to the higher-ups if the information checks out. Naruto finally exhales because this might be his only shot to crawl back from exile. Back in the city, Tsuyoshi steps into the mess and starts striking back at the lady and her brat in his way. The city guards ask if he is out of his mind because he just hit the wife and kid of the trading company president. The ugly madam screams that she will make sure to finish them off because it is the first time anyone has dared to go against them. She orders the guard to gather troops and arrest them, and she threatens that her husband will cut off the city's funding if they refuse. So the guard moves in and tells them to come quietly, not wanting the guards getting rough with them. Tsuyoshi refuses to fold, and says the ugly woman and her kid started it, and it is technically self-defense, since he only hit back. The woman denies it and claims she never hit a filthy half-beast, and there is nobody who can prove it anyway. Tsuyoshi warns her that if she keeps running her mouth, he will make sure she leaves with no teeth, and he says there are plenty of witnesses against her. Sakura worries that no one will come forward to testify for them, so she apologizes for causing him trouble, and says she did not mean for things to blow up like this. Earlier she thought somebody would step in for her, but since she is a half-beast and that ugly woman is the president's wife, nobody wanted to risk their neck for her. But then Harvey and his team show up in the crowd, and Luke says he heard Tsuyoshi just cleared a major quest for the Pace Guild, which is honestly so on brand for him. Tsuyoshi keeps it humble and says he only did what he could, and he is not trying to act like some big deal. The emo guy also happens to pass by, and he tells him he just came back from donating the money like Tsuyoshi wanted. Tsuyoshi nods and says he was about to leave with his team, but he got dragged into this messy situation instead. Harvey and the emo guy both look surprised, and they ask who is bold enough to cause him trouble. The kid starts crying while hugging his mom, and she panics because she has no clue who Tsuyoshi even is. The city guard explains that these two are in trouble with the trading company president's wife, and they need someone to testify. If nobody can prove the president's wife hit first, then the law says he has to take them both into custody. The second the guard says that, Harvey's whole squad instantly starts testifying for Tsuyoshi and Sakura. Then a pretty lady from the Adventurers Guild also steps in and testifies for Sakura, saying she saw the madam strike first, and she adds that Sakura is a gold badge ranked adventurer, so she can confirm she is not lying. After that, more witnesses line up on Sakura's side, and the guard has no choice but to take the ugly woman into custody. However, before that happens, Tsuyoshi demands she apologizes to his companion first, and he says otherwise she is not leaving anytime soon. Harvey's team also backs him up and warns her to apologize if she does not want to make them her enemies. The madam is basically cornered, and she realizes she is not bullying anybody today. Having no choice, the ugly lady and her little kid bend down and apologize in those cranky forced voices, and then the city guard drags them away. Sakura goes to thank the guild lady, while Tsuyoshi gives Luke and the emo guy his thanks for having their backs, and they tell him to hit them up anytime he is in Northern. After that, he calls out to Sakura, and the two of them head out together. While they walk, Sakura says he looks different, and she almost does not recognize him because it is not just his appearance but also this more mature aura, like he low-key leveled up as a person. He says it is mostly his new equipment changing his look, and he explains he helped settle an issue between a party and a guild, which is how he met those guys, and that is how he leveled up too. Then he hands her 200 gold coins he earned, and tells her to hold on to them for now. She stares with her mouth open and says he could buy some insane gear at an auction with that kind of money. He admits he was planning to buy equipment for her, but an auction is honestly a smart move too, so he suggests stopping by one in the next town. Sakura tells him he does not need to spend money on her, and she adds that the next town has a medium-scale auction hall, and it is also where genius shaman Kevin lives. That snaps Tsuyoshi back, because he almost forgot about meeting Kevin after all the chaos, and he says he has to see him since this stagnant blood feels like a stone sitting inside him, which is probably the sacrifice side effect, and he wants Kevin to fix it. While they keep talking, a hail of leaves suddenly flies at them, and Sakura instantly draws her sword, slices them down, and demands the attacker show themselves. That is when those assassin guild guys step out, and once they confirm the guy in black armor is Tsuyoshi, they introduce themselves and say the rule for skill thieves is death, and they are here to take his head. The blind-eyed guy notices Tsuyoshi is not from the Assassin's Guild, and says if Narato's report is true, then Tsuyoshi is the skill thief who stole their ambush technique. The creepy guy points out that both Tsuyoshi and Sakura are hiding their levels, but according to Narato, Tsuyoshi does not seem higher level, and the woman feels stronger, like she is around level 20. While they keep yapping, Sakura gets ready to fight and unleashes a heavy killing intent that Tsuyoshi feels for the first time, and it hits like a truck. She warns her crush to be careful because these two are stronger than any opponents they have faced before, and she can sense that murderous vibe that only shows up when someone has dropped a lot of bodies. If they are really assassins, then they are going to be a problem, because the Assassin Guild is an underground guild full of cracked killers, who are known for taking heads or body parts as trophies. Tsuyoshi steps forward and says he met a beastman warrior who got expelled from their guild, and then it clicks that the ambush technique he copied is unique to them, which is exactly why they are coming for him. The blind-eyed guy tells the creepy one to go deal with the feisty Sakura, and he says she looks skilled, but he will handle the skill thief himself. He adds that if he brings Tsuyoshi's head and hands back, the guild will not question him, which is honestly savage. Then both assassins activate a combo spell, Absolute Darkness, and it floods the area in darkness, cutting off vision and making it way easier to trap and jump their targets. The darkness has a nasty aura as it wraps around them, and Sakura tells Tsuyoshi to stay close so they do not get separated. Tsuyoshi low-key wants the opposite, because he actually wants to see how strong they are, so he does not fight the separation idea at all. Covered in darkness, both assassins rush in for their targets, and the blind-eyed guy slides towards Tsuyoshi and asks if he really thinks he can steal the guild's skill and live to tell the tale. Narato told them Tsuyoshi stole the ambush attack, so the blind-eyed guy wants to show him what a real ambush looks like. Like a shadow, he slips behind Tsuyoshi and goes for a powerful strike, but Tsuyoshi blocks it one-handed and turns around to taunt him, asking if he needs to hit level 30 just to beat him. Tsuyoshi counters right away and forces him back, which makes the blind-eyed guy wonder how Tsuyoshi even knows his level. The one-eyed guy asks Tsuyoshi what level he is, and Tsuyoshi proudly says he is level 11, but the assassin refuses to believe it and says there is no way he would react like that unless he is a straight-up genius. With a blank face, Tsuyoshi hits him with the believe it or don't energy, and even does a shrug pose, like emoji in our mobiles. Frustrated, the assassin charges in with another spell called Serpent Walk, and it looks like several serpents appear as he moves in like he is about to strike from every weird angle at once. Serpent Walk is a movement skill where he weaves in a snake-like motion to approach and attack from sharp angles, and Tsuyoshi is low-key impressed by how clean and slippery it looks. As the assassin closes in, he activates another cloning skill, and several clones pop up around Tsuyoshi to jump him at the same time. To counter that, Tsuyoshi activates ultimate physique all over his body and just lets the clones hit him, and their attacks do not even faze him. That instantly makes the assassin wonder if Tsuyoshi defense is crazy because of his gear, so he asks again what his level really is. Tsuyoshi repeats that he is level 11, and then he swings his sword in a counter that nearly pierces the assassin's chest. The blind-eyed guy pulls back and says that if Tsuyoshi is really level 11, then he is a straight-up prodigy that every major guild would try to snatch. He introduces himself as the branch leader of the Assassin's Guild in Northern, and he invites Tsuyoshi to join them. He says that with his recommendation, the higher-ups will notice Tsuyoshi, train him seriously, and he could stand among the guild's top geniuses. Tsuyoshi bluntly refuses and says he is not interested, because why would he trust a guy who just tried to finish him off and is now acting friendly? The blind-eyed guy understands his point, but then his vibe shifts, and he unleashes a nasty aura like he is done playing around. Tsuyoshi watches him channel his killing intent straight into his weapon, and it looks like the blade itself starts eating that pressure. Then the assassin swings and lands a terrifying attack that tears through Tsuyoshi's right shoulder, even though he is boosted with ultimate physique. The blind-eyed guy looks almost like Obito with that cold energy, and he warns him not to underestimate him, because he is level 30. He says no matter how talented Tsuyoshi is, he is still level 11, and then he charges in again with the same skill, aiming to finish him for real this time. Tsuyoshi clenches his teeth and realizes that if ultimate physique cannot tank it, then he needs to pull out a trump card, so he pulls back his sword, unleashes his own aura, and summons his divine hammer, ready to see if this finally stops the next strike. As always, Tsuyoshi looks crazy cool in his black gear, and the lightning around him makes him look even more intimidating. He knows this is his chance, so he decides to land one clean, decisive hit on an opponent this strong, but he also knows he can only use that power for about 1 second. His opponent narrows his eyes and wonders what kind of weapon can hold that much insane power. Tsuyoshi tells him to try blocking it, but the assassin just laughs and says he is not falling for some obvious bluff. So the assassin channels his killing intent into his weapon, making it feel even more dangerous and wicked, and then he rushes in. At the same time, Tsuyoshi steps forward and throws his hammer, going all in. On the other side, Sakura notices he is using that same technique again, and she immediately relaxes a little because she trusts he can handle it. Her sword is already dripping with blood, and it belongs to the creepy guy because she has beaten him down and finished the fight. Tsuyoshi and the blind-eyed assassin clash, and the impact is so heavy it looks like the air itself gets crushed. Tsuyoshi's power overwhelms him, and the assassin gets launched back, and that finally seals the win for Tsuyoshi. The blind-eyed guy is wrecked, but he is still impressed, and straight up refuses to accept that Tsuyoshi is only level 11. Even so, he pulls out his trump card and summons a creepy bird called Summoning Death, warning Tsuyoshi that if he tries to finish him he will become prey for the Assassin's Guild. But Tsuyoshi is not looking good either, and the strength drains out of him like his battery just hit 0. As he starts to fall, Sakura rushes in, catches him, and keeps him from face-planting the ground. She gives him a healing potion, and then she lets him rest on her thick thighs like a full-on pillow save. She tells him that attack is insanely strong, but she wants him to stop spamming it, because it will be a real problem if he ends up like this when she is not there. He agrees, but he also says the blind-eyed guy is no joke, and he could not have beaten him without going all out. Sakura nods and reminds him of the story he once told her about a level 10 warrior fighting dozens of enemies alone, and she says with his current strength he really does not need to be scared anymore. Tsuyoshi is low-key shocked that she remembers something he casually blurted out, and that makes him feel even more locked in. He decides it is time to return to his world and handle things there for Karina's sake. Last time he clashed with Mina's group to deal with the people who bullied Karina, and he learned that Mina's boyfriend's father is the boss of the Blue Snake gang. So when he returns to his world, he knows he has to move fast and take action immediately. Anyways, Sakura hands him 2 potions and tells him the assassins were carrying high-grade stuff, so these should come in clutch. They are experience boosters that increase experience by 45%, and the moment Tsuyoshi hears that, he cannot even hide his grin because he might hit level 12 before they reach Kevin's town. After he gets healed up, he decides to keep traveling while grinding hard so he can finally reach level 12 and go back to see his sister. On their way, they run into a whole horde of minor monsters, and then they bump into the field boss right after. They also run into a party that already failed their request, so he joins their group and basically carries the whole quest almost by himself. Because of that steady grind, he finally achieves his goal and reaches level 12. As they keep moving, Sakura tells him they are almost at the town where Kevin lives, so she wants them to rest for the night instead of rushing in exhausted. They find a nearby inn and the innkeeper clocks them as a hot couple right away and says he has a premium room ready. Sorakshi immediately corrects him and says they need 2 beds, not anything premium. The innkeeper looks apologetic and says there is only one room left, and he assumes they are adventurers heading to the refining tournament hosted by Kevin and Karnyo. He explains most guests are adventurers, so even getting one room is already lucky. Tsuyoshi looks confused because he has no idea what the refining tournament even is, and the innkeeper side-eyes him like, "Are you sure you are adventurers?" Sakura steps in and explains it is a big alchemical refining event hosted by a famous shaman, with competitions, exhibitions, and a ton of high-quality potions being made. She says she looked it up, and based on their timing they will arrive on the first day of the tournament. Tsuyoshi finds that pretty interesting, and he decides he is definitely checking it out once they get there. As for the room, he hesitates and asks Sakura if she would mind sharing. Even though she blushes like crazy, she says she does not mind, as long as he is okay with it too. In the end they take the room anyway, although it already feels like a new arc is lining up to ruin the piece. A walking headache shows up, a blue shaman named Vincent, and he rolls in with his pretty chick demanding a premium room like he owns the place. The innkeeper, who was just trying to lock our two in for the room, instantly switches up and starts bowing with his words, saying he reserved the premium room just for Vincent. Tsushi's veins practically pop, so he grabs Vincent by the shoulder and asks if there is not supposed to be an order to things here. Vincent laughs in his face and mocks him for talking about order, then asks if he even knows who he is, because he is taking the premium room no matter what. Sakura backs him up and says they were first, so the innkeeper needs to stop playing favorites and reconsider. The innkeeper panics and explains Vincent is a blue shaman, and one of Kevin's genius disciples, which makes him a big deal around here, so they should not start drama. Vincent's girl looks surprised they do not recognize him, and Vincent tells her to ignore them because they will understand the moment they hear his master's name. But Tsuyoshi does not care, and he keeps demanding the room because he is not about to get punked over some fake status. Vincent introduces himself again and warns him that after this, Tsuyoshi will not be welcome in Karnyo. Tsuyoshi just grabs him by the arm and throws him down, basically saying, "So what?" And then he demands the innkeeper give them a room right now. Vincent gets heated and swears he will make sure Tsuyoshi is not welcome in Karnyo after this, no matter what. Sakura asks if he is really sure about picking a fight with Kevin's disciple, and he tells her he matches energy, so if someone disrespects him first, he is not going to smile and take it. He says he does not care if Vincent is Kevin's disciple or the mayor's favorite pet, because he is done lying down and rolling over like the old him. And honestly, the premium room they fought for ends up looking like something straight out of the slums. Plus it has 2 single beds, so premium wear. Eventually Sakura falls asleep, and once the room finally goes quiet, Tsuyoshi opens the boundless passage so he can return to his sister. Finally he returns home and finds his sister sleeping peacefully beside his bed, and the second he steps closer, all those old memories hit him at once, especially every time she worried about her legs. He notices the crutches that should have been broken is fixed again, so he assumes Karina repaired it herself, and even after everything she still tried to protect her gear like her life depended on it. He admits she is strong and has been tanking way too much for way too long, but he has gotten stronger too, and now he is dead set on healing her legs and bringing back that soft smile she used to wear without forcing it. He checks the storage and confirms his black armor is safe, and he also makes sure the gear from this world is still intact, since he still needs it for leveling here. He tells himself he is going to handle everything one step at a time, because rushing it is how people mess up, and he is not trying to fumble now. With that decided, he settles in for the night, keeping his head clear and his priorities locked. The next morning, Karina looks at him like she is seeing a different person, because his whole vibe feels off in a way she cannot explain. He lies and says he just got a haircut and did a little exercise, but she is not buying it that easily, because her brother never looks this calm and focused. So he switches the topic fast and tells her not to wander around after school, and instead to wait in the classroom until he comes for her. Karina hesitates for a second, then quietly agrees, even though she looks like she is scared of something. Mina and her friend Vivian are nearby too, and they make eye contact with them, like they are trying to measure the mood before they decide what kind of drama to start. Tsuyoshi leans closer and reassures Karina that nobody is going to bully her anymore, and she just says okay, because he sounds so sure it is almost scary. As they keep walking, the mean girls do not step in their way like they usually do, and that alone makes Karina wonder what changed overnight. Mina, on the other hand, looks annoyed and starts plotting, thinking she will use Billy's family to make them kneel for humiliating her. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and his crew are already in the room, and even his own gang looks hesitant, like they do not want to get dragged into more mess. Rayleigh shuts them down and calls them losers, saying they only lost because they underestimated Tsuyoshi, and he promises he will make him regret it. Then they spot Tsuyoshi standing outside the class, and he really does look different, so the crew starts whispering and wondering what is going on with him. When Lily-sensei starts class, she announces the Star Tournament is happening soon, and this year it is a joint event with several nearby schools. She says the school wants everyone to participate, so they can shine for themselves and bring glory to the school too. Rayleigh casually pushes back and says the tournament is for high-class students, and regular students do not stand a chance, because they enter every year just to get embarrassed. Another guy backs him up and says he ran the marathon last year with Rayleigh, and the hero class students were basically done before they even hit the halfway point. More students start agreeing, because in their heads it is easier to let the heroes carry the school than to risk looking stupid themselves. Sensei tells them the rewards are insane this time, to the point where even some teachers want to jump in too, because it is being hosted by the Hero School Association. Since the association is involved, famous guilds are paying attention, and even the association's top leaders are coming to watch. So this is not some small school event anymore. She says the winner gets a prize of 10 million yen, and that number instantly wakes the whole class up. The students get hyped because the School Hero Association is basically the hero union, meaning they scout talent and nurture young heroes, and if someone catches their eye, they might get recruited and lock in a way better future. Tsuyoshi is interested too because he borrowed 6 lakhs from the Blue Serpent gang, and if he wins this prize he can clear that debt and move Karina into an apartment with an elevator, so she does not have to suffer every day. He also thinks that if the association notices him, he could get extra subsidies, and honestly money in this world feels more useful than gold coins from the other one, when you are trying to build a stable life. So while most students still keep their expectations low and assume the hero class will sweep like always, Sugai raises his hand and says he wants to participate. Rayleigh immediately bursts out laughing and tells him not to get cocky just because he beat them once, like one win suddenly makes him a legend. Sensei looks at Sugai and asks if he is serious about entering, and he says yes, he is signing up. Then Sugai turns toward Rayleigh and throws out a bet, saying if he loses, Rayleigh can do whatever he wants, but if he wins, Rayleigh has to stop acting like he owns the place and looking down on him. Rayleigh freezes for a second, then accepts with that smug grin, saying the whole class will be there to watch Tsuyoshi embarrass himself. Sensei says she will submit his form, but she reminds everyone that there is a pre-tournament test, and anybody who wants to enter has to pass it first. Later he tells Karina about his pre-qualification test, and says he might be late to pick her up, so she should not head home alone but wait for him. The moment he leaves, Karina's classmates start noticing him way more, and a bunch of girls instantly start crushing like they just discovered a new celebrity. After that, the girls swarm Karina's desk and start asking about her brother, and Mina gets salty because the attention is drifting away from her again. Viviana says she heard Karina's brother is signing up for the Star Tournament, so Mina immediately hits up Billy, already plotting. Billy says his dad knows some hero class students from other schools, and they will use the tournament to teach Tsuyoshi a lesson. Mina is basically grinning to herself because she cannot wait for the tournament day, and in her head, once they deal with Tsuyoshi, they will bully Karina even worse than before. In the principal's office, the principal talks with a vice principal and explains that the Star Tournament is a big deal. Officially, it is about inter-school relations, but in reality, it is a power check by the Hero Union and major guilds. He says the strength of their hero class students will represent the school, and it will affect how much support and funding they receive. Their goal is to get at least one student into the top 5, because that result basically secures them extra funding. The vice principal looks nervous, and says all hero class students are automatically entered, but regular class students enter only if they choose to. Because of that, almost no regular students have signed up, but then drops a bomb by saying a regular class student named Tsuyoshi applied for the test, and the principal just sits there with his mouth open like, wait, what? In the pre-competition test prep area, the hero class students gather and warm up by stretching and loosening their bodies. A guy with a Connie-style buzz cut mentions he heard a regular class student is participating this time, and he even volunteered for it. A pink-haired girl wonders if he seriously thinks he can compete with them or if he is trying to embarrass the school. Buzzcut stays confident and claims Tsuyoshi has no chance of passing because this pretest is a simulator mock exam meant for semi-heroes. A semi-hero is someone born with natural talent, so they usually get placed in the hero class early. Tsuyoshi arrives and starts stretching too, looking calm and focused. The pink-haired girl compliments him and admits he is pretty handsome. The supervisor watching the test also looks confused, because a regular class student applying for this is rare. Buzzcut takes that as another excuse to mock him, since even the teacher seems to agree a regular class student is out of their league. Up on the second floor, the higher-ups sit in the observation area. The chairman of the school association, Suzuki, arrives and makes it clear he expects strong results from the hero class. The principal greets him formally and treats his visit as a major honor. With the principal's signal, the vice principal tells the supervisor to begin the test. The supervisor reviews the format they discussed earlier and tells everyone to form parties before entering the simulator. He explains there are 3 basic level simulator machines used for D-class mock exams, and they simulate E and F ranked caves. He adds that with everyone's current ability, they will be treated as F rank inside the test, so nobody needs to panic, and then he tells them to form groups in the assigned order, since the results will be displayed afterward. To pass, they need a score of 60 or higher. Tsuyoshi raises his hand and points out nobody told him anything about forming parties, and he only knew he had a test in the afternoon. The supervisor clearly does not expect much from him, so he decides Tsuyoshi will go last. Tsuyoshi is used to that kind of treatment, so he does not react. Buzzcut and the pink-haired girl notice the teacher is basically leaving Tsuyoshi alone. They also know the mock test is tough, and even semi-heroes can struggle with it. As students start entering the simulators, Suzuki watches from above and thinks this inspection is about spotting standout semi-heroes early. The school association exists to help the hero union recruit talent first, because major guilds and factions jump in fast once someone shows real potential. Buzzcut and the pink-haired girl enter the simulator with their party, and they quickly realize it is as realistic as they heard. A notification tells them the mock test is set to F class, and they can summon basic equipment for the run. Buzzcut pulls out a standard knight armor set and starts moving through the usual drills. After a while, they exit the simulator with a score of 72, which is enough to pass. Once the rest of the hero class finishes, Suzuki reviews the results and notices most parties land between 70 and 80, with nobody breaking 90. To him, that means there are no standout monsters in this year's hero class. He remembers that in recent years the highest score was 93 in a two-person E-class mock test. Even though E and F are only one rank apart, the gap in difficulty and talent feels massive. In his mind, anyone who clears E-class can get into serious hero schools, and if their score is high, the big guilds start paying attention. Geniuses like that are rare, so he wonders if he will see someone like that today. Suzuki puts on a polite smile and comments that the students have a bright future with a little more training, and then he asks if the test is finished. The vice principal accidentally lets it slip that one regular class student is still left. The principal clears his throat loudly, trying to cover it up, but Suzuki already hears him. Instead of dropping it, Suzuki says the student has guts, and he decides to watch since it is the last run anyway. Down below, the supervisor announces that everyone has passed and only the regular class student remains. He tells Suzuki to hurry up, and he adds that if he is scared, he can quit anytime. Suzuki steps into the simulator and sees the prompt to pick equipment, but he ignores it and summons his usual sword. A pack of level 1 dark rabbits rushes him, and he cuts them down like they are nothing. He keeps moving and quickly wipes out the level 3 dark rabbit boss too. The whole run takes him only 6 minutes. Then the simulator glitches and throws up an error message, saying his abilities massively exceed the mock exam's difficulty, so it automatically upgrades him into a D-class mock. Tsuyoshi blinks, surprised there is even a D-class version, because he thought passing F-class was the whole point. A portal opens for the next stage, and he calmly walks in, thinking there is basically no difference between F and D at his current level. The students outside start clowning on him, saying it has been 12 minutes and he still has not come out, so maybe he peed himself and is too embarrassed to show his face. Even the supervisor starts getting nervous, because 12 minutes is a long time for a regular student, and he wonders if something actually went wrong inside. Up on the second floor, Suzuki comments that a regular class student lasting 12 minutes is still impressive, and he tells the principal he should praise the kid's courage and give him some kind of reward. The principal agrees, and thinks about commending him later. Right then, the simulator gate opens, and Tsuyoshi steps out with a serious aura. The system congratulates him for clearing the exam with a perfect score, and the screen shows he cleared both the F rank and the D rank tests in 12 minutes with a score of 100. Everyone freezes, and Suzuki immediately wonders how a regular class student can pull that off. The supervisor starts sweating and insists there has to be an error, but Buzzcut snaps back that it is not a mistake because there is no way someone clears both classes alone unless they are built different. Tsuyoshi does not even care about the hype and shrugs it off, saying he only needs to pass because he is about to leave and pick up his sister. Suzuki stops him before he can walk away and asks if he really cleared both the F rank and the D rank tests. Tsuyoshi confirms it, so Suzuki presses him for details and asks what the final boss of the D-class cave was like. He answers that it was a level 6 dark wolf, and it was fast but not that tough, so he just slashed it a few times until it dropped. After that, he tells Suzuki that if those questions are done, he has to go pick up his sister. Suzuki lets him leave, but his expression stays serious as he keeps thinking about what he just witnessed. The principal asks if something is wrong with Tsuyoshi's result, and Suzuki tells him to let Tsuyoshi participate in the star tournament, while also keeping today's results confidential. In Suzuki's mind, Tsuyoshi is not just talented, because a perfect score across both tests makes him a straight-up monster, and Suzuki decides he needs to keep watching him. He also thinks that if his judgment is right, the Hero Association will want to recruit Tsuyoshi before anyone else gets their hands on him. Finally, the day of the star tournament arrives. Students from Kurozu High and Sawahira High show up, and people already whisper that a lot of their hero class kids are basically one step away from becoming real heroes, so the top 5 will probably come from those 2 schools. An official announces that each school has to register their participants at the station before everyone gathers in the arena. Tsuyoshi shows up too and registers as a regular class student, so the staff member respects the guts and advises him not to push it too hard, because the hero class students from other schools are no joke. Suzuki arrives to observe and asks if all the regular class students have registered. The vice principal confirms they have and mentions they are probably already waiting inside the arena. Suzuki quietly thinks that if Tsuyoshi registered, then he is actually serious about this tournament. He also decides that if his power is the real deal, then Tsuyoshi is the kind of genius the big factions and guilds will try to snatch up fast, and he does not want to let that happen. The vice principal leans in and tells Suzuki that a bunch of factions and guilds are already here watching, so they need to start the ceremony soon. He also points out that Karozu and Sawahira sent their top students and both schools look locked in this year, while their own school keeps falling behind every single year. The principal sighs and admits it is the same story every year, but he tells him they will just do their best in their own way. Right after that, an announcement says the ability test will start soon. Tsuyoshi pauses because he expects the tournament to begin immediately. A notification then explains the ability test rules, and it tells them they have to show maximum power with minimal movement, while their body score and power scale appear on the screen. He quickly understands the point, because smaller movement means higher potential, and the scores should reflect each person's real ability. Since the machine is judging it, nobody can cheat or talk their way out of it. A Sawahira student steps up first, and throws a punch at the testing machine, and it displays a body score of 72, and a power score of 74. People nod like that is expected because they believe anything above 70 is decent, and anything above 80 means you are fighting for a top 3 spot. As the test continues, more students get measured, and one student from Seishin High only scores 52. Other students start roasting him and wonder what a regular student from Seishin would even score if that is what their hero class looks like. While the crowd laughs at Seishin, the guild judges watch closely and quietly evaluate each participant, already thinking about who is worth recruiting. The Seishin principal cannot even look up, because the embarrassment is hitting him like a truck. Rayleigh and the other regular students feel embarrassed after watching their school's heroes look mid in front of everyone. Rayleigh scans the area for Tsuyoshi and starts wondering if he is chickening out and not competing at all. Karina looks nervous too, while Mina keeps poking at her and says her brother is about to embarrass their school in front of the whole crowd. Karina refuses to fold and says she believes in him, which makes Mina mad, so she snaps that Karina and her brother are both idiots and she cannot wait to see him fail. Suzuki notices that nobody has scored above 80 in both categories yet, so he starts thinking the real test is whether Tsuyoshi can even compete with the top contenders from Karozu and Sawahira. A bulky Sawahira student named Vince steps forward, shoving past people like he owns the place, because he is known as their ace and already passed the hero test. He hurls the ball into the machine with pure brute force, and it spits out an 86 body score and a 90 power score. Suzuki is impressed and decides this guy is probably one of the strongest students this year, so he plans to speak with him later. Right after that, Karozu's ace steps up and runs his mouth saying anyone scoring under 80 should stay quiet and watch what a real ace looks like. His name is Boniface. He is a D-rank hero, and he already cleared the official hero test. He casually tosses his ball like it is nothing, and the screen flashes an 89 body score and a 92 power score. Everyone gets stunned because Karozu's ace is clearly built different, and it starts feeling like the champion is already decided. Suzuki is impressed too and makes a mental note to talk with Boniface later. Boniface looks at Vince and calls him his real rival, but he still acts like the trophy already belongs to him. Then Tsukori steps up and says it is his turn. His own schoolmates instantly start clowning him and cannot believe he actually showed up to embarrass them in public, but he barely reacts because he is not here for their approval. Suzuki thinks that if Tsuyoshi even lands somewhere between 70 and 80, that would already be impressive for a regular class student. The principal, meanwhile, looks like he is about to have a full-on heart attack from stress. Tsuyoshi remembers the rule about minimal movement with maximum power, so he decides to use Ultimate Physique and the Divine Selection system just a little. He focuses 60% of Ultimate Physique into one finger and lightly pokes the ball, but the thing launches like a missile and even flies out of the arena. Both scores jump to 100 and then keep pushing past it, and the machine straight up breaks under the pressure. The crowd goes dead silent, and everyone makes faces that are honestly priceless. The crowd freezes up, and nobody can believe he has that kind of power, so people instantly start yelling that he has to be cheating. Even the guild judges lean in and demand to know who this guy is and what his score really is. Boniface claims he must have used some cheat item or the machine just bugged out, while Vince shrugs and basically leaves it to the officials to figure out. The principal rushes over with an engineer to inspect the machine, and Suzuki comes down too, stepping right up next to Tsuyoshi and asking him to show his hands. Suzuki thinks there might be some hidden device or trick, but he finds nothing, and what stands out instead is how rough and calloused Tsuyoshi's hands are for someone his age. When Suzuki asks about it, Tsuyoshi keeps it simple and explains he has been working for 10 years just to get by. The engineer resets the machine and confirms there is nothing wrong with it, and the recovered data shows both metrics hit 100. Even with that proof, a bunch of students still refuse to accept it and start coping by claiming Seishin must have rigged the test since it is being held at their school. Suzuki shuts that down on the spot and officially confirms Tsuji's score on behalf of the School Hero Association, since he personally checked for cheating and found none. He announces it clearly that Tsuyoshi scores 100 in both categories. Boniface is honestly more rattled than anyone, because Billy personally begged him to handle Tsuyoshi, and he did not expect the easy target to be a monster. Still, he feels stuck. since Billy's father runs the Blue Snake Gang and is connected to his side, so he has to follow through on Billy's request whether he likes it or not. The results go up on the arena screen too, and it shocks the whole place all over again. Karina jumps up with pure hype and turns to stick her tongue out at Mina, while Mina and Vivian just stand there with their mouths open. Mina panics and starts messaging Billy, and he tells her not to worry, because his friend is Karazu's ace and he will take care of it. Suzuki adds that Tsuyoshi is the only student from Seishin to make the top 10, and then he explains the points. The top 3 get 10, 5, and 3 points, and everyone else in the top 10 gets 1 point each. It gets announced that for the next round, each school can form their own parties since the second match is a team competition. The event is a destruction race, where every team enters a mock dungeon and competes to see how many darkness creatures they can beat in 10 minutes. A teacher walks up to him and explains he needs at least 3 people for a party under the rules, so if he cannot form one, he will have to sit this round out. Tsuyoshi gets it and checks the scoreboard, seeing Seishin is sitting at 10 points already, which is still decent for them. Boniface is low-key stressed because he thought this round would be where he puts Tsuyoshi in his place, but now he has to focus on winning first. He steps up confidently and declares Karazu's top team is built for situations like this, so they are taking first place no matter what. Vince does not talk as loud as Boniface, but he still throws it out there that Sawahira is not weaker, and either school can win if things go their way. Meanwhile, Seishin's teams look defeated already, and basically admit they will just try to scrape whatever points they can, since Karazu and Sawahira are obviously aiming for first and second. The match begins, and the announcer explains teams will enter in turns. Rayleigh and his boys start clowning Tsuyoshi for standing alone, acting like nobody wants to team up with him because a regular student scoring like that sounds fake to them. Mina also pokes at Karina, calling it embarrassing that her brother has no teammates, but Karina gets heated and insists they are just underestimating him like always. Tsuyoshi stays calm because he already has his own plan. He knows the ultimate star will be decided by total points, and the person with the best performance across the matches can also get named MVP. So he decides to chill for the team round, because if he dominates the individual rounds later, the 10 million yen is basically his. The team matches kick off inside the simulator, and after a while Boniface's party sits in first with 62 darkness creatures defeated. Vince's party finishes with 48 while most other schools barely manage 8, so the gap looks embarrassing. Suzuki keeps waiting for Tsuyoshi to do something crazy again, but in a team round a regular class student usually gets left out, so there is not much he can do from the sidelines. One Sishian party staggers out of the simulation, and their captain starts complaining about how everyone except him and the vice captain got knocked out. He is stressed because if this keeps happening, Seishin will never touch the top 10. One exhausted teammate snaps back that they cannot keep going, even if it is a mock dungeon because they are completely smoked. The captain still rushes to the registration desk and asks if he and the vice captain can continue since they are still standing. The staff member tells them the rules are strict, and they need at least 3 people to re-enter, but the rest of their squad is too tired to move. He adds that even if they find one more person, there is basically no time left to make a comeback. The vice captain turns, spots Tsuyoshi and decides to gamble on him, so the two of them drag him over and register him as their third. The staff member allows it, but he warns them they have only a few minutes left, so it is going to be rough. Once they get inside, the captain quickly explains they already cleared 33, and if they can take down 8 more monsters, they will squeeze into the top 10. He asks Tsuyoshi to do whatever he can, even if it is just a little boost. Monsters are swarming everywhere, and Tsuyoshi casually steps forward and tells them to close their eyes and leave it to him. Then he powers up with ultimate physique, summons his black cold light sword, and walks in like he owns the place. With one burst, he starts cutting through the dungeon like it is paper, and the kill count jumps so fast it goes past 300 before anyone can even process it. When the two guys finally open their eyes, they just freeze, because it looks like he erased the whole wave in a single move. Time runs out, the results flash on the screen, and somehow Seishin High shoots straight into first place, leaving the whole arena staring like they just witnessed a glitch in reality. Tsuyoshi steps out of the simulation looking calm and confident, while the other two come out shaking and looking totally lost. Suzuki rushes down, still stunned, and he wonders if Tsuyoshi really took out 300 monsters by himself in that short time. The captain explains that Tsuyoshi told them to shut their eyes, and all they felt were flashes, thunder, and the ground vibrating under their feet. Then, before they could even think, he wiped out everything in front of them like it was nothing. The vice captain swears they did not mess up or cheat, because they barely even moved, and Tsuyoshi did all the work. Suzuki finally accepts it, realizing Tsuyoshi is a hidden powerhouse, and a monster-level genius, who could shake up the whole hero scene. He tells himself that once the match ends, he needs to talk to him first, and make sure no one else snatches him up. Since the results look suspicious on paper, members of the external judging union walk up to the principal and request a data check. The principal admits he is confused too, but he agrees immediately, because there is nothing shady to hide. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and his crew start running their mouths, convinced Tsuyoshi cheated, and Mina also feeds Karina the same trash just to get under her skin. After the judges finish reviewing the logs, Suzuki asks what the data shows. One judge awkwardly admits the numbers spike hard right before the end, but there are no signs of manual tampering or forced adjustments, so it does not look like cheating. The principal gets hyped the moment he hears that and says Soshin plays fair, but the other schools still doubt it because they have never seen a 3-person squad put up numbers like that. Tsuyoshi steps in and says if Soshin does not take first place in any of the next events, they can call him a cheater. He adds that if Seishin keeps placing first across the events, then nobody should have any complaints left. The principal panics and tries to stop him from making such a bold claim, but Tsuyoshi stays relaxed and tells him not to worry. That little speech instantly puts Boniface and Vince on alert, because now it feels personal, and they start getting ready to enjoy shutting him down. The judges accept Tsuyoshi's condition, and they agree that if he does not secure first place in the next matches, he will be treated as a cheater. Tsuyoshi keeps it casual and says that is fine by him. In the long jump round, Tsuyoshi powers up his legs and launches himself, taking first place like it is routine. Then he does the same thing in the short sprint and the discus throw, staying locked in and snatching first over and over. Near the hallway entrance, Billy watches from a distance and looks like he is about to explode. He does not even care if it is cheating or not, because he just cannot let Tsuyoshi keep farming first place, so he texts Boniface and demands to know why he is not stopping him even once. Boniface and Vince are already dead tired and breathing heavy, because they realize they are not dealing with a normal student, they are dealing with a straight-up monster. Boniface sees Billy's message and gets even more annoyed, since he is already trying to cut off Tsuyoshi's win streak and keeps failing anyway. Vince locks in and tells Boniface the next match is the final one, and he is going to handle it for real. He says they trained hard for this, so he will face Tsuyoshi fair and square and settle it properly. Boniface, though, is thinking about something risky. Billy's father secretly gave him a P2P mental inference tool, and when it hits a target, it sends a psychic shockwave straight to their head. He tells himself it is set to only 10%, so it should not be dangerous, and if he does not use it now, he might never get another shot to bring Tsuyoshi down. The final event gets announced, and it is the crowd favorite, Tug of War Lift. In this event, the players use raw strength and willpower to pull with a rope and lift a female student from their own school up to the top. Once the bell at the top rings, the lift stops, and the female student has to lower the banner to secure the win. 3 participants from each school will compete in this round. A guy walks up to Tsuyoshi and tells him the principal wants him in the event so Seishin can grab first place again. Tsuyoshi hesitates, because Seishin does not even have a female competitor lined up for him. The guy tells him not to stress and says they will find someone. Then he walks off like it is no big deal. The referee announces Tsuyoshi is joining the tug of war lift, but there is no female partner yet. He asks if anyone is willing to volunteer, and if so, they should step into the competition arena. A few people want to, but they hesitate and back off for their own reasons. Karina tries to step forward, but her friend pulls her back and reminds her that her leg is not in good shape. Mina sees the opening and decides she will help on purpose in the worst way possible. She wants Tsuyoshi to lose, and she plans to make it look like it is his fault, so she tells herself she cannot rely on Billy anymore, and has to sabotage this round herself. Then she starts moving, ready to pull her little stunt. The guy comes back with a volunteer and tells Tsuyoshi to greet her. When he turns around to introduce himself, he freezes, because the volunteer is Mina. He asks what she is doing here, already side-eyeing her since she is obviously plotting something. She stays calm and tells him nobody else stepped up, so he should fix his attitude and be grateful. With that settled, the announcer says the match is about to start. The participants gather around the lift, and Mina admits she has watched this event before, but this is her first time actually riding it. Then she tells him to pull her all the way up so they can take first place, but he ignores her completely, like a man who has learned not to react to someone trying to start drama. Vince looks hyped and ready to yank his school's girl to the top. Boniface, on the other hand, is sweating under the pressure and looks dead set on beating Tsuyoshi no matter what. At the signal, the players and assistants take their spots and check the ropes. Each pair has one assistant nearby, just in case someone runs out of stamina or the lift drops suddenly and turns ugly. Once everyone is in position, the match starts, and the whole arena goes crazy as everyone pulls with everything they have. Tsuyoshi can tell he could drag the rope up easily with ultimate physique, but if he goes too hard too fast, it will look suspicious, so he decides to ramp it up slowly and take first right at the end. The crowd cheers loudest for Boniface and Vince. Boniface, though, is not even thinking about first place anymore, because his only obsession is stopping Tsuyoshi from winning, even if it wrecks him. He grips the special item and tells himself it is time, knowing the backlash headache is going to be brutal, but he is ready to use it anyway. Everyone keeps pulling the ropes without much trouble at first, but once the lift climbs higher, it turns into a real struggle. Vince's rope stays ahead of the pack, and it looks like he is about to lock in first place. Tsuyoshi keeps his pace steady on purpose, planning to speed up right before the top and pass everyone in one clean push. That is when Mina decides it is her moment to ruin everything. She starts bouncing hard on the lift to throw off his rhythm, making the rope harder to grip and forcing his hands to slip. He instantly clocks what she is doing, because of course she is up to something. The assistant yells at her to stop moving so much since it is dangerous, but she ignores it and keeps stomping like she is trying to shake the whole platform apart. Billy watches with a proud grin and urges her to keep going, acting like she is doing something heroic. Mina leans over to mock Tsuyoshi, but the second she looks down, she freezes. He hits her with a sharp stare that feels straight up terrifying, like the monster inside him is asking if she is finally done causing problems. Then the announcer calls out that the match is entering its final stage, and everyone needs to push harder to protect their school's honor. Boniface uses the moment to talk trash, saying Tsuyoshi was acting arrogant and running his mouth about proving his innocence. But Boniface is not just talking. He already set Tsuyoshi as the target for his item before the match even started, and he is waiting for the perfect second to press it. He activates the mental interference device, and a violent wave of psychic shock blasts through the area. It does not just hit Tsuyoshi, because it hits everyone nearby, including Boniface himself. Boniface's head feels like it is splitting open, but he grits through it because he thinks it is worth it if it stops Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi staggers and looks around confused, because suddenly everybody is acting like they just got punched in the brain. He feels the headache too, but his divine system reacts fast, detects the psychic attack and triggers mental protection. The pain eases for him, but the other students are not so lucky. One by one they collapse from the shock, and when their bodies go limp, their ropes slack out and the lifts start dropping. The girls up top panic instantly, because falling from that height is not something they can just walk off. The crowd erupts in fear, and people rush forward to try to catch the lifts and save the girls before they crash. Mina is terrified and shuts her eyes, but then her lift suddenly stops. When she looks down, she sees Tsuyoshi has the rope locked in his hands like it is nothing. He kicks ultimate physique into his legs, rushes across, and grabs the ropes from the other lifts too. The combined weight is no joke, so he forces all that pressure into his arms, even as his hands start ripping up from the strain. Mina is stunned because he is literally holding every lift by himself. People finally reach the ropes and start taking them one by one, but he still refuses to let go of his own. He grits his teeth and tells them the match is not over yet, because he promised he would take first place in every event. Mina stares at him and her heart starts doing that annoying flutter thing after seeing how locked in he is. His arms are burning and he is close to cramping, but he keeps pulling anyway. The crowd sees how insane this is and starts cheering even louder. He keeps dragging the lift up and rings the bell, and now the only thing left is lowering the banner. Billy screams at Mina not to drop it so Seishun will lose first place. Mina hesitates, looks down at how much Tsuyoshi is struggling, and then switches up. She yanks down Seishun's banner, and the whole school explodes in hype as they take first place again. The announcer declares that first place goes to Tsuyoshi from Seishun School. Rayleigh and Vivina just freeze, because they still cannot process what they are watching. Around the arena, guild and faction scouts instantly start moving. Everyone wants info on Tsuyoshi, and they start making plans to snatch this genius up before someone else does. At the same time, one guy whispers to the Blue Snake gang boss that Tsuyoshi has been causing problems for the young master. He also adds that the earlier chaos in the tournament was linked to a tool the young master gave to one of the participants. The boss rubs his forehead like he is about to get a migraine. He is disappointed his young master is picking fights with a walking golden ticket, so he stands up and heads home to deal with him. Back at the arena, people crowd the principal and congratulate him for winning the competition and producing a genius. The principal tries to keep it professional, but the pride is all over his face. Then an engineer rushes in and drops a bomb. He reports that they found a contestant carrying a mental interference item, and the earlier commotion lines up with it. The engineer explains that the item looks modified into something dangerous. Suzuki steps in and confirms it is a prohibited item, which makes the principal's face go pale on the spot. The principal panics and asks which student had it. The engineer reveals it was Boniface from Kurozu School, and he has already been detained. Suzuki tells them to keep the investigation going while he contacts Kurozu directly. The principal finally breathes again, because for a second he thought Seishun's results would get revoked. Suzuki walks over to the principal with an energy drink in hand, casually aura farming like he owns the place, and asks if he needed something. The principal praises him for putting on a crazy performance, and promises full school support. He adds that all expenses will be covered, and both Suzuki and his sister will have their fees waived. Suzuki thanks him, but he says he does not need special treatment. Suzuki then steps forward on behalf of the School Hero Association and invites him to join the elite hero team. He admits there is no precedent for a high schooler joining, but Suzuki clearly qualifies, so he wants him to seriously consider it. Suzuki also mentions the champion benefits that Suzuki will receive prize money, plus a unit in the #1 hero mansion, which is prime location. The word mansion instantly grabs Suzuki's attention. The principal watches Suzuki and realizes the guy is slick, because recruiting a genius is a career highlight, and Suzuki is pulling out every card to lock him down. Mina tries to head upstairs to leave, but Billy shows up and grabs her by the collar, dragging her into the hallway. He demands to know how she could help Suzuki win, acting like she forgot how Suzuki humiliated them, and how she promised Billy he would crush him. He slams her against the wall and calls her and Boniface useless. Mina argues back that Tsuyoshi saved her and the other girls, but Billy does not care and snaps that Tsuyoshi is just stealing the spotlight. Right there, Mina finally realizes Billy is the biggest mistake of her life. She shoves him off and breaks up with him on the spot. Billy is rotten to the core, so he raises his hand like he is about to hit her. Before he can, Tsuyoshi steps in, grabs his wrist, and instantly realizes that Billy was the one pushing Mina into all this. Mina's heart stutters again when she sees him, but Tsuyoshi does not even look at her like that. He twists Billy's arm and tells him he did not want to get involved, but since Billy is involved, he has no choice. He makes it clear this was not some little school drama. If he had not stepped in earlier, people could have died, and Billy is still acting like this is a game. Even while getting pinned, Billy tries to flex his dad's name. Tsuyoshi answers with one clean punch to his face, sending him flying and knocking teeth out on the spot. Billy scrambles up and runs off, swearing Tsuyoshi will regret it. A second later, Viviana comes looking for Mina, saying Billy has been going crazy trying to find her, and she freezes when she sees Tsuyoshi standing there. Tsuyoshi turns to Mina with hard eyes and tells her not to expect a thank you, even if she lowered the banner. He says he still remembers what she did to his sister. Mina calls his name and bows, apologizing for hurting Karina. When Tsuyoshi does not respond, Mina pushes Viviana to apologize too, and Viviana quietly says sorry for hurting Karina. Tsuyoshi stays cold and tells them an apology does not erase what they did, and he asks if sorry would magically heal a wound if he cut them right now. Still, he acknowledges he heard them, and he tells them to stand up. His tone is basically do not do it again, without even needing to say it. Later in the locker room, he knows how to pull his reader fans and starts changing, half thinking about tomorrow's prize money and that hero mansion. He is already picturing Karina being happy in a place with an elevator, and that thought keeps him locked in. While he is about to throw on a fresh shirt, Rayleigh's gang barges in. Tsuyoshi asks if they really want to start something in here. Instead of swinging, they drop down and bow. They apologize for treating him like a lackey, and admit they had him all wrong. Outside the gate, dudes crowd around Tsuyoshi like he is a celebrity, and Rayleigh is totally out of character, saying he even fell for him in the last round. Tsuyoshi finds them annoying, so he brushes past them and heads toward his sister, who is waiting for him. But then Mina runs up and tells him to move because Billy is coming with his gang. Before she can even finish, Billy catches her from behind and yanks her back roughly. He has completely lost it, and he warns Tsuyoshi not to underestimate him while throwing out threats. Rayleigh is shocked seeing Billy rage like this, and even though his legs are trembling, he still gets ready to back Tsuyoshi up. Tsuyoshi tells him not to get involved and to just keep an eye on his sister. From today on, he does not need to hide that he is a hero anymore. He goes from a handsome guy to full dangerous energy, and everyone feels it. He pulls out his black armor disguise suit and the black cold light blade, and his aura hits the area like a warning. A few guys from the front line push forward with their muscular arms swinging, but Tsuyoshi handles them easily. One of them throws an iron rod straight at his head, but he activates ultimate physique in time and knocks the rod off course. The guy freezes for a second, and Tsuyoshi answers with a brutal punch that sends him flying. He does not stop there and keeps smashing anyone who tries to jump him. Rayleigh and his crew cannot stop staring, and even Karina's friend starts crushing on her big bro. A few ugly dudes are still standing, so Tsuyoshi decides to end it with one strike. He starts charging his sword with lightning, and the air tightens around him. While he is focused on finishing this, two men watch from the top of a nearby building. An old man named Dane looks impressed and says Tsuyoshi is the most talented D-rank hero he has seen in a long time. He says he has to recruit him into Final Glory. Dane is an S-rank hero and the guildmaster of Final Glory, one of the three major guilds. Standing beside him is Sandor, the president of the Angry Dragon Guild, one of the 5 major factions. Sandor is just as desperate to pull Tsuyoshi into his faction. He also heard there was a data anomaly during Tsuyoshi's awakening, and the whole area experienced a blackout. Dane suspects that blackout was caused by Tsuyoshi. He adds that Tsuyoshi not only wins the tournament, but also stops a major disaster, and that is not something just anyone can pull off. With the Supernova tournament coming, Dane says he is exactly the kind of rookie every guild wants right now. This tournament is going to be brutal, and this year the rankings will decide who gets the biggest share of resources. He also mentions the Hero Alliance is sending their strongest newcomers, so every faction and guild that qualifies for Supernova is scrambling to lock in promising talent. Now that Tsuyoshi's abilities are obvious, Dane decides he has seen enough and leaves on the spot using some kind of magic. Down below, Tsuyoshi is already calling forth Thunderfall Chain, and warns everyone to get down. Lightning drops only on Billy's lackeys, and they all get folded instantly. While Billy is the only one still standing, Tsuyoshi corners him and throws a rod that slices past his face and slams into the ground like a warning shot. He tells Billy to get lost and never show his face around again, so Billy panics and runs with his tail between his legs. After that, Tsuyoshi takes off the black armor and thanks Mina for warning him earlier. Mina blushes hard and she starts acting like she just unlocked a new crush slot. Rayleigh and his crew hype him up and tell him he should start running the school like a boss, but Tsuyoshi shuts it down. He is not here to build a gang or flex on people all day. On the way home, Karina tells him he has gotten so strong that even his classmates are jealous now. He explains that power is a double-edged thing, because it attracts attention, and not all of it is friendly. Then he gives her the good news, telling her the association is giving them 10 million yen and an apartment. Karina is shocked, and he explains it is coming from Suzuki, the chairman of the association. He adds that if the apartment has an elevator, she will never have to struggle with stairs again. Karina thanks him for always thinking about her, and he lightly taps her nose, telling her she is his sister, so taking care of her is his responsibility. Right then Suzuki shows up carrying a bag and asks if Tsuyoshi has a minute. He says he wanted to meet early and discuss about the upcoming supernova tournament. Tsuyoshi takes him back to his tiny home and serves him tea. Suzuki looks around and asks if he has been living with his sister the whole time. Tsuyoshi nods and explains that he has stayed with Karina ever since their parents died. Since she struggles with stairs, he asks if the mansion Suzuki mentioned has stairs. Suzuki confirms it does, but he adds that he came today to check on the moving situation. He tells him that if everything is ready, they can move immediately, since the place is fully furnished and equipped. Tsuyoshi thanks him for the concern, but says they will move once they are properly prepared. Suzuki quietly asks what happened to Karina. Tsuyoshi explains that she was injured by the darkness a long time ago, and their parents died during that same incident. Her legs were crushed back then, and doctors diagnosed that 90% of her nerves were damaged, so the chances of her walking again were almost zero. Still, she is brave and keeps pushing forward, trying to live her life as fully as she can. Suzuki looks genuinely sorry, and admits the darkness has caused tragedies for countless families. Then he mentions something Tsuyoshi has never heard before. He says a golden rebirth elixir might appear at an auction next month, and if they can get it, there is a real chance Karina's legs could recover. Tsuyoshi freezes, then stands up in shock and asks if he is serious. Suzuki confirms that is what he heard. The golden rebirth elixir is a rare golden liquid that can restore lost bodily functions, and it only drops on rare occasions when high-level heroes defeat darkness creatures in A-rank dungeons. But Suzuki also warns him the auction has strict entry conditions. First, the bidder needs C-rank hero status. Second, they need at least 1 billion yen in capital. Suzuki explains that auctions always have harsh requirements tied to status and power, and this one is no different. He tells Suzuki it can qualify for C rank by placing in the top 3 of the Supernova tournament, and after that he can apply for promotion. However, Suzuki admits that even as chairman of the School Heroes Association, he cannot fund something on that scale. The most he can provide is the 10 million yen prize money. Tsuyoshi stares at the amount in his mind and realizes something painful. Money is not everything, but for him, without money he cannot save Karina. Now he is stuck wondering how he is supposed to gather 1 billion yen in 1 month. Suddenly a flashback hits him. He remembers the potion he drank before, the one with that weird taste, yet the effect was insanely good. This world has convenient capsules, but the potions from the other world feel way stronger. A thought sparks in his head. If he can recreate those potions here, he might actually be able to earn 1 billion yen in a single month. While he is still lost in that idea, Suzuki asks what is wrong. Tsuyoshi forces a smile and asks a straight question. If he secures a top 3 finish in the Supernova tournament, can he apply for C-rank hero status? Suzuki agrees and explains that the Supernova tournament is the main stage for C and D class heroes. Guilds, factions, and even the Hero Association send their most talented rookie heroes. A strong performance does not just boost reputation, it also raises influence in dungeon resource allocation. Suzuki asks if he understands how important resources are in this world. Tsuyoshi gets fired up and asks him to let him participate. Then he adds that if registration is needed, he wants to go right now. Suzuki looks confused, wondering if he is serious, but Tsuyoshi grabs his arm and drags him outside anyway. He says it does not matter how dangerous the tournament is, he needs to know where to register. Half choking and practically spitting foam, Suzuki tells him registration is handled at the Hero Alliance Association. They arrive at the Hero Alliance Association, and while walking in, Tsubai finally asks why Suzuki is pushing him this hard. Suzuki answers honestly, it is mutual benefit. As chairman, he is under pressure to produce results, and it has been a full year since they identified any truly promising talent. Meanwhile, outside guilds and factions offer young heroes better treatment and more freedom, which most rookies prefer because they hate strict rules like the hero associations. Tsuyoshi understands and tells him he will do his best not to disappoint him. At the registration office, the lady drops a bomb that nearly gives them both a heart attack. Tsuyoshi cannot meet the requirements to enter the Supernova tournament. Suzuki thought one of the 3 slots was still open and asks what he is missing. The clerk confirms there is one remaining substitute slot, but she explains Tsuyoshi does not have the required public record to qualify. To enter, he must have placed in the top 3 in at least 2 public dungeon clears. She checks his file and finds no official records besides the single test dungeon. Because of that, he does not meet the conditions. Suzuki looks disappointed because the tournament is already around the corner, and public dungeons are brutal right now. Getting top 3 placements in 2 public dungeons within just a few days feels almost impossible, so it looks like there is no way for him to enter. Tsuyoshi, feeling the pressure, asks what these public dungeons and top placements even mean. Suzuki explains there are 6 public dungeons in total. 3 are C rank, 2 are D rank, and 1 is B rank, which is the hardest one by far. To qualify for the Supernova tournament, his party has to place in the top 3 in any 2 of those dungeons. A lot of competitors are chasing the same qualification, so the fights inside those dungeons are intense, and the competition is non-stop. On top of that, there is less than a week left, so even forming a strong party takes time. Tsuyoshi still makes a bold claim and says he will secure top 3 in 2 dungeons before the tournament starts. Suzuki is left stunned, but Tsuyoshi turns and tells them to keep the last slot open for him. Then he takes his leave right away. To him, the timing is perfect. He plans to go back to the other world, grab potion formulas, and level up to 15 before returning here. He opens the boundless passage and teleports over, but the system immediately hits him with a warning. He cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days because of unstable bugging, and staying longer will make him permanently unable to return to his original world. Of all times, it has to happen now. Soichi realizes things are about to get harder from this point on. The next morning, Sakura wakes up, and Soichi greets her, saying it has been a while and things are about to get busy. They head out together and the city is crowded as always in Kevin's town. Sakura explains that Kevin is hosting a refining tournament with flashy prizes, so it is pulling in young shamans and adventurers who are hunting rare medicine. Third place earns a basic potion formula. Second place includes an apprenticeship, a normal potion formula, and a level-up potion formula. First place comes with becoming Kevin's direct disciple, +1 basic potion formula, and 2 level-up potion formulas. Even just the formulas are a huge deal because they are insanely valuable for shamans. A single basic potion formula can sell for around 300 gold coins. Tsuyoshi immediately finds his new goal, then thinking if he can get enough formulas, he could recreate them back home and make 10 billion yen in his world. Sakura asks if he is really interested because she thought he came here mainly to meet Kevin, but he confidently agrees and says he is aiming for first place. He cannot just walk up to Kevin and shamelessly beg for formulas, so he wants to win them properly. He grabs her arm and pulls her toward the registration desk so they can enter the competition fair and square. Sakura's face turns serious, thinking his plan is going to delay everything again. At the desk, Fulin happens to be there too, and she immediately starts arguing with him, asking if he is seriously planning to join the refining tournament hosted by her master. With a blank expression, he asks who she even is, and Fulin gets so mad it looks like steam is about to come out of her ears. She shouts that she sat next to him during the shaman exam, and she lost first place because of him. He corrects himself that he is just joking, and remembers her now, then calmly tells her he is here to register. Fulin turns away and warns him this tournament is nothing like the shaman exam, because even blue shamans are competing. She adds that her senior, a talented blue shaman, is also participating, so if he does not want to get humiliated, he should quit while he can. While she keeps talking, he is already focused on the registration with Sakura. Fulin spins back around, furious, and yells at him not to ignore her. Right then, Vincent, the blue shaman, shows up, and the moment he sees Tsuyoshi, he starts going off, demanding to know how he dares to show his face here. Fulin quickly ducks behind Tsuyoshi and asks if Vincent is the senior she was talking about, and he casually confirms that yes, he knows him, for a reason. Vincent is still heated and calls over his lackeys, saying he is going to teach Tsuyoshi a lesson, because he already warned him he would not let him stay in Carnio. Trembling, Fulin tries to defend him, saying he might be weak, but he is not a villain, and he only wants to join the competition. Vincent snaps at her that she already embarrassed their master and now she is siding with a weakling, so he will deal with both of them at the same time. Tsuyoshi steps forward, settles into his stance, and gets ready to counter them in self-defense. As the nasty beastmen surround them, Tsuyoshi tells Sakura to stay out of it because he does not want her hands to get dirty. He claims Vincent's enemies are his enemies too, and he will show Tsuyoshi what happens when someone crosses them. This guy is Gillette, a level 18 berserker from the Boar clan. Vincent smirks and leaves everything to Gillette, saying he can do whatever he wants with the half-beast woman. Gillette barely cares about Sakura, but messing with Fulin sounds more entertaining. Fulin gets furious and warns him she will complain to Master, but Vincent reassures Gillette that it is fine, and he will talk to Master later. The Boar swings his weapon, trying to crush them on the spot. Tsuyoshi calmly reassures Sakura that he will handle the pig-headed brute and her beastly senior, and he promises neither of them is getting away. He charges in with his sword, and Gillette manages to block, but Tsuyoshi does not budge for even a second. He keeps pressing him back with ultimate physique, forcing Gillette to give ground, and the people watching start to panic because this is not what they expected. Vincent's face twists in shock as he wonders who Tsuyoshi even is, because Gillette cannot land a single clean hit. Gillette refuses to let himself get embarrassed and decides to flip the fight, even if it costs him his life. He releases a massive surge of aura that makes everyone around him stiffen, and then he prepares a counterattack packed with thunder. The skill has a strange name, Bravely Forward. Vincent starts cheering him on, telling him to go ahead and finish Tsuyoshi, while claiming he will guarantee his safety. Gillette throws himself into it, but right before he strikes, Tsuyoshi pulls back and releases a heavy darkness aura. The shadows wrap around Gillette, and the darkness feels like something only a high-level skill could create. In the same instant, Tsuyoshi uses ambush attack, slips behind him, and nearly ends it right there. But a blast of blue flame suddenly cuts through the darkness, nullifies the skill, and burns away the shadow cover. The one who steps in is none other than Kevin. Kevin's presence shuts the whole scene down. He scolds Vincent and Fulin for causing trouble at the entrance, and says they are bringing shame to shamans. Vincent, who was acting untouchable a second ago, starts trembling in fear, while Fulin breaks down and cries, saying Vincent has been bullying her. Sakura's aura turns cold the moment she realizes Kevin is finally here. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi stays locked in, staring at the blue flames, amazed because now he is sure Kevin is the one behind them. Vincent trembles as he insists he was only disciplining Fulin and Tsuyoshi on Kevin's behalf. Kevin locks him with a terrifying stare and tells him he is thinking way too highly of himself. Then he orders the other warriors, including Gillette, to leave immediately. Shaking with fear, they apologize for causing trouble and hurry off. Kevin turns to Fulin and asks what she is doing here, after failing the shaman exam. She explains that she is guiding the human shaman who defeated her, and that he is entering the refining tournament. Tsuyoshi smiles and admits he did not expect to run into Kevin here. He hands over the recommendation letter President Doug gave him and mentions he heard the refining tournament was happening, so he decided to give it a shot. Kevin looks surprised as he reads the letter, and he learns Tsuyoshi has darkness lingering issues in his body. He says that if the request is coming from his senior, then he will not treat Tsuyoshi carelessly. After that, he commands Vincent to prepare the tournament materials and not disgrace him any further, and Vincent quickly agrees. As Tsuyoshi follows Kevin, he notices Sakura is not coming along. Kevin pulls his attention back and says that according to Doug's letter, Tsuyoshi has been afflicted by darkness, and he has been using forbidden elixirs to suppress the symptoms. Kevin asks if he has been relying on some special potion to maintain his physical and mental strength under those conditions. Tsuyoshi guesses his body is naturally resilient, or maybe he was just lucky enough not to get fully consumed by the darkness. He admits he went into the dark area alone, and he knows that was reckless. Still, he had a request for President Doug, and with the shaman exam happening too, he thought he might as well take the chance. Kevin is stunned that he challenged the dark area alone, and on top of that casually joined the exam and still defeated Fulin. He asks how much Tsuyoshi has studied potion refining, and who his mentor is. Tsuyoshi replies that he never studied it formally under a mentor, and mostly relied on instinct at the time. Kevin starts sweating, wondering if this human is such a genius that he could surpass him. He takes Tsuyoshi inside so he can see everything with his own eyes. However, deep down, Kevin is already forming a twisted plan, because he cannot accept the idea of a genius greater than himself existing. Kevin says Doug must have sent Tsuyoshi here because he possesses the laws of earth and wind. The potion he refined carries the power of those laws, and it might be able to purge the darkness lingering inside Tsuyoshi's body. He takes him to a spacious refining chamber, packed with premium herbs and high-end tools, and he explains that he loves collecting medicinal plants and researching them even more. He prides himself on knowing more about herbs than anyone else. Tsuyoshi looks around, impressed, and asks if the refining platform also boosts the refining results. Kevin replies that it is decent and gets relaxed inwardly, thinking he had been worrying for nothing, because Tsuyoshi cannot even tell the difference between premium herbs, and he clearly does not understand the true value of an advanced refining platform. If this is the extent of his knowledge, then Kevin has nothing to be concerned about. With a smug tone, Kevin says he has never considered himself inferior to anyone in refining, especially after obtaining the laws of earth and wind. Then he asks Tsuyoshi for a drop of blood, so he can examine his condition properly. Tsuyoshi lets a drop fall onto a plate, and Kevin activates a technique that releases a blue wind around him. Tsuyoshi wonders if that is the power of the laws. As Kevin continues the spell, the blood rises into the air and bursts. He sees traces of darkness embedded in it, and it surprises him that Tsuyoshi is still functioning normally, even though the darkness has seeped deep into his body. If that same dark aura were inside an ordinary adventurer, they would have lost their sanity a long time ago. Tsuyoshi asks if his condition is serious. Kevin explains that normal potions no longer work on him, so he will have to use the power of the laws to erase the darkness directly. Then, as Tsuyoshi turns slightly, Kevin forms a magic circle with that blue energy and places it on him. It stings at first, but Tsuyoshi quickly feels a burning sensation spreading through his body. Kevin realizes the darkness is more stubborn than he expected, so he decides to pour in more power. He warns Tsuyoshi ahead of time that it will hurt a bit. As the ritual intensifies and Kevin starts extracting the darkness, Tsuyoshi feels sharp, brutal pain, but it still does not compare to what he has endured before. He activates Ultimate Physique to push through it, and the pressure eases slightly. But Kevin notices something strange, because an unfamiliar power inside Tsuyoshi's body is resisting the force of his laws. That makes him uneasy, and he starts thinking this human could become a problem for him later. So while Tsuyoshi is still in the middle of treatment, Kevin secretly uses a technique called Secret, and draws an emblem onto Tsuyoshi's body. This mark is formed using the caster's immense magical power, and once it activates, the seal detonates and kills the target. After that, Kevin calmly claims he has removed the darkness and asks how Tsuyoshi is feeling. Tsuyoshi instantly feels lighter and stronger, so he thanks him for treating him and says he feels great. He also thinks the law of earth and wind is insane, and it makes him wonder what kind of power the first law holds. Wanting to repay him, Tsuyoshi offers gold coins as a reward, but Kevin acts modest and refuses, saying Doug recommended him, so it is only natural to help. Kevin then brings up what he heard from Fulin, that Tsuyoshi wants to participate in the refining competition, and he asks if he is still interested. He adds that since Tsuyoshi ranked first in the shaman exam, he naturally qualifies and can join. He says the competition is about to begin soon, but he warns Tsuyoshi in advance that even with Doug's recommendation, he will not go easy on him. Even his disciple Vincent will not receive special treatment either. Tsuyoshi answers that being allowed to participate is enough, and he is not expecting any favors. As Kevin pulls out his royal mantle, he tells Tsuyoshi he expected that kind of response from him, and he asks him to shine in this tournament too. Later, the cute Fulin guides him to the tournament under Kevin's orders, and lets him know his registration is already complete. Then she teases him, asking if the woman who was with him abandoned him. He thanks her and casually calls her by name, explaining that Sakura probably has something to handle and she is not the type to leave him behind. Fulin immediately snaps at him for saying her name so casually, insisting only her master is allowed to address her like that. Still, she fills him in on the situation. She explains that the participants here are all confident young talents, and even her seniors are more skilled than he is, so he probably will not stand a chance. However, she adds it will still be good experience for him. He asks if she is competing too, since she is Kevin's disciple. She tells him Kevin made it clear that if she cannot take first place, her qualifications will be revoked. On top of that, her seniors are competing as well, and it would look terrible if outsiders started whispering that Kevin's disciples are monopolizing the top spots. She adds that she is fine either way, because she will have other opportunities. He apologizes for bringing it up and she admits she can accept a loss for what it is. She also points out that he really is remarkable. Then she leads him to the refining platform prepared for him and warns him to treat it carefully. She says it is basically her platform, so he should not break it and he better clean it properly after the tournament. She also explains the tournament is an elimination match, and half the participants will be knocked out in the first round. Since he is using her platform, she tells him not to embarrass her. He nods and promises he will be careful. Around them, the audience is shocked to see a human competing and starts running their mouths. Fulin tells him to ignore it, because to them, a human being here is basically an anomaly. Blushing, she pulls him a little closer and quietly warns him that the most dangerous participants are the blue shamans. They might be enemies, but watching how they move and refine can still be useful, even for someone like him. He takes it in what she informed him, and thanks her with a smile. Right after that, the first round begins, which is the herb examination. The participants jump into the first round with excited faces, because to them it feels like an easy warm-up. A bulky guy named Drax wonders if there is really anyone here who cannot even pick the right potion ingredients. In his mind, this is not just a simple grab ingredients contest because a real shaman needs sharp judgment above everything else. He figures only the blue shamans can truly rival him, and the biggest threat is Vincent. Vincent specializes in final refinement, and Kevin must have taught him plenty of hidden tricks. As for the white shamans, Drax does not even consider them competition. Right then, Tsuyoshi bumps into him and quickly apologizes, explaining he got distracted while trying to find his spot. Drax recognizes him as the rumored human participant, and with one look, he decides this guy looks more like a warrior than a shaman. He assumes Tsuyoshi will be lucky to walk away with a consolation prize. Vincent jumps in too, mocking Tsuyoshi and claiming he is only here because he knows Kevin. He tells him he should have stayed in his lane and focused on hunting monsters instead of showing up here to embarrass himself. Drax piles on, telling Tsuyoshi he should feel ashamed for even entering through connections, and Vincent adds that potion refinement is not something you can brute force your way through. Tsuyoshi fires back with a cold, savage line, saying that if this was not a tournament venue, he would have already thrown a punch. However, since rules exist, they should be grateful. Then he tells them to just wait and see, because they are about to find out how impressive he really is. At the front, the referee, who looks like an elf dressed like a fairy, steps up and lays out the rules. She explains that she will announce the name of a potion, and the participants must identify the ingredients needed to make it and collect them before the time limit runs out. Anyone who fails to gather everything in time gets disqualified. After that, they will be scored based on the quality of the ingredients they chose. A group of young elf maidens walks into the arena carrying baskets, not to serve anybody, but to distribute the collection baskets for the competition. Off to the side, Fulin watches Tsuyoshi with uneasy eyes. His performance in the shaman exam was impressive, but this tournament is full of experienced shamans, and she cannot help wondering if that weakling is really going to survive this round. A beast man named Kante, who is also a red shaman, sits up on the platform beside Kevin. Kante comments that this tournament is going to be extraordinary, which is exactly what he expects from Kevin, and he is glad his disciple Drax is participating too, because it will be valuable experience for him. Kevin does not take the praise and replies that he simply wants to give talented shamans a stage where they can show their skills. Kante asks if Kevin has his eye on anyone in particular, because his top disciple Vincent is rumored to be exceptional. Kevin answers that Vincent does have talent, but what matters is whether he can actually prove it under tournament pressure. He adds that Drax is also promising, especially as a newcomer among the blue shamans. Kante thanks him and shifts the topic. mentioning he heard there is a human competing this time, and he has never seen a human shaman before. Kevin explains that Tsuyoshi is a warrior recommended by Doug, and even though he is not formally trained as a shaman, he still took the shaman examination as a human, and even defeated Kevin's female disciple, Fulin, to claim first place. Because of that, Kevin admits he is curious about Tsuyoshi himself. Kompori is surprised too, and decides he will keep an eye on Tsuyoshi as well. Soon the elf girls bring in baskets filled with ingredients. Moving through the arena in a neat line, some participants get distracted, but Tsuyoshi stays focused and keeps his mind on Sakura, not whatever is happening around him. He studies the setup and quickly realizes the trick behind the first round. Not all ingredients are prepared in equal amounts. There are only enough correct picks for about half the participants, and each potion needs multiple ingredients, which means people have to choose carefully across several baskets. If someone panics and grabs random plants or fruits, they will end up disqualified. Tsuyoshi finds it smart and a lot tougher than the shaman examination, and now he understands why so many people get eliminated in the very first match. The fairy referee announces the first potion is the beginner cooling potion, and the moment she says it, the participants rush the ingredient baskets like it is free food. As expected from official shamans, most of them already have the basic recipe memorized. Tsuyoshi, however, relies on his divine eye, and it immediately confirms the potion needs 3 ingredients: fire spirit grass, wood core, and withered vine. He pushes forward to grab them, but he is already late, and contestants are fighting and shoving to secure the right picks. Vincent stays calm and collects his ingredients with almost no hesitation, and Drax also manages to secure his set in time. Tsuyoshi admits to himself that the blue shamans are not just loud talk, but he is not planning to lose either. He uses thunderous ambush attack to slip through the crowd like a shadow, sliding behind a beastman so suddenly that the guy almost jumps out of his skin. He cancels the skill instantly and snatches fire spirit grass, choosing the best one because his divine eye highlights the highest quality pick. Kante is stunned that Tsuyoshi uses a warrior skill for movement, and then shuts it off cleanly, while Kevin notices the quality of the fire spirit grass and wonders if Tsuyoshi actually understands ingredients, or if he just got lucky. Tsuyoshi keeps moving the same way, weaving through bodies and grabbing the other 2 ingredients, wood core and withered vine, before the time limit runs out. Once the bell signals the end, the potion appraisers step forward, their faces hidden under hoods, and begin checking every participant's choices. They reject one contestant after another until they stop at Drax and Vincent. After evaluating both accuracy and ingredient quality, Drax receives 84 out of 100, which is strong enough to draw attention. Vincent scores even higher, earning 94, and he makes a proud expression like he already owns the round. Kante is impressed, and Kevin casually praises him too, expecting Vincent to secure first place in the opening round with that score. Then it is Tsuyoshi turn. The appraiser moves to his station, confirms he collected the correct ingredients, and starts scanning the quality. However, the device begins to malfunction, which makes the crowd tense. Kevin stands up and tells him to announce the results anyway. The appraiser raises the device again and declares that Tsuyoshi collected every ingredient correctly, and because the quality is perfect, he earns a full 100 out of 100. Kante and Kevin both freeze in shock. Fulin looks even more stunned than anyone, and her face alone makes the moment entertaining. Tsuyoshi glances at his own hands, silently praising the divine eye, and now he is already looking forward to the next round. The other candidates cannot believe a human pulls off something like that, but the appraiser assures them the scores come straight from the analyzer and there is no mistake. Kante is still staring with his mouth half open, wondering how skilled Tsuyoshi is in the other rounds. Kevin, however, sees it as an alarming development and keeps his eyes locked on him. The fairy referee announces the next round is the refining stage, and this time they must create an intermediate invisibility potion. Fulin walks over and praises Tsuyoshi for doing well in the first round. Then she reminds him the second round is where real shamans get exposed because refining tests the most important skills and talent. Then she asks where his staff is, and that is when it hits him. He never brought one, and he remembers Doug only gave him a staff out of pity back then, so now he worries his stats might still lean toward the warrior class. If refining eats a lot of mana, he might not have enough to keep up. Fulin looks stunned and asks how he even became a shaman without a staff. Tsuyoshi keeps it simple and says he forgot it. Left with no other option, she hands him her own staff, blushing so hard it looks like she is confessing. Tsuyoshi, completely missing the mood, accepts the staff, and tells her he will definitely win using her staff and her refining station. Fulin gets flustered all over again, then quickly turns and leaves before she melts on the spot. The rules are announced next. They will begin crushing and refining the ingredients. They get only one attempt, and they have a strict 30-minute time limit. Kante notices how harsh that sounds, but Kevin replies that anyone who wants to win a refining tournament should be able to handle conditions like this. Kevin watches Tsuyoshi even more closely, thinking this round will reveal whether he got lucky earlier or if he truly has terrifying talent. Once the match begins, elves deliver ingredient sets to each participant, and the elf who hands Tsuyoshi his tray blushes the moment he thanks her. The refining round officially starts. Kevin expects this test to expose who can stay calm and work with precision under pressure, because anyone lacking skill or mental strength will mess up almost immediately. Just like that, one contestant panics and pours too much mana, ruining the ingredients on the spot. Another contestant completely loses it and slams the elf who delivered his ingredients, accusing her of tampering with them. However, Drax and Vincent stay calm like everyone expects. They start their process and release their mana in smooth, controlled waves, and the air around them almost looks cleaner just from how stable it is. Crushing the ingredients means grinding them into powder using your own mana, and the stronger and more precise that mana is, the finer the powder becomes. After that comes the most critical step of all, fusion, because this is where the refined essence has to merge perfectly. At the end of the day, the mana capacity inside a person's body decides how far they can push the process. Conte studies Vincent for a moment, and can tell his mana capacity exceeds 1000. He uses that to needle Kevin, saying his disciple has been hiding his talent all along, and with mana capacity and skill like this, Vincent is only a few years away from reaching Red Shaman status. Kevin answers calmly that Vincent's talent really is a gift of nature, but mental fortitude still matters too. Then Conte brings up Tsuyoshi and says he has not seen him at all. Kevin notices the same thing, and what bothers him more is that he cannot sense any mana wave coming from him either. Tsuyoshi, meanwhile, watches the others while doing his own silent math. Drax looks like he has around 880 mana capacity, and Vincent is closer to 1000. Tsuyoshi, on the other hand, sits around 500, so he realizes Drax is likely to produce a C-ranked potion, and Vincent might even pull off a B-grade one. Fulin suddenly snaps at him and yells for him to stop zoning out because there are only 20 minutes left. Tsuyoshi snaps out of it and decides he has to start right now, even if his mana pool is low for a warrior. When he finally releases his mana, Drax and Vincent immediately notice. It feels like the wave of a typical average white shaman, so they lower their guard. Conte judges it too, and assumes Tsuyoshi's mana capacity is around 600, which feels embarrassing for someone who just got perfect ingredient selection. Kevin also relaxes a little, thinking he worried for nothing if this is all Tsuyoshi has. Still, he keeps his nice guy image on, and comments that it is commendable. Tsuyoshi even had the courage to participate. Fulin does not look convinced at all. She remembers his mana during the shaman examination did not feel like this, so she starts wondering what he is doing. Drax has a trump card up his sleeve, a skill called Advanced Mana Manipulation, that his master teaches him specifically for this tournament. He believes this is the moment to use it, so he forces out a fireball from his mouth, like he is from Uchiha clan, and uses it to spike his mana for a short time. The boost comes at a cost because it eats away at his HP, but he does not hesitate. His mana shifts into a cool red tone, and with that surge, he pushes through the fusion stage, and produces a near-perfect B-grade intermediate invisible potion. Conte gets fired up the second he sees it. He says it is almost a flawless B-grade, and he thinks Vincent will only be able to refine a barely passable B-grade potion at best, so if Drax secures first place in this round, his overall score should become untouchable. Kevin, however, stays quiet and sharp. He recognizes Advanced Mana Manipulation as a technique that no ordinary shaman would risk using, which tells him Conte goes all out for his disciple, but Kevin also expects this and prepares his own answer. He gives Vincent a subtle signal. Vincent understands immediately, and while grinning, he pulls out a blue flame created through the law of the earthly phoenix flame. Conte freezes because he does not realize someone can extract blue flame through the laws of earth and wind. Kevin calmly explains that he gives Vincent this power long ago, and lets him use it freely, and he admits it takes him 7 full days to extract that amount, just for this moment, and to protect his own reputation. Vincent stays composed and infuses the blue flame during fusion. His mana capacity jumps to around 1500, and the result is a clean A-grade intermediate invisible potion. Tsuyoshi watches all of it, and realizes they both hide techniques that temporarily boost mana and raise potion quality. He also understands he cannot beat an A-grade potion if he holds back, so he pushes Ultimate Physique to enhance his magic capacity to the limit, driving it up to around 9000. With that overwhelming power, he ends up producing an S-grade potion. Right after, his system warns him that a supernatural phenomenon is starting, and it tells him to take a defensive stance. As he raises his staff into the air, a supernatural phenomenon erupts and thunder and lightning crash down into the staff itself. Vincent freezes, confused, because Tsuyoshi's mana capacity looks average just a moment ago, yet now it spikes out of nowhere, so he wonders if he uses some hidden technique. The problem is that Vincent has never heard of anything like this. Even the law of earth and wind cannot create an effect this extreme, and for the first time Drax starts trembling in fear, which feels completely out of character for him. A thunder dragon forms in the sky, and Kevin narrows his eyes, recognizing it instantly. He states that it feels like an S-grade supernatural phenomenon, one that resonates with heaven and earth and manifests in a visible physical form, but it is not just a show of power. It calls down divine punishment, something that commonly appears when an S-grade potion is being refined. Using the lightning running through his staff, Tsuyoshi lifts the ingredients into the air and controls them directly. They grind down into perfect powder, and then he begins the mana fusion step like he is doing it as naturally as breathing. Conte's face twists in shock, and even Kevin looks tense. Kante mutters that enduring divine punishment during S-rank refining requires insane mana and refined control, and most refiners rely on a potion to survive the backlash. Yet Tsuyoshi does not take anything at all. A notification pops up in front of Tsuyoshi, warning him that a massive lightning strike is about to hit. It asks if he wants to use the Divine King's hammer to absorb the incoming damage. Since the hammer itself carries lightning, absorbing it is basically effortless. He summons the Divine King's hammer, and the enormous lightning dragon slams down into it, only for the weapon to swallow the strike like it is feeding time. After storing the hammer, he resumes the fusion without hesitation. In the end, he completes an S-rank intermediate invisibility potion. Kevin's composure cracks. He panics internally, thinking he might be able to create something like that only if he pushes his law to the absolute limit. Yet Tsuyoshi just does it in front of everyone. Kante refuses to accept it. He storms into the arena, accusing Tsuyoshi of cheating, and demands that Kevin come too, so they can verify it with their own eyes. They both rise into the air using a magic flight skill, and float above the platform to inspect everything up close. Around the arena, other participants start murmuring and throwing out accusations, claiming there is no way a human can refine an S-rank potion without tricks. Forlin steps forward immediately, and shuts it down, insisting she is a direct witness to his ability from the shaman tournament. Still, most people ignore her, because in this world, a girl's testimony does not carry the same weight, no matter how honest she is. Kante lands right in front of Tsuyoshi, and demands to know if he used some underhanded trick. He argues that both he and Kevin measured Tsuyoshi's mana capacity earlier, and it should have been around 600, so refining an S-level potion with that amount is impossible. Kante then offers a solution, and asks if Tsuyoshi is willing to take an official mana measurement test to prove himself. Tsuyoshi stays calm and replies that he used a technique just like everyone else did, so if they want to investigate, they can go ahead. In his head, he admits his mana capacity really is low, but he also knows he does not need to panic. As Kante raises the mana measurement tool and places it over him, Tsuyoshi quietly activates Ultimate Physique to boost his mana capacity, and his whole body starts glowing with an intense shine. The light gets so strong that Kante cannot even keep his eyes open. His measurement staff starts trembling from the overflowing power, and after a few seconds, it cracks and breaks down completely. Tsuyoshi looks at him and asks if they are satisfied now, because that should be more than enough proof of his strength. Kevin steps between them and praises Tsuyoshi, admitting it is his first time seeing someone this gifted, which is why even he struggled to believe it at first. He adds that Tsuyoshi's talent is so overwhelming that it even makes him feel overshadowed. Then Kevin turns to the crowd and declares that the potion itself is proof, which means Tsuyoshi is the clear winner of the tournament. He asks if anyone has an objection, then they should step forward and challenge Tsuyoshi directly. Not a single person moves, and even the usually prideful Vincent finally admits defeat. With that, Kevin announces Tsuyoshi as the champion of the tournament. Fulin gets so excited she almost cannot contain herself, and when Tsuyoshi turns back to thank her, she gets flustered and blushes hard. Still smiling, she tells him it is because she helped him. Kevin watches the moment, and even while he admires Tsuyoshi's skill, he cannot ignore the reality that he has been beaten by a truly ridiculous potion. He starts thinking about how far Tsuyoshi could grow in the future. On the way back, his expression turns cold, and he silently makes a decision to use every connection he has to keep Tsuyoshi from leaving the city. Deep down, he plans to murder this prodigy for his own satisfaction. Later, Fulin comes with the prize for winning the tournament, explaining that this kind of formula is worth dying for in a shaman's world. Tsuyoshi looks over the 3 different formulas, and thinks that with these he can make a fortune back in his world and earn the 1 billion yen entrance fee for the auction. Fulin asks if he is really turning down the chance to become Master Kevin's apprentice. She points out that he has the talent for refining and the mana capacity to match, and if he studies under Kevin and builds connections, he could become an incredible shaman. He reassures her that he is fine the way he is, because he is still a warrior at heart. If he ever becomes a shaman, he would rather carve out a path that suits him better instead of following someone else's shadow. Fulin blushes and looks away, then asks where he is heading next. He tells her his body feels healed now, so he has no reason to stay, and he plans to rest a bit, meet up with Sakura, and then set off. Fulin turns her head away and pouts, clearly jealous, asking why he always talks about Sakura and what she really is to him. Tsuyoshi answers without hesitation and says Sakura is his friend and companion. He adds that she probably went somewhere for her own reasons, but she should be back soon. Fulin seems relieved when she hears Sakura is just a friend, and then she tells him to come see her before he leaves because she has something she wants to give him. Tsuyoshi wonders why she cannot give it to him right now, but Fulin gets irritated and insists it has to be when he is leaving, and then he will understand. After saying that, she storms off in a huff, while he just stands there still not understanding what he did wrong. Back in the inn room, Tsuyoshi finally takes a moment to think about the Ring of Boundless. Ever since he got it, it feels like he has been running non-stop, and he has never had time to properly examine it. A notification appears warning him that he cannot stay in this world for more than 3 days, or he will be stuck here permanently. On top of that, he also cannot use the boundless passage again until 3 days have passed in his original world. Then another notification pops up telling him that a wooden box has been stored inside his divine inventory. Tsuyoshi realizes he has to plan everything carefully, but he still does not fully understand what debugging means. For now, he decides to ignore it. Then he activates the boundless passage and returns to his world. Suzuki takes Tsuyoshi and Karina to their new mansion. It is not as spacious as Hero Villa, but he has prepared the best room for them, and both siblings are completely stunned by how nice it is. Tsuyoshi thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Suzuki stays modest and says Tsuyoshi is worth investing in, and he wants Karina to be comfortable too. After hesitating for a moment, Tsuyoshi asks if one of the rooms can be turned into a laboratory, because he wants to try making potions. Suzuki is surprised, since potion making usually needs real knowledge and experience, and it is not something people do on a whim. Still, he agrees and promises he will have one room converted, and the necessary equipment set up by the afternoon. Tsuyoshi thanks him again and thinks to himself that he can start making potions tonight. Nobody knows what this brat is thinking, because the next thing he does is head straight to the Blue Snake gang. A few guys block him at the entrance and ask if he even knows where he is. Tsuyoshi keeps his tone serious and says he is here to talk to the boss about repayment. The moment they hear repayment, their attitude changes, and they ask for his name. As soon as Tsuyoshi gives it, a man shows up with guards and says they have been expecting him, and the boss sent him personally to welcome him. It is the same guy who was sent to the hospital to mess with Karina over payment, but got beaten up instead. The man escorts him inside to meet the boss of the Blue Snake gang, who greets him warmly. Tsuyoshi notices the boss is not alone, so he immediately places a bag on the table containing the 6 million yen principal loan and the interest. The boss says Tsuyoshi could have just sent the money through someone else, but he accepts it anyway. Then he introduces the other men in the room, one being the second in command of the Blue Snake gang, and the other being the president of Crazy Wolf. Tsuyoshi uses his divine eye to analyze them and then states their combat power out loud. The people in the room freeze, shocked that he can see through their strength with a single glance. The boss narrows his eyes, wondering if Tsuyoshi is using some kind of appraisal item. Those items are rare and expensive, and it is not something a normal individual should be able to own. The boss pulls himself together and tells him that the Blue Snake gang and Crazy Wolf owe him a favor. He says they want to let bygones be bygones and move forward as friends. Tsuyoshi does not expect to hear that coming from them. The second in command stands up and apologizes on his son Billy's behalf for causing trouble. He says he has already sent Billy to another city for discipline, so he expects Tsuyoshi to forgive the situation. The president of Crazy Wolf also apologizes, saying his men acted disrespectfully even though it was not his order. Still, as their leader, he takes responsibility. He adds that the spatial ring had tracking magic on it, but it has been removed now so Tsuyoshi can use it freely. That is when Tsuyoshi finally realizes the 3 guys who attacked him earlier were from Crazy Wolf, and they tracked him through the ring's hidden tracker. Tsuyoshi says he already settled the score with Billy at school, and it does not concern him how Billy gets punished now. As for the Crazy Wolf members who tried to finish him off, they got handled instead, and they are dead now, so that matter is closed. The boss forces a polite smile and tries to return the cash, but Tsuyoshi refuses. He says he does not like owing favors, and paying back his debt is only natural. Still, he is confused, so he asks why their attitude has changed so suddenly. He makes it clear that he does not like getting involved with gangs or guilds. The boss explains that news of Tsuyoshi's achievements has spread everywhere like wildfire. On top of that, Chairman Suzuki is trying to recruit him, and now every faction and guild is desperate to build ties with him. The others back it up too, admitting they are small groups and they do not want to pick a fight with a rising genius. Tsuyoshi, who is always rushing to level up, has not even realized how famous he has become. He thinks to himself that if the attention stays in this region, that is fine, because at least he will not have to deal with trouble outside it. After a short exchange, he takes his leave respectfully, and they see him off with polite words. After that, he pulls out another bag of cash from his inventory and heads to the ingredient store. He greets the shopkeeper and says he wants to buy ingredients. The old man is the snobby type and finds him annoying on sight, so he tells him to pick whatever he wants from the loose stock. Tsuyoshi knows that will not be enough, so he hands him a list of 15 specific ingredients he needs. The moment the old man reads it, his mouth drops open and he asks if this is some kind of prank. Tsuyoshi says it is not. Then he shows him a bag with 9 million yen inside and says he wants to build a long-term business relationship with him. The old man stares at the shining cash with sparkling eyes and immediately assumes this brat is some kind of VIP. Buying all these items would only cost around 6 million anyway. Tsuyoshi thinks to himself that after fully paying off his debt to the Blue Snake gang, he still has 9 million left. According to his divine eye, that should be enough to buy the initial portion of the potions. The old man's attitude flips fast. He invites Tsuyoshi inside, tells him to take a seat, and promises the ingredients will be prepared right away. He starts ordering his assistants around, telling them to pull everything on the list from the warehouse and pack it up. Then, from across the table, the old man asks if he also wants to reserve those 15 potion ingredients for next month, and how he plans to pay since their stock gets replenished weekly. Tsuyoshi asks how much today's order will cost. The old man replies it will be around 6.6 million, and since it is a large purchase, he will round off the odd numbers and keep it at 6.6 million. Tsuyoshi hands over the full 9 million. He tells him the extra amount is the deposit for the month, and he will pay the remaining balance at the end of the month. He adds that if the old man wants, they can sign a contract. However, the conditions are clear that the shop must provide these ingredients at this same price and sell them to no one else for the entire month, and it is written directly into the contract. The old man has no problem with those terms. He says the deposit is more than enough, and these 15 ingredients usually stay stable in price anyway. He also points out that his shop is well established, so they do not recklessly raise prices. Tsuyoshi accepts that, and says he looks forward to doing business with him. Still, in his mind he is already thinking ahead. He plans to start experimenting tonight, and he knows the ingredient prices will skyrocket later, so with this contract, he will not have to worry about it. Back at the apartment, he checks the room and sees it has been completely transformed into a proper laboratory. Karina is there too, and she says she heard Suzuki covered a big part of the cost out of his own pocket, so they should seriously thank him. She also admits she never knew Suzuki could make potions, and she asks what he plans to do with the lab. He answers her questions one by one. He tells her he will repay Suzuki's favor many times over, and he says he built this lab to fulfill a promise to bring her smile back the way it used to be. Karina does not catch what he says and asks him to repeat it, but he does not. Instead, he gently guides her out of the lab so he can focus on his work alone. Now he pulls the wooden box and potion ingredients out of his inventory. The divine eye helps him a lot, automatically analyzing the best ingredients from this world and guiding him through the refining process. According to its analysis, he needs 3 ingredients for the basic circulatory stimulant and 6 ingredients for the other 2 potions. First, he boils the ingredients in a flask, then adds antgrass extract and green vine extract in a 1:3 ratio. After mixing everything, he heats it in the microwave for now. In this world, the normal refining process usually ends there, and once the heating is complete, he can test the effects. Still, there is a risk the chemical reaction could fail during heating, so he decides to use shamanic techniques to speed up the fusion and infuse the mixture with mana, which drastically raises the success rate and strengthens the medicinal effects. He pulls out the basic staff he bought earlier and stored in his inventory, using it in place of the divine hammer he left in the other world. Then he begins a refining procedure only he can pull off, and he successfully completes the first batch. He drinks a small portion right away. His HP and stamina jump sharply, and it even reduces incoming damage by 12%. He gets hyped when he realizes the effects are insane, and there is no way regular capsules achieve results like this. However, the taste is awful, like bitter orange juice, so he decides he will condense it into capsules later. Either way, he starts mass-producing the potion. If the market response is good, then everything will fall into place exactly the way he planned. The next day, he shows up at the entrance of a certain cave, wearing a masking cloak that hides his identity. He brings boxes of capsules on a trolley, aiming straight for the adventurers gathered outside. At first glance, they start clowning him. They say capsule production is monopolized by 3 massive corporations, and it is safer to buy from specialty shops. Even so, he announces that if they are tired of mediocre capsules, they should try his brand new power capsules, and a 6-pack is perfect for adventurers. His motto is simple: first come, first serve. One guy steps up to his stand and tells him capsules are an adventurer's lifeline, so nobody is going to buy some unknown product. Then he asks if Tsuyoshi is really claiming his capsules are better than the big 3s. He asks what kind of capsules these are and what their effects are. Tsuyoshi explains that they are basic circulatory stimulants that help restore HP and stamina, and they also reduce the damage taken while the user is under attack. He adds that more details are written on the box. One box contains 6 capsules and costs 24,000 yen, and each person can buy up to 10 boxes per day. The moment the guy hears the price, he loses it and argues that the big 3 sell 10 capsules for 20,000, while Tsuyoshi is asking 24,000 for only 6. As his temper flares, the guys around him also start cracking their knuckles, convinced Tsuyoshi is pushing a scam product. Tsuyoshi stays calm and says he has sample capsules right there. He tells them that if they are not satisfied, they can flip his stall, but if they like what they feel, they have to buy a full box. Still annoyed, the guy accepts the bet, while everyone else waits for Tsuyoshi to embarrass himself. The guy swallows 1 capsule and suddenly energy surges through his body so hard he practically turns into a Super Saiyan. Tsuyoshi casually lists the capsule's quality and effects like he already knows this is how it will go. Another guy rushes over and asks if it is really hitting that hard. If it is, then this product is way better than the big 3's capsules, which only boost stamina and HP a little compared to this. The Super Saiyan steps up to Tsuyoshi, shows him his hero card, and asks if he can buy the full 10-box limit. The hero card works like a debit or credit card, and Tsuyoshi quickly runs the payment and sells out 10 boxes in one shot. After that, the crowd gets even more curious and starts demanding free samples too. Since only 5 samples are left, 5 guys take 1 capsule each and instantly go Super Saiyan as well. Once they feel those ridiculous effects, they start buying boxes like it is a flash sale. Tsuyoshi smirks and tells them to form a line, reminding everyone that 10 boxes per person is the limit. Some of them even message their friends to hurry up and get here, because with effects like this, the price is obviously going to climb. Tsuyoshi feels relieved, because his plan is moving exactly the way he pictured it, and at this rate he will hit 1 billion yen in no time. With how strong the capsules are and how limited the supply is, he knows a fanatical following will form fast. He also expects the big three will come looking for him soon. At Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the three major pharmaceutical companies, employees discuss how the company's revenue has declined this month. This week, the prices of their three products have been dropping in the market, falling to less than half of their previous value. A guy with glasses blames the sudden appearance of the dark capsules, which are the same type of products. It has already been confirmed that these capsules do not belong to either of the other two companies. The three products in question are the circulatory stimulant capsules, the nutritional capsules, and the mana recharge capsules, and the company has allocated a huge amount of resources to develop them. After conducting strict pharmaceutical tests, they discover these dark capsules could only be made by a group with extremely advanced technology. That is why the man in the white uniform cannot understand why they are called dark capsules when their quality is so high. It is also confirmed that all three capsule types are produced by the same group, based on the similar manufacturing techniques. However, the creators do not seem to be any of their rival companies, because otherwise they would have monopolized the market by now. Even with machines, they still cannot determine the exact composition or ingredients, so they have no idea who the genius behind this is, or why nobody knew about them until now. The company president steps in and says that if all of these products are dark capsules, then the products of the three companies should be considered a failure. She is a beautiful woman named Misa, and her butler Tommy stands beside her. She asks if they have been able to identify the group that made these capsules, since the other two companies must have already made their first move. The employees tell her the group keeps changing locations, which makes it difficult to track them down. Still, they insist they are conducting a full-scale investigation and will report the details as soon as possible. Misa thinks they are moving too slowly, so she immediately stands up and orders them to prepare a car for her. At the entrance of a certain dungeon, Tsuyoshi is out there selling his dark capsules. Some guys are so desperate that they are even willing to buy them at 30 times the price. 1 week has passed and everything is going according to his plan. The bait has already been set, and now he just has to wait for the prey. Just then, Misa shows up and declares that she will buy those capsules for 100 times the price. Tsuyoshi realizes right away that this is the big fish he has been waiting for. They get into the car so they can properly introduce themselves. She introduces herself as the president, which shocks Tsuyoshi because she looks so young. Even though she is hiding her true identity, he assumes she should be at least middle-aged. She gets straight to the point and says she wants to buy the formula for these dark capsules. Tsuyoshi bluntly demands 10 billion. Shocked, she argues that 10 billion is over their budget, and she asks if he needs to discuss it with his associates first. She offers 3 billion instead, saying that is already a considerable amount for a formula of that caliber. She adds that with 10 billion she could buy 50 more formulas. However, Tsuyoshi locks the price at 10 billion, no more and no less, and he makes it clear he has no associates. He made all of them by himself, and these formulas will give her a real edge in the market. He asks if Red Tier is not already facing its biggest crisis. She is stunned, because if he truly has no associates, then he is a genuine genius. She asks what he means by a crisis. Tsuyoshi shows her Red Tier's revenue data and explains that the big three firms make up almost the entire capsule market. But based on the data he obtained, Red Tier's share has dropped from its peak of 26% to 12% over the past 23 years. He says it is because their products have lost their competitive edge and cannot compete with the other two companies, Oyama and Tatsumi, in either efficacy or price. She realizes he has already researched her, and he even ran a profit analysis. She wonders if he predicted she would come to him, and the scary part is that he is right, because Red Tier really is in a crisis. After thinking it through, she agrees to 10 billion. She says if they are doing an honest transaction, then she should at least know his name. Tsuyoshi has concealed his identity to avoid trouble, but if she is the only one who knows it, then it should be fine. He pulls back his cloak and extends his hand, introducing himself and saying he looks forward to working with her. She shakes his hand in return. She tells Tommy to stop the van, saying she has the formula now. Outside, Tommy hands Tsuyoshi the 10 billion yen credit card, already linked to his information. As Tsuyoshi walks off after thanking them, Tommy asks if it is really okay to hand over 10 billion. In response, she stays confident and says 10 billion is the best investment she could make after seeing his face. He has extraordinary pharmaceutical formulation skills at such a young age, and there is no telling how far he will grow in the future. A genius like that has to be secured, and if this deal succeeds, he could become the company's savior. Tommy trusts her judgment because she has always been wise and capable, which is exactly why her father entrusted the firm to her. Later, Tsuyoshi meets Suzuki at a restaurant and tells him he secured the 10 billion. Suzuki cannot believe it and blurts out loud, asking if he really pulled it off in just 1 week. Tsuyoshi quiets him down and explains that he simply had a valuable formula and struck a deal. He then hands him the credit card and asks Suzuki to reserve his spot in the auction. Suzuki is still baffled and demands to know who he made the deal with, saying Tsuyoshi is becoming an enigma day by day. Now, one condition for entering the auction is fulfilled, but for the second condition he still needs to obtain C-rank hero status. Suzuki thought Tsuyoshi had already given up, so he reminds him that he has to place in the top 3 in at least 2 publicly accessible dungeons. He adds that he is not trying to discourage him, but the deadline for the Supernova tournament is tomorrow. To place in the top 3, Tsuyoshi would normally need to keep updating his ranking over several days, so there is no way he can make it in time. But Tsuyoshi stays confident and says one day is enough. He asks Suzuki if he can take him to the dungeon in the morning. Back at the mansion, Karina goes to bed early and sinks into the cozy mattress like she has been waiting for it her whole life. Karina tells her good night, then heads back to his own room, already planning to get stronger again in the other world. He has been stuck at level 12 for too long, and now he wants to level up for real. He opens the boundless passage and returns to the other world. He looks around and realizes Sakura still has not come back, so he decides to plan a leveling strategy for the next 3 days and finalize it once she returns. He stares out the window and realizes he cannot do much without her, and that makes him curious where she even goes, since she does not really have friends. Just then, a swarm of crows rushes in and one dives straight at him before exploding. It is not Itachi though, and the real mastermind steps out right after. She is a member of the Nightbird tribe, and she is another dangerous beauty who clearly came prepared. She says she thought that blast would take him out, but she underestimated him, and now capturing him will be more challenging than she expected. Tsuyoshi wonders why they are attacking him, and he starts thinking they might be connected to the Assassin's Guild. While he is still processing that, another assassin appears behind him and strikes. Tsuyoshi reacts fast, dodging with his sword and relying on ultimate physique to keep up. He analyzes the situation and realizes the assassin has combat power above 30,000, while the woman is above 50,000. Their cross attack slams together and creates a blast, forcing him to retreat out of the building. He decides the narrow space is a disadvantage against opponents this strong, and escaping looks like the smarter move. He lands on the ground and asks what he even did to them because he does not remember crossing them before. The woman answers that they have been waiting for this, and her tone makes it clear they do not plan to leave empty-handed. The assassin questions how Tsuyoshi dodged his blind strike when their attacks have a 100% hit rate. He is supposed to be a level 12 warrior, but his reflexes do not match that. The woman agrees, remembering how he avoided her earlier attack too, but she acts like none of that matters anymore. They attack him together, aiming to finish it in one sweep. They do not realize he is the main character and they are moving inside his world. Tsuyoshi blocks their combined assault with skill, forcing them to pull back in shock. He counters by charging his sword with Thunder Chain Fall and throws it at them. The woman quickly casts Energy Shield, and they manage to hold it off. The assassin says if Tsuyoshi's level were even a bit higher than 12, he would not have walked away unharmed. He does not stop there and charges in again with his ultimate move, Raystorm. At the same time, the woman appears behind Tsuyoshi and fires a beam attack. Tsuyoshi cannot dodge both angles at once, and he takes the hit. They praise him for lasting this long despite his level, then tell him to surrender quietly, but Tsuyoshi refuses, and he thinks to himself that he might have to pull out the Divine King's hammer and risk his life. He summons the hammer, and the moment it appears, his presence changes completely. His aura explodes outward, and it feels like he just leveled up into something else. Then he hears a voice asking if he has been hiding something. The one who steps in is Kevin, and there is nothing friendly about him now. He reveals himself with a cold look and activates the emblem secret he secretly planted on Tsuyoshi's body. The seal detonates and it explodes across Tsuyoshi's back. Kevin says when he removed darkness from Tsuyoshi's body, it was the right choice to embed a secret emblem in him. He asks him if the mysterious energy radiating from his body is the source of his astonishing talent. Tsuyoshi is so heartbroken and ignoring Kevin's question. He asks him if the things Kevin did with him were just a lie. Kevin mocks him, saying he thought Tsuyoshi were just pretending to be harmless. But it turns out he is just a complete fool, and with those injuries, Tsuyoshi won't be able to escape anymore. He appreciates the assistance of those guys, and says he will prepare the border-breaking potion as they requested, but they have to provide the material as per custom. This potion is the treasured item among adventurers, allowing them to easily surpass level limitations. He actually looks down on them, thinking just a high-grade potion is enough to make those fools willingly become his pawns. Kevin warns our guy to not struggle as the secret is embedded on his back and says Tsuyoshi should be thankful to him for leaving him alive when he is defenseless. Writhing in pain, Tsuyoshi asks him why he is going against him. Kevin comes close to him and exposes that Tsuyoshi's talent is a threat to him and that's why he must die. If he has to blame, then blame himself for not being able to powerful to protect himself. Tsuyoshi smirks and mocks him that the so-called genius is afraid of him. He is such a coward. Kevin cannot withstand such humiliation and charges his attack Annihilation to finish him off. It is a cruel spell that floods the opponent's brain with immense magical energy, twisting it apart from within. Just then Frulin shows up, running here and stopping Kevin from hurting Tsuyoshi anymore. While trembling, she apologizes to Kevin on Tsuyoshi's behalf and requests that he let him go. Kevin is actually surprised she feels compassion for a human guy, but but says she is too young to understand things. When she keeps insisting, he throws a kick right at her guts and pushes her back. Then again he activates the annihilation and throws it at him, but Tsuyoshi calmly takes it. Actually, his divine selection system in an updates, and he absorbs the surrounding energy to repair the user's body. Kevin gets shocked to see all of his magical energy has been absorbed. Tsuyoshi gives credit to Fulin for buying him enough time. He recalls that when the secret detonated, the divine selection system triggered an alarm that it has detect life-threatening situation, and it initiates the version update to repair the damage. Thanks to that, his body was able to recover, but the system must continuously absorb the energy during the update, and if it's interrupted, the system will disappear, and he will shrink back to his form of a burnt corpse, struck down by divine lightning. He brings forth his divine hammer, and claims that he will finish them off no matter pain he has to endure. Even his body is destroyed. A powerful dragon energy rushes through his body as he summons his hammer. He gets alerts that he cannot unleash full power of the hammer due to insufficient level and conditions, resulting in severe damage to his body. However, the hammer will continue to repair the user's body since the system update is in progress. All muscle will undergo destruction and regeneration, causing intense pain. Kevin also notices that Tsuyoshi's body and mind has been torn apart due to overwhelming power, yet he keeps regenerating it. He actually acquires the form Gon acquired after he unleashed his full power. He can also speak in the monstrous form and sees that the hammer keeps his body breaking apart, and at the same time the system repairs it, but he does not care. Those other guys also come forward to fight along with Kevin. As Tsuyoshi steps forward to beat them, the haughty girl and Kevin make double shield, but Tsuyoshi easily breaks it using his hammer and claims that he is going to tear them apart. As he said, "We finally see Sakura after centuries following a guy who is badly injured and calls for help." He apologizes to Sakura and begs her to spare him and let him go, but she taunts him, saying she could let him go when he did not let her father go. He say he was not mastermind, but the father of current Beast King, and threatened to kill him if he did not obey. He has always been her accomplice and thought he died along with her father, former Beast King. She claims that he was one of those who bullied her father and she won't let him alive. She draws out her sword and rushes forward with a strike named Flower Petal that finishes him off while spreading Sakura petals just like Byakuya's Bankai. She picks the loot dropped by him and talks to herself that she did not think she would run into her opponent in the middle of her plan to take down Kevin. He was the gatekeeper who secretly opened the gate and let her enemies infiltrate. Suddenly she feels the presence of Tsuyoshi releasing his trump card. Tsuyoshi is burning by his own power and sees an alert notification that physical damage has approached 60% of threshold, and if it reaches 100% he will be obliterated. Haughty and Assassin feel pressurized by his aura and cannot believe he is level 12. Kevin replies it's nothing more than a special skill, and if they cannot see Tsuyoshi is bleeding to death, he asks them to stop dawdling and follow him. Assassin Guy rushes forward first to cut his throat in one strike, but as soon as he reaches close to Tsuyoshi, silent electric current around Tsuyoshi paralyze him at one spot. Then Tsuyoshi counters him with his hammer and electrocutes him to finish him off right there. He also makes use of the energy of the defeated enemy to upgrade the system. Kevin gets cautious around Tsuyoshi and avoids close combat. But the hottie loses her cool and quickly surrenders from Kevin's request, not wanting potion anymore. Tsuyoshi laughs at her and rushes to get her with the speed of light, saying if she wants to surrender, then it's already too late. He throws the hammer right at his guts and finishes her off. Kevin was planning to use them to stall Tsuyoshi, but he ruined his plan. However, he has got the law of earth and wind, and activates a magic circle behind his back, laughing hysterically and asking if he thinks he can bring down the genius. This law is inscribed at the end of the legendary Law of Ruin, but it has destructive power from ancient times. He charges up his staff with the magical energy and directs it to Tsuyoshi, but nothing happens to our boy. In return, he strengthens his hammer more by sacrificing his life force, increasing the body damage to 93%, and in 3 seconds, it will reach 100%, while his body upgrade reaches around 60%. Their combat forms a whirlpool combined with the lightning, and it spreads across a huge area. An old man outside notices this whirlpool, and it reminds him of what his great-grandfather once said about the lightning that appeared when their beast tribe's Lord King descended. Kevin believes Tsuyoshi at level 12 is no match for him, and he thinks he has to finish him off to obtain the skill. He proudly claims Tsuyoshi cannot counter the power of the Law of Destruction, and dark terrifying power starts surrounding him. Fulin gets caught up in the whirlpool too, and Kevin panics a little for her, but he still refuses to stop his magic for her sake. Tsuyoshi jumps in, grabs her arm and shields her, but while he is off guard, Kevin takes the chance and slams his back with a powerful serpent attack. Kevin is convinced Tsuyoshi will not survive, especially with how beaten up his body already is. But to his surprise he is still alive, and he counters with his dark dragon power that grabs the serpent Law of Destruction, overwhelms it, and finally breaks it down. Kevin's eyes widen, and he cannot believe a level 12 warrior can overcome his Law of Destruction. Tsuyoshi sets Fulin somewhere safe, and then shoots upward, making Kevin wonder how he can even move after taking that hit. Tsuyoshi snatches Kevin's staff with weapon nullification, and then drives a kick straight into his guts. Kevin cannot dodge in time, takes the blow and crashes down into the wall. Spitting blood, Kevin realizes Tsuyoshi baited him into showing an opening and then shut his weapon down. Looking like a full demon under the full moon, Tsuyoshi says that whether Kevin is a shaman or a mage, he cannot beat a warrior in close combat, and he will tear him apart even if it costs his life. With his transformed body, he dives down with the hammer. Kevin shouts that even if his weapon is nullified, the law of destruction still works, and he forces his magic again, sending their monsters crashing into each other. Still, Tsuyoshi overwhelms the destruction serpent and slices it apart with his dark power, and the attack pushes through and strikes Kevin down. Tsuyoshi hits his limit too and collapses after defeating him, and his body starts to obliterate as the damage collapse limit reaches 100%. A notification appears asking if he wants to use the defeated enemy for a system upgrade, and he agrees, but another notice warns that the player will die soon. The system takes over and upgrades itself, and then absorbs the law of wind and earth, pushing his level up to 18. The next morning, Fulin opens her eyes and finds Sakura sitting next to her. She quickly sits up and asks about Tsuyoshi and her teacher, but Sakura stares at her with cold eyes and says Kevin is dead. Sakura says that when she arrived, Kevin had already been burned to a crisp by Tsuyoshi. She adds that Kevin was jealous of Tsuyoshi's potential, so he probably attacked him to steal the mysterious power inside his body, and either way he was a vile villain to the core. Fulin nearly has a heart attack after hearing her master is gone, and then she remembers Tsuyoshi too, since his body was already torn to pieces last night. Sakura coldly says it is none of her business, and she tells Fulin that if it was not for repaying a debt of gratitude, she would have taken her life too. Sakura says she does not trust her at all, and orders her to get out right now. Just then, Tsuyoshi speaks up and tells Sakura that this child is innocent. Hearing his voice, Fulin rushes out of the room and sees him standing there in one piece, and he activates a magic circle of the law of earth and wind. Seeing that hurts her, and she wonders why he has her master's magic. He tells her that when he woke up, he found himself like this, and he thinks the energy he absorbed from Kevin was law energy that upgraded the system and pushed him up 6 levels. He also survived when he was right on the edge of death, and the copied skill has changed into the law of earth and wind, with power still surging inside him. Then Tsuyoshi asks her why she came out there last night. Trembling, she asks if he is suspicious of her and cannot trust her anymore. Sakura cuts in and says she investigated and learned that Kevin ordered his disciples not to go near that area, probably because he was planning to attack Tsuyoshi, so it is strange that Fulin did not know about it. Fulin walks towards Tsuyoshi while gripping her staff, and Sakura steps forward like she is ready to protect him, but Fulin quickly pulls out a scarf from her inventory and shows it to him, saying she wanted to give it to him last night. He takes it in his hands, and she explains that she thought he might leave without saying anything, so she came to see him. She admits she is not good at knitting, and she made it using magic, so if he does not like it he can throw it away. Tsuyoshi is about to say something, but she stops him and suddenly starts crying. She says she does not know if her teacher Kevin misunderstood him or secretly held a grudge against him, but Kevin raised her since she was conscious and trained her to become a shaman. Because of that, she cannot forget what she owes him. She says that just because Tsuyoshi took her teacher's life does not mean she can, or even wants to do anything about it, so from now on, they should pretend they were strangers from the start. After dumping everything that has been choking her heart, she turns around and walks away. Sakura thinks to herself that she stayed careful, and she still could not predict Kevin's move. She is also shocked because when she found Tsuyoshi's body, he was recovering at an insane rate, and she cannot understand how he managed to take down Kevin at level 12. Tsuyoshi calls out to Sakura and says he thought Kevin was his friend because he healed him, but last night Kevin threw baseless malice at him and tried to take his life, which hurts more than the fight itself. He says that is how he learns the hard way that he cannot trust people so easily. He admits he does not know what Sakura has been doing since yesterday, but he trusts her because when he faced divine punishment with almost no hope, she pushed him to keep living. He tells her she might have a past she does not want to talk about, but he is already ready to listen. Sakura looks down confused, and then agrees. After that, he wears the woven scarf around his neck and starts moving forward, and Sakura quietly crosses Kevin's name off her enemy list. Back in his own world, he goes with Suzuki to the public cave registration area. Suzuki tries to knock sense into him and says it is way too dangerous to enter the cave alone, especially when all the sturdy applicants around them are entering in teams of 2 or 3. Suzuki uses wind magic to snatch the application from Suzuki's hand, and says he is strong, so Suzuki does not need to worry. Out there, the old man of the final glory contacts with Sandhor from the Fury Dragon faction, and informs him that Suzuki has already received an invitation from Chairman Suzuki. Sandhor, in the middle of a deadly fight, replies that he did not expect the Hero Association would act this quickly. If Tsuyoshi joins the Hero Alliance, they will get to see his skills in the Supernova tournament. They will probe a little, and everything will be discussed after the tournament. And after saying it, he hangs up the call. His fellow guy named Luca comes close while grabbing the head of the guy who is badly beaten up. Sandhor tells this guy that if he had accepted their conditions back then, nothing like this would have happened. This guy replies that if Sandhor takes over his organization, nothing good will come out of it. He says he has been in the business for years and he is already ready to die. Hearing it, Sandhor throws a bloodshot and finishes him off right there. Then he leaves everything to Luca to handle. At the cave reception, Tsuyoshi submits his application, but the receptionist does not want to process it because entering alone in the cave is suicide for a guy who is only level 18. Tsuyoshi says there is no rule against entering the cave alone, and since he is already running out of time, he wants them to process his application quickly. The receptionist guy gets frustrated, but another lady takes over and registers him for the cave. She tells him there are 6 caves that have top 3 rankings, and casualties will be his responsibility, and they will not provide medical expenses. Tsuyoshi takes the documents and turns away, which pisses her off because she has captivated the eyes of countless heroes, and he is not even looking at her. Tsuyoshi decides to enter the C-grade cave first. When he approaches the entrance, he sees a party making a fuss over the staff that the little girl lost in the cave because she got startled when a monster jumped at her. It is an expensive gift worth 21 million yen, and they have used up all of their energy potions, so going backward is dangerous. They finally decide to request another party to retrieve it and pay them a reward. Just then, Tsuyoshi asks them to give him space to pass through. The guy with bangs has not seen his face before, and asks if he would help their party. The group leader whispers that if they seem desperate, people will take advantage of them. The little girl approaches Tsuyoshi and requests, while sobbing, if he can retrieve their staff. The group leader grabs her back and asks if he is entering the cave, and says they dropped their staff near the entrance, so if he could help them get it back, it would be helpful, and they will reward him. Tsuyoshi says he is not in a party, and he is going alone into the cave, which shocks everyone, and they ask if he is a B-grade hero. Tsuyoshi says he is a level 18 D-rank hero, which shocks them even more, and they warn him that he will be swallowed by the cave 5 minutes after entering. The group leader says they are a party of 5 with an average level of about 20. Even the smallest mistake can be fatal, so they are extremely careful in the C-rank caves. Tsuyoshi thanks him for his advice and enters the cave, saying he is getting late. The guys in the back say he seems like a rookie who got overconfident just because he got good results in the test caves. However, the group leader seems to have a different opinion and believes Tsuyoshi looks experienced. Upon entering the cave, Tsuyoshi finds out that it is a stalactite-type cave, and it is his first time seeing one. He analyzes the cave using the divine eye and observes its characteristics, and notices that the system has upgraded, but there have not been any noticeable changes. However, the items gain compatibility, and the ones from the other world can be retrieved without restrictions. The first opponent he sees are earth spiders of level 20, and he pulls out his weapon that is infused with wind and earth law, granting him irregular wind attribute. He can release the irregular law through his weapon, using law derivation. Here we go, he has to learn derivation here too, and as the monster plunges forward, he uses Sword Tempest as the law derivation, and swings his sword to unleash a tremendous windy power. He is surprised by the law and believes he might be able to get 3 top 3 in all 6 caves at once. If this law is positioned at the end of the legendary Law of Destruction, then he could absorb more laws, and could challenge high levels. 15 minutes later, the party outside gets into depression after seeing no one is going to enter the cave, and if someone takes it away, they will regret it for life. Come to think of it, they realize Tsuyoshi has not come out, which might mean he is dead. Just then they hear sounds coming from the cave, and the ones at the reception get stunned to see the record that was not broken in 3 months has been updated by the solo player Tsuyoshi, with clearing the cave in just 19 minutes. He comes out of the cave unscathed, taking the staff of the party that was so depressed, and asks if they were not going to give him the reward. He leaves the cave and asks the team if it is their staff, saying he found it during the fight and brought it back. The team is baffled to realize he alone updated the record and retrieved the staff. The group leader opens his mouth wondering if he is level 18, then he met the strongest D-grade adventure. The guys at the reception also come running here and says they want to identify his identity. He asks them to go ahead and make it really quick. The girl thought he might be someone else with the same name, but it is really him. The guy reads information and then leads him to the adventurer headquarters, because there is a special bonus for someone who not only broke the party record but also set a solo record. But he turns around saying he still has to enter the caves and do this stuff later. The team surprisingly asks him to rest first and recover, as if he collapses inside he will die. But he casually says that he does not need recovery and he is going to warm up. It is the Ruins Cave, and he keeps destroying all monsters for 20 minutes, leaving only the boss. He realizes he has not gone through the system's function after its upgrade, so he needs a proper time to research. He opens the boss gate and sees that the boss is the boss invader lady, who is another copy of Morticia Adams. Why this dude is such dense? Instead of drooling over her, he gets disappointed that the boss is not a darkness but a woman. He read in a book that currently confirmed cave monsters are 360 species, with 300 being darkness, and they keep increasing every year. The hottie raises her hand and tries to captivate towards her bouncy chest, saying he has worked hard and rest to her cushion here. Well, actually, she sends a wave through her arms that he can feel, so he quickly analyzes that it was a mental attack, which shows hallucinations to the opponents. He believes these mental waves are similar to magical waves of the other world, and the surrounding skeletons must be deceived adventures. Who knows what type of hallucinations she showed to them? Any guesses? He also sees the light defense is activated around him thanks to a new function, and protects him from low-level waves. Since he has got a strong passive, he believes she is not much of an enemy now and charges up his sword with the law power. Outside, the receptionist report to the high authority about our guy, that he has cleared 2 C-ranked caves alone, setting a new record by himself. Now he entered in the 3rd C-ranked cave. They have got no info on him, but just that he is not from guild or any faction, and lived in slums. He was recommended by President Suzuki. At the entrance of the cave, people gather around to see who this powerful D-rank adventurer is. As Tsuyoshi clears the cave and sets a new record, he sees people have gathered for him, as he is Henry Cavill of their world. Everyone starts to mutter and invite him to join their guild. Some even intend to recover his stamina after clearing the caves consecutively, but he humbly refuses, that he is used to working alone. He also does not need any stamina recovery, thanks to his new passive skill, Minor Exhaustion Reduction, which reduces the user's stamina consumption. There is high combat power compared to the opponent. After that, he enters the D-ranked dungeon, and clears it immediately. The same happens with another D-ranked dungeon, setting a new record for clearing in a few minutes. The receptionists are confused and report it to the authorities as well. They see he is serious about going to B-ranked dungeon as well. Outside, Suzuki is worrying about our guy and does not have a clue what's going on inside. He checking his phone and does not get response from Tsuyoshi either. 2 heroes seem to pass by and they have come to see who this genius guy is. Suzuki stops by introducing himself and asks what's going on inside. A guy tells him that a D-rank adventurer just broke 5 dungeon record alone by himself, and they came to see who exactly is Tsuyoshi. After they go inside, Suzuki does not realize they were talking about our Tsuyoshi. He talks to himself that this genius must be someone sent by a powerful organization, but when he realizes it is our Tsuyoshi, he opens his mouth in shock. Now Tsuyoshi is set to enter the B-ranked dungeon and everyone has gathered to see off him. Some people get fascinated by Tsuyoshi, but other guys start doubting his real power. They say if he really had that kind of strength, then guilds would have snatched him up ages ago. One guy suspects he might be using some illegal item or power-boosting drugs, because there is no way he could do all of that alone. Another guy believes Tsuyoshi might not make it out alive, but a dude with a double chin opposes him and says he personally saw him come out of the C-ranked dungeon unharmed. Considering the timing, he believes Tsuyoshi is not a fluke. That guy shuts him up and shouts that if he was truly that powerful, then he would not still be a D-ranked adventurer. Another dude backs him up, saying Tsuyoshi must have falsified his rank or has a powerful backing. They claim it is impossible for a D-ranked adventurer to clear a C-ranked dungeon, and clearing a B-ranked dungeon alone is even more absurd. Just then, the Wild Rose party steps into the place with a stunning aura. They are led by a cool lady captain named Roland, and she has a personality like Mikasa. They are the strongest C-ranked party in this area, and they updated the record for 8 dungeons in 7 minutes and 5 seconds. They are also not associated with any guilds or factions. As they stop at the entrance, Roland says she heard there is a D-rank hero named Tsuyoshi challenging this B-rank dungeon alone. A guy who was just yelling tells them that a player has been solo leveling and cleared all C-ranked dungeons by himself, breaking the records too. Vice Captain Edric finds it suspicious and says Tsuyoshi might be using forbidden herbs and items to illegally boost his power. He says Tsuyoshi will either die in there or survive with lasting damage from the drugs. They have worked too hard to set B-class records and they cannot let a D-ranked adventurer come in and shatter them. Roland shares a different opinion and says entering a B-class dungeon alone is still a difficult feat, no matter if there is foul play or not. If he survives this cave, then she might have to rethink her plan. She says it hypothetically, but if his power is real, then she would like to face him herself. She wants to show him what Wild Rose is capable of. Inside the dungeon, Tsuyoshi is running a rampage, and he realizes the size and difficulty level are completely different compared to low-level dungeons. He is already qualified for the Supernova tournament, but he still wants to see what a B-rank cave is like. He uses divine analysis, and sees there is a chance of a darkness boss occurrence, which makes him curious. He wonders if it is the same kind of darkness he faced in the other world. He rushes forward using wind magic and cuts through everything, exposing hidden small fry monsters. These are ripping wolves that can tear armor apart with their sharp claws, and their weakness is the abdomen. One wolf charges at him with its mouth wide open, so he charges his weapon with wind and lightning and slices it in one strike. Another one rushes in right after, but he counters by releasing a gust of wind from the magic circle, slamming it into the wall and defeating it. He realizes he needs better gear and a stronger weapon once he goes to the other world again. As he pushes deeper, a sturdier beast and more monsters pop up ready to gobble him up. He finds it interesting because these monsters are way better than the low-level mobs he has faced so far. Tsuyoshi gets excited that it's been a while since he felt this good while fighting. He notices an elite monster, a stone rhino, coming towards him, roaring, so he runs toward it and strikes his sword on its head. But since it's an elite monster and has tough skin, it doesn't get much affected. The monster also comes charging at him and attacks with its horn, which Tsuyoshi blocks with difficulty. He gets amused seeing its speed with such a massive body, then gets startled that the monster is still charging at him because he thought it might back off a little. It's running like a bull after seeing a red cloth. Just as the monster reaches Tsuyoshi, he takes out his sword, saying that he is not in the mood to play with it, and that its weakness is its eyes. With that, he uses the Earthwind Law and brutally pierces the rhino's eyes with his sword, which takes down the monster. Tsuyoshi sighs, realizing that against elite monsters, his equipment has reached its limit, and fighting with just weapons without divine selection is also tough. Analyzing his weapon using his divine eye, he decides that he should hurry and upgrade his equipment in the other world, otherwise he will face difficulty while fighting the boss. He wonders if it's like this in a B-rank cave, then what the difficulty level would be in higher levels. But if it's the boss of darkness, Tsuyoshi is always ready to take him on. Outside the B-rank cave, a girl gets surprised, saying that Tsuyoshi is still not coming out. To this, another arrogant hero replies that not coming out of the cave even after 20 minutes probably means he is dead. He also remarks that he already told everyone that a D-rank challenging a B-rank cave is equivalent to suicide. Another hero laughs, agreeing with him, saying that Tsuyoshi was just being conceited. Attacked by hordes of level 30 monsters, not even scraps of his flesh would remain, and the cave monitor will soon display challenger death. Edric, the vice captain of the Wild Rose Party, being as arrogant as always with girls simping on him, says that when they fought in this B-rank cave, it seemed like a whole historical drama. Between hordes of level 30 monsters and the boss, they barely managed to achieve a record of 1 hour 5 minutes and 15 seconds, which no one in this area has ever broken. Listening to him, the others start whispering that this Tsuyoshi is quite something, and that this B-rank record is impressive too. Hearing their whispers, the black-masked guy gets furious and shouts at them, asking if they think that the Wild Rose is inferior to Tsuyoshi. He harshly says that a mere D-rank not coming out for 20 minutes probably means Tsuyoshi is dead, and if he comes out alive, then the masked man himself will request a drug test from the Adventurer Union. So if it turns out that he was doping, then he will have to pay the price. The man with glasses also agrees, saying that even if he is doping, he will not last long. No matter what drug he uses, one person cannot handle B-rank cave monsters, which are so fatal that his life would be in danger, forgetting about records altogether. Everyone starts talking among themselves that a B-rank cave is far different from C-rank and D-rank caves, so if a D-rank adventurer does not come out of the cave, then the result is obvious. Meanwhile, Roland observes Tsukishiro's stats and gets frustrated that even though he is a D-rank adventurer, he has been staying alone in a B-rank cave for too long, and that too by himself in such a short time. She thinks that it is quite strange. The black-masked guy calls out to her, asking what she is looking at, to which she replies, nothing. She keeps thinking while looking at his stats, which still say that he is challenging. She doesn't understand what his ability status, alive and still challenging, really means. She gets enraged, thinking that a D-rank adventurer doing this is impossible. On the other hand, Tsuyoshi reaches a marshy lake with aquatic plants present in the depths of the B-rank cave. He finally finds a door with something written on it, just like a poneglyph from One Piece. Behind it is where darkness is hidden. He tightens his grip on his sword and passes through the door, reaching the boss area terrain. Shallow darkness. There, a monster looks at him, gets amused seeing him alone, and says that he has never seen someone come alone. Tsuyoshi analyzes the stats of the monster using his divine eye. This is Darkness, the Crescent Moon Sword Demon, with a level of 45 and high intelligence. Darkness, with a horrific voice, says to Tsuyoshi, who seems to be trembling, that a tiny adventurer is challenging him. He mockingly remarks that Tsuyoshi is trembling with fear, and should just kill himself if he is this afraid. Tsuyoshi clears the misunderstanding with a grin, saying that he is not afraid, it is just battle excitement. He says he can't wait to kill a darkness like him. He also adds that besides killing him, he badly wants his weapon, since he just lost his own. Hearing this, Darkness becomes speechless for a moment, then expresses his amusement. For a mere human to have such courage, he praises his bravery, but says that obtaining his weapon might not be possible for Tsuyoshi. Saying this, Darkness gets ready for battle, and Tsuyoshi, with a huge grin on his face, also unleashes his attack, declaring that for Karina and for his parents, he is ready to kill all of them. The Darkness asks Tsuyoshi if he wants his weapon, to which Tsuyoshi, while pointing his sword toward him, agrees, saying that he wants it because he wants to slice him into ribbons. Darkness laughs, saying that he is challenging him alone, and then strikes his sword, sending an attack toward Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi analyzes the attack, which appears to be a mental shockwave, an area attack with an effective range of 15 meters. Tsuyoshi smirks and jumps, thinking that he will use the wind attribute of the Earthwind Law to quickly create distance, dodging the attack. The monster is surprised and says that he dodged it. He finds it interesting, but says that was just an appetizer. He puts the tip of his sword into the water and unleashes his attack. Ice Frost Domain, instant deployment. Tsuyoshi analyzes this attack as well, and realizes that it causes movement reduction. He mocks Darkness, saying that he thinks he can pin Tsuyoshi down with this attack. He calls forth lightning, and using his skill Thunder Chain Fall destroys the ice frost near his feet. His skill's cooldown time starts, and seeing this as a chance, Tsuyoshi moves forward toward Darkness to destroy the ice frost and cancel the skill. He reaches near Darkness and strikes his sword right at his chest, but then he gets surprised when he sees that it causes no harm. Darkness looks down on him, calling him a fool and saying that his attacks are just like mosquito bites to him. With that, he strikes his sword towards Tsuyoshi, who dodges it while analyzing him, which shows that Darkness has high physical resistance. Tsuyoshi hops toward Darkness again, thinking that this time he will aim for his weak spot. Seeing him coming toward him, Darkness strikes his sword again, which Tsuyoshi dodges once more, making Darkness wonder how he can predict his attacks so accurately. With a bright blaze in his eyes, Tsuyoshi reaches near him and using Thunder Chain Fall with the Earthwind Law, slashes Darkness, which really affects him this time. Tsuyoshi smirks and says that he is not invincible after all. Darkness, getting a little mad, raises his sword while telling Tsuyoshi that he is quite confident. Tsuyoshi analyzes the attack before it is even unleashed, and realizes that it is a lock-type attack this time, which he cannot dodge. Darkness attacks him, so Tsuyoshi decides to use momentum to at least deflect the impact. This greatly amuses and surprises Darkness, as Tsuyoshi manages to deflect most of the damage with sheer brute force. Tsuyoshi truly has terrifying reflexes. Tsuyoshi slashes him again and tells him not to space out in the middle of battle. Darkness gets infuriated at being pushed this far by a mere human, but Tsuyoshi is not a mere human. Darkness unleashes the mental shockwave once again, which Tsuyoshi dodges, then pierces his sword straight through Darkness's body, reducing his HP even further. Darkness, completely flabbergasted, asks how Tsuyoshi can predict his movements so accurately. Tsuyoshi replies proudly, with a smirk on his face, that maybe his movements are just too easy to read. Darkness becomes furious, laughing, or rather trying to laugh, while admitting that he underestimated Tsuyoshi. He admits that Tsuyoshi is definitely different from ordinary adventurers, and he is right. Suddenly Darkness begins to change and attains a huge, massive body, with enormous hands emerging from his back. This startles Tsuyoshi. He analyzes the transformation and realizes that Darkness has attained his complete form, which actually amuses him. With a lightning aura blazing around him, Tsubai does not back down. Pointing his sword at Darkness, he challenges him to come at him, declaring that he will make him despair before killing him. Outside the cave, Roland, while drinking tea, ponders that if Tsubai really breaks their record, their party's record will be replaced, which will affect their reputation and resource distribution. An adventurer from her party comes to refill her cup, and seeing her lost in thought, asks what she is thinking about. She thanks him for pouring the tea and asks him what he thinks about Tsubai. The man thinks for a moment and tells her that Tsubai is strong, and that there is a possibility he might break the record. Hearing this, the woman gets a little anxious and asks why he thinks so. The man explains that he does not have any personal acquaintance with Tsubai, but he has heard about the situation when Tsubai entered the cave. Even when people around him mocked him and made fun of him, he merely glanced at them and went his own way. Someone who relies only on drugs would not be able to maintain such composure. This leaves the woman deep in thought. The masked man also arrives and says that using strong drugs shortens one's life, so even if someone survives, they will be a wreck when they come out. He sarcastically adds that if Tsubai Holo comes out of that dungeon alive, he will swallow his whole staff. He also remarks that the monsters inside are quite terrifying. On the other hand, Tsubai Holo has whole staff to bitch ready. Seeing his aura, Darkness notices that it is from a different world, as if it came from another world. He says to Tsuyoshi, who is standing in front of him with a sword in his hand, that although Tsuyoshi may not be the strongest adventurer he has ever met, he is the one who has surprised him more than anyone. Tsuyoshi smirks mockingly, saying that Darkness will be even more surprised now. At the same time, Darkness moves forward and attacks him, which Tsuyoshi dodges. With that, a battle of rapid attacks begins between them. The speed of Darkness has increased even more in his complete form. Tsuyoshi also notices that he has become much faster, and if he takes a direct hit from him in this state, he will surely be dead meat. With this level difference, there is no way he will get away with only light damage. Darkness reaches near him and releases a wave of attack, which Tsuyoshi barely dodges using the Earthwind Law. Darkness is really enjoying this battle. He suddenly comes behind Tsuyoshi and releases another attack, which Tsuyoshi blocks and counters by striking his sword at Darkness's body, but it does not affect him much. Instead, Darkness laughs, saying that his sword does not hurt him even an inch. He raises his sword, mocking Tsuyoshi, saying that he will see how long he can keep talking big, and chases after Tsuyoshi, who is moving at high speed. Tsuyoshi wonders that despite being overwhelmingly disadvantaged, and with his HP continuously decreasing, Darkness is still far from being afraid. He is terrifyingly calm. Tsuyoshi looks back just as Darkness releases his attack, Dark Moon Ice Prison, creating ice shards that trap Tsuyoshi. Darkness then sends an ice shard flying toward him to deal massive damage. Tsuyoshi uses his skill Strongest Body, putting all his strength into defense, which depletes 60% of his HP. Darkness is surprised to see that Tsuyoshi survives the blow, then mocks him, saying that with so little HP left he has no chance of winning and will be cut in half. With that, Darkness jumps above Tsuyoshi and raises his sword to slash straight through his body. At that moment, Tsuyoshi releases his sword and uses the momentum of Darkness's attack to leap upward, summoning the God King's hammer. His eyes blaze with lightning. Darkness charges at him, growling that Tsuyoshi still has fighting spirit left, but he cannot kill him. Tsuyoshi, holding the God King's hammer, is surrounded by a blazing dragon-like aura. According to him, after the divine selection, the power he can draw from the hammer has increased from 3% to 10%. He can now infuse the Earth-Wind Law into the hammer, granting it wind and lightning attributes. As he infuses the Earth-Wind Law into the hammer, he receives a notification warning that his hands will soon collapse due to being unable to withstand the hammer's power. But Tsuyoshi is not someone who gives up over something so trivial. He tightens his grip on the hammer and concentrates strongest body on both of his hands. With lightning crackling and a blazing aura surrounding him, he charges toward Darkness, holding the hammer firmly, preparing his final killing blow. Darkness is completely shocked, as Tsuyoshi's HP has already dropped so low. Tsuyoshi strikes, sending Darkness flying far away as his weapon falls into the water below. Tsuyoshi lands heroically on the water-covered ground. He coughs up blood, then drinks a potion and recovers his HP. He picks up Darkness's sword, and proudly asks him whether he is surprised or not. Suddenly, a rush of notifications begins popping up, announcing that Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi has cleared the dungeon in 45 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 1 hour 15 minutes and 5 seconds. His level increases to 20, along with the acquisition of many attributes. Outside the cave, everyone can't believe that Tsuyoshi has cleared the dungeon. Edric, along with the Roland, is also baffled that he really did it. The receptionists start asking if Tsuyoshi has come out yet, so that they can interview him, behaving like paparazzi who chase celebrities just to catch a glimpse of them. Suddenly, a wave of wind bursts out from the cave, and our hero makes his proud entrance through the door, holding the sword high in his hands. He descends the stairs, and as everyone anxiously observes his condition, whispers begin spreading about his killing intent, and the blood splattered over him. Seeing everyone, Tsuyoshi keeps walking, thinking that he cannot be bothered with this right now, because he needs to meet Chairman Suzuki immediately and apply for Super Novice Tournament qualification at the Adventurer Union headquarters. As Tsuyoshi walks straight through the crowd, ignoring everyone, the masked man raises his hand and stops him, saying that he used doping to win this. Fuming with anger, he says that there is no way a mere D rank could defeat a B rank cave boss, and that it has to be doping, otherwise it is impossible. All the other members of Wild Rose start supporting their vice captain, saying that he is right, and demanding that Tsuyoshi explain himself. Tsuyoshi does not take them seriously and apologizes, saying that he is keeping someone waiting, so he does not have time for this, and needs to hurry back to the Adventurer Union. The masked man stops him again, saying mockingly that he must be guilty, which is why he is making transparent excuses. He adds that if Tsuyoshi really is powerful, he should do a one-on-one duel with him. He acts like one of those pathetic side characters who just want to prove the main character wrong. Tsuyoshi gives him a sideways glance and remarks that he is ridiculous. This further enrages the masked man, so he gathers everyone's attention and claims that Tsuyoshi is panicking and trying to run away. Tsuyoshi recognizes him as the Wild Rose Party's vice captain, a level 35 mage with a combat power of 18,000. He decides that he will make him pay for talking to him like that, when suddenly the Roland steps in between them. She says to Tsuyoshi that if he achieved this result through skill, she truly appreciates him, but everyone, including herself, cannot believe that a D-rank adventurer cleared a B-rank cave. Tsuyoshi stays silent for a moment and then asks her the reason for saying this. She replies that she wants him to prove himself, which will clear doubts about him and also serve as an explanation to the adventurers who fought hard here. She asks him to understand because the result is important for everyone present. Tsuyoshi asks the time from someone nearby, who tells him that it is 5 p.m. He decides that he should still be able to make it on time, and accepts the duel. This shocks everyone, as he is really going to fight, and his opponent is none other than Edric. Edric in his thoughts mocks Tsuyoshi, believing that dueling right after a deadly battle with a boss is basically suicide. He also feels proud, having just learned a new fundamental skill, Elemental Burst, a magic their party obtained at great expense. It restrains the enemy's movement, rotates elemental powers, and then explodes for massive damage. Edric thinks that even if Tsuyoshi is hiding his level, and is actually a C rank like him, he is confident he can crush him in a single blow using this new skill, because at the same level, a mage's explosive magic is invincible. The rule for their duel is no killing, which is one of the rules in official adventurer duels. The purpose of this rule is to decide the match without causing harm to the body or life. Tsuyoshi and Edric both step forward and stand facing each other as the duel is about to begin. Edric gives his introduction, and seeing this, Tsuyoshi also introduces himself, saying that he is a warrior with level 20. He does not reveal his combat power, which is 27,600, far higher than the vice captain's combat power of 18,000. Revealing his combat power would only cause him more trouble here. Edric mocks him for not revealing it, saying that it must be too low and that revealing it would expose his doping. He adds that he is curious to see what kind of drugs Tsuyoshi used that have such minimal side effects. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist and quietly tells Edric that if he reveals his combat power, he will be surprised. This infuriates Edric, and he raises his spear to attack Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi remains calm while facing him, which the Roland notices. It reminds her of the man's words earlier, that someone who mainly relies on drugs cannot maintain such calm composure. Their duel begins. Edric raises his spear and starts casting magic, proudly saying to Tsuyoshi that he will finish this quickly. He thinks that he will overwhelm Tsuyoshi with his new skill, whose explosion damage will rob him of his fighting ability. Using Elemental Burst right away seems unfair even to him, but he decides to use it anyway. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi, watching him closely, dashes toward the Edric in a flash, surprising everyone with his speed. He reaches him instantly, leaving the Edric baffled, and concentrates 36% of his body strength into his right hand. He throws a punch while saying that he is only a D rank because he did not have any time to level up. Edric tries to say something, but Tsuyoshi's punch cuts him off, sending him flying. Everyone becomes speechless as a notification appears, stating that the Edric was killed in a single blow. The Roland also cannot believe it, and starts thinking that if she had been in the Edric's place, what would have happened to her? Could she have avoided that blow? Tsuyoshi stands there proudly, a blaze in his eyes, and asks if anyone else wants to take him on. Tsuyoshi stands there proudly while everyone remains speechless, then starts whispering among themselves. Edric with 18,000 combat power was defeated. The Wild Rose Captain Roland is also shocked, thinking that if Tsuyoshi is this strong at level 20, then what will happen in the future? The same man comes to her side and tells her that this is why he said Tsuyoshi was strong, though even he did not expect it to be to this extent. The captain orders him to take Edric away for treatment, and a few people pick him up and carry him off. The Roland approaches Tsuyoshi and praises him, saying that his strength is genuine, and on behalf of the party she acknowledges him. Tsuyoshi remains silent for a moment, then thanks her. At the same time, the receptionist gains everyone's attention and announces that Tsuyoshi's complete data has been authenticated by the system and that his results are judged valid. His combat power, level, and records are all confirmed to be normal. She also declares that no objections regarding this matter will be accepted. This announcement causes people to react noisily, calling Tsuyoshi a monster because he is a D-rank adventurer who solo cleared a B-rank cave and defeated the Edric in a single hit. Some claim that he must actually be a C-rank adventurer. One person feels embarrassed for mocking him earlier. Tsuyoshi pays no attention to them and walks away, leaving behind Roland, who silently assumes that Tsuyoshi might become an S-rank adventurer someday. She wants to recruit him into her party, but for now that wish remains unfulfilled. On the other hand, Tsuyoshi comes outside the public cave, dressed neatly in a suit. Suzuki arrives in his car and upon seeing Tsuyoshi, runs toward him with tears of happiness in his eyes. Grabbing Tsuyoshi by the shoulders, he praises him for solo clearing a B-rank cave in 45 minutes and 30 seconds, and also tells him that he was the first to receive the notification. Laughing, he says that he has found an incredible talent, and informs Tsuyoshi that the Supernova tournament is starting tomorrow, making today the last chance to register. Suzuki admits that he was worried something might happen to Tsuyoshi, but now he can rest easy, because not only did Tsuyoshi come out alive, he also set a new record. He suggests that they should head to the Adventurer Union together, and with that, both of them get into the car and make their way toward the Union. At the Adventurers Union at night, the receptionist is surprised to see that Tsuyoshi has updated all the public cave records in just one day. She is even more shocked when she sees that he solo cleared a B-rank cave in such a short time. Suzuki urges her to quickly confirm the data and complete the registration, as Tsuyoshi will participate in the Supernova tournament as a substitute. This makes the receptionist flustered, and she hurriedly gets to work. After a moment, she informs them that Tsuyoshi's registration has been completed, and that he will participate in the Supernova tournament as a substitute, so he must arrive at the venue on time tomorrow. Seeing how politely she speaks to him, Tsuyoshi realizes that strength truly speaks for itself. Suzuki becomes happy and tells Tsuyoshi that he did it. Even though he is a substitute, substitutes often get to compete in tournaments like this, so the future of their school's adventure association now rests on his shoulders. Tsuyoshi agrees, saying that he needs to win the Supernova tournament and apply for C-rank qualification, as it seems to be the fastest way to become a C-rank adventurer. He feels hopeful, thinking that if he becomes a C-rank adventurer, he will get a chance to bid at the Golden Regeneration Liquid auctions, which might heal Karina's leg. Tsuyoshi returns to his apartment at night. He enters Karina's room while she is asleep, and gently adjusts her blanket. He pats her head and determines that he will make her walk again soon. He then goes to his own room and lies down on his bed, letting out a deep sigh while still wearing the same clothes and loosening his necktie. He opens his portal to check the new bonus he received, because when he leveled up to 20 in the B-rank cave, a new bonus appeared. But he was busy with combat and the duel, and did not have time to check it earlier. He finds the bonus in the portal, and realizes that he gets a bonus every time he reaches a round number level. 2 bonuses appear, one being God Selection version upgrade, and the other Strongest Body version update. He He gets excited after realizing that he can choose which skill to upgrade. He has been feeling unsatisfied with his skills lately, especially when fighting high-level opponents. He sits there with a huge smile, feeling excited that the second bonus, which grants 60 times defense for the whole body, solves his physical weakness in combat. He has been seriously injured many times before, so with this, he will be able to withstand more injuries in the future. He accepts the second bonus and feels a surge of power flowing through his body. He gets happy seeing his abs, like any other boy admiring them. For the first bonus, he chooses to upgrade Thunder Chain Fall, since it is the only skill he has right now, and he needs to search for stronger skills later. He then gets notified that Thunder Chain Fall has been upgraded to Thunderbolt. Tsuyoshi is surprised to see that its range has increased 100 times with unlimited uses, and it can continuously attack within 5 meters for 10 seconds. He turns off the portal while talking to himself, deciding that he should sleep early since tomorrow is the Nova tournament. It has been a while since he had a good night's sleep. As he lies down, Sakura's face comes to his mind, and he remembers that she also seemed worried about something. He decides that once things settle down here, he will return to the other world, and with his current strength, he might be able to help her. The next morning, Tsuyoshi and Suzuki are sitting in the car, traveling through the suburbs. Suzuki tells him that in this supernova tournament, resource distribution will be decided, therefore he should show no mercy, because ranking is the top priority, and many elites will be fighting while also risking their lives. He advises Tsuyoshi to never let his guard down. Tsuyoshi agrees and thinks to himself that he has long forgotten about risking his life ever since becoming an adventurer. Suzuki observes him and thinks to himself that Tsuyoshi seems more mature than before, and has also grown colder. He tells Tsuyoshi that the venue of this tournament is a cave that is very spacious inside. Apparently long ago, a legendary S-rank adventurer punched through it in a single blow, making the mountain famous as One Strike Mountain. Tsuyoshi feels anxious hearing this and says that he has never heard of anything like it. He asks if such adventurers are different from regular S-rank adventurers. Suzuki replies that he has also only heard about it once, but there are differences in power, even among S-rank adventurers. He also adds that these are only tales, and it is uncertain whether that warrior truly exists. They finally reach their destination and get out of the car, looking at the huge mountain with a cave at its base. Seeing it, Suai mumbles, "One Strike Mountain," while thinking that the power of a legendary S-rank adventurer feels almost impossible. Suzuki comments that it is impressive, and says that it is even more spacious inside. He recalls that when he first saw it, he thought his jaw would drop. He tells Suai that he will accompany him to the entrance, but during the matches ahead, Suai will have to rely on himself. Both of them arrive at the entrance, where an employee asks if he is Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, and welcomes him in. As Tsuyoshi enters the cave, Suzuki advises him from behind to be careful inside, and reminds him that no matter what happens, he must come back alive. Tsuyoshi acknowledges him and continues walking into the cave. Tsuyoshi reaches the Supernova tournament preparation area, and finds that the Adventurer Union party is already there. 3 powerful adventurers from the Adventurer Union are present. He analyzes them and feels amused to find that all of them are C-rank adventurers with outstanding combat power, as expected from the elite of each faction. He introduces himself saying that he is Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, a level 20 warrior participating as a substitute for the Adventurer Union. Hearing this, one adventurer named Reese looks down on him and asks why the Adventurer Union sent such a low-level warrior. Another adventurer, Fabian, remarks that at least a C-rank adventurer is necessary to participate in the tournament, and that they do not want someone who will become dead weight. A girl named Sherry also comments that Tsuyoshi must have gotten in through connections, and says that they will work hard so that the substitute does not get a chance to fight. Tsuyoshi does not pay much attention to their remarks and goes to sit on a chair, wishing them good luck. While sitting, he reflects that the purpose of the tournament is simple: support the party in winning smoothly, and allow himself to apply for C-rank qualification. He needs that qualification to participate in auctions and bid for the golden regeneration liquid so that Karina can walk again. He resolves that no matter what happens, he will win. As Tsuyoshi is lost in thought, he hears someone laughing and mocking him, saying that the Adventurer Union must be so short on talent that they had to send a level 20 trash. Everyone looks toward the source of the voice and sees the Haido group, one of the 5 great factions that has long been in conflict with the Adventurer Union, standing there arrogantly with grins on their faces. Tsuyoshi analyzes their stats and finds that their combat power is higher than his party's, which explains their arrogance. Sherry explains that the 5 great factions and the 3 great guilds have always opposed the Adventurer Union. The higher-ups usually turn a blind eye, but when real interests are at stake, conflicts become inevitable. Fabian calls out to Tsuyoshi, telling him that he is being laughed at, as if Tsuyoshi does not have ears. A man with a shaved head from the Haido group mocks them, saying that using a level 20 as a substitute is laughable, and that they will finish dead last this time. Fabian gets irritated and retorts that the Adventurer Union is the largest organization for adventurer level assessment, and that today's match outcome is still unknown, so they should watch their tongues. Hearing this, another man who is also a substitute from the Haido group makes fun of them, saying that it is common knowledge that adventurer level assessments are the same everywhere now. He then cracks his wrists and brings up warm-up sparring before the match, noting that such sparring matches are recognized by the tournament organizers. The only rules are that both sides must agree, no weapons are allowed, and no killing is permitted. He looks down on them and adds that if they are scared they can run away, and if they lose badly in the actual matches, having a D-rank substitute will give them a good excuse. Fabian steps forward agreeing to the sparring match and tells Tsuyoshi that a D-rank like him cannot handle this, so he will take the fight. Both the substitute and Fabian get ready for the sparring. After a while both of them stand facing each other in the preparation area, a temporary arena where many people have gathered. The sparring match between Fabian and the substitute begins. Fabian makes the first move. Without a weapon he believes his hand blade technique will be enough to deal damage. He strikes forward but the man dodges effortlessly. Fabian is startled by his speed. At the same moment, a cruel grin spreads across the man's face as he delivers a powerful kick to Fabian's leg. A sharp crack echoes through the area, and Fabian screams in pain as he collapses. Shuri and Rei's panic as a system notification appears, stating that Fabian has suffered a right leg fracture and is no longer fit to participate in the tournament. The substitute looks down at him with contempt and raises his leg again, clearly intending to strike once more. He mutters that he does not care even if he gets punished, since he is only a substitute anyway. Just as Shuri and Reis are about to rush forward, Tsuyoshi moves. In a flash he passes by them and catches the man's leg mid-air, shielding Fabian. He stops the kick with such overwhelming strength that the man's leg begins to tremble. The substitute stares at him in shock and demands to know who he is. Tsuyoshi ignores the question. With lightning blazing in his eyes, he calmly asks whether he was trying to kill someone. Shuri and Reis are left speechless by Tsuyoshi's speed. Tsuyoshi then tells the nearby employees to take Fabian to the medical room immediately. They hurry over, lift Fabian, and rush him away. As he is taken off, Fabian weakly tells Tsuyoshi to be careful. Tsuyoshi replies calmly that the one who should be careful is not him. He then states that he will take over the sparring match. With that, Tsuyoshi loosens his tie, stepping forward to face the opponent as the atmosphere around the arena turns tense. Seeing Tsuyoshi step in, the substitute laughs at him, saying that even D-rank substitutes have an arrogant attitude. He then moves forward and throws a punch at Tsuyoshi. Reis also runs forward, realizing that the shaved head man is planning to kill them to disqualify them due to insufficient numbers. Using Earthwind Law, Tsuyoshi dodges the punch, and while the shaved head man is still trying to process his missed attack, Tsuyoshi strikes his right leg, fracturing it. The man falls down, but Tsuyoshi does not stop there. He places his hand on the substitute's face and slams it onto the floor, asking if a broken leg hurts. He hits him with so much force that the ground crumbles, knocking him unconscious and making him unable to participate in the tournament. The shaved head man is shocked, wondering if Tsuyoshi is really supposed to be a D-rank adventurer. Tsuyoshi stands up, brushes the dust off his shoulders, and says that it is fair now. He looks at the Heido group and asks if they still want to continue. The members of the Heido group flinch and begin to leave, carrying the substitute on their shoulders, while the shaved head man points at Tsuyoshi and tells him to remember this. People around them start whispering about Tsuyoshi's strength, saying that they cannot believe he is a D-rank adventurer after breaking a leg with a single kick and knocking someone out with just one blow. On the other hand, in the Adventurer Union Party's preparation area, Shuri thanks Tsuyoshi for avenging Fabian and asks about his real power, because there is no way a D-rank adventurer could be this strong. Tsuyoshi replies that he is definitely a D-rank, and that he simply could not overlook what happened, so he intervened. Shuri pauses for a moment and then says that since Fabian is injured, Tsuyoshi will have to participate in the tournament. Tsuyoshi understands this, and says that he cannot afford to lose this tournament. Reis whispers to Shuri that Tsuyoshi is such a mysterious guy, to which Shuri remains silent. It seems our male lead has gained another admirer. Shuri hands Tsuyoshi a communication bracelet for use in the tournament. At the same time, all three of them receive a notification on their bracelets. Reis opens it and checks the tournament rules, then tells them that the first event is called Elimination Competition, a basic trial meant to weed out half of the participants. Tsuyoshi does not understand and asks about it, so Shuri explains that in this event all contestants must defeat monsters in a mock cave. They pass if they score 150 points within an hour, and fail if they do not. However, there are additional rules. There are currently about 120 participants, but if more than half meet the passing criteria, only the top 60 based on points will pass, and the rest will fail even if they meet the minimum requirement. This means that even scoring 155 points does not guarantee passing, so they must defeat as many monsters as possible to earn points. Reis also tells Tsuyoshi that participants can choose between two difficulty levels, normal mode and dark mode. In normal mode, defeating one monster gives 1 point, while in dark mode, only darkness monsters appear, and defeating one gives 5 points. Every 30 seconds, the number of monsters automatically doubles, making the fight increasingly difficult, so he should not let his guard down. Reis advises Tsuyoshi not to be tempted by dark mode, and to choose normal mode instead, because monsters are generated to match the participant's level. Even though Tsuyoshi is level 20, and the monsters in both modes will also be level 20, darkness monsters are far stronger than normal ones at the same level. Many past contestants who chose dark mode were defeated without being able to fight back. Sherry agrees and adds that even normal mode is not easy. Monsters keep doubling every 30 seconds, and even if someone starts well, their stamina and energy will drop midway, making it easy to get surrounded. Both killing power and endurance are tested, and fighting continuously for a full hour is terrifyingly exhausting. Tsuyoshi stays silent for a moment and then asks what the all-time highest record is, surprising both of them. Reese tells him that long ago a contestant from the Adventurer Union chose dark mode, lasted 45 minutes, and scored 1,500 points, meaning he defeated 300 same-level darkness monsters in just 45 minutes. Sherry looks impressed and tells Tsuyoshi that it is incredible, adding that this contestant is the Adventurer Union's youngest S-rank adventurer and the pride of their union. Reese adds that when he himself chose dark mode, he could not last 10 minutes and could not even defeat 20 monsters. He shivers as he says that fighting same-level darkness monsters that double every 30 seconds in a solo battle is terrifying. Sherry agrees and says that she is a battle priest, so she would not even last 5 minutes. Darkness monsters are incredibly strong, and once their numbers increase, there is no chance of winning. Tsuyoshi finds all of this interesting. After a while, all of them reach the Supernova tournament venue, the competition area where a huge cave door stands. Tsuyoshi looks at it and asks if it is a real mock cave and not a simulator. Sherry asks him if he has heard that this mountain cave was supposedly created by a legendary S-rank adventurer with a single blow. She tells him that the cave still contains mysterious energy that modern science and even S-rank adventurers cannot analyze, and that it naturally creates mock caves, with this being one of them. Suddenly, the ring Tsuyoshi is wearing on his finger starts sparkling. Tsuyoshi does not understand what is happening. People begin entering the cave. He receives a notification asking him to choose between normal mode and dark mode. He pretends to choose normal mode, but with a grin on his face he clicks on dark mode instead. They immediately receive a notification confirming that dark mode has been selected. Who is our hero without adventure? Tsuyoshi enters the mock cave in dark mode, which is far more spacious than he expected. He receives a notification that the first monster will be created in 10 seconds. He realizes that every 30 seconds, the same number of darkness monsters as those currently alive will be generated. If he does not defeat them quickly, their numbers will double after 30 seconds, then become 4, and continue increasing. He smirks, thinking that it is no wonder dark mode is called a nightmare, and that ordinary contestants stand no chance. But he is not an ordinary contestant. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his new skill, and summons his sword. As the countdown ends, a darkness monster appears in front of him. It is level 20, with a combat power of 8,000, far stronger than ordinary adventurers of the same level. Tsuyoshi realizes that it is incomparable to normal monsters, but at the same time it is convenient for testing. He considers his new skill, Thunderbolt, which has a range of 300 meters and lasts for 10 seconds. Using it from a long distance is possible, but with only a few dozen meters between him and the monster, the opponent could target him and move out of range. He decides to attack from the edge and test the enemy's reaction. He analyzes the nearby mountain, which is 283 meters away, and uses Earthwind Law to move there swiftly. The darkness monster notices his movement, and at the same time 30 seconds pass, causing the number of darkness monsters to double. Standing at the top of the mountain, Tsuyoshi aims to eliminate both monsters at once. He unleashes his new skill, Thunderbolt, and strikes them down simultaneously. Because he is outside their detection range, they fail to notice his position, leaving him completely safe. Tsuyoshi mutters to himself that by maintaining distance and infusing law power for 10 seconds of continuous attacks, he can defeat darkness monsters of the same level with ease. He lets out a quiet giggle, thinking that this is starting to get interesting. Meanwhile, in the Supernova Tournament judge area, judge representatives from each faction are seated. They are all A-rank adventurers, and by rule, judges are selected through a lottery from each faction. The purpose of this system is to ensure fair matches, and allow each faction to observe the potential of the younger generation. One old man among them, holding a wand in his hands, stands up and informs everyone that all participants have entered the mock cave, and that this round will eliminate half of the contestants. Another judge comments that if everything goes smoothly, the round will end in 30 minutes. As he observes the statistics, he is surprised to see that only 18 out of 100 participants chose dark mode. A woman remarks that this is understandable, as rationally assessing one's abilities is also important, and even if half of the contestants who chose dark mode managed to clear it, it would be considered excellent. Another man adds that most prideful young people underestimate dark mode. Enemies double every 30 seconds, and their strength far exceeds that of normal monsters, so it is common for dark mode contestants to not last even 10 seconds. Then the statistics start showing the elimination of participants, and a woman judge remarks that 10 minutes have passed and some contestants with insufficient points are already appearing. At this rate, many will be eliminated. Suddenly, the old man with the wand in his hand stands up, looking surprised. Another man asks him what happened, asking if a contestant from his side got eliminated. The old man, startled, replies that it is not that and asks him to check the data of Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, insisting that there must be some mistake. Tsuyoshi's stats show that he has already scored 490 points in just 10 minutes, and that too in dark mode. The old man cannot believe his eyes, and as he speaks, everyone else grows shocked. Their surprise intensifies when they see that Tsuyoshi is a D-rank adventurer. One judge asks the representative of the Adventurer Union if he is their secret weapon. The woman from the Adventurer Union responds hesitantly that she has not heard of anyone named Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi being an official member. She explains that he applied later and is a substitute member of the Adventurer Union. Everyone else is even more astonished. One judge, completely baffled, speculates that Tsuyoshi must have used some kind of high-grade special item. But even so, the data is incredible. They all wonder whether he will be able to surpass the record of the youngest S-rank adventurer. Tsuyoshi continues defeating monsters one by one using his skill Thunderbolt. As he grows exhausted, he receives a notification that he has just defeated 12 darkness monsters. Overall, he has defeated 98 monsters and earned 490 points, with 48 minutes remaining. He realizes that he has reached the third wave, defeating 32 monsters at once with Thunderbolt. This is the skill's limit, but activating it 3 times has drained his energy, so he drinks a potion to recover. During his recovery, he only needs to wait for additional darkness monsters to spawn, making it relatively easy for him. He recalls that the Adventurer Union's youngest S-rank adventurer defeated 300 monsters in 45 minutes for 1,500 points. Determined, Tsuyoshi resolves that he will definitely surpass that record. 50 minutes into the trial, Reyes exits the cave, exhausted, having earned 560 points for defeating 560 monsters. He sighs, thinking that lasting 50 minutes and defeating that many monsters is a good performance. In the first 30 minutes, he relied on his warrior stamina to defeat 12 monsters per minute. After that, even though his energy had dropped, he managed to defeat 10 monsters per minute. He assumes in his thoughts that with this record, he should definitely be in the top 5. He smirks, imagining that if he wins, he might receive special treatment in the Adventurer Union and perhaps even direct guidance from an S-rank adventurer. A small private fantasy brings a faint grin to his face. He looks around for Sherry and Tsuyoshi, but neither is in sight. Then he notices a huge crowd gathered in front of the ranking update monitor and walks over, wondering why everyone is there. Among the crowd, he spots Sherry, who is also looking at the monitor. He calls out to her and asks about her points. She tells him that she earned 386 points in 30 minutes. Riz starts appreciating her effort, saying that it's impressive and she will pass. He also brags about himself, mentioning that he scored 500 points, and then asks her about Tsuyoshi. Sherry, worriedly looking at the monitor, tells him that Tsuyoshi chose dark mode. Riz is both surprised and angry, recalling that he had warned him not to go for it. He complains that if Tsuyoshi gets disqualified, their party will be left with only 2 members, which would be a serious handicap for the next matches. He asks Sherry about Tsuyoshi's whereabouts, and whether he has been disqualified. Sherry reassures him that Tsuyoshi is still in the middle of the trial, which surprises Riz even more. She points to the monitor, and he sees Tsuyoshi at the top of the list. His jaw drops. The results show that Tsuyoshi has defeated 588 darkness monsters, earning 2,940 points. Riz is flabbergasted, convinced that this is impossible. Sherry explains that everyone has gathered because Tsuyoshi has already broken the record of the youngest S-rank adventurer. Riz cannot believe that a mere D-rank adventurer has surpassed a legendary S-rank record. Sherry adds that 7 minutes remain, and the crowd is eager to see how far Tsuyoshi will go. 7 minutes later, Tsuyoshi exits the cave, and everyone watches in awe. Riz and Sherry run up to him. Sherry asks if he knows his own record, and he calmly replies that he does. Riz grabs his shoulder astonished and says that he may not know how he did it, but he broke the record. Tsuyoshi listens calmly as Riz praises him, remarking that defeating 3,248 darkness monsters is truly magnificent. Sherry is equally baffled, thinking that the new record might never be broken. Tsuyoshi flexes slightly and casually replies that if he had more time, he could have defeated even more. It is announced that the basic trial has been completed, with 75 participants disqualified and 45 remaining. Tsuyoshi's result is also announced. He is the highest record holder in the tournament, having defeated 648 monsters for 3,240 points in dark mode, setting a new record. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifts to Tsuyoshi. Sherry warns him that he should be careful now. He is the pride of the Adventurer Union, but he has also become everyone's greatest enemy. Tsuyoshi shrugs it off and tells her that he expected this, but he can handle it himself, then walks away. Behind him, Riz whispers to Sherry, asking if Tsuyoshi is the trump card the Adventurer Union sent. Sherry admits that she doesn't know. She has never heard his name before, and for him to be this incredible is insane. At the same time, all participants receive a notification on their bracelets about Event 2, the Party Cooperation Battle. Every participant is instructed to enter their designated cave with their party and complete quests. Parties that fail to complete the quests will be disqualified. In the Adventurer Union internal mock training ground, an S-ranked adventurer named Hoshimiya Kenji with level 60 defeats a darkness in 12 seconds. Sesko, one of the Adventurer Union's 4 elders, comes there and compliments him that even a level 60 darkness could only stand in front of him for 12 seconds, as expected from the youngest S-ranked adventurer. He asks Kenji if he is not going to join this year's Supernova tournament, to which he replies, while undoing the tape on his hand, that it's the same every year and just attending the final award ceremony is sufficient. His moving hands stop when Sesko tells him that the basic trial highest record he held has now been broken. He seems surprised for a moment, but then keeps on going, saying that he is not surprised. Records are meant to be broken by excellent newcomers eventually. He asks about the score and the time for the new record, to which Sesko tells him that it is 3,240 points in 60 minutes in dark mode. Kenji gets shocked for real this time and confirms the points, to which Sesko gives him the tablet to check for himself because the result has just broken and is already the center of attention. Seeing the result and that Tsuyoshi is a D rank, he asks if he is from the Adventurer Union and who his S rank adventurer is. He has never heard the name Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. Sesko tells him that surprisingly, this D rank adventurer does not have any S rank instructor, and that he's merely a substitute discovered by Chairman Suzuki of the School Adventurer Association. Listening to him, Kenji gets worried and asks if his background is verified. He worries that he might be a spy from another association since there was a case like this before. Sesko reassures him that they looked into him and found nothing suspicious. Kenji asks him to keep looking into Tsuyoshi. If he's genuinely talented, he might be able to open that door. Sesko also agrees that they can't afford to miss it this time, so he'll keep a close watch on his performance. Kenji requests that he would like to comment on Tsuyoshi at the award ceremony, and also says that he is interested in who would be stronger, Tsuyoshi or himself in the past. What could that door be about? On the other hand, in the Supernova tournament competition area, all parties are ordered to enter their designated cave, and the party cooperation battle will begin shortly. Rize, Sherry, and Tsuyoshi also run towards the cave, and on the way, Sherry explains that it is about positioning. Every party will be randomly transported into the cave and given the quest immediately. Rize further explains that it means they have to secure a good position first. With a bad position and a difficult quest, they could fail and be disqualified. Using Earthwind Law, Tsuyoshi enters the cave in a flash. Meanwhile, one of the judges observing the scene from above says that this is where the real match begins, to which another woman agrees and hopes that everyone is ready. Tsuyoshi, Sherry, and Rize to reach a complex terrain filled with strong darkness, a dense jungle. Sherry tells the other two to quickly confirm their direction and puts her hand on the ground. The other two listen and act on her orders. They then receive a notification of their quest, which requires them to obtain 6 dark crystals within 3 hours from the bodies of specific darkness. Failure to complete it within the allotted time will result in disqualification. Seeing this, Rize explains that it is a special crystal that appears in the bodies of certain high-level darkness. It is highly valuable for crafting. Adding it to weapons increases sharpness, and adding it to equipment increases defense. It also trades for extremely high prices on the market. Sherry states that it is rare darkness, so collecting 6 crystals will be tough, and in such a vast jungle they are probably scattered far apart. Tsuyoshi does not say anything when suddenly Sherry asks them to be quiet, startling both of them. She explains that the mental domain she deployed when they entered is trembling. They see some people talking about how they immediately found something just after entering the cave, and that all their effort to qualify was worth it. They rob a man who seems to have been taken down and left for dead. One of them says that as long as they do not die, the rankings do not matter, and it is quite profitable for them. They leave to find more small parties to rob. The Adventurer Union's party observes them from hiding. Seeing them leave, Sherry suggests that they should also first leave this area. Rize says that he has heard that among voluntary participants, some make their business, but he did not think he would encounter them so soon. Sherry says that there is no way for the adventurers to die, and that the rules of this quest are wrong. Tsuyoshi replies that the rules were designed to make them fight with each other. Both Sherry and Rize are surprised and ask about it. He explains that the key is not the quest but how to survive. The true intent of putting all the parties in the same cave is elimination through killing. He clarifies that he does not understand the specific purpose, but the party cooperation battle is essentially a survival competition. Both of them now understand. Suddenly someone attacks them with fireballs. Rize blocks the attack and shouts that they are cowards. The attackers are Hido's group. The shaved head man laughs, reminding them that he told them to remember the match between the substitute and Tsuyoshi. Seeing them, Tsuyoshi grins. The shaved head man tells them that his group has been looking for them, and that now is the time to settle the earlier grudge. He mocks Tsuyoshi, asking what weapon he used to set such a record, saying there is no way a level 20 D rank adventurer could achieve it legitimately. He claims that Tsuyoshi must be hiding some kind of treasure, and says that it would surely sell for a high price in the market. Riz whispers to Tsuyoshi and Sherry that all 3 members of Hido's group are combat classes, so Sherry should stay behind him. He quietly asks Tsuyoshi if he can handle one of the enemies, and warns them not to take their eyes off the thief, since their likely target is Sherry, who is a battle priest. Riz steps forward and speaks confidently, saying that the adventurer union fears nothing, and that they should see which side falls first. In response, the shaved-head man speaks sarcastically, saying that it is foolish to think the fight will be 3 versus 3. He states that a 3-on-3 fight would only lead to mutual destruction. He then clicks his fingers and summons 2 additional people. He tells them that this 2-person party was willing to cooperate in order to defeat the adventurer union's group. Seeing the additional enemies, Riz and Sherry feel uneasy, realizing that their chances are extremely low. Sherry suggests that they should retreat immediately. Tsuyoshi calls out to both of them and tells them to leave and focus on finding the dark crystals while he handles the enemies alone. Riz and Sherry are shocked and try to stop him, telling him that this is not a simple fight. There are 5 enemies, and he would be fighting them alone. Tsuyoshi calmly tells them to trust him and go, saying that he will handle all 5. Riz argues again, saying that if Tsuyoshi were a higher level, it might make sense, but at level 20 and D rank, this is no different from suicide. While they are speaking, the shaved-head man steps forward with his weapon in hand and mocks them, saying that they will not get any chance to escape. Tsuyoshi draws his sword and tells Riz and Sherry that they do not have time and must leave now. Riz tries to argue once more, but Tsuyoshi remains firm and tells the opposing party that he does not have any secret items. A powerful pressure begins to spread from Tsuyoshi, causing the members of Hido's group to hesitate. They begin to doubt whether he is truly a D-rank adventurer. Sherry is also surprised. Trusting Tsuyoshi, Riz grabs Sherry's hand and starts running away from the area. The shaved-head man notices them and orders his companions to chase after them. Before any of them can move, Tsuyoshi uses Earthwind Law and attacks, concentrating his power into his arms. He repels 4 of them and kills one on the spot. The shaved-head man is left speechless, unable to comprehend Tsuyoshi's combat power. The remaining members struggle to stand, unable to understand his speed. Tsuyoshi tells them that he gave them a chance outside, and that they came to him on their own, saving him the trouble of finding them. The members of Hido's group grow tense. One of them asks the shaved-head man if they might have made a mistake, saying that Tsuyoshi cannot possibly be a D-rank adventurer. On the other hand, Riz and Sherry continue running through the forest. While moving, Riz asks Sherry if leaving Tsuyoshi behind to fight alone is the same as abandoning him to die. Sherry reminds him that Tsuyoshi is the one who set that record without using any items. Riz does not immediately understand what she means, so Sherry explains that Tsuyoshi achieved that record purely through his own skills. She adds that his true power may be far beyond what they can comprehend. She then says that since Tsuyoshi is holding back the enemies for them, they should also fulfill their role and focus on finding the dark crystals before regrouping with him. Meanwhile, all the members of the Hido group surround Tsuyoshi, which makes the situation look pathetic. It takes all of them just to deal with a single person. Tsuyoshi analyzes their combined combat power and activates Thunderbolt, lightning striking all of them at once. Even so, they do not retreat and continue their assault. One man from their group charges first. Tsuyoshi uses a skill that freezes the man's hands, then immediately thrusts his sword straight into his chest, defeating him. Seeing this, another man moves to attack, but Tsuyoshi closes the distance in an instant, and pierces him as well, defeating him on the spot. At the same time, another attacker strikes from behind. Tsuyoshi blocks the sword with his arm, activating his skill Strong Body. The attacker is shocked when his strike only leaves a shallow wound. Tsuyoshi counters without hesitation and pierces straight through his chest, defeating him. Only the shaved head man remains. He stands frozen, gripping his sword tightly, finally realizing that Tsuyoshi is on an entirely different level. Tsuyoshi turns his gaze toward him and states that he is the last one left. The shaved head man suddenly drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He admits that they were foolish and asks Tsuyoshi about his strength. Tsuyoshi calmly replies that he is a level 20 D-rank adventurer. He steps closer as the shaved head man asks about his combat class. Tsuyoshi answers while raising his sword. The man is unable to fully process Tsuyoshi's combat power before Tsuyoshi strikes, slashing him down and finally defeating him. After defeating the Hido group, Tsuyoshi collects their war spoils. These include intermediate recovery potions, currency bags, and several items, including Blackblade's sword and Demon Fire's staff. Using his spatial ring, he stores all the spoils without difficulty. Once everything is secured, Tsuyoshi senses the presence of someone approaching the area. Without lingering any longer, he leaves the location, deciding to reunite with Riz and Sherry. Deep in the jungle, Riz and Sherry confront a level 35 crystal darkness. Sherry tells Riz, who is about to attack, that she has cast a defense buff on him and that she has already shaved off a third of the darkness's HP, so he should watch out for its horn. Riz strikes the darkness with his sword, but it blocks the attack using its horn. During the exchange, Riz notices that the crystal is embedded in its chest. He informs Sherry that its defense is high and that they should finish it quickly. Suddenly, the crystal in the darkness chest starts shining, startling both of them. Sherry shouts at Rize to be careful, warning that it is a new skill, but it is already too late. The darkness unleashes its attack, injuring Rize and sharply reducing his HP. He coughs and curses, realizing that this darkness is definitely different from ordinary ones. Even with Sherry's defense buff, a single hit makes his insides feel as if they are being turned inside out. Now the darkness's attention shifts to Sherry, which startles her because as a battle priest she could die instantly. The darkness concentrates power in its hand, forming something like Rasengan from Naruto, which begins pulling Sherry toward it. Sherry keeps getting dragged closer, and is about to reach the darkness when Rez shouts at her to quickly put up a shield and steps in front of her, protecting her with his sword. Rez puts all his effort into stopping the darkness, but its power is overwhelming. His sword breaks and the force sends both of them flying. Both of them barely manage to keep themselves conscious. Rez says that his sword is broken, so he cannot fight like this anymore. Sherry also suggests that they should retreat now. However, when Sherry tries to move, she realizes that she cannot move her body at all. A man from the Shadow Crowd Guild suddenly appears between them and casts shadow control on them, similar to Shikamaru's technique, leaving them unable to move. He comments that they managed to reduce the HP of the darkness to a level that he and his brothers could not reach, which is to be expected from the Adventurer Union. Seeing him, Rez and Sherry are shocked. His two brothers emerge from the shadows as well, saying that hiding in the shadows was worth it, and now they will take the crystal. Both of them cast Shadow Prison on the darkness, trapping it in shadow chains. They jump toward the darkness to finish it off, but the bald man, similar to Saitama, comments that the purple energy of the darkness is troublesome. The darkness concentrates purple energy in its mouth and fires it at them, which they barely manage to dodge while maintaining Shadow Prison. They are in a tight situation, and their leader orders them to hurry up and finish it. Reyes trembles in fear as the shadow user turns toward him and asks if Reyes is also after the crystal inside the darkness. He says that they are after the same crystal as it is their party's quest, and that Reyes simply had bad luck. Riz looks at him with disgust, which makes the man laugh and tell him not to look at him like that. He adds that after they obtain the crystal they will kill Riz first so the big tough guy can go to the afterlife early. Then he looks at Sherry with contempt, sticking out his tongue like a pervert, and declares that as for her, the three brothers will have some fun with her before killing her. Sherry struggles to resist, but the man scoffs and tells her that she can't move anyway, so there is no point in trying. On the other side, the clouds begin to rumble, their thunder startling both of the brothers. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, shattering the darkness and reducing the HP of the Baldy and the other brother. The man holding Sherry and Riz is equally confused, unable to understand what is happening. At that moment, our male lead Tsuyoshi's sword comes flying out of nowhere and pierces straight through the Baldy's chest. The remaining brother panics when Tsuyoshi suddenly appears behind him and softly shushes him, telling him to be quiet. In the next instant, Tsuyoshi enhances his fist using his strongest body and strikes him, sending him crashing to the ground. Our hero has made his heroic entry. The only man left with Sherry and Rise begins to tremble as he asks if he is Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, the one who broke the record. His fear, however, lasts only a moment. He quickly grabs Sherry and takes her hostage, pressing a knife to her neck and threatening Tsuyoshi not to come any closer if he wants to save his companion's life. Our hero remains calm. He summons his hammer and mocks the man, saying that this is the worst move he could have made. As a powerful aura pours out of him, he challenges the man, declaring that now they will see who is faster between the two of them. Tsuyoshi's powerful aura startles the shadowy man. Sherry and Rez are also shocked, realizing that his fighting spirit is on a completely different level from theirs. Tsuyoshi activates Divine Eye Analysis and determines that the enemy's reaction speed is 0.3 seconds, and the current distance between them is 9 meters. A normal attack would result in Sherry's throat being slit within 0.8 seconds. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi realizes that normal attacks will not work. If the Divine Eye's analysis is correct, he must defeat the man instantly, or Sherry's life will be lost. He wishes the size of his hammer were smaller, as it would be easier to throw it. To his surprise, at that very moment, the hammer begins to shrink. He wonders if this is because the system has been upgraded and now allows him to adjust the size with his will. The man tightens his grip on Sherry once again, threatening Tsuyoshi and warning him not to come any closer. Tsuyoshi concentrates his power into his middle finger and flings the hammer toward the man. The hammer hits him with overwhelming force, pushing him backward until he crashes into a tree and dies. Riz and Sherry are surprised that he defeated the man in a single blow. Riz tells Sherry that Tsuyoshi's skill and power are on a completely different scale compared to theirs. Tsuyoshi recalls his hammer and asks Riz and Sherry, who are both flabbergasted, if they are all right. Both of them stare at him blankly, and Riz asks in shock if he has already defeated those guys from the Haido group. Tsuyoshi nods and tells them that he also collected their weapons while he was at it. He then hands Riz a weapon, mentioning that since Riz's own weapon was broken, this works out perfectly. Sherry, still completely stunned, asks him how strong he really is. Tsuyoshi replies as he hands her recovery capsules, saying that he has just reached level 21. He tells her to recover quickly because he has an idea. Sherry cannot believe that he is already level 21. Tsuyoshi collects the crystal from the darkness he has just defeated, saying that with the 2 crystals the assassins had, they now have 3 crystals in total, and only need 3 more to complete the quest. Riz checks the time and sees that they have only 1 hour and 48 minutes left, so they need to hurry. Sherry tells them that they will not make it if they honestly keep defeating special darkness monsters, as it takes too much time and effort, and they could be interrupted again like before. Tsuyoshi agrees, saying that they will not get anywhere like this, and that the risk is too high so they should change the plan. Riz says that Tsuyoshi is the leader now, and that he will cooperate with him. Tsuyoshi suggests that they wear assassin cloaks and tear pieces of cloth from the dead assassins. He covers his face, turning the cloth into a mask, and tells them that they are going hunting as well. Following his lead, the other 2 also cover their faces. The 3 of them continue moving forward through the jungle. Tsuyoshi suggests that they should look for a 3-person party, since they have a numerical advantage and such groups are most likely to possess crystals. However, the goal is not to kill, it is to steal the crystals and strip their opponents of their fighting ability, so they will automatically fail once the time runs out. Riz asks him what they should do specifically. Tsuyoshi turns to Sherry and asks if she can use restriction magic. Sherry confirms that she can use her skill, Silent, which prevents enemy mages from casting spells for 6 seconds. Tsuyoshi says that is more than enough, and asks her to use Silent on the enemy mages in the next encounter. He then orders Riz to use his warrior striking skills to halt the enemy's movements. After that, Tsuyoshi will knock out the remaining person and then deal with the other 2. Riz and Sherry agree with the plan, and the 3 of them move forward once again, hunting for their next prey. In the jungle, a 3-person party relaxes after successfully ambushing others, and decides to rest for a while before moving forward. Our male lead's party reaches them, and launches an ambush of their own. Sherry uses her skill, Silent, silencing the mage who notices them first. The other 2 are caught completely off guard. Tsuyoshi orders Riz to move, and in a flash our main character rushes in and takes down one of them. Riz then charges the remaining opponent head-on. As the man tries to defend himself, Tsuyoshi appears from behind and punches him, taking him down as well. The mage, still restricted by Sherry's skill, is shocked to see 2 of his companions defeated in less than 10 seconds. Realizing he has no chance, he tries to run. Just as he moves, Sherry calls out to him, accusing him of abandoning his friends, and casts a debuff that restrains his legs. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi closes the distance and defeats him in a flash. The 3 of them steal their opponent's belongings and find another crystal, bringing their total to 4. Now they only need 2 more. Tsuyoshi asks Riz how much time they have left, and Riz replies that they still have 82 minutes remaining. He also points out that finding and defeating suitable parties takes time, noting that it took nearly 30 minutes to locate this group. Tsuyoshi tells them that they should keep going, because the later it gets, the easier it will be to find suitable parties. Riz does not understand his reasoning, so Tsuyoshi explains that most of the weaker parties have already been eliminated, which means the remaining groups are more likely to be carrying valuable war spoils. 20 minutes later, they defeat the second party, but unfortunately, this group does not have any crystals. 35 minutes later, they defeat the third party and find 1 more crystal. 45 minutes later, they defeat the fourth party, but this party also has no crystal. They continue moving, and 60 minutes later, they defeat the fifth party. Now they have only 20 minutes left. After defeating the party, they begin searching for the crystal. All of them are completely exhausted. While searching one of the men, Riz hopes they might have one, as he is already at his limit. Sherry agrees, saying that even though they chose to do this, they have been on edge the entire time. She recalls how the Viper Guild had cancelled Silent earlier. Tsubeshi also comments while searching that no matter how carefully they plan, unexpected things always happen, so they are lucky they managed to defeat them. He searches the man thoroughly but finds nothing, then asks the other two if they had any luck. Riz replies negatively, reminding them that they only have 20 minutes left. Just then, Sherry notices something hard. She reaches in and pulls out a crystal, smiling happily. Tsuyoshi praises her, and now they finally have all 6 crystals. They are notified that the quest has been completed, and that they may exit through the entrance, or wait until the time limit ends. Riz raises his hands in joy, celebrating that they have done it, and now only need to rest and sleep before the next match. However, his joy lasts only a moment, when something suddenly slashes his arm. Sherry does not understand what happened and calls out to Riz, but before she can react, the ground near her transforms into a spear and lunges at her. Tsuyoshi barely manages to save her in time. Tsuyoshi asks Riz if he is alright, but Riz is in severe pain from his injured arm. Gritting his teeth, he curses the one who attacked them and demands that the person show himself. A man steps out from the shadows holding a crystal in his hand, and says that they were the ones who had been knocking out the parties. Immediately, the Adventurer Union party is notified that they have lost 1 crystal, meaning their quest is now incomplete. The party that attacked them is revealed to be the Fury Dragon party, and the crystal is in the hands of the man who appears to be their leader. He recognizes Tsuyoshi, calling him the famous D-rank adventurer Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, the one Lord Sandor has taken an interest in. Sherry also recognizes the man and warns Tsuyoshi that he is Seedy from the Fury Dragon party, a dangerous individual who is not ordinary for a C-rank adventurer. Tsuyoshi asks her what she means by that, and she explains that Sidi is a second awakener, someone who awakened again after already becoming an adventurer through the first awakening, and therefore possesses far greater abilities. Sidi draws his sword and tells them that he was ordered by the boss to participate in this tournament to test Tsuyoshi's abilities. He adds that he normally would not enter such a boring tournament, but now he is interested in seeing what the boss saw in him. Tsuyoshi tells Sherry to retreat from there with Ritsun, and tries to analyze Sidi's power, but he is immediately notified that he cannot obtain any new information because Sidi is using an anti-reconnaissance item. Tsuyoshi is surprised, as he has only ever seen such items on introduction pages. It is an extremely expensive information protection item. He did not expect it to block even Divine Eyes, and he realizes that this opponent is different from all the others he has faced so far. Enduring the pain, Riz tells Tsuyoshi to find an opening and run, explaining that second awakeners are usually so strong that they do not participate in tournaments like this. Even within the Adventurer Union, there are only a handful of second awakeners that young, and all of them are either assigned to specialized duties or receiving guidance from specialized S-rank adventurers. He adds that it is an unspoken rule that second awakeners do not join tournaments like these, and wonders if the Fury Dragon Party shamelessly forced him to participate. Sherry also says that they cannot match him, although anyone can participate if they meet the conditions. When levels are the same, the abilities of second awakeners are far superior. In short, most S-rank adventurers are second awakeners, which is exactly why they receive intensive training everywhere. All of this comes as news to Tsuyoshi, and he begins to wonder if they are truly that strong. Suai catches their attention, telling them that the secret talk is over as he slides his sword back into its sheath. He tells Tsuyoshi that he was surprised to see his results in the first event, mentioning that he himself was sleeping in a corner after meeting the required points. He then takes a fighting stance and challenges them, saying that he does not mind a one-on-one fight, or even if all three of them attack him at once. He adds that his companions will not interfere. Ignoring the challenge, Tsuyoshi asks when the Fury Dragon Party started targeting them. He says that he has heard they are one of the 5 great factions, but he does not know their boss, so there may be a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Sidi becomes furious that Tsuyoshi does not know their boss, the Dragon Tamer. Sidi slightly draws his sword from its sheath, releasing an overwhelming amount of power. Tsuyoshi barely manages to block the force with his own sword while protecting Riz and Sherry behind him. Sidi praises his reaction while Riz and Sherry remain in shock. Riz says in disbelief that merely drawing the sword a little released that much power, and that this was what cut his arm earlier. Sherry tries to stop Tsuyoshi, warning him that the opponent is serious and that he should not do anything reckless. Tsuyoshi, however, tells both of them to step back, saying that Sidi's target is him and that they should not interfere. Sidi also orders his companions not to interfere, declaring that this event will be over within 15 minutes. He moves in a flash and attacks Tsuyoshi with his sword still sheathed, startling him, but Tsuyoshi somehow manages to block it. Tsuyoshi counters with a strike of his own sword, which Saidi dodges in an instant. At that moment, Tsuyoshi realizes that he can still read Saidi's movements with Divine Eye. Saidi finally draws his sword and strikes at Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi meets the attack head-on and applies force, knocking the sword out of Saidi's hand. However, it lasts only a moment. Saidi grabs it again with a devilish grin and attacks once more, slightly slashing Tsuyoshi's arm and inflicting a wound. Seeing this, Riz and Sherry grow worried. Sherry thinks that Sidi's attacks are too fast to see clearly, but she knows she has to protect Tsuyoshi. This cannot continue any longer. Just as they are about to move, Sidi's 2 companions appear behind them, warning them not to do something foolish that would get them killed. One of them says he has been ordered to record the fight, so they should not interfere, while the other tries to intimidate them by saying that this is the boss's order. Ribi and Sherry did not even realize when those 2 came up behind them, and they begin to wonder if their opponent's skills are far beyond theirs. On the other hand, Tsuyoshi realizes how terrifying Sidi's attacks are. Without strong body, his bones would have shattered from a single hit. Sidi draws his attention again, saying with a devilish grin that if Tsuyoshi lets his guard down, he will die. Tsuyoshi activates Divine Eye, and analyzes that his opponent is about to unleash a finishing move. Sidi points his sword at Tsuyoshi and releases his attack, Serpent Thrust. In response, Tsuyoshi uses Earthwind Law, and barely manages to withstand the strike. Sidi's companions are shocked to see Tsuyoshi fighting Sidi head-on and holding out for this long. They wonder if it was not mentioned in the information materials, because Tsuyoshi might also be a second awakener. Sabo and Tsuyoshi stand facing each other, their swords pointed at one another, when they receive a notification that only 1 minute remains before the second event ends. Saboing draws his sword back toward himself with a smirk, and tells Tsuyoshi that he is surprised a D-rank adventurer could keep up with him. However, since time is up, they will not be able to settle the fight now. Tsuyoshi responds calmly, saying that it is his win, and raises the crystal in his hand. Sukawadar over Dawitiksa Stein, realizing that Tsuyoshi has already taken it back, but he cannot figure out when it happened. He wonders if Tsuyoshi had the leisure to steal it during the fight itself. Everyone else is also shocked when they see the crystal in Tsuyoshi's hand. Tsuyoshi tells Sati that their objective was to collect the crystals, not to fight him. If Sati wants to settle things properly, then they can do it in the next match. Exiting the cave, the bald man from Dragon Fury calls his boss to report that the video has been sent. The boss Sandor tells him that he has already seen it and orders him to call Suddy back immediately, saying that resources no longer matter. Suddy snatches the phone from the bald man's hand and tells his boss that he is not coming back yet because the next event is a solo battle. Before he can finish, Sandor cuts him off and firmly orders him to return, stating that he cannot win against Tsuyoshi. Those words catch Suddy completely off guard. His expression twists with rage as he snaps back that he has not even shown his final method yet, and that his other form can fight even upper-level darkness. Hearing this, his boss remains silent for a moment, then coldly tells him to do whatever he wants and ends the call. The bald man hesitantly asks Saidi whether they will return after the tournament ends. Saidi turns toward him with an intimidating glare and says that he will kill him if he mentions returning again. Left alone, Saidi clenches his fist. This is the first time his boss has ever told him that he cannot win. His eyes burn with hostility as he mutters to himself that he will go all out in the next match. On the other hand, the boss Sandor calls Don, the chairman of one of the three great guilds, Final Glory, and tells him that it seems the time has come for him to see Tsukashiro Tsuyoshi for himself. On the other side of the call, Don is surprised. He did not expect Sandor to take such serious notice of Tsuyoshi. He asks whether the Adventurer Union sent Tsuyoshi to approach the restricted area of One Strike Mountain, adding that if that is the case they must move quickly. Sandor refuses, saying that it seems the Adventurer Union itself does not fully understand Tsuyoshi's true capacity. He adds that although he has not seen Tsuyoshi with his own eyes, the boy may be able to open that door within the restricted area of One Strike Mountain. Tsuyoshi speaks first, saying that 45 people participated in the second event, but only 12 managed to clear it. Sherry adds quietly that several participants either died or gave up along the way, and although they succeeded, she cannot bring herself to feel happy about it. Tsuyoshi continues explaining that including their own team, only 3 other parties cleared the event with all members intact. Among them were 1 two-person party and 1 solo participant. Hearing this, Rise is visibly surprised and remarks that a solo clearer must be a monster. Looking at the results monitor, Tsuyoshi notes that their party collected exactly the required number of dark crystals. However, several other parties gathered more than the minimum and cleared the event with higher totals, which placed Tsuyoshi's team at the very bottom of the rankings for the second event. Rise reacts in surprise and follows Tsuyoshi's gaze to the screen. His eyes stop on the name at the top of the list. The solo clearer, Sean Kai, is ranked first. Reese stiffens when he sees the guild name beside it, Skull Knight Guild. He says in disbelief that Skull Knight is the most feared among the 3 great guilds, and that Sean Kai collected 18 dark crystals on his own. Sherry, equally shocked, asks Reese if he has ever heard that name before and whether Sean Kai is also a second awakener. She adds that the Skull Knight Guild is shrouded in mystery, to the point that even the gender of their guild master is unknown. Tsuyoshi also feels uneasy as he thinks about it. Large organizations usually do not bother entering tournaments like this, since resources mean little to them. That means participants from such groups are often people with special circumstances or hidden motives. The 3 of them take their seats as an announcement echoes through the venue, congratulating all those who passed the second event. It is then declared that the final battle will be held in 1 hour. The last event will be a solo battle, so each party must decide its representative and submit the order to the staff. The tournament organizers will then determine the optimal matchups. Reese cracks his shoulders and lets out a long sigh, saying that the finale really is a solo battle after all, and that he is prepared to fight to the death. Watching them, Tsuyoshi realizes something. Both Reese and Sherry had felt their lives truly threatened in the previous event, so they likely no longer have the confidence to fight alone in a solo match. Tsuyoshi calmly asks both of them to withdraw, saying that he will represent the Adventurer Union in the final event by himself. Riz immediately refuses, saying that having more people is always better, and that they will not leave him alone. Sherry also speaks up, asking if he is really telling them to abandon their friend to die. Tsuyoshi looks at them seriously, and says that if they do not withdraw now, they will die, and it would be a meaningless death. His words leave both of them silent. After a moment, Sherry hesitantly asks if he does not value his own life, especially if his next opponent turns out to be another second awakener like City. Tsuyoshi tells her not to worry, and with quiet pride says that he is strong, comparing himself to Gojo from JJK. Both of them stare at him in shock. After a brief pause, Riz exhales and says that he will trust Tsuyoshi. Riz and Sherry bow in front of Tsuyoshi and leave, saying that they would only become a burden. Tsuyoshi bids them farewell. As he is about to turn back, Kenji, who is sitting calmly on a chair, speaks and says that staying alone takes real courage. Tsuyoshi notices him and wonders how long he has been there. Kenji crosses his arms behind his head, rests his legs on the table, and says that Tsukashiro Tsuyoshi, the Adventurer Union's contestant endorsed by Chairman Suzuki, has gone from substitute to official representative and is now bearing responsibility alone. He calls it remarkable. Tsuyoshi asks who he is, and whether he belongs to the Adventurer Union. Kenji confirms that he does, and adds that he holds a high position. He asks Tsuyoshi whether he is a second awakener. Tsuyoshi denies it and asks if Kenji has brought any instructions from the Union. Kenji replies that he is only present as a representative for the final award ceremony, and that he came to see Tsuyoshi after hearing reports about him. Tsuyoshi finds Kenji unusual, and says that he wants to rest before the upcoming match. Kenji then asks whether Tsuyoshi is interested in the restricted area of One Strike Mountain. Tsuyoshi says that Chairman Suzuki never mentioned anything like that. Kenji replies that someone at Suzuki's level would not know about the restricted area. He says that there is still time before the match, and offers to take Tsuyoshi there because he wants to confirm something. Tsuyoshi asks what he means. Kenji explains that he wants to see whether Tsuyoshi can open that door, the door left behind by the mysterious S-rank adventurer who created One Strike Mountain, which no one has ever been able to open. At that moment, Tsuyoshi's ring begins to sparkle. Tsuyoshi notices it and considers the possibility that the ring and the door are connected. He asks Kenji why he chose him when there are many S-rank adventurers and Second Awakeners. Kenji replies that all S-rank adventurers have already tried, but the door never opened. The theory is that it cannot be opened by force and requires a specific connection. Kenji asks Tsuyoshi again if he wants to go and says that he can take him there using his authority. Tsuyoshi thinks about it and decides to go, believing that it may be related to the ring he has been trying to understand. Kenji tells Tsuyoshi as they walk through the restricted area passage that fighting darkness in caves is only the surface of an adventurer's duties. There are places that cannot be reached unless one is an S-rank. He explains that this is not an ordinary battlefield, but a completely different dimension, one that cannot even be approached without S-rank power. Tsuyoshi asks for the reason, and Kenji replies that the price of uncovering the truth behind that door is far too great. Ordinary adventurers would die, which is why at least a SOG rank power is required. He adds that the reason SOG rank adventurers are considered legendary is not merely their strength but the fact that they have seen what lies beyond that door. With a faint smirk he says that compared to that, battles in caves are nothing more than child's play. The true battle is far beyond Tsuyoshi's imagination, involving the disasters of this world, and the origin of darkness, and possibly even greater secrets. They soon reach the entrance of the restricted area, where guards greet Kenji. A bald guard asks who his companion is. Kenji replies that Tsuyoshi is his assistant, and that he has already applied for authorization, instructing them to open the door. The two guards exchange glances, and one of them hesitantly apologizes, explaining that if only one S-rank adventurer is present, entry is prohibited. The other guard adds that this is a restricted area, and the rules cannot be broken, warning that if they attempt to force their way in, it will have to be reported. Listening to them, Tsuyoshi realizes that this place must be extremely important, because even Kenji cannot enter freely. He wonders if this restriction exists to prevent someone from monopolizing the door, which only makes him more curious. Moreover, ever since he arrived here, his ring has kept trembling, as if responding to someone's call. Kenji tries to reason with the guards, smiling as he tells them that he only came to confirm something, and that they should open the door, assuring them that he will take full responsibility. The bald guard replies that they know what kind of person Kenji is, but they cannot break the rules. As A-rank guards, they cannot disobey orders, and without another S-rank adventurer present, they cannot permit entry. The other guard adds that given their position, they cannot take responsibility for such a decision, and asks Kenji to understand their situation. This response irritates Kenji, and a dangerous aura begins to leak from him as he orders the guards to open the door. The guards become visibly terrified. Tsuyoshi tries to analyze Kenji's power but receives a notification stating that the level difference is too great and information cannot be obtained. Tsuyoshi realizes that Kenji's presence is completely different from the C-rank adventurer he fought before. Even he himself might collapse if he lets his guard down. Kenji warns the guards once more to open the entrance when a mocking voice sounds from behind, commenting that the Adventurer Union still enjoys bullying the weak. Everyone turns to look and sees Sandhor, chairman of the Fury Dragon Party, and Dan, chairman of the Final Glory Party, walking toward them. Tsuyoshi is surprised to see that both of them are also S-rank adventurers. He tries to analyze their power but fails again due to the same level difference. They walk past Tsuyoshi toward Kenji as the guards greet them. Kenji looks back at Sandhor, who stops near him, and replies that Sandhor speaks as if Kenji is bullying members of Fury Dragon. The two glare at each other, and Tsuyoshi realizes that the relationships between the 5 great guilds are indeed complex. Sandhor walks past Kenji, mocking him by saying that he is still not strong enough to face him and needs to at least reach his chairman's level. This angers Kenji, and he is about to respond when Don steps in and stops him with a smile, saying that Kenji will need their help if he wants to enter. Kenji restrains himself and agrees. With 3 S-rank adventurers present, the guards finally open the door and allow them to enter. Inside, Tsuyoshi is surprised when he sees that door. At the same moment, the ring he is wearing begins to vibrate violently, startling him and making him wonder why it is reacting so strongly. Kenji asks Don why they are here, assuming they came to observe him. Don laughs and replies that Kenji is mistaken. He says that they are also interested in Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, and want to see whether he can open that door or not. They want to witness what happens to a door that no one has been able to open for so long. Hearing this, Kenji thinks to himself that, as expected, the 5 great factions and 3 great guilds possess excellent intelligence networks. Kenji tells them that there is an agreement to share all information related to that door, so a little observation should not be an issue. He then calls out to Tsuyoshi. However, Tsuyoshi does not respond. Instead, he begins walking toward the door as if unaware of anyone else around him. When Kenji tries to touch Tsuyoshi to bring him back to his senses, Don grabs Kenji's hand and stops him. Sandhor mocks Kenji, asking if he cannot tell that Tsuyoshi can no longer see them. Kenji looks confused, so Don explains while watching Tsuyoshi that it has been a long time since something like this last happened. He says that Tsuyoshi is being called by the door. Tsuyoshi reaches the door and places the hand wearing the ring against its surface. He realizes that the sensation he feels is the same as when he was first summoned by the hammer in the other world. The moment his hand touches the door, it suddenly opens, shocking Tsuyoshi. As the door opens, the entire One Strike Mountain starts shaking like an earthquake. All the adventurers inside grow worried. Some say that the tremors are coming from deep within the mountain, while others fear that the mountain might collapse. Inside the judge's room, the judges realize that the tremors are originating from the restricted area and become alarmed, knowing that only S-rank adventurers are permitted to enter that place. The guards stationed at the restricted area are also terrified and hurriedly contact the person in charge, reporting shakily that there is an emergency in the restricted area and that the entire mountain is trembling, asking for immediate instructions. Inside the restricted area, the 3 S-rank adventurers feel relieved that the door has finally opened after so long, and they begin to wonder who Tsuyoshi truly is. The 3 of them attempt to enter through the door, but to their surprise, they are repelled by an unseen barrier. This makes them realize that only certain people are allowed to enter through the door. Sandhor tells the other 2 that they must question Tsuyoshi about every single detail of what lies inside, once he comes back out. Meanwhile, after entering the door, Tsuyoshi arrives at a place that resembles the edge of a mountain cliff. He looks around, confused about where he is, and tries to activate his divine eye, but it does not respond. Suddenly, he notices a man with white hair standing ahead of him, facing away, who calmly says that he has been waiting for a long time for Tsuyoshi to arrive. The man glances back at Tsuyoshi with a sidelong look and identifies him as the new owner of the Infinite Ring. His eyes glow a vivid purple, startling Tsuyoshi. The moment their gazes meet, Tsuyoshi trembles, feeling as if those eyes have seen straight through his soul. Stuttering in fear, Tsuyoshi asks who the man is and where this place is. Seeing Tsuyoshi so shocked, the white-haired man says that his reaction is understandable, as he was the same in the beginning. He introduces himself as Dignity, explaining that in the current era he would be considered an S-rank adventurer. He then reveals that the place they are standing in is One Strike Mountain from 300 years ago. Tsuyoshi is completely stunned and tries to question him further, but before he can speak, Dignity uses his power to lift Tsuyoshi off the ground, making him feel as if he is falling from the cliff. Overwhelmed, Tsuyoshi apologizes, admitting that he does not understand anything. In Dignity's presence, Tsuyoshi feels utterly powerless, like a child. With a purple aura flowing from him, Dignity tells Tsuyoshi that he must be filled with questions. He explains that this place is where Dignity's final power is sealed. Simply put, it is a space independent of Tsuyoshi's world, and Dignity is the previous owner of the ring that Tsuyoshi now wears. Tsuyoshi, still floating in the air, is shocked even more and tries to speak, but the white-haired man stops him before he can say anything. He asks calmly which world Tsuyoshi was sent to. Tsuyoshi understands that he is asking about the other world, and answers that it was a fantasy world where beastmen, elves, and humans live together. He admits that he himself has many questions about it. The man nods in understanding and says that Tsuyoshi is luckier than him, because the world he was sent to was far crueler. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi realizes that when the white-haired man obtained the ring, he was transported to a completely different world. The man confirms this, and adds that it seems Tsuyoshi has already obtained the first treasure. Now he wants to see how well Tsuyoshi can control it, so he asks him to summon it. Tsuyoshi understands that the first treasure is the God King's hammer, but he hesitates and explains that summoning it consumes almost all of his energy and could affect his upcoming battle. The white-haired man looks at Tsuyoshi's status and tells him that he still has a long way to go. At level 21, he can only draw out about 20% of the hammer's power. However, since Tsuyoshi has come this far, the man says he is willing to answer his questions. Suddenly, the white-haired man commands the hammer to come to him. Tsuyoshi feels his body being pulled forward and realizes that the hammer is being summoned out of him. The hammer emerges from above Tsuyoshi and flies into the man's hand. He grips it firmly and greets it, saying that it has been a long time. Looking at the hammer, he murmurs that he wonders when the 3 treasures, the God King's hammer, the Bright Moon Holy Sword, and the Star-Crushing Staff, will gather again. It seems as though he is speaking directly to the hammer. He admits that he could not control all 3 at the same time before, but wonders if it might be possible now. Tsuyoshi, completely stunned, asks if the God King's hammer truly has 2 companions. He explains that when he was first sent to the other world, the hammer called out to him and he was reborn. He has always wanted to know the connection between the ring, the other world, and the three great treasures. He earnestly asks the man to tell him everything he knows. The white-haired man tells Tsuyoshi to follow him and says that he will answer all the questions he can. As for the things he does not know, Tsuyoshi will have to discover those answers himself. He gently lowers Tsuyoshi back onto the ground and begins to walk ahead, saying that it is both his duty and his mission, as the previous owner of the ring, to pass this knowledge on to him. In the different dimension, Tsuyoshi walks beside Dignity and says that there is still so much he wants to know. He asks directly what the darkness actually is. Dignity praises him, saying it is a good question. Tsuyoshi then shares his own thoughts. He explains that darkness existed in both the other world and this world, and while they feel similar, there is also something different about them. With a thoughtful look, he wonders if darkness exists in every world as an unknown power that parasitizes living beings. Hearing this, Dignity stops and looks back at Tsuyoshi, startling him. He then commends Tsuyoshi, saying that it is a very accurate way to describe it. Dignity agrees with his conclusion and explains that darkness is indeed an unknown power that descended from an ancient space beyond human understanding. It cannot exist on its own, and can only survive by parasitizing living creatures in a world. Dignity gives Tsuyoshi an example. The creatures from the other world that Tsuyoshi visited, once parasitized by this power, become what people in this world call darkness. Tsuyoshi is shocked as everything suddenly connects in his mind. The goblins from the other world become dark goblins, here. The earth spiders and wolves are the same. They crossed over after being parasitized. Dignity confirms his realization. The darkness in this world arrived through spatial passages after creatures from the other world were parasitized. In this world, those spatial passages are known as caves. This revelation deeply shocks Tsuyoshi and causes fragments of his past experiences to resurface in his mind. Tsuyoshi tells Dignity that darkness itself is not the enemy, but merely the carrier of parasitic power, and that the caves function as bridges between the other world and this world. Dignity appreciates his understanding and confirms that this interpretation is correct. He explains that the true nature of darkness is the power of an ancient space, which parasitizes living beings and brings destruction, disasters, and unknown phenomena through the caves. Tsuyoshi hesitantly asks how such parasitism can be eradicated and stopped. He also asks about the ring and the three great treasures Dignity mentioned earlier. Dignity answers that the method to eradicate darkness is hidden within the ring and the three great treasures themselves. He then instructs Tsuyoshi to follow him. The two of them walk until they reach the front of a massive icy mountain. Tsuyoshi asks why they have come to this place. Dignity responds by asking whether Tsuyoshi truly wants to counter the terrible darkness. Tsuyoshi replies that he does. At that moment, Dignity suddenly throws the hammer towards Tsuyoshi, stating that the key to controlling that power lies within it. Startled, Tsuyoshi catches the hammer, but the immense weight overwhelms him. Unable to support it, he is forced to activate Strongest Body. Even then, he can barely hold the hammer, concentrating all his strength to keep it from slipping. Observing the surge of power, Dignity concludes that this must be the Strongest Body skill. While struggling to hold the hammer, Tsuyoshi asks Dignity what exactly he is trying to make him do. Dignity answers that he wants Tsuyoshi to understand why the Divine King's hammer is considered one of the great treasures, and why the three great treasures together hold the key to controlling the darkness. These theories are starting to feel on the same level as One Piece level mysteries. Suddenly, Dignity takes out some of the purple energy from his face into his hand, and just feeling it from afar, Tsuyoshi feels like his body will shatter. Then Dignity sends this energy into Tsuyoshi's body, and he feels as if he is filled with ocean-like energy. A surge of power runs through his body, and he tightly grips the hammer. Dignity tells him that he cannot truly give Tsuyoshi his power, because each ring owner must find their own strength. But at least now Tsuyoshi has felt and understood that with sufficient ability, a treasure can demonstrate this much power. Tsuyoshi is deeply shocked to see that he can wield the hammer as freely as an ordinary weapon. Tsuyoshi asks him why he gave him this fearsome power. Now, to which Dignity reminds him that this is 300 years ago, and the mountain they are standing in front of is the future One Strike Mountain. Tsuyoshi understands it all, and Dignity orders him to feel the power of the treasure. Tsuyoshi also realizes that he can control it this time. With a powerful aura oozing out of him, he grips the hammer tightly and strikes the mountain directly. Seeing the hammer's power, Tsuyoshi is amazed that this is the power capable of countering darkness, and he realizes that searching for this level of strength is his responsibility. He sighs and asks Dignity if this is the origin of One Strike Mountain, a distortion in time and space. Dignity agrees and says that pursuing ultimate power is the mission of all limitless ring owners, and through it they can counter the darkness. Then he looks at the cave beside Tsuyoshi and lets out a small laugh, saying that this is what creates One Strike Mountain. Looking at the cave that has just been created by Tsuyoshi, he hesitantly asks Dignity if this is truly the power of the treasure. Dignity agrees, saying that this was indeed the treasure's full power sufficient to destroy heaven and earth, and completely transform the landscape itself. Tsuyoshi looks at the hand with which he was holding the hammer, and asks Dignity if the Divine King's hammer is one of the great treasures. Dignity confirms this, and explains that the three great treasures, the God King's hammer, the Bright Moon Holy Sword, and the Star Crushing Staff, always appear in the world to which the limitless ring transports its owner, the world Tsuyoshi refers to as the other world. He instructs Tsuyoshi to search for them, fuse the three together, and obtain their true power. Tsuyoshi struggles to process everything at once and blankly repeats that his mission is to find the treasures, fuse them, and gain the power to resist the darkness. Dignity affirms this, telling him that from the moment the ring chose him, or the moment he chose the ring by placing it on his finger, he inherited that responsibility. After obtaining that power, he may be able to confront the very existence behind the darkness itself. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi questions Dignity, asking why he himself did not fuse the treasures, even though he is clearly far stronger than Tsuyoshi, and why he left the ring behind in a dried well. Dignity remains silent for a moment, then smirks and tells Tsuyoshi that the reason is simple: it is because he has long been dead. Tsuyoshi is left stunned as memories surface of the skeleton wearing the ring in the dried well. He tells Dignity that the skeleton he saw must have been him. Dignity confirms this, explaining that what Tsuyoshi is seeing now is the consciousness he left behind 300 years ago at the moment of his death. His real body has long since turned to bones. Tsuyoshi feels a sense of heaviness and apologizes to him, but Dignity stops him, saying there is no need for apologies. He explains that he left his consciousness here intentionally to wait for the successor of the limitless ring. Tsuyoshi grows anxious and says that if even someone as powerful as Dignity could not resist the darkness, then the enemy must be beyond imagination. He adds that if this lingering consciousness is already this overwhelming, then Dignity's real form must have been far stronger than any S-rank adventurer Tsuyoshi has ever known. Dignity states that he did collect all three great treasures, yet he still did not find a way to fuse them, and was ultimately defeated by the existence behind the darkness. He warns Tsuyoshi that the power of that existence is far greater than simple parasitism. It is the very source of calamity, originating from a much deeper and more ancient space. He tells Tsuyoshi that he himself failed, but Tsuyoshi may walk a different path and reach a different fate. The weight of the revelation overwhelms Tsuyoshi, and he admits that he cannot process all of this at once. Dignity tells him that he does not need to understand everything now. He is only a guide, and Tsuyoshi must find the remaining answers on his own. Dignity then gathers a golden power in his hand and brings it before Tsuyoshi, saying that this is the only thing he can pass on to him. He explains that it is a skill called Heaven Opening. By summoning the hammer, Tsuyoshi will be able to unleash a strike capable of destroying heaven and earth. The golden light flows into Tsuyoshi's mind and he acquires the skill. Tsuyoshi asks Dignity if this is the skill that created One Strike Mountain earlier. Dignity agrees and explains that, at present, Tsuyoshi does not have the power to summon the hammer by his own will. With this skill, he will not fall into a dangerous state where his energy and soul are exhausted every time he uses the hammer. As Tsuyoshi's strength grows, the skill will grow stronger alongside him. Dignity tells him that this was his proudest skill. Tsuyoshi thanks him and says that he will use it well. Dignity then tells Tsuyoshi to leave, saying that the road ahead is still long, far longer than Tsuyoshi can imagine. Tsuyoshi tries to say something, but Dignity pushes him away, telling him that the mission he bears is both a disaster and an honor. He adds that they may meet again someday. With that, Tsuyoshi steps back out through the door. Sandhor immediately moves toward him and asks what was inside. Tsuyoshi remains silent. Dine also urges him to speak. Tsuyoshi looks back at the door without saying anything, and Sandhor presses him again, telling him not to act mysterious. He reminds him that this is the door that even Fram's rank adventurers could not open, no matter how many times they tried, so he should tell them what he saw inside. He says that darkness is not the true enemy. It is merely a host, something that has been parasitized by an even greater existence. The real enemy is the mysterious power that creates and controls the darkness itself. The three S-rank adventurers fall silent. The information leaves them stunned and uneasy. Don lets out a laugh to mask his reaction, and says that hearing this only makes him more curious. Kenji adds that even so, this at least gives them a clue. As Tsuyoshi watches them, he realizes that he cannot reveal the secret of the ring to anyone until he has the power to protect himself. Right now, if these S-rank adventurers chose to act, they could kill him without difficulty. Suddenly, cracks appear on the door that had just closed moments ago. All of them turn toward it as it collapses completely. Don comments that it seems the door has fulfilled its purpose. Sandhor immediately looks back at Tsuyoshi and says that the collapse must be related to him, once again asking what truly happened inside. Tsuyoshi replies that he has already told them everything he knows. He says that he received information about the darkness and was then forced out. The three S-rank adventurers exchange glances. Sandhor then says that, in that case, they should leave, as rumors about this situation are already spreading and discussions among S-rank adventurers will soon begin. Before leaving, Sandhor turns to Tsuyoshi and tells him that he would welcome him into the Dragon Fury Party. As one of the great factions, they would devote all their resources to raising him into the strongest S-rank adventurer. Down follows by saying that the Final Glory Party, one of the three great guilds, can offer the same treatment, and that Tsuyoshi should consider joining them as well. With that, both of them walk away. Listening to the offers, Kenji grumbles that they are ignoring the Adventurer Union. He flexes, saying that the Adventurer Union is the strongest organization, and after the tournament ends, he will recommend Tsuyoshi to other S-rank adventurers so he can freely choose his instructor. At the same time, an announcement echoes, declaring that the final event is beginning. All qualified participants are instructed to proceed toward the venue. Kenji turns to Tsuyoshi, saying that it's about time and that he wants to see him stand on the podium. Tsuyoshi nods in agreement and tells him to wait for him in first place. With that, the two begin walking toward the exit. Tsuyoshi arrives at the venue along with the other participants of the Supernova tournament. A large crowd has gathered to witness the final event. It is announced that the final event will begin soon, but due to disqualifications and withdrawals, the number of participants has decreased from 12 to 10. Tsuyoshi scans the arena, estimating that with only 10 participants, the event will conclude quickly. Suddenly, he notices CD watching him with a devilish grin. Tsuyoshi realizes with surprise that he can see CD's stats now, something he couldn't do during the second event, as the anti-reconnaissance items have stopped working. He also receives a notification that his divine eye will no longer be affected by such items, although it may still struggle to see clearly against strong enemies with large level differences. His gaze then falls on Shan Kai standing in the corner. Analyzing his stats, Tsuyoshi notes that Shan Kai is level 38, a C-rank second awakener, with a combat power of 27,800. Tsuyoshi immediately understands that Shan Kai is not an ordinary adventurer. He is a second awakener like CD, and even stronger than CD. The employee announces that the third event is a team event. Party representatives are instructed to draw lots to decide the participation order. Participants can designate any one person from other teams, and if confident, can designate multiple participants. He also states that if a participant is defeated, they are eliminated, and the remaining team wins. Weapons, kills, and items are allowed. Losers are automatically transported outside, and the winners face the next battle. Life and death depend on luck. The announcer wishes all the contestants good fortune. The adventurers around Tsuyoshi start buzzing with excitement, their anticipation growing. An employee approaches him, and he draws the number 3. Tsuyoshi notes that being third allows him to observe the battles of the contestants before him. The announcer declares that the first contestant is Shan Kai from the Skull Knight Guild. All eyes shift to him as he strides forward, radiating an intimidating presence, his face marked by a deep menacing scar. In the judges' area, one judge comments to the others that Shan Kai, a second awakener, is like a monster. He entered the tournament solo and has remained undefeated until the third match, making him the Skull Knight Guild's trump card. Everyone else steps away from the main stage, leaving Kai standing alone. He surveys the crowd and mutters to himself that he will start with the teams with the most members and deal with CD's team later. His gaze lands on the 3-member party from the Venom Guild, and he gestures for them to approach together. A judge remarks that the Venom Guild is a cunning party, known for defeating opponents with long-range magic in the second event to steal crystals. Their tactics are underhanded, but their skills are solid, and the coordination of 3 mages is terrifying. Tsuyoshi listens closely to the judge's conversation. Another judge adds that in a life-or-death match, such strategies are expected, noting that the Venom Guild is infamous for their underhanded methods. Meanwhile, City smirks to himself, thinking that Kai seems arrogant, but admits he is looking forward to the fight. The Venom Guild party steps forward, and their leader sneers at Kai, saying that while he might be strong one-on-one, choosing to face 3 opponents at once is his mistake. The match begins, and the leader smirks, confident that they can suppress Kai's power with coordinated magic. The 3 surround Kai, and the leader taunts him, saying that if he wants to die, they will gladly grant his wish. At the same time, he orders his companions to coordinate and overwhelm Kai. Kai remains calm. He activates his skill Energy Whip, causing a skeleton horse to emerge from the ground, and he mounts it. The judges are taken aback because this is the Knight Guild's finishing move, a skill exclusive to knights. He commands the horse to advance, moving with precision like Erwin from Attack on Titan. Kai charges at one of the members, swinging his sword and killing him in a single strike, leaving the other contestants in shock. He swiftly moves on to the second member, the leader. The leader orders the remaining companion to act and unleashes a blizzard on Kai. Kai blocks it effortlessly using his skill Wild Dance, then pierces the leader's body with his sword. The last member hesitates, realizing the overwhelming difference in power. He stops and pleads pathetically for his life, admitting defeat. Without mercy, Kai sends his spear flying, piercing the man's chest and killing him brutally. Looking down at the defeated opponents, Kai declares proudly that humans without pride and courage do not deserve to be called adventurers. The announcer, sweating profusely, declares that the first match has ended with Shan Kai as the winner. Sudi watches Kai and smirks, thinking that Kai must also be a second awakener. His interest in him grows even more than in Tsukishiro. Kai passes by Tsuyoshi, who silently acknowledges that he is indeed strong. The second participating team is called onto the ground. It is a 2-person party, one of whom is wearing armor. The armored man points towards Tsuyoshi and tells his companion that he will choose him. The other man replies that even if Tsuyoshi is strong, he is still a D-ranked rookie and far easier to deal with than the other opponents. The announcer instructs them to designate their opponent. The The armored man declares that he chooses Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from the Adventurer Union. One of the judges commends the choice, saying that it is wise because City's team is strong and he is also a second awakener. The female judge agrees, adding that they have just witnessed Kai's terrifying power, so it is natural to pick Tsuyoshi over the others. She notes that while Tsuyoshi's performance was impressive, he is ultimately a D-ranked rookie. She also points out that warriors have poor compatibility with thieves, and his opponents are skilled fighters who have advanced this far. The Adventurer Union representative watches with concern and silently wishes Tsuyoshi the best of luck. Tsuyoshi steps onto the ground. The armored man says to him that they will not be unreasonable either, so he should choose one of them. Tsuyoshi responds seriously that since they chose him, he will face them both together. A judge remarks that he is either a foolish rookie or unaware of how weak warriors are against thieves. Another female judge scoffs, saying that he is just imitating Kai and that a D-ranked rookie is completely different from a second awakener. One more judge adds that warriors fight head-on while thieves ambush from the sides, and he wonders if breaking the record has made Tsuyoshi overconfident. Listening to Tsuyoshi's challenge, the armored man grows irritated and sneers at him, saying that if Tsuyoshi wants to die, he will make it happen. Tsuyoshi calmly summons his sword, lightning blazing in his eyes, and declares that he will not allow the Adventurer Union to be disgraced either. Tsuyoshi and Sidi stand facing each other. One of the judges says to the others that the situation has become interesting. He adds that he has watched Sidi's growth from the beginning, and that second awakeners are extraordinary. Their growth speed and combat power far exceed what ordinary adventurers can comprehend, so no matter what tactics Tsuyoshi uses, this should be where his run ends. The judge sitting beside him agrees and says that Sandor of Fury Dragon spared no resources in nurturing Sidi. He is the star of the Fury Dragon party, and cannot afford to lose this battle. Kai watches the two of them with interest, wondering which of the two is superior. The announcer declares that the fourth match is between Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from the Adventurers Union and the second awakener Sidi from one of the 5 great factions, Fury Dragon. With the announcement finished, the match begins. Tsuyoshi and Sidi stand facing each other. Sidi makes the first move by drawing his sword and rushing straight toward Tsuyoshi. He leaps into the air and brings his sword down in a powerful strike. Tsuyoshi blocks the attack with his own blade, causing Sidi to smirk and admit that Tsuyoshi is better than he expected, though he adds that this is still nothing. Sidi then points his sword toward Tsuyoshi's chest and unleashes his technique, Serpent Thrust, the same attack he used in the previous battle. Tsuyoshi activates Earthwind Law and narrowly avoids the strike. The spectators react with surprise. They note that Serpent Thrust is powerful enough to suppress even a C-rank adventurer at full strength, and if Tsuyoshi had taken the hit directly, the match would have ended instantly. Tsuyoshi smirks, realizing that Sidi is genuinely trying to kill him. He tightens his grip on his sword and swings with overwhelming force, striking Sidi head-on and sending him flying across the arena. Sidi barely manages to stay on his feet. Blood spills from his mouth as the damage from Tsuyoshi's attack becomes clear. Even so, he grins darkly and says that Tsuyoshi is truly worthy of Lord Sandor's attention, adding that this is finally becoming interesting. Sudi straightens his posture and slowly returns his sword to its sheath, stating that his warm-up is over and that he will now fight seriously. The moment the blade is fully sheathed, a powerful aura and intense killing intent pour out from his body. The spectators are shocked. Many of them realize that Sudi is about to use the same finishing technique that once defeated a powerful Sofrank Darkness. Even Kai, watching closely, mutters to himself that Sudi's technique is truly formidable. Tsuyoshi's divine eye warns him that Sudi is about to unleash a powerful strike that could pose a serious threat, advising him to reinforce his entire body with strongest body. At the same time, Sudi fully concentrates. He takes a deep breath, grips his sword tightly, and assumes a firm stance before releasing his final form. With that, waves of slashing attacks surge towards Tsuyoshi, shocking everyone as they recognize it as Sudi's terrifying strike technique. Tsuyoshi responds by tightening his grip on his sword and injecting cold energy, lightning power, and earth power into it. The strain causes cracks to form along the blade, but Tsuyoshi does not stop. He swings his sword forward, releasing a powerful strike of his own towards Sudi. Both attacks collide head-on. The impact is immense, sending violent shockwaves through the arena. Some spectators lose their footing, while others instinctively shield themselves. Tsubai struggles desperately to withstand Tsuyoshi's strike, but the pressure keeps increasing. Finally, Tsuyoshi's attack breaks through. A massive force erupts, filling the battlefield with dust and obscuring everything from view. For a moment, no one can tell what has happened. As the dust slowly settles, everyone is stunned by the sight before them. Tsuyoshi is standing at the center of the arena, gripping the face of an unconscious Sudi. Calmly and firmly, he declares that Sudi has lost. Tsuyoshi, still holding Sudi, throws him toward his companions and tells them that their captain is right there. His companions, completely stunned, barely manage to catch him. Tsuyoshi adds that Sudi is still alive. Sudi's companions immediately rush to take him to the medical room. While moving, one of them receives a call. Hesitantly, he informs their boss, Sandor, that Sudi has lost to Tsuyoshi. Sandor already understands the situation and orders them to bring Sudi back immediately, so he can receive proper treatment. The companion confirms that they are heading there now. The audience erupts in shock. Tsuyoshi has won. The Fury Dragon's strongest and youngest C-rank second awakener has been defeated head-on by another C-rank adventurer. No one expected such an outcome. A staff member at the venue struggles to stand up amid the aftermath of the clash between Tsuyoshi and City. At that moment, Kai steps forward and urges him to announce the beginning of the next match. Tsuyoshi notices Kai's movement and turns his attention toward him. As soon as the match begins, their swords collide in an instant. The sound of continuous clashes echoes through the arena as Tsuyoshi and Kai exchange blows at blinding speed, leaving the audience stunned. One spectator shouts in disbelief that the speed of both offense and defense is far beyond C rank, and that it is even more unbelievable, since Tsuyoshi is supposed to be only D rank. Both fighters land on the ground at the same moment, and their swords crack before breaking apart completely. The crowd gasps, assuming the match might end in a draw. On the battlefield, Kai smirks and says that his warm-up ends here. He activates his skill Energy Whip, summoning a skeleton horse wrapped in turquoise energy. He mounts the horse and summons his spear Bright Soul into his hand. Seeing this, the Adventurer Union representative wonders if this is Kai's true power. Tsuyoshi activates Divine Eye to analyze him and is shocked to see Kai's combat power increase once again. Riding forward, Kai tells Tsuyoshi proudly that forcing him to bring out Bright Soul is something he should be proud of. He then leaps forward with his horse and unleashes his finishing move, Battle Soul Defeat, striking down towards Tsuyoshi from above. The audience cries out, convinced that Tsuyoshi is finished. However, our hero stands firm, showing no sign of retreat. Tsuyoshi looks up at Kai as he descends from above, spear aimed straight at him. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi summons his hammer and activates the new skill he has just learned, Heaven Opening. Their attacks collide head-on, and the impact is so overwhelming that everyone in the arena is forced to shield themselves. The battlefield shatters, cracks spreading across the ground as debris is thrown into the air. For a moment, everything is swallowed by dust and shockwaves. Kai rises slowly, scanning the ruined ground and assuming that Tsuyoshi has been defeated. He smirks and declares that he has won, but then his expression freezes as he sees Tsuyoshi is still standing. His clothes are torn in several places, but his body is completely unharmed. Lightning aura continues to flow around him, steady and overwhelming. Kai stares in disbelief, trying to understand what he is seeing. There is only one possible explanation: that Tsuyoshi countered the full force of Kai's attack with his own, dispersing the impact entirely. Kai notices that everyone around him is staring past his shoulder, their eyes fixed on something above. Slowly he turns around. His jaw drops when he sees a massive hole torn through the roof of the arena, the destruction clearly caused by Tsuyoshi's strike. Kai realizes that if that attack had hit him directly, he would have died. His eyes widen as the thought sinks in. A mere D-rank adventurer possesses this level of power. He cannot even imagine how strong Tsuyoshi will become in the future. Kai has always sought absolute, pure strength, dedicating himself to relentless training after joining the guild for that very reason. And now, standing before him is someone who embodies the very power he has been chasing. The announcer manages to get up from the rubble to announce the winner, but stops when he sees that both Kai and Tsuyoshi are still standing. Kai then stands fully and walks toward Tsuyoshi, causing the audience and Tsuyoshi to tense up, unsure of his intent. Kai stops in front of Tsuyoshi and kneels, bowing his head. He states that he is completely lost and he wishes to follow him, so he asks Tsuyoshi to accept him as his disciple. This outcome was not expected. Tsuyoshi remains silent, unable to respond immediately, as Kai's decision leaves everyone present stunned. Suzuki waits for Tsuyoshi outside in the waiting area. Just then, Tsuyoshi shows up, calling out his name and carrying a gold trophy in his hands. Like a true father, Suzuki jumps on him with excitement and thanks him for winning the tournament, because Tsuyoshi has saved his position as chairman and paved a way for him to become part of management in the Hero Union. It is all thanks to Tsuyoshi, and he says he owes him a favor. Tsuyoshi calmly asks him to step back a little, because Suzuki's nose is running on his clothes. Suzuki steps back and wipes his snot. Then he tells him the Supreme Commander of the Hero Union headquarters is here now, because of the overwhelming power Tsuyoshi showed in the tournament, and the Hero Union voted unanimous. Tsuyoshi is being promoted directly to B rank, skipping C rank, and he will be the youngest in the Hero Union's history. Tsuyoshi believes it is a great honor for him, and gives credit to Suzuki's kindness. He also asks if Suzuki remembers the request about the auction tomorrow. Suzuki reassures him that he arranged everything perfectly, and handled the funds Tsuyoshi entrusted to him. Tsuyoshi now meets both the level and financial requirements, and it gives him hope for Karina's legs. As they are about to return, Kai steps up and calls out to Tsuyoshi, using the title Teacher. Suzuki gets baffled, wondering what is going on. Tsuyoshi remembers this guy kept staring at him for no reason, so he pokes his own nose like he has a troublesome bug around him, and says he has no reason to call himself a teacher. Kai replies aggressively that he knows better than anyone whether Tsuyoshi has the right or not, and he has decided to follow him starting today. Once he settles things with the guild, he will follow him no matter what. With that, Kai turns around and leaves. Tsuyoshi lets out a sigh of relief, thinking the tournament is finally over, and he will get his hands on the Golden Rebirth Elixir no matter what. At the conference room of the Hero Union headquarters, a guy named Kenji Hoshimiya reports all the information he has on Tsuyoshi to Chairman James. Hearing it, James dismisses him, but he looks fascinated after learning Tsuyoshi has the power to open that door and pierce the mountain with one hit. Tsuyoshi walks through town, and for once moving slowly actually feels nice. He has not had time to breathe lately because he is always acting like a hero and fighting non-stop. He also learned about his true mission from Mr. Dignity, but right now he just wants to focus on his sister. A girl in a maid uniform with cat ears hands him brochures for a new shop, and when he turns back, her cute ears remind him of Sakura, making him realize he has started to miss her too. Back at home, he tells Karina she will be able to walk again soon. She cannot help it and hugs him tight, crying with happiness. He assures her everything will come back to normal, and she will be able to walk like other kids and enjoy school. Later, he puts her to sleep, then goes back to his room and opens the boundless passage to return to the love of his life. But Sakura is nowhere around. He goes out searching, and then he sees her outside, hanging his clothes on a wire like she is pure wife material. She turns around and sees he is awake, and he greets her calmly, saying, "It has been a while, Sakura." Dudes, this line is enough to put her in suspect. But anyways, Sakura finally shows him the book with names written inside, and she spills the truth that it was her secret. Her father was one of the main candidates for the next Beast King in the Beastmen tribe, and as far as she remembered, he was always surrounded by strong and loyal retainers. The father of the current Beast King was her father's rival, and in terms of power and reputation, he could not hope to match him. So instead, he stooped low and used the vilest method, bribing and threatening her father's most trusted retainers. The ones who once pledged loyalty to her father betrayed him, and they poisoned him to death right before his most important battle. He was murdered right in front of her eyes, and after that they even tried to take her life too, just to erase the last threat. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi's veins almost pop out from how hard he clenches his hands, but he calms himself down. Sakura adds that the nurse who raised her was there with her in that moment, and she held her tight so they could escape in the middle of the chaos. They hid their names, and her nurse became her grandmother. They lived in a remote village, far away from everything. The retainers searched for them relentlessly, but Beastmen territory was massive, and after years they finally gave up. They probably thought a single child was not a threat anymore. While she is telling him all of this, Sakura reaches out her hand and says she wants to show him something. They walk through bushes and green woods, and soon they end up beside her grandmother's grave. It turned out her grandmother was already dead. Sakura keeps talking, saying that ever since they escaped, she grew up guarding her secret, so she never made friends. When her grandmother died, it was a peaceful day just like this, but she did not shed tears because she was not allowed to. Her grandmother trained her to swallow her tears because crying could make her weak. She says she was shorter than the shovel, but she still dug the grave herself, and it took 2 or 3 days just to bury her grandmother. She only remembers her hands ripping and shredding, and by the end she felt nothing. After that, she lived alone while hiding from beasts and the evil of the world because apparently being born as a half-beast was treated like a crime in this world. Still, she was lucky because she inherited her father's sword talent, and she was stronger than most kids her age. She survived by joining parties as a lone wolf and hunting monsters. As she grew up and reached adulthood, she realized the feeling buried in her chest is revenge. Tsuyoshi seems to understand what she is carrying, so he asks her what happened at the execution day then. She tells him she happened to pass by that day and she lost control, so she sneaked into the Holy Land to confirm something. She wanted to see if those traitors had given a certain weapon to the enemy as spoils of war. It was a special weapon passed down in her clan, and it was the one her father promised her when she was a kid. She got restless and rushed ahead, knowing she would not stand a chance against the Beast King no matter how hard she fought. But the sanctuary had stricter defenses than she expected, and they found her the moment she reached the center. Fortunately, they did not identify her, and they thought she was just some half-beast who came to steal treasure. They decided to execute her publicly as an example, using harsh divine punishment. She had planned to find a chance at the last second and escape with all her strength, even if the odds were low, but she never imagined she would be saved. She looks at him with a pure smile and real gratitude, but he does not return the smile. Instead, he hands the revenge book back to her. Then they both start cleaning her grandmother's grave. He drops to his knees and thanks her grandmother for raising Sakura, and he promises that from now on he will protect her, so she does not need to worry, and she can rest in peace. We see the grandmother's soul is actually there, and she pats their shoulders. As they turn back, Sakura asks him why he is going to the old fortress her family used to live in. She says it has already been taken over by the minister who served under her father, and his name is on the first page of the revenge book. Moreover, his loyal men guard it heavily, so her identity will be revealed right away. He replies that she still has not been able to see whether the weapon her father meant to give her is hidden in that fortress, waiting for its rightful owner, and they might be able to erase the names written in the revenge book together. They take a look at the old fortress from the bushes, and Tsuyoshi notices the gate guards are around 30. However, he stops when he sees Sakura staring at the fortress with a menacing look, like she is ready to tear it apart. She says there are more than 10 armed beastmen soldiers gathered inside the fortress. Besides that, there are at least 6 or 7 generals in there who betrayed her father, and they are still breathing like nothing happened. They turned against her father, but the current Beast King did not value them and sent them here and there, and their levels are no lower than 50. She adds that just 2 of them would be enough to defeat the gate guards. But if things get noisy, the generals might coordinate and the troops will join in, which would become extremely dangerous. At the very least, she would not survive. He asks her if he wipes out all the troops first, would it become easier for them to handle the surviving generals afterward? She looks shocked and asks if that is even possible. Then she thinks it through and admits her current level is above 70, and those generals are around level 50, but if their HP drops and they go into berserk mode, it would still be troublesome. She asks him when he says survive, what kind of state he is imagining. He replies that he means something like their bodies being in tatters, and he will leave the finishing blow to her. That puts her in utter shock, because his level is far below hers, yet at some point she completely stops being able to read his true power. She agrees with his plan, but she still reminds him they can run away and go back if it turns into a disaster, because if they fail, they will be done for. But he tells her to believe in him and just follow his plan. Alone, she hides near the gate of the fortress and sneaks inside perfectly, without letting any guard notice her. She is amazed because when she escaped back then, she is still a clueless child, yet her body and muscles remember the roads and corners clearly. Tsuyoshi told her to find a wide open area inside the fortress with nothing blocking it, and then lure all enemies into that place. To carry out that role, she thinks of a plan. Since she is the only blood relative of the king they betrayed, and she is the child they tried to finish off and then left behind without knowing where she went. Once they realize that child suddenly appears, they will throw everything they have at her without hesitation. Tsuyoshi stands at the edge of the hill and plans that he will have to go all out to defeat over 100 soldiers in a single blow and leave those high-level generals in tatters. He also wants to see the full power of Divine Opening, since he has poured everything into it. As he summons lightning, Sakura keeps running through the fortress and plans to head to the inner training grounds. Sakura reaches the center of the training ground and believes it is the perfect place, since this is her last childhood memory and the place where her enemies will meet their end. She shouts and asks if they can recognize her, and she dares them to show themselves. The guards notice her in the training ground and believe she is just an intruder, so they rush to grab her. They say she has nerve showing up here, but a beastman in a robe notices she is the half-beast the Beast King used to carry on his lap. He asks a fellow beastman with vampire teeth to look closely at her features. As that man widens his eyes, he realizes she is the half-beast, the daughter of the previous Beast King, and he is shocked to see she is alive and came back. He commands his men to blow the assembly horn right away and rush everyone to the training grounds, and he orders them not to let her escape. As the horn is blown, minions and others start rushing to the training grounds in surprise. Other generals join the robe man and ask what the assembly horn is for, and he tells them to look at the girl, which hits them like an electric bolt. She speaks loudly and says she thought they would have already forgotten about her. The generals jump down to the ground before her and give off a terrifying aura. The robe man asks why she has returned after escaping back then, and he says that if she had stayed hidden and lived out her days, she would not have put herself in danger. He adds that since she has come here by herself, they will not show mercy on her. For some reason, her lip gloss looks even more visible on her lethal face card. She smirks and says she never tried to hide, and instead she has been waiting for the chance to slaughter all shameless traitors and finally get her revenge. They all burst out laughing at the idea that a mere half-beast girl is talking about revenge, and they call her a fool just like her father. One general tells her they calmly and politely urged her idiot father over and over to stage a coup and seize power by force. He says that if her father had led them, the beastmen would have been unstoppable, and the Beast King's throne would have been easy to take. However, her father clung to useless honor and righteousness, trying to become Beast King through proper procedures. That is why they approached his rival instead, who was wise enough to understand them, and he promised them lifelong wealth and honor if they finished her father off. Sakura looks gloomy and disappointed as she says they poisoned her father and betrayed him for honor and wealth. The robe man argues back and says that if they had kept following her foolish father, then even if he became Beast King through proper procedures, they would not have gained honor and wealth. Other men back him up and say it was not right for them to fight with their lives and gain nothing. Sakura says her father worried about the prosperity of the beastmen just to get betrayed by them. She says their reasoning is correct and her father miscalculated one thing, which was not finishing off these cowards with his own hands. That agitates all the beastmen and they get ready to finish her off. But just then they see the sky getting covered with black clouds and sparking thunderous lightning. They are shocked because it was a clear sky a moment ago. Then the thunder crashes down on them like divine punishment. It is actually Tsuyoshi, standing on a mountain far from the fortress and forming thunder in the sky using his divine hammer, and now the rest is up to him. The lightning draws the attention of everyone, and this is when Sakura recalls that Tsuyoshi asked her to run as far as she could and attack the soldiers at the outer edge. Taking the chance, she charges forward, striking the back of one soldier and drawing attention toward herself. Then Tsuyoshi releases a chain of lightning bolts from the sky, hitting every opponent standing at the outer edge. This is just the beginning. He concentrates all his power into his sword, surpassing his limit, even as a warning message appears that his energy might be depleted for a while after this use. In his monstrous, awe-inspiring form, he radiates terrifying power and creates a magic circle in the sky, opening a lightfall in the form of a thunder dragon. The monsters panic in horror. The old man in the hood tries to create a shield and urges others to do the same, but it is too late. As Sakura distances herself safely, the lightning strikes the beastman, demolishing the mighty palace and obliterating every enemy in its path. Only the old man in the hood remains, badly injured and barely able to stand. He cannot believe Sakura could have done this, but she steps into the middle of the chaos, radiating a terrifying aura with her sword in hand. The old man drops to his knees and begs for forgiveness, claiming they were threatened back then and had no choice. In reality, he is just pretending, as he cannot fight her in his current condition. She raises her sword and declares that she wants an apology from him, but not to her. The old man points to the other beastmen and tries to persuade her, saying that if she wants to finish them off, she should, but spare him. She ignores his pleas and strikes his arm with her sword, blooming flowers around her as she is using Senbon Sakura. Afterwards, she sheaths her sword and declares that she has avenged her father, who can now rest in peace. Poor Tsuyoshi is severely injured and cannot move his body. Sakura gently reaches out to him from behind and places him back on her cushion bed to let him rest. He asks if everything is finished and she replies that it is. Every elite and general who betrayed her father is no longer alive. She crosses their names off the enemy list. He praises her for achieving all this, even though she only cut off one arm and he feels the strain in his own weakened body. She thanks him, promising that she will never forget this as long as she lives, and tells him to rest now that she is there. Tsuyoshi ends up in the depths of his mental realm, which is dark and tense, unlike the serene environment of Tanjiro's mental realm. He sees a notification that his life is in critical condition because of forcing the fusion of multiple energy types, and his body's rest function protocol is activated. As a result, his system begins upgrading. During the upgrade, his divine eye also gets enhanced, and a premium chat function is added. Moreover, new energy settings are included, allowing safe combination of energy type attributes and greatly increasing skill success rate and control. The upgrades do not stop there. Achievements from previous battles are integrated, and his combat experience is calculated, resulting in his leveling up. With this level increase, his Divine Eye receives further updates, and other functions are integrated. He can now use the Divine King's hammer as a weapon and control the percentage of its abilities. He pulls the hammer and tests it, confirming all the upgrades. This is how he regains his senses. He sees that he is all mummified, and that Sakura is clinging to his body. As he reaches out to pat her, she comes to her senses and worryingly asks if he is hurt anywhere. He assures her that he is fine, thanks her for saving him, and says he is glad she was there when he woke up. For some reason, Sakura now seems more hot than cute, and her lipstick is bold. She blushes and claims that it is natural for her to be here after he helped her achieve her revenge. She cannot wait any longer and leans forward to give him a smooth kiss. However, his broken body gets in her way, and he groans. She impulsively pulls back and apologizes for not realizing he is hurt. While blushing, she adds that she did not mean to make a move first, but he compliments her, saying she is so cute. Hearing this, she covers her face in embarrassment. He can stay here for just 3 days, so by then they thoroughly search for the remaining opponents on the enemy list, and eliminate all of them. Finally, her long-cherished wish is fulfilled on the 3rd day. He asks her what she intends to do now. She tells him that her father left a hereditary weapon for him, and she returned to the fortress to search for it everywhere while he was unconscious but could not find it. However, she figured out that her human mother has the weapon. Tsuyoshi does not understand what she means, since he thought her mother had already passed away. She explains that her mother was a human princess, and that after giving birth to her, she was taken back to human territory. Since then, she has never met her. When she was little, she asked her father, "Where is my mother?" But he hugged her tightly after a long silence. To meet her mother, she has to go to human territory, and she wonders if she can really meet her. Surasi cuts her off and emphasizes that she will meet her mother because he is here. She is confused, saying that human territory is far away and that he also has a promise with the Beast King. He places his hand over his head and assures her that it will all work out perfectly. He adds that he has a secret to reveal soon, and that he already has a plan for what comes next. It seems Tsuyoshi has already spilled the beans and told Sakura about his isekai story, because while walking through the border of the Beastmen, she admits she does not understand what he means by the original world, and this world, since she has never heard such a mysterious story before. He corrects her, saying it is not a story, but something that actually happened to him. At first, he felt like a traveler who had stumbled into this world, but after many incidents, especially when he grabbed the Beast King's hammer, he realized it was not a coincidence that he resonated with it, and became able to control it. It was his mission and destiny given by this harsh yet mysterious fate. So it is clear that he must keep fighting and leveling up until he breaks through this world's limits and obtains all the sacred treasures from both humans and elves. Mr. Dignity had mentioned the power behind the darkness, and Tsuyoshi wants to see it with his own eyes. His expression stiffens with anger as he recalls his parents' death, and he claims that there is someone he wants to avenge. Sakura understands the pain behind his eyes and grabs his hands, requesting to go with him too. Just then the Beastman King appears from the sky and interrupts their moment. He glances at Sakura and sees that she is on her guard. Ignoring her, he mentions that they have both been doing reckless things and turning organizations they should not make enemies of into enemies. Then he gets to the point and asks if Tsuyoshi has come to the dock to escape from Beastmen territory and if he has forgotten the promise he made. Sensing a dangerous vibe from him, Sakura steps in between them and claims that it is just a misunderstanding. Tsuyoshi is not running away, and they have only made changes in the plan, needing to go to the other lands. The king asks if he is supposed to believe they will return as promised. He mentions that he planned to test Tsuyoshi's strength after 1 year, and even though there is enough time, does Tsuyoshi really think he would let them leave the territory with an excuse? Sakura again tries to convince him, but Tsuyoshi steps forward and claims they will be out just for a while, and will return by the promised date. However, the Beastman King is fixed on his stance and refuses to let him pass the border. It is then that Tsuyoshi becomes cocky and challenges him, saying if he can stop him, then he should try. Both of them begin to unleash their ultimate power. Their overflowing powers clash violently. Sakura worries about Tsuyoshi, but he holds her back and asks her to trust him and let him handle this by himself. The Beast King strikes first, throwing his hands, but Tsuyoshi dodges them like a snake. He counters with a punch that sends a blasting airwave. He realizes that the king's physique is as strong as Tsuyoshi's peak form, but perhaps King's muscles are even denser. The king goes for a kick, which Tsuyoshi easily blocks. The king, however, is impressed, and realizes that when they first met he did not expect Tsuyoshi to have such power. Tsuyoshi not only blocks his punches and kicks but also counterattacks, something even level 70 generals under his command cannot withstand. Tsuyoshi is far from done. He throws a punch with his other arm and the impact pushes back both of them. Tsuyoshi manages to hold himself together, while the king feels his arm get injured, yet he stays composed and remarks that it is interesting. Tsuyoshi acknowledges that the king is strong and worthy of his title. At the same time, he summons his divine hammer. The king opens his eyes in surprise, realizing that Tsuyoshi has mastered the hammer in such a short time, a feat that can only be achieved by talent bordering on monstrosity. The Beast King also summons his hammer and says he has always wanted to compare himself to Tsuyoshi. The roaring hammer in his hand was forged by gathering all the master craftsmen of the beast folk. After spending countless years on it, they crafted it to resemble the Divine King's hammer as closely as possible. That is why he wants to see which one is stronger. As he jumps forward, they clash with each other using their ultimate weapons, sending shockwaves through the area. Tsuyoshi feels his arms tingling with pain after witnessing the true power of the Beast King. The Beast King bursts out laughing and arrogantly claims that no one can attack him, daring Tsuyoshi to strike. As Tsuyoshi is about to charge, the king radiates a terrifying aura that freezes him in place and makes him soil his pants. Sweating heavily, Tsuyoshi realizes this is the power of a crazy king who rules this land. However, the Beast King soon returns to his usual goofy state and ends the fight. He asks if Tsuyoshi angered the Assassin's Guild and wiped out their remnants. Tsuyoshi does not understand. The king explains that he has already dealt with the Assassin Guild, so they cannot harm him in his territory, but eliminating the remnants has placed a curse on him. Despite that, he is satisfied with Tsuyoshi and takes his word that he will return to the Beastmen land. That last strike confirmed Tsuyoshi already has the strength to face the final trial. After saying this, the king looks at Sakura before taking his leave, promising that he will be waiting for Tsuyoshi's return. Worried, Sakura grabs Tsuyoshi's arm and asks if he is hurt. He denies it, saying he is fine, but thinks to himself that he is still nowhere near strong enough and needs to level up to defeat the Beast King. With that, they set off on their path to begin a new journey in another land. Before heading to the human land, Tsuyoshi opens the boundless passage and returns to his original world. The auction Suzuki mentioned is tonight, so he puts on a nice outfit to look presentable and a little bit hot. Suzuki waits outside for him, and when he sees Tsuyoshi in the new attire, he compliments his appearance. Tsuyoshi says it is just a disguise, since he cannot attend an auction in his school uniform. They get into the car and Suzuki informs him that tonight's auction is more high stakes than expected. Some big names from the underground world will attend, in addition to the wealthy merchants already scheduled. It is going to be a brutal bidding war. They have enough funds, but Suzuki suggests focusing on a single item and giving up on the rest. Suzuki keeps that in mind and resolves to get his hands on the Golden Rebirth Elixir, no matter what. At the entrance of the auction center, two attractive maids hand them masks to conceal their identities. The hall is filled with loaded billionaires radiating a filthy and irritating vibe. They are escorted to their chairs as the host begins the event. The first auction item is an appetizer that shines like a diamond. It is rarely found, harvested from an A-class Dark Lord, and is ideal for weapon enhancement, magic circle cores, or direct energy absorption. The host begins the bidding at 60 million yen. Tsuyoshi believes that cores of that level have an extremely low drop rate, even in other worlds, and their pure energy shine means they are top-tier items. Suzuki tells him not to be shocked by the prices, explaining that underground auctions work like this. Sometimes they find rare items in distant lands, and transporting them through supply routes makes them even more expensive. The item they want is on the list and has been reserved for the main event. As the event continues, various items are displayed, and finally, the long-awaited item is announced. It is a miracle that defies nature, makes dead trees bloom, and can even restore lost limbs. It is the Gold Rebirth Elixir. The audience murmurs in awe upon seeing the item, and the bigwigs in attendance are all waiting to bid for it. Suzuki and Tsuyoshi also prepare themselves, ready to make their move for the prize they have been waiting for. Seeing everyone already eager to get the elixir, Suzuki talks with Tsuyoshi and asks if he understands the gravity of the situation now. Rich and influential families have gathered, and once the bidding starts, it will be brutal. However, he has already done the groundwork and spoke with influential families and renowned heroes in the industry by pulling in some favors. He asked them to let him have the elixir when it comes up this time, and also explained a little bit of their situation, that a promising young genius hero desperately needs it, and that building a connection will not hurt. Tsuyoshi asks if they will give up something valuable for reasons like that. Suzuki assures him that he has connections from working in the industry for years, but there is something more important. He did not reveal Tsuyoshi's name or identity, but the top people here are veterans. They know what it means when a genius hero makes him bow and owe him a favor. No matter how important it is, the elixir is still consumable, and earning the goodwill of a hero is worth much more. Tsuyoshi thanks him for doing all this for him, and Suzuki, being an honest guy, says he is going this far as a calculated move. Once Tsuyoshi becomes a big shot, Suzuki will ride his coattails. So Tsuyoshi smirks and reassures him that he will work hard for him. With this, the bidding finally begins with the reserve price of 160 million yen. This million, that million keep coming from every direction. Tsuyoshi first starts with 700 million, but other guys go over him. Suzuki whispers that he has prepared a budget of 1 billion, so Tsuyoshi immediately says 1 billion as his bid. Some rich brats were also ready to bid, but lower their boards after they see our boy bidding. They are the same people whom Suzuki mentioned, and they are just showing respect to him. After that, no one dares to bid more than 1 billion for the elixir. Suzuki congratulates Johan for almost winning the elixir. Even Tsuyoshi starts dreaming of his sister not wanting the wheelchair anymore. Just when the host is about to knock the hammer, someone bids 2 billion for the elixir, which turns the heads of everyone. It is Scorsese, who is the only son of the S-rank hero Greatsword, Sinasai, and Snow Queen, Cersei. Both of his parents are formidable in the country, and they have a lot of resources and money to dote on their son. He is a young master with no enemies. So considering his influence, Suzuki asks Tsuyoshi to just give up. Tsuyoshi is about to lose himself in anger, asking what about Karina if they just give up. Suzuki tries to calm him down and suggests they try negotiating with Scorsese after the auction, and if they humble themselves and show benefits, they might have some hope. Without having any other choice, our protagonist pulls himself together. The host keeps asking if anyone has more than 2 billion and is about to hit the hammer, when someone bids 3 million for the elixir. It is our mommy Misa, president of Red Tear Pharmaceutical, and she claims that if she wins, she will give it to him as a gift. Suzuki and Tsuyoshi both turn their heads with hilariously shocked faces. Suzuki finds it unbelievable that Tsuyoshi is friends with the president of one of the 3 big pharmaceutical companies. Scorsese does not give up and raises the bid to 4 billion, but same goes for Mina. She raises her bid to 5 billion. Scorsese, being a stubborn brat, raises it to 6 billion and asks if she even knows who she is bidding against. Mina's butler whispers to her that she is bidding against the son of powerful figures, but she is already aware. She is resolved to not break her auction rules. She promised to give it as a gift, and she cannot back out now. That is why she raises it to 7 billion. But again, Scorsese effortlessly raises it to 10 billion, which puts Mina in a pinch now. As she is about to raise it to 11 billion, her butler stops her right away and tries to knock some sense into her that the price is already absurd. Provoking the stubborn Senasai couple is not worth it. She finally realizes her limit and apologizes to Tsuyoshi that this is as far as she can go, but he is already thankful to her and owes her a lot. No one dares to raise the bid, and this is how the host finally closes it at 10 billion. As everyone dismisses, Mina also says goodbye to Tsuyoshi and takes her leave. Poor Suzuki sulks around and says they had horrible luck, and of all people, that rich brat had to be there. He motivates Tsuyoshi to try next time, but our boy quickly gets up to leave, not to go home but to meet this master Scorsese. At the entrance of the auction center, Scorsese demands the auction manager give him the item he won today without losing a second. The manager already has it in a suitcase, and he hands it over to Scorsese's bulky man. As he is about to enter his protected wagon, our guy calls out to him from behind. Scorsese recognizes him as the one who was staring blankly at his auction bid. He asks if they have met before, or if he also wants to leech off his money and power like others. Suzuki also catches up to him and clarifies it is not something like that. Before he introduces our guy, Tsuyoshi cuts him off and introduces himself as the hero who recently joined the Hero Union. He extends his hand and says, "Nice to meet you." Scorsese has the same sour tongue as other spoiled brats and blurts out that if he wants to be his acquaintance, he will have to line up all the way to the outskirts. He should not try to get close to him with such little tricks and should get lost right away. Tsuyoshi straightforwardly comes to the point that the elixir means a lot to him, and he needs it to save his sister. His sister was attacked by the darkness and lost her legs, and since then she is confined to a wheelchair. He knows it is a precious item but asks if Scorsese can sell it to him, and if he gives him time, he will pay double the price. Scorsese budges a little and finds it interesting, since this is the first time someone has talked about paying him. Tsuyoshi keeps insisting that if he gives it to him he will accept any conditions. Scorsese is stubborn as we know, but he is more than ruthless as well. As for the condition, he asks Tsuyoshi to kneel before him and beg. Suzuki gets infuriated hearing this, but Tsuyoshi pulls him back and agrees to the condition. He kneels before him and begs that he needs the elixir for his sister. Bastard Scorsese starts laughing at him and says he only set the condition and never said he would give it to him after he kneels. As for the double repayment, he will not be grateful for something like that from our guy. What does he think he bought this elixir for? He tells him that his bulldog fell from the stairs and sprained its legs, and he is going to fix it with the elixir. After all, his bulldog is more precious than our guy's sister. Suzuki crashes out and demands how he can say that bullshit. Scorsese also recognizes him as the chairman of the ragtag group of high school heroes, and threatens him that if he gives one call, Suzuki will be kicked out of the industry tomorrow. With no other choice, Suzuki pulls himself together and stays back, while Tsuyoshi does not react. After blabbering a lot, Scorsese finally takes his leave. Suzuki turns around to motivate our boy, but our boy is already boiling with anger for real. He gets back on his feet while flaming with red and black flames and asks Suzuki that no matter what news he hears tomorrow, he should not ask him anything. Scorsese's car moves along a cliff road in the suburbs, and he enjoys his drink while mocking our guy that reckless fools had dignity in front of him. Suddenly, they see a sun going to strike them. Wait, it is not the sun but our little boy flaming with the power of the divine hammer in his hands. Before Scorsese and his goons can do anything after flaunting their power, Tsubai just strikes their armored wagon with his powerful attack and breaks it into pieces. He finally gets his hands on the suitcase with the elixir. Dudes, anyone has suspicion? What if the elixir is not in the bag? At the S-rank hero villa, Snow Queen Cersei throws a tantrum the moment she sees her child's life sensor is not responding. She heads to the room of her husband Seosai, who is also raging and finds it impossible that the life sensor is giving no response, since it is the pinnacle of hero technology. He breaks the sensor along with the table in anger as he realizes his son is no more. He wonders how Scorsese could die when he had elite guards protecting him, and even had an A-ranked hero among them. Then who would dare to go against them? Cersei still refuses to believe their son is dead, and rambles that his life sensor might have broken, but the father is completely sure their son is dead, and cries that it might be revenge, but they already exterminated every enemy. He pulls himself together and hardens his body using his power, planning to head out. Scorsese went to the auction tonight, so he tells Cersei to mobilize every house connected to them, and every S-ranked hero and find out who made contact with Scorsese. After this, they both fly away in anger, and Cersei mobilizes forces to figure out who the culprit is behind their child's death. Back there, Suzuki wonders what Tsuyoshi is up to because he looked really pissed off back then. He goes ahead and picks up the family picture where we see he has a family waiting for him. He intends to get Tsuyoshi to his side and join the upper echelons of the hero union. This way he can give his family a much better life. Just then, both superheroes break into his apartment, destroying half of the building into pieces. Cersei says the auction staff revealed that both Suzuki and a hero were talking with Scorsese. Cersei pulls the poor guy toward himself using his Homelander-like power and asks who this young hero is. Suzuki does not know what is going on, and hearing this, Cersei does not miss a beat and throws him off the building. Unlike those stories where a hero shows up at the last second to save his buddy, no one comes to save him and he crashes to the ground, maybe with every bone in his body shattered. Cersei receives a report that the young hero is Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, and that he looked like he argued with their ugly son. Hearing this, Tsukishiro goes down to grab Suzuki, and does not intend to let him die easily, taking him along to find Tsuyoshi. The world is turning upside down, but our hero is in his own world. He gets a call from Old Man Dan with long ears, who tells him the bad news that the Seosai couple has issued the highest level kill order against him and every S-rank hero is mobilized. They are determined to tear him limb from limb and retaliate in the worst possible way. The old man advises him to leave this country with his sister and never turn back. But alas, it is too late, and the couple is already 2 centimeters away. Our guy sees that they are carrying a beaten-up Suzuki, who warns him to run. Tsubai has eyes turned red and veins almost popping out. He looks at the suitcase and realizes that Tsubai killed their son and stole the thing he won at the auction. Tsubai throws Suzuki at him and both parents go Super Saiyan and come at him at once. Tsubai grabs him in time and takes him aside where he promises that if he survives he will come back to save Suzuki. After that, he also enters his powerful mode and rushes forward, while Selen mocks him for thinking he can go against S-rank heroes. Both sides clash, and all we see is our boy vomiting blood. He realizes the true power of 2 S-rank heroes, and if it were not for his reinforced body, he would already be dead. However, the parents are also amazed to face Tsuyoshi. Cersei wonders if he is an S-rank because she can feel his power even at this point. Seiyosai agrees that he faced both of them, but to them that changes nothing and they still have to take him down at any cost. Cersei turns around and sees a building, telling her husband that the sources reported Tsuyoshi has a sister living there. She charges up her staff with a cooling effect and throws an attack at the building, freezing every room with ice. Sadly, Karina is also confined in one of the rooms, and she is terrified. Tsuyoshi instantly jumps up and throws a kick to catch her off guard, but her husband faces him and throws a direct fire magic attack that knocks him back. Now both of them come at him at once to finish him off for real. Tsuyoshi looks around and sees that Suzuki and Karina have also gotten involved just because of him. He calls out his boundless ring, realizing the cooldown is not over yet, but he does not care about the price he has to pay. He just wants to get out of here, get stronger and more powerful, face that ugly couple, and save everyone who has no fault and got dragged into this. Luckily his ring responds even though his HP is close to zero. Due to the host's final wish and the boundless ring's hidden function, a transfer is forcibly executed, violating the dimensional laws. The host must pay the corresponding price. Finally, he returns to the other world and his wifey Sakura. When she enters the room to give him clothes to wear before entering human territory, she drops them right away as she sees him soaked in blood. She loses it, wonders how he got such horrible wounds and who did this. She cries and tries to wake him up. While he is in a coma, his system is still working and activates a quest called Revive and Resurrect. He has to reach level 100 in 3 days in the other world. Failure will result in the total annihilation of body and soul, rendering them unusable forever. Well, this is how season 1 of our powerful guy ends, with him lying there surrounded by his wifey. Now let's see how strong he becomes as he goes on to rule in both worlds.